Content summary. As the fourth installment of this series, Feast for Crows continues to inherit the grand structure and vast worldview of A Song of Ice and Fire, while meticulously addressing the mysteries posed in the first 3 volumes, making it the most captivating entry in the series thus far. At the onset of this book, Brienne of Tarth is in search of Lady Catelyn's daughters. Queen Cersei has descended into madness, and Arya is being trained by a mysterious masked figure in Braavos. These 3 narratives intertwine to embark upon a heart-stirring adventure. Additionally, familiar faces from the previous volumes reappear, including Jon Snow, Tywin Lannister, and Daenerys Targaryen. Though their appearances are fleeting, they promise a reunion in the 5th volume. Chapter 1 Prologue. Dragons, Morland remarked, tossing a withered apple between his hands as he picked it up from ground. Throw it, urged Laressa, nicknamed the Sphinx, as he knocked an arrow to his bowstring. I want to see a dragon, piped up the youngest among them, the short and stout Rooney, still 2 years shy of adulthood. Just a glimpse will do. I wish Rosie were here to cuddle with me, thought Peter, fidgeting on his bench. By dawn, the girl would be his. He envisioned whisking her away from Old Town, crossing the narrow sea to the free cities, where no scholars would apprehend him. Emma's laughter floated through the narrow window above, mingled with the deep voices of patrons. She was the eldest serving wench of the Feather and Ink, past her 40th year, yet still possessing a robust allure. Rosie, her daughter, was 15 and had just experienced her first moon cycle. Emma had already declared that Rosie's maidenhead would cost a golden dragon. Peter had painstakingly saved 9 silver stags, along with a jar of copper stars and scattered coins, but accumulating a single gold coin seemed a more formidable task than hatching a true dragon. You were born too late to see a dragon, lad, said the assistant scholar, Eamon. He wore a leather cord around his neck, strung with chains of white, tin, lead, and copper, and like most assistant scholars, he appeared to believe that the apprentices were more akin to turnips than to sentient beings. The last dragon perished during the reign of Aegon III. That was the last dragon of Westeros, Morland emphasized. Throw the apple, Laressa urged once more. The lad was notably handsome, beloved by the serving girls, including Rosie, who would occasionally brush against his arm while serving drinks, forcing Peter to grit his teeth and feign ignorance. The last dragon of Westeros is the last dragon in the world, Eamon insisted stubbornly. Everyone knows that. Apple, Laressa said, unless you wish to consume it. Here goes. Morland hopped lightly, pivoting on his deformed foot, and hurled the apple into the fog hovering over the honeyed river. Had it not been for that foot, he might have achieved knighthood like his father. He possessed strong arms and broad shoulders. Lacking neither strength nor aim, the apple soared far and swift, yet not as swiftly as the arrow that followed, its golden shaft adorned with crimson feathers. Peter did not witness the arrow strike the apple, but he heard the sound, a soft thud resonating over the river, followed by a splash. Morland whistled. Bullseye, darling. Rosie is my darling. Peter cherished her warm hazel eyes, the budding softness of her bosom, and the way she smiled each time she saw him. He adored the dimples on her cheeks, and the way she sometimes went barefoot to feel the grass beneath her feet, a trait he found endearing. He loved her fresh scent, her hair cascading behind her ears, and even her toes. One night, she extended her foot for him to play with, and he spun whimsical tales for each toe, eliciting her delightful laughter. Perhaps it would be better to remain on this side of the narrow sea. He could purchase a donkey with his savings, and he and Rosie could take turns riding around Westeros. Although Ambrose believed him unworthy of a silver chain, Peter had already learned to mend bones and use leeches to draw fever. The common folk would value him. If he could also master the art of haircutting and shaving, he could even become a barber. That would suffice, he reassured himself, as long as he had Rosie. Rosie was his every desire. It had not always been so. Once, he dreamed of becoming a scholar in a castle, serving a generous lord who would heed his counsel and reward him with a fine steed for his service. He envisioned himself astride the horse, noble and commanding, smiling down upon the commoners as they passed by. Until one fateful night, in the hall of the Feather and Ink, after imbibing 2 large cups of fiery apple cider, Peter boasted that he would not remain an apprentice forever. Of course, the lazy Leo bellowed, "You'll be a pig herder's former apprentice, ha ha." He drained the remnants from his cup. Torches illuminated the terrace where the Feather and Ink stood, resembling an island of light amid a sea of mist. In the distance, the signal fire atop the towering spire flickered in the night's haze, resembling a hazy, magical orange moon, yet failed to lift his spirits. The alchemist should have arrived by now. Was this some cruel jest? or had something befallen him? This was not the first time fortune had turned to misfortune for Peter. He once felt pride in being chosen to assist the elderly Master Vargrove with the crows, but he never anticipated that he would end up cooking for the old man, cleaning his quarters, and helping him dress each morning. People said that Master Vargrove had forgotten more about crows than any other scholar knew, leading Peter to believe that he was at least destined for a black iron chain, only to discover that Vargrove could impart nothing at all. The old man retained his title of master purely out of courtesy. True, he had once been great, but now he could not even manage to cover his soiled undergarments with a robe. 6 months prior, several assistant scholars had discovered him weeping in the library, unable to find his way home. Now, Master Gorman had taken over the Iron Mask, the same Gorman who accused Peter of theft. A nightingale began to sing in the apple tree by the river, a sound that struck a heavenly chord for Peter, who had grown weary of the cawing and incessant clamor of crows. The white crows recognized his name, and whenever they saw him, they would mutter and squawk to one another, "Peter, Peter, Peter," until he felt compelled to scream. These great white birds were the pride of Master Vargrove, who, after his death, wished for them to consume him. Peter suspected they had intentions of doing the same to him. Perhaps it was the potent apple cider that had clouded his judgment. He had not come here to drink, but rather to celebrate Laressa's acquisition of a copper chain, and out of guilt, he had inadvertently imbibed too much. In his ears, the nightingale seemed to sing with excitement. Black iron for gold, black iron for gold, black iron for gold. How peculiar! This echoed the words spoken by the stranger Rosie had arranged for him to meet that evening. "Who are you?" Peter had asked. The man replied, "I am an alchemist. You can trade black iron for my gold." In his hand appeared a golden dragon, flipping between his fingers, the pale coin shimmering in the candlelight. One side depicting 3 dragons, the other a deceased king. Black iron for gold. He recalled, there was no better opportunity. "Do you want her? Do you love her?" "I am not a thief," he told the self-proclaimed alchemist. "I am an apprentice of the Citadel." The alchemist nodded. "Think it over. I shall return in 3 days with the golden dragon coin." 3 whole days passed, and Peter returned to the feather and ink, still indecisive. He did not wait for the alchemist, but instead encountered Morland, Eamon, the Sphinx, and Rooney. To abstain from the celebration would raise suspicions. The Featherpen Tavern has never closed its doors. For 6 centuries, it has stood resolutely on the Isle in the Mead River, never once shutting down. Despite its towering wooden structure leaning southward like a drunken apprentice, Peter remains confident that it will continue to stand for another 600 years, selling wine, ale, and strong cider to travelers, sailors, blacksmiths, and minstrels, as well as monks and nobles. Apprentices and assistant bachelors from the academy are frequent patrons here. "The old town is not the entirety of the world," Morland exclaimed loudly. He was the son of a knight, and at this moment, utterly inebriated. Ever since learning of his father's death at the Blackwater River, he has sought solace in drink each night. Alas, even in the old town, far removed from the ravages of war and protected by towering walls, the War of the 5 Kings has cast its shadow over all. However, Dr. Benedict insists that there is no such thing as the War of the 5 Kings, for Renly Baratheon was slain long before Balon Greyjoy declared himself king. "My father often said that beyond the Lord's castle lies the true world," Morland continued. "In Quarth, Ashai, or the lands beyond, dragons are surely the least remarkable of creatures. Recently, sailors have been spinning tales of—" "The sailors' tales are merely that," Amon interrupted. "Sailors, dear Morland, I wager that if you were to wander down to the docks, you would find such individuals who either claim to have slept with mermaids or boast of having lived in the belly of a fish for a year." "How do you know they haven't?" Morland replied with heavy steps as he searched the grass for apples. "Unless you have personally ventured into the belly of a fish." True, some sailor stories can be dismissed with a laugh, but when oarsmen from 4 ships, each speaking a different tongue, tell the same tale. Not the same tale, Amon insisted. The dragons of Ashai, the dragons of Quarth, the dragons of Meereen, the dragons of Dothraki, the dragons that liberated the slaves. The versions of the stories differ. Only the details vary. Morland, now more obstinate in his drunken state, countered, having been stubborn enough even in sobriety. All the tales contain dragons and a young, beautiful queen. Peter was solely concerned with the golden dragons. He pondered the alchemist. This was the 30th day. He had promised to return. "There's an apple at your feet," Laressa called out to Morland. "I still have 2 arrows in my quiver." "To hell with your quiver," Morland replied, picking up the fallen fruit. "It's worm-eaten," he complained, tossing it away. As the apple began to fall, it was deftly intercepted by an arrow, splitting it cleanly in 2. One half landed atop the tower, and then rolled down to the lower eaves, coming to rest a mere foot from Amon. Cut a worm in half, and it becomes 2 worms, the assistant bachelor instructed them. If only apples could do the same, no one would go hungry in this world, Laressa said with his customary smile. The Sphinx always wore a smile, as if privy to some hidden jest, giving him an air of mischief, particularly with his pointed chin, sharp nose, and prominent forehead, crowned with a thick mane of short, dark curls. Laressa was destined to become a bachelor. Though he had only spent a year at the academy, he had already forged 3 links of his chain. Though Amon had many links, each required a year of labor, yet in time, he too would attain bachelorhood. Ruin and Morland remained collarless apprentices, though Ruin was still young, while Morland preferred drinking to reading. As for Peter, he had been at the academy for 5 years, having arrived from the Westlands at the tender age of 13. Time had flown, yet his neck remained as bare as when he first arrived. He had believed himself prepared on 2 occasions. The 10th time was when he presented his astronomical knowledge before Dr. Velen, only to be taught that the moniker Sour Velen was well-deserved. It took him 2 full years to muster the courage for another attempt. This time, he entrusted himself to the kindly old Dr. Ambrose, who had always been gentle in speech and demeanor, but it proved that Ambrose's sighs were just as painful as Velen's derision. The last apple, Laressa promised, and then I shall share my thoughts on these dragons. What could you possibly know that I do not? Morland muttered. Spotting an apple on a branch, he leapt to pluck it, tossing it away. Laressa drew his bowstring to his ear, elegantly tracking the apple's descent. Just as it began to fall, the arrow was released. Your final arrow always misses, Ruin remarked. No sooner had he spoken than the apple landed and scathed in the river. Did you see that? Ruin said. The day you hit a grand slam is the day you can no longer improve, Laressa replied, unstringing his bow and deftly stowing it in its leather case. The bow was carved from rare golden heartwood, sourced from the Summer Isles. Peter had touched this bow, but could not draw it. The Sphinx appeared fragile, yet Peter mused that those slender arms held considerable strength. At this moment, Laressa swung his leg over the bench and reached for a wine cup. The dragon has 3 heads, he declared in a soft Dornish accent. Is this a riddle? Ruin inquired. The legendary Sphinx was known for posing riddles. This is not a riddle. Laressa sipped his wine. While the others drank the renowned strong cider from the Feather Pen Tavern, he preferred the peculiar sweet wine for his mother's homeland, which was still quite expensive even in the old town. The slothful Leo had dubbed Laressa the Sphinx. According to legend, the Sphinx was a creature of many forms: a human head, a lion's body, and eagle wings. Laressa embodied this. His father was Dornish, while his mother hailed from the dark-skinned Summer Isles. His own skin was a rich mahogany, akin to the green marble Sphinx statues flanking the Academy's entrance, and his eyes gleamed like agate. Never has there been a dragon with 3 heads, save for the heraldic emblems on shields and banners, insisted the assistant bachelor Amon. Those are merely designs. Besides, the Targaryens are all but extinct. Not entirely, Laressa countered. The Beggar King's sister still lives. Was she not crushed against a wall? Ruin asked. Not her, Laressa corrected. You speak of Prince Aegon, slain by a warrior in the service of the Lannister lion. I refer to Rhaegar's sister, who was born on Dragonstone before its fall, named Daenerys. Storeborn. I remember now, Morland exclaimed, raising his cup, causing the remaining cider to splash out. A toast to her. He drank deeply, slamming the empty cup down on the table, burping and wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Where's Rashi? Let us drink another round for the rightful queen, shall we? The assistant bachelor Amon looked alarmed. Lower your voice, you fool. Such matters are no jest. The walls have ears, and the eyes of the 8-legged spiders are everywhere. Oh, have you wet your pants, Amon? Come now. I merely suggested we have another drink. I'm not calling for rebellion. Laughter erupted, and then a soft, cunning voice floated from behind Peter. I knew you were a traitor, Frog. Leo, the sloth, approached, crossing the swaying, ancient wooden bridge. He was clad in green and gold striped satin, with a black silk cape secured by a jade rose, his front stained with wine, unmistakably a deep red. A lock of light golden hair fell over one eye. Morland's rage flared at the sight of him. The hell with you. Get lost. You aren't welcome here. Laressa placed a hand on his arm to calm him, while Amon furrowed his brow. My lord Leo, as I understand it, you're under house arrest by the Academy and must remain for 3 days. Leo, the lazy man, shrugged. Perez Dan claims the world has existed for 40,000 years, while Moors insists it is 500,000. In any case, what does 3 days amount to? On the terrace, amidst a dozen empty tables, Leo chose to sit at theirs. Pour me a glass of golden wine from Chinting Island, frog. Perhaps I won't relay your toast to my father. My luck at the ever-changing roulette has been dismal, and I squander my last silver stag on dinner. A piglet stuffed with plums, chestnuts, and white mushrooms. Well, one must eat. By the way, what are you all feasting on? Lamb, Morande muttered, sounding rather dissatisfied. We shared a piece of boiled lamb. That should be filling enough. Leo turned to Larisa. What say you? A scion of nobility ought to be generous. Sphinx. I know you received a bronze chain. How about treating me to a drink in celebration? Larisa smiled in response. I only buy drinks for friends. And I'm not a scion of nobility. I've mentioned that my mother is a businesswoman. Leo's hazel eyes sparkled with intoxication and malice. Your mother is a monkey from the Summer Isles. Well, as long as there's a hole between your legs, plenty of benefactors will line up. Oh, don't be angry. Your skin may resemble a hazelnut shell, but at least you bathe, unlike our freckled pig keeper. He waved toward Peter. Peter thought to smash his wine glass against Leo's mouth, at least knocking out half his teeth. The pig keeper Freckles Peter was the protagonist of many folk tales, a kind-hearted yet foolish bumpkin who invariably triumphed over the oppressors, including the corpulent lord, the arrogant knight, and the hypocritical monk. Though dim-witted, he often outsmarted them in the end, either sitting in the lord's high-back chair or sharing a bed with a knight's daughter. Yet tales are merely tales. In the real world, a pig keeper could not expect a prosperous life. Sometimes Peter pondered that his mother must despise him to have bestowed upon him such a name. Larisa stifled her smile. You must apologize. Must I? Leo replied. My throat is so dry. How can I apologize? Every word you utter brings shame upon your family, Larisa informed him, and upon the academy as well. Really? Then do hasten to buy me a drink. Perhaps it can mask my shame. Morande said. I shall pull out your tongue. Huh. How then shall I tell you about dragons? Leo shrugged once more. The bastard speaks truth. The Mad King's daughter is indeed alive, and she has hatched 3 dragons herself. 3? Rooney exclaimed, astonished. Leo patted his hand. Greater than 2. Less than 4. If I were you, I wouldn't attempt the test of the bronze chain. Don't bully him, Morande warned. What a chivalrous frog you are. Very well. I shall tell you that nowadays, any ship sailing within 100 leagues of course speaks of dragons. Some even claim to have seen real dragons. The sorcerers tend to believe such tales. Amon scoffed, shaking his head. Malvin is unreliable. Dr. Perez Dan pays him no mind. Dr. Lien thinks the same, Rooney added. Leo yawned. The sea has water, the sun is scorching, and pets in the enclosure despise watchdogs. He had given everyone a nickname, Peter thought, yet he could not deny that Malvin indeed resembled a watchdog more than a scholar. He seemed perpetually sniffing the air, poised to bite. The sorcerer was unlike the other scholars. It was said he consorted with prostitutes and hired witches, conversing in their native tongues with the long-haired Ibans and the pitch-black denizens of the Summer Isles, even worshipping strange deities of the sailors' small shrines by the docks. Some claimed to have seen him in the lower quarters, mingling with actors, singers, mercenaries, and even beggars, while whispers circulated that he had killed men with his bare hands. Malvin had spent 8 years in the Far East, mapping territories, seeking lost homes, and visiting warlocks and shadowbinders. Upon returning to Old Town, the Vinegar Violin had dubbed him Sorcerer Malvin, a moniker that infuriated him, as it quickly spread throughout Old Town. Leave the sorcery to the monks and priests. You should focus your mind on uncovering the truths of the world, Dr. Lien had advised Peter. Yet Lien was adorned from head to toe in gold, with not a Valyrian steel chain in sight. Amon looked down at the lazy man Leo, his nose long, narrow, and pointed, particularly suitable for such an expression. Master Malvin believes in many peculiar things, he stated. Like Morande, he has no evidence of dragons, only sailors' tales. You are mistaken, Leo countered. A glass candle has ignited in the sorcerer's chamber. The brightly lit terrace fell suddenly silent. Amon sighed and shook his head. Morande burst into laughter. The Sphinx gazed at Leo with her large black eyes. Rooney appeared bewildered. Peter was familiar with glass candles, though he had never seen them burn. Glass candles were an open secret in the academy, said to have been brought to Old Town from Valyria a millennium ago, for in total, 1 green and 3 black, all long and twisted. What is a glass candle? Rooney inquired. Assistant Scholar Amon cleared his throat. Every assistant scholar must keep vigil in the cellar on the eve of their oath to become a scholar, and they may not bring any light. No torches, no lamps, no scented candles, but only 1 obsidian candle. They must endure a night in darkness unless they can light that candle. Some fools actually attempt it. Those practicing the so-called higher mysticism are particularly eager. The result is often a cut finger. The candle's edge is as sharp as a razor, and bloodied and disheartened, they await dawn. The wise simply sleep or pray through the night. Yet every year, a few refuse to relent. Indeed, Peter had heard similar tales, but what use is a candle that does not burn? It serves as a lesson, Almon replied. It is the last lesson before we don the scholar's chain. The glass candle represents truth and knowledge, precious, beautiful, yet fragile. Its shape reminds us that wherever scholars serve, they must radiate light, dispelling ignorance. The candle's sharp edges warn us that knowledge carries its own dangers, and the learned may become arrogant in their wisdom. As scholars, we must always remain humble. Finally, the glass candle reminds us that before taking the oath, before donning the necklace, before serving, we must endure the long night in darkness, remembering that we cannot light that candle that a person, despite their vast knowledge, is not omnipotent. Lazy man Leo laughed heartily. You mean to say you cannot do it? But I have seen that candle burn with mine own eyes. You indeed saw a burning candle. I do not doubt it, Almon stated solemnly. Likely the black wax candle. I know what I saw. That candle emitted an odd and brilliant light, far brighter than beeswax or tallow. It cast peculiar shadows and never flickered, even when the wind blew in through the open door. Almon crossed his arms. Come now, obsidian cannot burn. Dragonstone, Peter interjected. The common folk call it dragonstone. For some reason, this seemed significant. Precisely, Larisa, known as the Sphinx, pondered, should true dragons return to the world? Dragons, they're darker things, Leo remarked. The gray-cloaked sheep close their eyes, yet the watchful hound uncovers the truth. Ancient powers have awakened, and shadows stir restlessly. The era of wonders and terrors is about to dawn, a time for gods and heroes. He stretched lazily, a languid smile gracing his lips. In my view, this warrants another round of drinks. We've had enough, Almon replied, and besides, dawn is approaching. This morning, Dr. Ambrose will elucidate the properties of urine. If one wishes to forge silver chains, his lecture cannot be missed. I shall not impede your quest to savor the taste of urine, Leo retorted. As for me, I prefer the golden wine from Green Pavilion Isle. Given the choice between drinking urine and listening to your drivel, I would choose the former, Morland declared, pushing back from the table and rising. Come, Rooney. Sphinx reached for his leather satchel. I too should retire. May I dream of dragons and glass candles. Are all of you leaving? Leo shrugged. Well, at least we still have Rosie here. Perhaps I shall rouse our little darling and turn her into a woman. Larisa observed the expression on Peter's face. He doesn't even have a copper coin to buy wine. He certainly lacks a gold dragon to win that girl. True, Morland agreed, and only a real man can make her a woman. Come along, Peter. Once the sun rises, old Wogrev will awaken. He will surely require your assistance in a lavatory, provided he remembers who I am today. Dr. Wogrev can easily distinguish every raven. Yet recognizing faces is not his forte. At times, he confuses Petter with someone named Clayson. I don't wish to leave yet, he informed his companions, just a little longer. It was not yet dawn. Time remained. The alchemist might still appear, and should he arrive, Petter did not want to miss him. Suit yourself, Almon replied. Larisa scrutinized Petter for a moment longer before slinging her bow over her slender shoulder and crossing the bridge with the others. Morland, quite inebriated, leaned against Rooney's shoulder to avoid stumbling. For a raven taking flight, the distance to the academy was not far, yet there were no ravens, and the old town was a veritable labyrinth, riddled with winding, narrow alleys and streets. What seemed a short distance required several detours. Be cautious, Petter heard Almon's voice as the mist over the river swiftly enveloped the four figures. The evening is damp. The cobblestones will be slippery. Once they departed, the lazy one Leo cast a sour glance across the table towards Petter. How pitiful. The Sphinx absconds with silver coins, leaving me in the company of the pig herder, Freckles Petter. He stretched and yawned. Ah, where's our lovely little Rosie? Asleep, Petter replied succinctly. I dare say she is likely unclothed. Leo grinned. Do you truly believe she is worth a gold dragon? One day, I shall ascertain the truth myself. Petter offered no response. Leo needed no reply. Once I claim her virtue, her value will plummet to a level even the pig herder can afford. At that point, you shall owe me your gratitude. I will slay you, Petter thought, though he was not intoxicated enough to squander his life. It was well known that Leo was trained in the art of assassination, adept with daggers and short swords. Even if Petter could kill him, it would mean a forfeiture of his own life. Petter was a man without a surname, while Leo possessed both. His surname was Tyrael, his father being Sir Morland Tyrael, commander of the town's garrison, and his cousin, the esteemed Duke of Highgarden and Protector of the South, Mace Tyrael. The Lord of Old Town, the Old Man of Old Town, held many titles, including Guardian of the Academy, and he was a sworn vassal of House Tyrael. It was best to endure the moment, Petter reminded himself, for Leo's words were merely intended to wound me. The eastern mist gradually dissipated. Dawn broke, and Petter realized the alchemist had not arrived. He was unsure whether to laugh or weep. Returning the items unnoticed, does that still make me a thief? This was yet another question without an answer, akin to those posed by Ambrose and Violin. He rose from the bench, the potent apple cider surging to his head. He had to brace himself against the table to steady his body. Stay away from Rosie. He bid farewell. Keep your distance, or I shall slay you. Leo Tyrael pushed his hair back. I do not duel with pig herders. Step aside. Petter turned and crossed the terrace, his footsteps echoing on the weathered wooden bridge. By the time he crossed, the eastern sky had begun to blush. The world is vast, he told himself. By that donkey, and I can still roam the roads of the Seven Kingdoms, bleeding the common folk and ridding them of lice. I could also sign on as a rower aboard a ship, sailing through the Jade Gate to Quars, witnessing the awe-inspiring dragons firsthand. I do not wish to return to care for old Wogrev and those ravens. Yet his steps turned back towards the academy. Beneath the chimes there was song. Each morning, as the 10th ray of dawn appeared, the red-robed monks gathered outside the modest temple by the docks to greet the rising sun. The long night was dark, fraught with peril. Petter had heard the hymns sung countless times, imploring Lawler to deliver humanity from shadows. The 7 gods sufficed for him. Yet it was said that Stannis Baratheon now worshipped before the Lord of Light, even replacing the crowned stag on his banner with Lawler's fiery heart. Should he seize the Iron Throne, we might all have to learn the Red Priest songs, Petter mused, though such a possibility seemed unlikely. Tywin Lannister had already defeated Stannis and Lawler on the Blackwater, soon to eradicate them entirely, displaying the head of the usurper Baratheon on a spear at the gates of King's Landing. The night mist gradually evaporated, revealing the sights of the old town around him, as if a ghost materializing from the ether. Petter had never seen King's Landing, yet he understood it to be a chaotic city of earth and timber, with muddy streets, thatched roofs, and wooden shanties. The old town was constructed of stone, with cobblestones lining every street and alley, even the most rudimentary passageways, and the city's most beautiful moment was dawn. West of the Honeywine River, the palatial Guildhall lined the banks. Upstream, the domes and towers of the academy rose on either side of the river, with stone bridges interspersed among the houses connecting the banks. Downstream, the black marble walls of the Starry September and the residences of the bishops clustered beneath the arches, like children gathered at the feet of an elderly noblewoman. In the distance, the Honeywine River widened, eventually flowing into Whispering Bay, with the towering tower situated at the river's mouth, its beacon illuminating the dawn sky, a dazzling sight. The tower perched atop the cliffs of Battle Island, its shadow slicing through the town, allowing any native of the old town to discern the hour by the length of the shadow. Some even claimed that from the tower's pinnacle, one could see the wall. Perhaps that was why Lord Leighton had not descended from the tower in over a decade. Perhaps he relished ruling his city from the clouds. A butcher's cart rumbled past Petter, 5 piglets wailing atop it. Just as he dodged the cart, a woman emptied a chamber pot from a window above, narrowly avoiding him. Once I become a scholar in the castle, I shall have a horse, he thought, stumbling over a stone. Do not deceive yourself. Without a collar, how could you sit at the Lord's table? How could there be a noble steed to ride? He was left to endure the incessant cawing of the ravens, spending his days scrubbing the filth from Dr. Wogrev's undergarments. Kneeling, attempting to wipe the mud from his robe, a voice greeted him. Good morning, Petter. The alchemist stood before him. Petter quickly rose. On the 30th day, you mentioned you would go to the Quill and Tankard. You are with your friends, so I shall refrain from disturbing your gathering. The alchemist, clad in an unassuming brown, hooded travel cloak, stood with the sun rising just above the rooftops behind him, casting his face in shadow. Have you decided to alter your fate? Was he compelling me to speak? I have become a thief. Indeed, the most arduous part of the entire affair was maneuvering on all fours to drag the safe from beneath Professor Wogreve's bed. The safe was robust, reinforced with iron bands, yet the lock was broken. Bachelor Jimin suspected it was the doing of Peter, but that was not the case. After losing the key, Wogreve had forced the lock open himself. Inside, Peter discovered a pouch of silver stags, a bundle of golden hair tied with a ribbon, a portrait of a woman strikingly resembling Wogreave, even down to a similar mustache, and a knight's lobster claw gauntlet. Wogreave claimed this gauntlet belonged to a prince, though he could not recall which one. When Peter shook the gauntlet, a key fell out, clattering to the floor. As I picked it up, I became a thief, he recalled his thoughts. The key was wrought from black iron, ancient and heavy. It had the power to unlock every door in the academic city, a privilege reserved solely for the professor. Other professors carried their keys on their person or kept them hidden in secure locations. Indeed, Wogreave had concealed his key so well that no one could find it. Peter seized the key and made his way to the door, only to double back halfway to retrieve the silver coins. After all, he was already a thief. It mattered not how much he stole. Peter, a white crow, called his name. Peter, Peter, Peter. Did you bring the gold dragon? He inquired of the alchemist. Payment upon delivery. Show me the gold dragon first, Peter insisted, wary of being duped. It is not convenient by the river. Follow me. He had no time to ponder, no time to weigh the risks. The alchemist walked further away, and Peter had to keep pace. Otherwise, he would lose both Rashi and the gold dragon coin forever. As he walked, his hand slipped into his sleeve, feeling the key safely nestled in the inner pocket he had sewn himself. The bachelor's robe ought to be filled with pockets. He had known this since childhood. He quickened his pace to match the alchemist's long strides. They entered a narrow alley, turned a corner, traversed the infamous black market, and proceeded along the scavenger's lane. At last, the alchemist turned into another alley, even narrower than the last. This is sufficient, Peter said. There's no one around. Let's conduct our transaction here. As you wish. I want my gold dragon. Here you are. The coin appeared. The alchemist flicked it with his knuckles, just as Rashi had arranged their meeting. The gold dragon shimmered in the dawn light, as if gilding the alchemist's fingers in a radiant glow. Peter snatched the coin. It felt warm in his palm, and imitating others, he brought it to his mouth and bit down. He had seen others do so, though truth be told, he had no idea what gold tasted like. He merely wished to avoid appearing foolish. And the key? The alchemist inquired politely. For some reason, Peter hesitated. Would you like to steal a book? The cellar below held ancient Valyrian scrolls, rumored to be the last remaining copies in existence. That is none of your concern. Indeed, it was done. Peter told himself it was finalized. He should hurry back to the feathered quill, awaken Rashi with a kiss, and inform her she belonged to him now. Yet he remained still. Let me see your face. As you wish. The alchemist lowered his hood. He was an ordinary man, possessing an unremarkable visage, youthful yet unexceptional, with plump cheeks, a hint of stubble, and a faint scar on his right cheek. He bore a hooked nose and a head of neatly arranged, curly black hair. Peter did not recognize this face. I do not know you, nor do I know you. Who are you? A nobody. Truly. Oh, Peter found himself at a loss for words. He produced the key and placed it in the stranger's hand, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Rashi, he reminded himself. Then it is settled. As he made his way halfway down the alley, the cobblestones beneath his feet began to shift. The night had been damp, and the cobblestones were slick with moisture. He recalled Ammon's words, yet it was morning now. His heart raced. What was happening? His legs felt as if they were turning to water. I do not understand. And you never will, someone lamented. The cobblestones suddenly surged towards him. Peter attempted to cry out, but no sound escaped his lips. The last thought that crossed his mind was of Rashi. Chapter 2. The Prophet. When they brought the news of the king's passing, wet-haired Iron was drowning a boy on Greatwick Island. It was a cold, dreary morning, the sea and sky alike a slate gray. The first three boldly surrendered their lives to the drowning god, but the faith of the 40th was less steadfast. His lungs gasped for air, and his body struggled in response. Iron stood waist-deep in the water, clutching the naked boy's shoulders tightly, forcing his head beneath the surface time and again as the boy fought desperately for breath. Be brave, he urged. We come from the sea and shall return to the sea. Open your mouth, drink in the blessing of the divine. Let the salt water fill your lungs. The dead do not perish, they shall rise again. Do not resist. Yet whether the child could not hear the words beneath the waves or had entirely forsaken his faith, he thrashed and kicked in frantic desperation, prompting Iron to summon help. For drowners waited over to seize the unfortunate soul, pressing him firmly beneath the water. O supreme God, who suffers for our sake, the priest prayed in a voice as deep as the ocean, let your servant Edmund be reborn from the sea as you are. Grant him the blessing of seawater, the blessing of stone, the blessing of steel. It It was all over. No more bubbles escaped the boy's mouth, and his limbs ceased to flail. Edmund floated face down in the shallows, pale, cold, and serene. Wet-haired Iron then noticed that the three horsemen had arrived on the pebble beach, joining his fellow drowners. Iron recognized Spar, the gaunt old man with watery eyes, whose quavering voice was the law of Great Wick Island. His son Staffelin stood beside him, along with a youth draped in a dark red fur cloak, adorned with a splendid brooch shaped like the black gold horn of House Goad. He was one of the sons of Goad. The priest discerned at a glance. Goad's wife had given birth to 3 tall sons late in life, having first produced a dozen daughters. It was said that the 3 sons were indistinguishable, and wet-haired Iron had no desire to differentiate among them. Whether it was Graydon, Gemmin, or Garland, the priest had no time to spare. He bellowed an order, and the drowners grasped the boy's limbs, lifting him from the water. The priest followed closely, naked save for a seal skin covering his loins, and by the time he clambered ashore, he was thoroughly soaked, sending a shiver down his spine. He strode across the damp, cold sand and the water-smooth pebbles, and the drowners handed him a heavy robe, dyed in shades of gray, blue, and green, the colors of the sea. The colors of the drowning god. Iron fastened the robe and tossed back his long hair, which dripped incessantly. Since the sea had returned him, he had not cut it. The strands cascaded down his shoulders like a rough rope cloak, trailing to his waist. Both his hair and his unkempt beard were woven with seaweed. The drowned men gathered around the deceased and began to pray. Norrin pressed the boy's chest with his hands, while Rouse used his knees on the body above. Then Euron stepped forward, and the drowned men parted. The priest pried open the boy's cold lips with his fingers and bestowed upon him the kiss of life, again and again, until seawater gushed from his mouth. The boy began to cough and retch, his eyes wide with confusion and terror. Another reborn soul, a testament to the drowned god's favor. Every priest has faced failure, even the 3 drowned Taller, who was holy enough to crown kings. Yet he, Euron Greyjoy, never faltered. He was the wet one, having traversed the divine watery palace and shared its brilliance with the world. Arise, he shouted at the boy, who was sputtering water, striking his bare back. You have drowned and returned among us. The dead do not truly die. They shall rise again. The boy coughed violently, expelling more seawater. Rise again. Each word he uttered was laden with pain, but such is the law of the world. One must struggle to survive. Rise again. Aemon stumbled to his feet with even greater fervor. From this day forth, you belong to the gods, Euron declared. The other drowned men gathered around, each giving him a punch and a kiss as a token of welcome. Some draped him in a coarse robe of gray, blue, and green, while others handed him a piece of driftwood. From this day forth, you belong to the sea. It shall protect you as you cleave through waves, fearless of foes. Euron continued, we pray you wield your staff fiercely and bravely confront the ancient enemies of the gods. Only then did the priest glance at the 3 riders, who stood motionless, gazing at him. Are you here to be drowned, my lords? Spar cleared his throat. I was drowned in my childhood, he said, and my son was drowned on his naming day. Euron scoffed. Indeed, Staffelin Spar had been offered to the drowned god at birth, but he understood the nuances. The infant had merely been quickly dunked in a tub of seawater, perhaps without even getting his head wet. No wonder the Ironborn could be defeated. They once ruled all lands beneath the sound of the waves. That was not a true drowning. He informed the leader, the dead alone can rise again. Well then, if you're not here to prove your faith, what do you seek? Lord Goad's son has something to say to you. Spar pointed to the boy in the red cloak. The boy appeared to be no older than 16. Who are you? Euron interrogated. Gommond Goobler, at your service, my lord. We ought to serve the drowned god. Have you been drowned, Gommond Goobler? I was drowned on my naming day, wet one. My father specifically sent me to find you. He is eager to see you. I do not change my name or title. Lord Goad can come as he pleases. Euron took a leather pouch from Rouse, filled with fresh seawater. The priest uncorked it and took a hearty gulp. I am here to take you to the castle, the young Gommond insisted from his mount. He feared dismounting, lest his boots get wet. I must fulfill my sacred duty here. Euron Greyjoy was a prophet. He could not abide the petty lord of a backwater commanding him like a laborer. Lord Goad's bird has arrived, Spar said. A scholar's bird, from Pike, Gommond confirmed. Black wings heralded dark tidings. The raven comes across sea salt and stone. If the news pertains to me, speak it now. It can only be shared with you. Wet one, Spar replied, not in front of outsiders. These outsiders are my drowned brothers, servants of the gods, no different from me. I have no secrets before them, just as I have none before our deities, before the sacred sea." The riders exchanged glances. "Speak," Spar urged, and the boy in the red cloak steeled himself. "The king is dead." His tone was flat. Only 4 words, yet in that moment, it seemed even the sea shuddered. Westeros had 4 kings, but Euron needed no prompting to know whom he meant. The Balon Greyjoy who ruled the Iron Islands. The king was dead. How could this be? Just last month, Euron had seen his elder brother, laden with spoils from plundering the Rock Coast, returning to the Iron Islands. In the days since, Balon's gray hair had turned nearly white, and the creaking of his shoulders had grown more pronounced, yet the king had shown no sign of illness. Euron Greyjoy's existence was built upon 2 grand pillars, and now, with those 4 words, one had been toppled. "I am left only with the drowned god. May he grant me the resilience and tenacity of the sea." How did my brother pass? His Majesty fell while crossing the bridge on Pike, striking the rocks below. The Greyjoy fortress was constructed upon the crag, its towers and keeps built on the giant stones rising from the sea, connected by bridges that linked the various parts of Pike, some with stone-carved arches and others with long, swaying rope bridges. "So, it was during a tempest?" Euron inquired. "Indeed," the boy replied. "The god of storms swept him away," the priest proclaimed. For millennia, the sea and sky had waged an unending war. The sea nurtured the Ironborn, sustaining them with fish through the harsh winters, while the storms brought only pain and sorrow. My elder brother, King Balon, sought to restore our strength, thus invoking the wrath of the storm god. Now, he feasts in the drowned god's watery palace, where mermaids will fulfill all his desires, while we remain in this dry, desolate place to continue his grand legacy. He corked the pouch. "I will speak with your father. How far is it from here to Hammerhead?" 6 leagues. You can ride behind me. 1 rider is far swifter than 2. Give me the horse. The drowned god will bless you." "Ride my horse, Wet One," Saffron Spar offered. "No, his horse is better. Hand it over, child." The boy hesitated for a moment, but ultimately dismounted and handed the reins to the prophet. Euron stepped into the stirrups, his dark feet finding their place. He disliked horses. They were creatures of the green lands, making one weak. But time was of the essence. He had to hurry. Black wings brought black tidings. There was no time to waste. A great storm was brewing, and he could hear it in the sound of the waves, for nothing but evil followed in the wake of storms. "Wait for me in Pebbletown beneath Lord Merlin's tower." He instructed his fellow drowned men, turning the horse around. The path was rugged, crossing hills, woods, and passes, following a narrow trail that often vanished beneath the hooves of horses, stretching on and on. Great White was the largest island among the Iron Islands, so vast that many of its lords' fortresses could not even see the sacred sea. Gode Goobler was one such lord. His seat lay upon the stone mountain, the farthest point from the drowned god's realm on the entire island. Gode's subjects labored in the mines, many of whom had never seen the vast sea from birth to death within the dark caverns beneath the surface. No wonder they lived in squalor, their tempers as unpredictable as the tides. Euron rode on, his thoughts drifting to his brothers. Colin Greyjoy, the king of the Iron Islands, left behind 9 sons throughout his life. Harren, Quentyn, and Donal were born of his first wife, a woman from House Stonehelm. Balon, Euron, Victarion, Asha, and Aeron were the offspring of his second wife, hailing from House Samline of Salcliffe. Colin's third wife, taken from the Greenlands, bore him a frail and dim-witted son named Robin, a brother destined to be forgotten. The priest had no recollection of Quentyn and Donal, who perished in infancy. His memory of Harren was also vague, recalling only his ashen face, often found seated in a dark, windowless room muttering to himself. As the affliction known as grayscale spread to his tongue and lips, his voice grew ever fainter. Yet, one day, the brothers would reunite in the watery halls of the drowned god, feasting on fresh fish, the 4 of us alongside Asha. Colin Greyjoy fathered 9 sons, but only 4 grew to manhood. This is the law of this frigid world, where men fish from the sea, toil the land, and ultimately perish, while women lay on beds of blood and pain, birthing fleeting lives. Among the sea monsters, Euron is the smallest and least notable, while Balon stands as the largest and most formidable. This fierce and undaunted man lives solely to restore the ancient glory of the Ironborn. At the tender age of 10, he climbed the cliffs of Flint and ventured into the haunted tower of the Blind Lord. By 13, he had mastered the longship and the art of finger dancing, rivaling the island's finest. At 15, he sailed with the Breaker Dagmar to the Stone Steps, partaking in summer raids, where he first tasted blood and returned with 2 salt wives. By 17, Balon possessed his own longship, embodying all the qualities expected of an elder brother. Though he reserved only scorn for Euron. I am a weak man, burdened by sin, deserving of contempt. Yet, I would rather endure Balon's reproach than be a lackey for Crow's Eye Euron. Though time and sorrow have worn on Balon, they have also fortified him more than any other. Born as the Lord's son, he shall die crowned. He has been murdered by envious gods. Euron mused, now the storm is upon us, a tempest unlike any the islands have ever witnessed. Riding deep into the night, the priest finally glimpsed the sharp iron battlements of Hammerhorn beneath the crescent moon. The castle of Gode was clumsy yet sturdy, its stones quarried from the cliffs behind. Beneath the walls lay countless caves and ancient pits, gaping like toothless black mouths. The iron gates of Hammerhorn had long been closed and locked by nightfall. Euron picked up a stone and struck the door until the clanging noise roused the guards. The lad who came to greet him bore a striking resemblance to Gormund, the boy from whom Euron had taken a horse. "Who are you?" Euron inquired. "Garland, my father is waiting for you." The hall was cold and drafty, shadows lurking everywhere. One of Godest's daughters offered him a corner cup of ale, while another tended to the fire, the smoke rising more than the warmth provided. Gode himself was whispering with a slender man clad in a fine gray robe, whose neck was adorned with chains of various metals, signifying his status as a scholar from the Citadel. "Where's Gormund?" Gode asked directly. "He is out. Send the women away, my lord, and the scholar as well." He had little fondness for scholars. Their crows were the pets of the storm god, and since the events at Euron, he had lost faith in their healing. A true man would never choose a fate of servitude, nor would he forge a slave's collar around his throat. Jaewin, leave this place," Gode said curtly, "and you too, Garland. Malon the scholar stays." "He must leave," Euron insisted. "This is my hall. Wet hair, do not presume to command." The scholar remains. He had strayed too far from the sea, Euron reminded himself. "Then I shall depart," he said to Gode, turning to stride away, the calluses on his dark, bare feet scraping against the dry rushes, producing a soft, rustling sound. After a long day of riding, it seemed all in vain. As he reached the door, the scholar cleared his throat. Euron Greyjoy has taken the sea-stone chair. Wet hair spun around suddenly. The chill in the hall intensified. Crow's Eye was half a world away. 2 years prior, Balon had exiled him, swearing death should he return. "Speak," he rasped. On the 20th day after the king's death, he returned to King's Port, demanding Balon's castle and crown under the pretense of being Balon's second brother, Gode said. Now he has sent forth the crows, summoning all captains and chieftains from every island to kneel before him in pike and recognize him as king. "No," Wet Hair Euron retorted without consideration. "Only the devout may sit upon the sea-stone chair. Crow's Eye cares only for his own glory." "Soon enough, you two will be summoned to pike to meet the king," Gode said. "Has Balon spoken to you recently about heirs?" Yes, they had spoken atop the sea tower, amidst howling winds and monstrous waves. After Euron recounted the plight of his only surviving son, Balon despaired, shaking his head. "As I feared, the pup has rendered him weak," the king lamented. "I prayed to the gods to take him, so he would not obstruct Asha's path." In this regard, Balon was blind. He saw in his daughter the fierceness and wildness of his youth, believing she could inherit his legacy. But he was mistaken. Euron sought to persuade him. Women cannot rule the Ironborn, not even one like Asha. He repeated his counsel, but Balon remained deaf to what he did not wish to hear. Before the priest could respond to Gode, the scholar interjected. "The sea-stone chair belongs to the rightful heir. If the prince is truly dead, it should pass to Asha. This is the law. The law of the Greenlands," Euron scoffed. "What concern is that to us? We are born Ironborn, children of the sea, chosen of the drowned god. Women shall never rule us, and those who are unfaithful shall not either." "And what of Victarion?" Gode inquired. "He commands the Iron Islands fleet." "Will Victarion make demands?" Wet Hair? "Euron is the elder," the scholar began. A glance from Euron silenced him. On the Iron Islands, whether in small fishing villages or grand castles, the mere glance of Wet Hair was enough to make maidens swoon, silence infants, and subdue the iron-collared slave. "Euron is the elder," the priest said, "but Victarion is more devout." "Will they go to war?" the scholar asked. "Ironborn shall not shed Ironborn blood." "You are quite devout, Wet Hair," Gode remarked. "Your brother is not like you. He drowned Sharman Potley simply because he claimed the sea-stone chair rightfully belongs to the heir." "If he drowned, then there was no bloodshed," Euron replied. The scholar and lord exchanged a glance. "I must respond to Pike swiftly," Gode declared. "Wet Hair, I wish to hear your counsel." What say you, submission or rebellion? Euron stroked his beard, lost in thought. I have witnessed the storm. Its name is Crow's Eye Euron. Now be silent. Do not respond. He instructed the Lord. I must pray for guidance. Pray as you wish, the scholar said, but it will not alter the law. Sion is the rightful heir, with Asha following closely. Silence. Euron shouted. The Ironborn have had enough of you collar-wearing scholars prattling on about the green lands and their laws. It is time we heed the call of the sea. Time we listen to the guidance of the gods. His words echoed through the smoke-filled hall, the power within them rendering Goad and his scholar speechless. The drowned god is with me. Euron thought, he guides my path. Gorbel invited him to spend the night in the city, but the priest declined. He seldom slept under the eaves of a castle, and would certainly not rest far from the sea. I have visited the most comfortable place in the world, a palace submerged beneath the waves. We are born to suffer, and suffering makes us strong. All I require is a fine steed to carry me to Pebbletown. Gorbel willingly offered a horse, and even sent his son Gryton to guide the priest swiftly through the mountains to the shore. They set off with at least an hour until dawn, yet their steeds were strong and sure-footed, so despite the surrounding darkness, they encountered little trouble. Euron closed his eyes and prayed silently, soon dozing in the saddle. Then came a sound, the eerie scream of rusted iron chains. Uller. At the whisper, he jolted awake, filled with dread. There were no chains, no door, no Uller. The axe had severed half of Uller's hand when he was merely 14, practicing finger dances at home while his brothers were away at war. Duke Corlyn's third wife, of the Pye family from the city of Rosie, possessed ample bosoms and doe-like brown eyes. She did not use ancient methods to heal Uller, forsaking fire and sea, summoning a scholar from the verdant lands instead. The scholar swore he could reattach the severed fingers. He did so, applying salves, potions, and fragrant herbs, yet the hand continued to rot, and Uller burned with fever. By the time the scholar sawed off Uller's hand, it was far too late. King Corlyn perished at sea, mercifully taken by the drowned god. Returning were King Balon, along with his brothers Yoren and Victarion. Upon hearing of Uller's fate, Balon immediately severed 3 of the scholar's fingers with a carving knife and commanded his father's third wife to reattach them. The salves and potions that had just failed Uller now played out again on the scholar, who died in confusion, and the third wife also perished during childbirth while delivering King Corlyn's daughter, mother and child lost. Euron felt a secret relief. As Uller's best friend and brother, they had practiced finger dances together. It was his axe that had severed Uller's hand. Reflecting on the years since Uller's death, he still felt shame. At 16, he began to call himself a man, yet he often drank to the point of incapacity. He sang, danced, never the finger dance, never, told jokes and mocked others. He played the flute, performed tricks, and raced horses. His drinking prowess could topple the entire Winch and portly families or best half of the Harlows. The drowned god granted each person a gift, even him. No one could urinate further than Euron Greyjoy, a fact he proved at every feast. Once, he wagered a flock of goats on his newly crafted longship, claiming he could extinguish the hearth's fire with sheer manhood. In the end, Euron consumed a whole year's worth of sheep and named his vessel Golden Rain. But when Balon learned of his brother's intended ram on the ship's prow, he threatened to hang Euron from the mast. When Balon first raised the banner of rebellion, the Golden Rain sank in the Battle of the Isle of Fairies, where Stannis Baratheon trapped Victarion, destroying the Iron Islands fleet as it was rammed in two by a massive galley named Fury. But the gods did not abandon him. They returned him to the shore, where fishermen captured him. He was brought in chains to Lannisport, spending the remainder of the war in the dungeons of Casterly Rock, proving the drowned god's urine flowed farther and longer than that of lions, boars, and chickens. That man was dead. Euron had been drowned and reborn from the sea. He was a prophet of the gods, unafraid of mortals, just as evil could not defeat him. Not even memories, the bones of the soul, could not. The sound of the door, the eerie scream of rusted iron chains. Euron had returned. It mattered not. He was the priest, wet-haired, a favored child of the gods, fearless. Will you fight? Gryton Gorbel asked as the sun began to illuminate the mountains. A brotherly battle? As long as it is the drowned god's will. Those who disrespect the gods shall never sit upon the stone throne. The Crow's Eye would not hesitate to go to war. Women could not defeat him, not even Asha. Their battleground lay in the birthing bed. And Theon, even if he still lived, held no hope. He was but a capricious child. In Winterfell, he had proven his worth, but that was all. The Crow's Eye was no match for the Stark family's crippled boy. Euron's ship was painted red to conceal more blood. Victarion, Victarion must become king, or the storm shall annihilate us all. As the sun rose, Gryton departed from the priest to inform their relatives residing in Deepwood Hall, Crow's Nest, and the Lake of Corpses of Balon's demise. Euron continued forward alone, along the stony paths up and down the valleys, the road widening and becoming clearer as he approached the sea. Whenever he encountered a village, he paused to preach, even resting in the courtyards of minor lords. "We come from the sea and shall return to the sea." His voice bore the depth of the ocean and the power of mighty waves. The furious storm god swept Balon from the castle, casting him to his death. Now he feasts in the drowned god's watery palace beneath the waves. He raised his hands. "Balon has died. The king has perished. But the new king shall return among us. The dead do not die. They shall rise again, and with greater force. The new king shall rise again." Those who listened to his sermon cast aside their hoes and plows, following him forward. As the sound of the waves approached, a dozen men were now walking behind the horse, moved by the gods, eager to be drowned. Pebbletown was the home of thousands of fishermen, with a square tower fort at its center, flanked by corner towers, while the fishermen's dilapidated homes huddled chaotically around the fort. Euron's 40th drowned man awaited him in the town, their gray beach dotted with sealskin tents and ramshackle huts of driftwood. Their hands were roughened by salt water, scarred from netting, and calloused from wielding oars and axes, yet the driftwood clubs in their hands were as unstoppable as weapons of steel, forged by the great gods in the ocean's arsenal. The drowned men erected a small hut for the priest by the tide line. After drowning new followers, he gratefully crawled inside. "God," he prayed, "speak to me through the thunderous waves. Guide me. Tell me what to do. The leaders and captains await your will. Who shall replace Balon as king? Sing to me in the language of sea beasts. I shall listen closely. Tell me, oh, God King beneath the waves, who has the strength to withstand the storm of pike?" Despite the exhausting journey to Hammerhorn, the wet-haired Euron could not sleep in the driftwood hut. He stared blankly at the thatched roof of black seaweed. Rolling clouds obscured the moon and stars, and the deep black veil over the sea seemed to shroud his very soul. Balon had favored Asha. The child bore his likeness. Yet women could never rule the Ironborn. It must be Victarion. Corlin Greyjoy had fathered 9 sons in his life, and among them, Victarion was the strongest, like a bull, brave and steadfast in his duties. The trouble lay in his steadfastness. A brother ought to obey his elder, and Victarion was not the sort to disrupt tradition. But he loathed Euron ever since that woman had died. Outside, beneath the cacophony of drowning men's snores and the mournful wail of the sea breeze, he could hear the relentless crashing of the waves, as if the divine hammer was summoning him to the battlefield. Thus, Euron emerged from the dilapidated shack and stepped into the frigid night. He ventured forth in his nakedness, tall and gaunt, into the inky depths of the salt water. The seawater was as piercing as obsidian, yet he would not falter under the caress of the true god. A wave struck against his chest, and he staggered. The next swell engulfed his head, allowing him to taste the briny essence of the sea. The deities encircled him, their glorious hymns resonating in his ears. "Balon Greyjoy has sired 9 sons. I am the least among them, feeble and inept like a young girl. But no longer. The man had been drowned. The true god had made him strong. The icy salt water enveloped him, embraced him, penetrating his frail flesh and piercing his bones. Bones, he mused, the very essence of the soul. Balon's bones, Euron's bones. The truth lies within the bones. Flesh may decay, but bones endure. Upon the hills of Naga, the skeletal remains of the Grey King's Hall. With damp hair, Euron struggled back to shore, his figure still emaciated and pale, trembling yet far wiser than when he had entered the sea. For within the bones, he had found the answer. The path ahead was laid out clearly before him. The bitter night was so cold, yet as he strode back to the shack, steam rose from his body, while a blazing fire ignited within his heart. This time, he fell into slumber almost instantly, undisturbed even by the clanging of the iron gate. Upon awakening, the day had brightened, and the wind was brisk. Euron, by the floating wood campfire, savored a broth of clam and seaweed. Just as he finished, Merlin descended from the tower with 6 or 7 guards, having come specifically to find Euron. "The king has passed away," the damp-haired man informed him. "Indeed, I had a bird visit me. Another has arrived." Merlin, bald and rotund, had taken upon himself the title of Earl, according to the customs of the Green Lands, adorning himself in velvet and fur. "One calls me to Pike, another to the 10 Towers." You see, monsters have far too many arms. Do you intend to tear me apart? Never mind, what say you, priest? Where shall I and my longship venture? Euron furrowed his brow. You spoke of the 10 Towers? Which sea monster summoned you there? 10 Towers was the ancestral stronghold of Lord Harlaw. Princess Asha. She has returned with her ship. The scholar has released crows, summoning all her friends to the Harlaw gathering, claiming that Balon wishes for her to take the Salt Throne. Only the drowned god may decide who sits upon the Salt Throne, the priest replied. Kneel and receive my blessing. Merlin the Earl dropped to his knees, and then Euron opened the water pouch, pouring seawater over his bald head. O supreme god of the drowned, who has suffered for us, let your servant Medred be reborn from the sea. Grant him the blessing of seawater, the blessing of stone, the blessing of steel. The seawater cascaded down Merlin's plump cheeks, soaking his beard in fox fur cloak. The dead do not die. Euron concluded the ritual. They shall rise again with greater force. After Merlin stood, Euron instructed him, do not move. Listen to me. You are fortunate to spread the divine will. At this moment, the damp-haired Euron stood at the water's edge, 3 paces from the granite cliffs relentlessly battered by the waves, steady, so that the divine might gaze upon him and heed his words. We come from the sea, and we shall ultimately return to the sea, he began to call, as he had done countless times before. The wrathful storm god has cast Balon from the castle, striking him dead. Now he feasts beneath the waves. He raised his arms high. The Iron King has died, but new king shall return to us. The dead do not die. They shall rise again with greater force. A new king shall rise. The drowned men chorused. He shall indeed. But who is he? Euron hesitated, only the waves responding. Who shall become our king? The drowned men struck their floating wooden sticks together. Damp-haired. They shouted, King Euron. We desire damp-haired. Euron shook his head. If a father has 2 sons, giving one a hatchet and the other a fishing net, whom does he wish to become a warrior? The hatchet for the warrior, Roose bellowed back, the fishing net for the fisherman. Indeed, Euron replied, the deities have led me into the depths of the waves, drowning the uselessness that clung to me. When I return, he grants me keen eyes, sharp ears, and a mouth to proclaim his will. I am his prophet, conveying the true God's commands to those who have forgotten him. I cannot sit upon the Salt Throne, nor can crows I, Euron, for I have heard the voice of the god, saying, those who disrespect the divine shall never sit upon the Salt Throne. Merlin crossed his arms. So is it Asha? Is it Victarion? Tell us, priest. The drowned god will reveal this to you, but not here. Euron pointed at Merlin's plump, white face. Do not look at me, nor think of the laws of men. Listen to the voice of the sea. Hoist sail and row, my lord, to Old Wyke, you and all the leaders and captains. The destination is not Pike. Do not kneel before those who disrespect the divine, nor make acquaintance with women of Harlaw. You must go directly to Old Wyke, to the place where the Grey King's Hall stands. In the name of the sacred drowned god, I summon you all. Depart from halls and houses, leave castles and towers, and gather at Naga Hill to hold the king's council. Merlin was left speechless. The king's council? It has been countless centuries since it was last convened. Euron shouted through gritted teeth. But the dawn of the age, the Ironborn chose their king, electing the most powerful among them. It is time to return to the ancient path, so that we may be great once more. Remember, it was the king's council that placed the floating crown upon our supreme king, Ironfoot Urus, Flat-Nose Silas, Halagi Hor, Old Greyback. All were chosen by the king's council. From the king's council, we shall find the true king to fulfill Balon's unfinished business, to reclaim our freedom. I reiterate, do not go to Pike, do not go to the 10 Towers of Harlaw, go to Old Wyke, find Naga Hill and the bones of the Grey King's Hall. In that sacred place, when the moon is drowned and once more fills, we shall decide upon the true king, the God-fearing king. He raised his bony hands high. Hearken, hear the voice of the waves. Hear the call of the deities. They speak to us, saying, we shall find the true king from the king's council. A roar arose, the drowned men striking their sticks together. King's council, Norrin shouted, King's council, King's council. From the king's council, we shall find the true king. Their clamor thundered like a storm, reaching the ears of Euron on Pike Island, and the tempestuous god of storms in the Cloud Palace would surely hear it as well. Damp-haired. Chapter 3. The captain of the guard, the blood oranges have ripened, the prince remarked in a weary tone. The captain of the guard maneuvered his wheelchair onto the terrace. For a long while thereafter, he remained silent. His observation regarding the blood oranges was indeed accurate. The fruit continually fell upon the pale pink marble floor, bursting open upon impact. With each breath, Hoda inhaled the rich sweetness that filled his nostrils. The prince, undoubtedly, sensed it too, as he sat beneath the orange tree. The wheelchair prepared by Bachelor Carlot was adorned with wheels of ebony and steel, cushioned with goose down. For several hours, the only sound was the laughter of children echoing from the fountain, occasionally interrupted by the gentle thud of yet another orange plummeting to the ground. Soon after, the captain faintly discerned the sound of boots striking marble from the far end of the palace, akin to a rhythmic drumbeat. Abaya had arrived. He recognized her distinctive gait, long strides, hurried and restless. In the stables beyond the palace gates, her horse must be lathered in sweat, marked with blood from the spurs. She always rode stallions, boasting that she could tame any horse or man within the domain of Dorne. The captain also heard other footsteps, the hurried little steps of Bachelor Carlot chasing after her. Abaya had always walked too swiftly. She was perpetually in pursuit of something eternally elusive, as the prince had once remarked to his daughter. As she appeared beneath the three arches, Aelio Hoda raised his axe to block her path. The axe, affixed to a 6-foot-long handle of mountain cedar, left her no room to circumvent it. "Miss, you must not proceed," he intoned in a deep, resonant voice, marked by a Norvashi accent. "Do not disturb the prince." Before he spoke, her expression was as hard as stone, but now it darkened further. "You obstruct my way, Hoda." Abaya was the largest sand snake, nearing her 30s, tall in stature, with closely set eyes and mouse-brown hair reminiscent of the prostitute from Old Town who bore her. She draped herself in a mottled dark golden cloak of sandworm silk, her riding attire a worn brown leather, softened and molded to fit, indeed, the most pliable aspect of her. A whip coiled around one hip, a round shield of bronze and iron hung at her back. She had left her spear outside, much to Aelio Hoda's relief. He was acutely aware that this agile and robust woman was no match for him, though she did not share that sentiment, and he was unwilling to allow her blood to stain the pale pink marble floor. Bachelor Carlot shifted his weight from foot to foot. "Miss Abaya, I have warned you. Does he know my father is dead?" Abaya interjected, addressing the captain while disregarding the bachelor, as though he were a mere fly. If any fly were foolish enough to buzz around her head, it would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. "He knows," the captain replied. "He received a message from the crows. Black wings, a harbinger of death, the minuscule script sealed within hardened red wax. Carlot must have sensed the contents of the letter, which is why he entrusted Hoda to deliver it." The prince had expressed his gratitude, yet the letter remained unopened for an extended period. The entire afternoon, he sat there, the parchment resting on his knees, gazing at the children at play until the sun sank below the horizon and the evening air grew cooler. Subsequently, he fixated on the twinkling stars reflected on the water's surface until the moon ascended, finally summoning Hoda to bring a candle so he could read a letter beneath the orange tree in the darkness. Obara reached for the whip. Thousands were traversing the desert on foot, heading north along the Bone Road, intent on bringing my father home alongside Ilaria. The sanctum was teeming with people. The red-robed monks ignited the temple's night fires, while the courtesans engaged with every man who approached, refusing all forms of payment. In the city of Sunspear, at the Broken Arm, along the banks of the Green Blood, amidst the mountains, deep within the desert, everywhere across Dorne, women were tearing at their hair, and men were crying out in anger. Everyone was asking the same question: "What is Demon doing? Our prince has been murdered. How will he avenge his brother?" She leaned closer to the captain of the guards. "Yet, you insist he must not be disturbed." "He must not be disturbed. The prince," Aelio Hoda repeated. The captain of the guards understood the prince he was sworn to protect. Long ago, an inexperienced youth arrived from Norvos, broad-shouldered with a thick mane of dark hair. Though now his hair had turned gray, and his body bore the scars of many battles, his strength remained intact, ever sharp as the long-hafted axe. As the bearded monks had once taught, she could not approach, he reminded himself, for the prince was observing the children at play. It was not permissible to interrupt him while he watched the children. "Hoda," Obara Sand shouted, "step aside, or I shall seize the long-hafted axe." "Captain," came the command from behind, "let her through. I shall speak with her," the prince's voice rasped. Aelio Hoda sheathed the axe and stepped aside. Obara shot him a glare before striding past, the scholar hurriedly following in her wake. Carolt stood a mere 5 feet tall, his head bald as an egg. His face was smooth and plump, making it difficult to discern his age, but he had served House Martell longer than the captain of the guards, even attending to the prince's mother. Despite his advanced age and portly figure, he remained remarkably nimble and clever. Yet, his gentle nature rendered him incapable of confronting any sand snake, the captain mused. In the shadow of the orange tree, the prince sat in a wheelchair. His gout-afflicted leg propped in front of him, deep bags under his eyes. Whether his insomnia stemmed from sorrow or pain, Hoda could not ascertain. Below, in the fountain basin, the children continued their merriment. The youngest among them was scarcely 5, while the eldest were 9 or 10. Half were girls, half were boys. Hoda heard them splashing one another, their sharp voices ringing out in playful banter. Not long ago, you were also a child in that pool, Obara. The prince remarked as Obara knelt before his wheelchair. She scoffed. It has been nearly 20 years, and my time here has been brief. I am the daughter of a whore. Have you forgotten? He offered no reply, prompting her to rise, hands on her hips. My father has been murdered. He died in a duel during trial by combat. Prince of Dorne stated, legally, it does not constitute murder. He is your brother. Indeed, he has passed away. What do you intend to do? The prince laboriously turned his wheelchair to face her. Although Daron Martell was only 52 years of age, he appeared to be far older. His frail body was contoured beneath a linen robe, and his legs were a sight to behold. Inflammation rendered his joints red and swollen, taking on grotesque shapes. The left knee resembled an apple, the right a melon, while his toes resembled ripe, deep red grapes, as if they might burst upon the slightest touch. The weight of a single sheet was sufficient to make him tremble, yet he bore his afflictions without complaint. Silence is a friend to kings. The captain of the guard had once advised his daughter, words are akin to sharp arrows. Ariane, once released, they cannot be retracted. I have written to Duke Tywin. Written? If you possessed half the courage of my father, I am not your father. I am well aware of that. There was a note of disdain in Obara's voice. You wish for me to declare war. I know that is impossible. There is no need for you to leave your wheelchair. Allow me to avenge my father. You have an army at King's Landing, and Count Ilan has another at Harrenhal. Entrust them to me and Nymeria to command. She will advance along the King's Road while I deal with the Lords of the Reach, taking a detour to Old Town. Old Town, how do you plan to defend it? Pillaging will suffice. The wealth of House Hightower? You seek gold? I seek blood. Duke Tywin will send the head of the mountain. And who will deliver the head of Duke Tywin? The mountain is merely his hound. The prince gestured toward the pool. Obara, look at those children, if you will. I would rather not. I would prefer to drive a spear into Duke Tywin's belly and make him sing the Reign of Castamere. I wish to pull out his entrails and see if there lies any gold within. Look at those children, the prince repeated. I command you. Several older children lay face down on the smooth, pale red marble, basking in the sunlight. The rest wandered about the distant beach. 3 were constructing a sandcastle, its towering spires resembling the spear towers of the old palace. Another 20 children gathered around the large pool, engaged in a water fight. In the pool, younger children rode on the shoulders of older ones, playfully shoving each other in waist-deep water, attempting to knock one another down. Each time a group toppled, splashes erupted, accompanied by their joyous laughter. They witnessed a chestnut-haired girl push a blonde boy off his brother's shoulders, his head plunging into the water. Your father played the same game. And before him, I did as well, the prince remarked. There is a 10-year gap between us. By the time he was old enough to join in the pool, I had already departed. Yet whenever I returned to visit my mother, I would watch him play. He was bold from a young age, as agile as an eel. He often toppled boys much larger than himself. On the day he departed for King's Landing, he mentioned this to me, swearing that he could achieve it once more. He surely could. Had he not spoken so, I would never have allowed him to leave. Allow him to leave? Obara laughed heartily. Do you think you can stop him? The Red Viper of Dorne goes wherever she pleases. Indeed, I merely seek solace. I do not desire your comfort. Her voice dripped with scorn. On the day my father claimed me, my mother was loath to let me go. She was a girl, she remarked, and I do not believe she belongs to you. I have had thousands of men. Without a word, he cast the spear at my feet and then, in a swift motion, struck my mother across the face, causing her to weep. Boys and girls each have their own struggles, he stated, for the gods compel us to choose our weapons. He gestured towards the spear and then to my mother's tears, and I picked up the spear. I told you she is mine, my father declared before whisking me away. A year later, my mother succumbed to alcoholism. They say she died while still crying. Obara approached the prince in his wheelchair. I demand the spear. Nothing else will suffice. This request is not simple. Obara, allow me to contemplate. You have deliberated for far too long. Perhaps you are correct. Once I reach a decision, I shall promptly send someone to Sunspear to find you. Your decision can only lead to war. Obara turned on her heel and stormed away. Her fury as palpable as when she arrived. She returned to the stables, mounted a new horse, and galloped down the main road once more. Maester Callow remained behind. My prince, inquired the rotund, diminutive maester, does your leg ache? The prince offered a weary smile. Is the sun too warm? Shall I fetch you a painkiller? No. I must maintain clarity of mind. The maester hesitated. My prince, is it wise to allow Lady Obara to return to Sunspear? She will surely incite the populace. They all love your brother. We love him as well. He pressed his fingers against his temples. Yes, you are correct. I too must hasten back to Sunspear. Maester Callow appeared uneasy. Is this prudent? It may not be wise, but it is utterly necessary. Dispatch a messenger to Ricasso at once. Instruct him to prepare the suite in the Sun Tower. Inform my daughter Arianne that I shall arrive tomorrow. My little princess, the captain of the guard misses her dearly. You will be seen, the maester cautioned. The captain understands the implications. 2 years prior, when they departed Sunspear for the tranquil and secluded water gardens, Prince Doran's gout was not yet half as severe as it is now. In those days, he could still walk, albeit slowly, relying on a cane. Each step a source of torment. The prince did not wish the enemy to know how weakened he had become. For the old palace and its shadowy city were rife with spies, and laden with stairways he could not ascend, the captain mused. He would need wings to reach the Sun Tower. I must ensure I am seen. If the situation is not managed, it will inevitably spiral out of control. It is imperative to remind Dorne that they still have a prince. He offered a feeble smile, despite his advanced age and affliction. Should you return to Sunspear, you will have to receive Princess Myrcella, Callow remarked. The White Knight is with her. You know, he will write to the Queen. I suspect he shall. The White Knight. The captain of the guard frowned. Ser Alice Karstark escorts his princess to Dorne, just as Ser Elio Hoda once accompanied the princess wife. It is rather peculiar that even their names bear a resemblance, Elio and Alice. Yet, the similarities cease there. The captain of the guard has completely departed from Norvos and its bearded monks, while Sir Alice Oakhart continues to serve the Iron Throne. The prince had summoned Hoda to complete errands in Sunspear on several occasions, and each time he beheld the figure draped in a snow-white cloak. An inexplicable sorrow would wash over him. He sensed that one day, the two would engage in a deadly confrontation. On that fateful day, Oakhart would meet his demise. His skull shattered by the captain's poleaxe. Contemplating this, his hand instinctively traced the smooth wooden handle of the axe, pondering the proximity of that day. As the afternoon waned, the prince declared, "We shall depart tomorrow at dawn. Ensure my litter is ready at first light." "At once," replied Carolt, bowing respectfully. The captain stepped aside to allow him passage, listening as his footsteps gradually faded away. "Captain?" The prince's voice was faint. Hoda gripped the long axe and advanced, the handle feeling as smooth as a woman's skin beneath his palm. Approaching the wheelchair, he struck the axe's handle against the ground. Yet the prince's gaze was solely fixed on the children. "Do you have siblings, Captain?" he inquired, recalling his youth in Norvos. "Do you?" "Indeed," Hoda responded. 2 brothers and 3 sisters. I am the youngest, the least favored." This meant yet another mouth to feed, another boy consuming too much, soon outgrowing his clothes. "It is no wonder they sold me to the bearded monks." "I am the eldest," the prince remarked, "and now I am left all alone. After Mors and Olipha perished in infancy, I relinquished any desire for brothers. When Ilya was born, I was 9 years old, serving as a page on the Salt Coast. A raven brought the tidings that my mother had given birth a month prematurely. I was old enough to understand that it meant the child would not survive. Even when Lord Gagonals informed me that I had a sister, I asserted that she would soon perish. Yet, she survived, blessed be the Virgin, though she bore the seeds of illness. A year later, Oberyn was born. While they frolicked in that pool, I had already matured. Today, I remain here. While they are no longer present, Elio Hoda found himself at a loss for words. He was merely a captain of the guard, even after all these years. He remained a stranger to this land and its 7 deities. Loyalty, obedience, protection. He had sworn an oath at the tender age of 16. On the day he whet his battle axe. A simple vow, from a man of simple nature, as the bearded monks would remark. No one had trained him to comfort a grieving prince. Just as he pondered what to say, another orange fell with a thud, landing less than a foot from the prince. Daler paused at the sound, as if struck by the fruit. "Enough," he sighed heavily, "enough. Leave me be, Elio. Let me watch the children play for a few more hours." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the air grew cool, and the children retreated indoors for dinner. The prince remained beneath the orange tree, gazing out at the tranquil pool and the distant sea. The servant brought him a bowl of purple olives, accompanied by bland bread, cheese, and a delicate bean paste. He indulged in a small portion, followed by a glass of sweet, robust red wine, which he relished. After finishing, he filled his glass once more. Occasionally, during the dark hours preceding dawn, he would succumb to a deep slumber in his wheelchair. It was only then that the captain of the guard would gently maneuver him down the moonlit corridor, past a row of intricately carved columns, through elegant archways, to a seaside chamber where a large bed awaited, adorned with crisp linen sheets. As the captain pushed the wheelchair, Dolan emitted a groan. Yet, by the grace of the gods, he remained asleep. The captain's chamber was adjacent to that of the prince. He sat on a narrow bed, retrieving a whetstone and oilcloth from the corner, commencing his task. To maintain the sharpness of the long axe, he recalled the day of the branding. As instructed by the bearded monks, he remained steadfast. As he sharpened the axe, he pondered the city of Nufos, reminiscing about the upper town on the hill and the lower town by the river. The resounding chime of 3 bells echoed in his memory, with Num's low rumble shaking him to his very bones, while Nala's voice rang proud and majestic, and Neil's laughter chimed like delicate music. The taste of winter cake flooded his mouth once more, infused with ginger, pine nuts, and a hint of cherry, usually enjoyed with nasa, a fermented goat's milk mixed with honey. Served in an iron cup, he envisioned his mother, clad in a gown trimmed with squirrel fur, a garment she donned only once a year on the day the family would watch the bears dance down the center staircase. The bearded monk pressed the branding iron upon the center of his chest, and he inhaled the acrid scent of singed hair. The pain was so intense that he believed his heart had ceased to beat. Yet, Aliohoda did not falter. The hair at the side of the brand never grew back. Once both edges of the axe were honed to a razor's sharpness, the captain laid his beloved, crafted from cedar wood and steel, upon the bed. He yawned as he removed his soiled outer garment, carelessly tossing it onto the floor, then stretched out on the straw-filled mattress. Remembering the brand, he felt a slight itch, prompting him to scratch before closing his eyes. I ought to gather those fallen oranges, he thought, so that in his dreams he might savor their tangy sweetness and the sticky red juice on his fingers. Dawn approached all too swiftly. Outside the stable, the smallest of the 3 litters was prepared, its cedar frame draped in red silk curtains. The captain selected the 20th from the 30th spear-wielding guards stationed at the flowing gardens to accompany him. The remainder stayed behind to guard the palace and the children, many of whom were the offspring of lords and affluent merchants. Though the prince had declared they would depart at first light, Aliohoda was aware of the impending delay. The scholar assisted Dolan Martell with his bath, wrapping his swollen joints in cloth soaked in a soothing medicinal solution. The captain donned a suit of copper-scaled armor befitting his rank, draping himself in a flowing, tawny silk cloak to shield his armor from the sun's direct rays. It appeared that the day would be sweltering. The captain had long since abandoned the heavy horsehair shoulder cape and iron-plated garments once worn in Nufos, as they would surely cook the wearer in Dorne. He retained an iron half-helmet adorned with sharp spikes, wrapping the points in orange silk to prevent the sun from directly scorching the metal, which would otherwise cause him a headache before returning to the palace. Once he had completed his preparations, the prince still did not set off. He resolved to have breakfast before departing, a blood orange and a plate of seagull eggs cooked with ham and fiery pepper. He also wished to bid farewell to a few favored children, the boys from House Dart, the children of Lady Blakemont, and a round-faced orphan girl, whose father had once traded fabrics and spices along the banks of the Greenblood River. As he conversed with them, his legs were draped in a splendid milled wool blanket, concealing his bandaged, swollen joints from the young one's gaze. By the time they set out, noon had already passed. The prince rode in a palanquin, while Bachelor Carlot rode a donkey, and the rest walked. 5 spearmen led the way, 5 followed behind, with 5 more flanking either side of the palanquin. Alioth, resting his long-handled axe on his shoulder, walked to the left of the prince's seat, his familiar position. The route from the water gardens to Sunspear was along the coastal road, thus a refreshing breeze caressed them as they traversed the desolate reddish-brown sandy terrain, passing by gnarled, stunted trees. Midway, the 22nd sand snake blocked their path. She appeared suddenly atop a sand dune, astride a golden-hued warhorse, its mane flowing like delicate white silk. Miss Neem exuded elegance as she sat upon her steed, donned in a shimmering lavender robe, her silken cloak of cream and brass swirling gracefully with each gust of wind, as if she were on the verge of soaring into the air. Amelia Shadd, at 25, was slender as a willow branch, her straight black hair fashioned into a long braid secured with a red gold ribbon. Her prominent forehead, inherited from her father, was complemented by high cheekbones, full lips, and a fair complexion, endowing her with a beauty lacking in her sister. While Abaya's mother was a courtesan from the old town, Neem boasted the noblest lineage from the ancient city of Volantis. A dozen mounted spearmen trailed behind her, their round shields glinting in the sunlight as they descended the dune with her. The prince had drawn back the curtains to relish the gentle sea breeze. Miss Neem approached him, urging her magnificent golden mare to match the pace of the palanquin. "What a pleasure, my uncle," she called out, as if serendipitously encountering the prince. "May we travel together to Sunspear?" The captain of the guard walked on the opposite side of the palanquin, across from Miss Neem. Yet he could hear every word she spoke. "I would be delighted," Prince Daelon replied, though to the captain's ears, he seemed less than enthusiastic. Gout and sorrow are wretched companions. The captain knew that every cobblestone would jab at his swollen joints like needles. "I cannot alleviate your gout," she said. "But my father has no need for sorrow. Revenge is more to his taste. Has Gregor Clegane truly confessed to the murder of Elia and her children?" he bellowed. His accusations echoing throughout the court, and the prince confirmed, "Lord Tywin has promised us his head." "A Lannister always pays his debts," Miss Neem remarked. "It seems to me that Lord Tywin is repaying our debts with our own coin. Dear Sir Daemon sent me a bird, asserting that during the duel, my father struck that beast more than once. If that is indeed the case, Sir Gregor is as good as dead, and Tywin Lannister has gained nothing." The prince let out a grunt, unclear whether it stemmed from joint pain or his niece's words. "Perhaps so. Perhaps. I insist that it is certain. Obara demands war." Name laughed, stating that she wishes to set Old Town ablaze. "Her hatred for that city is equal to my sister's fondness for it. And what of you?" Name glanced back at the retinue, who lingered at a distance. "When the news arrived, I was in bed with the twins of House Fowler." The captain of the guard heard her say, "You know the motto of House Fowler, right? Let me soar. All I ask is for you to grant me this phrase. Let me soar, uncle. I do not desire an army. I only wish for a beloved sister." "Obara?" "Tyrene. Obara is too boisterous. While Tyrene is so sweet and gentle that no one would suspect her. Obara wishes to turn Old Town into our father's pyre. I am not so greedy. 4 lives suffice to repay Lord Tywin's golden twins for Elia's children, the old line for Elia herself, and lastly, the young king. Who shall repay my father? That little boy has done nothing against us. That boy is a bastard born of betrayal, incest, and adultery, if Lord Stannis speaks true." The light-hearted banter faded as the captain of the guard found himself squinting at her. Her sister Obara, adorned with a whip and wielding a spear, was visible to all. Yet Miss Name was equally perilous, as she always concealed her dagger with great skill. "Only the blood of kings can atone for the sin of murdering my father. Oberyn died in a duel, and for a matter with which he had no connection. I cannot label it as murder. Call it what you will. We dispatched the finest warriors of Dorne to King's Landing, yet they returned with a sack of bones. His actions surpassed my instructions." Carefully weighing the young king and his council, noting their strengths and weaknesses, I informed him from the balcony while we shared oranges that if possible, he should find us some allies. "Investigate Elia's matters as thoroughly as you can, but do not provoke Duke Tywin unduly. That is my counsel." Oberyn laughed heartily, saying, "When have I ever excessively irritated anyone? You would do better to warn the Lannisters not to provoke me." He was determined to seek justice for Elia, unwilling to wait any longer. He had waited a full 17 years, when Miss Name interjected, "Had it been you who was slain, my father would have risen in rebellion before the bones grew cold. Had it been you, the forest of spears would sweep the borders. I have no doubt of that. Nor should you, my lord. Remember, for revenge, my sisters and I shall not wait another 17 years." She kicked her mare and galloped toward Sunspire, her retinue swiftly following in her wake. The prince reclined against the cushion, closing his eyes, though Hoda knew he was not asleep. He was in distress. For a brief moment, he contemplated summoning the Bachelor of Carrot to the sedan, yet Prince Dowling would call for him if needed. The afternoon shadows elongated and darkened. The sun, swollen and crimson like the prince's joints, loomed large in the sky, and in the east, the towers of Sunblade City emerged faintly. First, there was the slender Spear Tower, standing at 150 feet, crowned with a gilded iron spike that added an additional 30 feet to its height. Next was the sturdy Sun Tower, adorned with a golden dome and leaded glass. Finally, the dark brown sandship bastion resembled a grand sailing ship turned to stone, cast ashore. A mere 3 leagues of coastal road separated Sunblade City from the waterside gardens, yet they existed as 2 disparate worlds. In the royal precinct, children frolicked naked under the sun, music resonated within the tiled courtyards, and the air was thick with the rich fragrance of lemons and blood oranges. In the city, dust, sweat, and smoke prevailed, and the night echoed with incessant clamor. The waterside gardens were constructed of pale pink marble, while Sunblade City was built from brown earth and straw. The ancient fortress of House Martell stood at the easternmost tip of a sandy peninsula, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, while to the west, beneath the shadow of Sunblade City's immense walls, mud brick shops and windowless hovels clung to the base like barnacles to a hull. Stables, inns, taverns, and brothels proliferated further west, many enclosed within their own walls, yet the ramshackle dwellings were primarily clustered against the city walls. Thus, year after year, as the bearded monks would say, compared to Tyros, Marine, or the Great Novos, this shadow city could scarcely be deemed a town, yet it was the closest thing to a city that Dorne possessed. Miss Nymeria had arrived hours earlier, undoubtedly informing the guards, for when they reached the gates, the triple doors had already been flung open. These gates, aligned in succession, allowed visitors to traverse directly through the threefold curved walls to the old palace, bypassing a lengthy detour through narrow alleys, concealed courtyards, and bustling markets. As the spear tower came into view, Prince Dowling promptly drew the sedan's drapes shut, yet the crowd continued to clamor relentlessly. The sand snakes had stirred fervent emotions. The captain of the guards anxiously noted. They passed through the filthy outer city and entered the 20th gate. The wind within carried the scents of tar, salt water, and decaying seaweed, and with each step, the throng grew denser. "Clear the way for Prince Dowling," shouted Aelio Hoda, striking the ground with the haft of his axe. "Make way for the Prince of Dorne. The prince is dead." A woman shrieked from behind. "Raise the spear." A man bellowed from a balcony. "Dowling," a noble cried out. "Raise the spear." Hoda abandoned his search for the speaker, overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, a third of whom were shouting, "Raise the spear. Avenge the Red Vipers." Upon reaching the 30th gate, the guards had to push through the crowd to clear a path for the prince's sedan. As chaos ensued, a ragged boy dashed past the phalanx of soldiers, clutching a half-rotten persimmon. Upon spotting Aelio Hoda blocking his path, with his axe poised menacingly, the boy relinquished his grip, allowing the fruit to tumble to the ground as he hurriedly fled. In the distance, others hurled lemons, limes, and oranges, shouting, "Battle! Battle! Arm yourselves!" One soldier was struck by a lemon, while an orange landed at the feet of the captain of the guard. Silence emanated from the litter. Dolan Martell remained concealed behind the silk curtains until the castle's thick walls enveloped them entirely, the iron gate creaking shut behind, and the cries faded into the distance. Princess Arianne, accompanied by half of her court, awaited in the outer courtyard. Among them was the aged, blind steward, Ricard, Sir Manfred Martell, the acting lord, and the young master of spices, adorned in a grey robe, his smooth beard perfumed. Additionally, there were 40 knights of Dorne, their vibrant garb resplendent. Young Marcella Baratheon stood alongside her maids and the Kingsguard, Sir Alice, who still donned his sweltering pure white enameled armor. Princess Arianne strode confidently to the litter, her feet adorned in sand snake leather sandals, their laces intricately tied to her thighs. Her ebony hair curled into delicate ringlets cascading down her back, crowned with a sun-shaped copper diadem. "Father," she declared upon the curtain's unveiling, "the city of Sunspear rejoices at your return." "Indeed, I heard their joyful shouts." The prince replied with a faint smile, cradling his daughter's face with a swollen hand. "You appear well." "Captain, please assist me down," she requested. Hoda slid his axe into its sheath and gently lifted the prince, careful to avoid aggravating the swollen joints. Despite his caution, Dolan Martell could not suppress a pained gasp. "I have instructed the cook to prepare a feast," Arianne said, "including all your favorite dishes." "I fear I may not have the appetite," the prince murmured, slowly scanning the courtyard. "I do not see Trey. She requested to speak with you privately. I sent her to the throne room to wait." The prince sighed. "Very well. Captain, may I trouble you once more? The sooner matters here are concluded, the sooner I can rest." Hoda bore him up the lengthy stone steps of the sun tower, arriving at the vast circular hall beneath the vaulted ceiling, where the last rays of afternoon sunlight streamed through the stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the pale marble. The 30-second sand snake awaited them, seated cross-legged on a cushion beneath the raised dais. As they entered, she rose immediately. Clad in a fitted light blue satin gown, her intricately laced sleeves rendered her appearance as pure as a maiden. One hand held an embroidery, while the other grasped a pair of golden needles, seemingly engaged in the art of needlework. Her hair was golden, and her eyes resembled deep blue ponds. Yet, for reasons unknown, they evoked thoughts of her father and the captain of the guard, despite Oberyn's eyes being as dark as eternal night. The daughters of Prince Oberyn possessed his eyes, those of a venomous serpent, and suddenly, Hoda realized that the color was inconsequential. "Uncle," Terenissa said, "I have been awaiting your arrival. Captain, please assist me to the elevated seat." There were two nearly identical thrones on the dais, one adorned with the golden sigil of House Martell, the sun pierced by a spear, while the other displayed the sunburst emblem of the Rhoynar, the same design that had flown from the mast of the ship when Daenerys first arrived in Dorne. The captain placed the prince in the spear throne and then stepped back. "Does it hurt?" Miss Terenissa's voice was exceptionally gentle. and she appeared as delightful as summer strawberries. Her mother was a nun, endowing Terenissa with an innocence that seemed almost otherworldly. What can I do to alleviate your suffering? Speak your mind, and then allow me to rest. I am weary, Terenissa. This is what I have embroidered for you, uncle. Terenissa unfurled her recent needlework, depicting her father, Prince Oberyn, riding a sandy warhorse, clad in crimson armor, with a faint smile. Once I am finished, I shall present it to you as a keepsake of him. I could never forget your father. I am glad to hear that. Many harbor doubts. Lord Tywin has promised us the head of the mountain. He is kind. But the executioner's sword is unworthy of ending the life of the valiant Ser Gregor. We have prayed for his demise for so long, and I believe he prays for it now as well. I know the poison and the method my father employed. There is no death more slow and agonizing than that. Soon, even within the walls of Sunspear, we shall hear the mountainess screams. Prince Doran sighed, while Obara called for war. And you? War, Terenissa replied, but not the kind my sister desires. Dorne men can only showcase their strength when fighting on home soil. Or we might as well sharpen our spears and await their assault. When the Lannisters and Tyrells come upon us, we shall make them bleed at every pass, burying them beneath the rolling sands, as we have done countless times before. Will they come to attack? Oh, they certainly will. They cannot afford the cost of a fractured realm. That is precisely why the Targaryens allied with us. My father told me we must be grateful to the imp for sending Princess Myrcella to us. She is truly beautiful, do you not agree? I wish I had her curls. She is destined for greatness, just like her mother. A dimple blossomed on Terenissa's cheek. If given the chance to personally arrange the wedding and oversee the crown, it would be my utmost honor. Trystane and Myrcella are both pure-hearted children. I envision using platinum with emeralds to complement Myrcella's eyes. Oh, diamonds and pearls would also be fitting, as long as the children can marry and be crowned smoothly. Next, we shall fervently acclaim Myrcella I as the Queen of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the rightful heir to the Seven Kingdoms. And then await the arrival of the Lion. The rightful heir? The prince grunted. She is older than her brother, Tyranny explained, as if addressing a simpleton. According to the law, the Iron Throne should pass to her. According to Dorn's laws, when the benevolent King Daeron wed Princess Myrcella, incorporating us into his grand unified realm, he promised that Dorne could retain its own laws. Myrcella happens to be in Dorne. She is indeed present in Dorne. His tone was reluctant. Let me ponder this. Tyranny retorted playfully. You think too much, uncle. Is that so? Father said so. Oberyn thought too little. Some ponder excessively out of fear of action. There is a distinction between fear and caution. Oh, I pray you shall never know fear, uncle. I hope all is well with you. She raised a hand, and the captain of the guard promptly slammed his poleaxe onto the marble floor. My lady, do not forget your station. Please step away from the platform. Thank you. I mean no harm, Captain. I love my uncle as he loves my father, I assure you. Tyranny knelt before the prince. I have conveyed all I wish to say, uncle. If I have caused any offense, I beg your forgiveness, for my heart is shattered. Do you still love me? Always. Then bless me, and I shall depart. After a moment of hesitation, Daeron placed his hand upon his niece's head. Be brave, child. Oh, how could I not be brave? I am his daughter. Just as she took her leave, Maester Carlot rushed up to the platform. Your Highness, has she come? Let me see your hand. He first examined the palm, then gently turned it over, sniffing the prince's fingers. No, good, this is well. No abrasions. So the prince withdrew his hand. Master, could you procure me some poppy milk? A small cup will suffice. Poppy milk. Certainly, of course. Now, let me contemplate this. Daeron Martell gently urged. Thus Carlot hurried down the stairs. Outside, the sun had set, the light within the archways dimming to a muted blue. The diamond patterns on the floor gradually fading. The prince sat in the elevated position adorned with the Martell family's sigil, his complexion pale from pain. After a prolonged silence, he turned to Alio Hoda. Captain, he inquired, how loyal are my guards? Absolutely loyal. The captain of the guards could scarcely say more. All of them, or just a portion. They are the finest. Outstanding Dornishmen. They shall heed my commands. He stamped the poleaxe onto the ground. Any traitor, no matter who, I shall bring his head. I do not want heads. I seek obedience. They all obey you. Loyalty. Obedience. Protection. Simple oaths, simple men. How many men are required? That is for you to decide. However, a full mobilization might prove more effective than a mere 20 or 30. I wish to handle this matter swiftly, calmly, and without bloodshed. Swiftly, calmly, and without bloodshed, understood. What are your orders? Capture my brother's daughters. Detain them all in the spear tower. Detain the sand snakes? The captain of the guard's throat was dry. All 8 of them, your highness? Those little ones as well? The prince pondered for a moment. Valeria's daughters are still young and do not pose a threat, yet those with ulterior motives may exploit them against me. It is best to confine them as well. Yes, those little ones too, but first, capture Tyene, Nymeria, and Obara. As you command. A sense of unease stirred within him. My little princess will surely disapprove of this order. What about Sarella? She has matured, approaching her 20th year. Unless she returns to Dorne, let her be. Sarella possesses more wit than her sisters. Let her indulge in her games. Capture the others and confine them, so I may find peace in slumber. Very well, the captain hesitated. For if this news spreads through the streets, the common folk will roar in protest. All of Dorne will roar, Doran Martell wearily remarked. May Lord Tywin in King's Landing hear this, so he may know what a loyal friend he has in Sunspear. Chapter 4. Cersei she dreamt of sitting upon the Iron Throne, surveying all below. The courtiers beneath her were no more than brightly colored rodents. Haughty lords and proud ladies kneeling before her, while young, valiant knights laid their swords at her feet, beseeching her favor. The queen smiled graciously in response. Suddenly, the dwarf emerged from nowhere, pointing at her and laughing uproariously, prompting the lords and ladies to titter behind their hands. In that moment, the queen realized she wore no garments at all. In a panic, she attempted to cover herself, striving to preserve her modesty. But the cruel hooks and angles of the Iron Throne tore at her delicate, smooth skin, blood streaming down her thighs as the jagged edges bit into her flesh. She wished to rise, yet her feet were ensnared in the twisted metal, unable to break free. The more she struggled, the more the Iron Throne mercilessly sought to consume her. This hunchbacked monstrosity shredded her breasts and abdomen, severing her limbs until she was a bloody, slippery, glistening mess. Her brother cheered from below, mocking her. When a gentle touch upon her shoulder jolted her awake, the dwarf's laughter echoed still in her ears. Could this hand also be a part of the nightmare? Cersei screamed, startling the hand's owner, the maid Serene, who turned pale and dazed. There were others present. The queen realized. Shadows loomed by the bed, tall men clad in cloaks, their armor glinting in the dim light. How dare they enter my chamber armed? Where are the guards? The light in the room was dim, save for one intruder holding an oil lamp. I must not reveal fear before them. So Cersei gathered her disheveled hair. What do you want? A man stepped into the light, and she recognized his cloak as white. Jaime? She had dreamt of one brother. Yet here stood another. Your Majesty, whispers do not belong to Jaime. The captain has commanded me to inform you. His hair is as curly as Jaime's. However, his brother possesses a golden hue, indistinguishable from hers, while this man's locks are both greasy and dark. She gazes at him, listening to discussions about lavatories, crossbows, and their father, perplexed. My dream has not yet faded. Cersei is convinced. I am still ensnared in a nightmare. When I awaken, Tyrion will crawl out from beneath the bed, ready to mock me. Yet, such thoughts are foolish. Her dwarf brother is presently confined in the black cells, destined for execution today. She lowers her gaze to scrutinize her hands, ensuring every finger is intact, then touches her body. Her skin prickles. Yet there are no cuts or wounds. Her legs bear no scars, her feet no injuries. Dreams are but dreams, mere illusions. I imbibed too much last night. The wine has magnified the phantoms. At dawn, I shall be the one who laughs last. My children shall remain safe. Tommen's throne will endure through the ages, while that wretched, despicable, diminutive creature rots in hell. Jocelyn Swyft approaches the bedside, offering a cup. Cersei takes a sip of the lemon-infused water, finding it too sour, and spits it out. The night breeze rattles the narrow window, producing a peculiar tranquility. Jocelyn trembles beside her like leaves, while Ser Loras, shrouded in dread, stands before her. With Ser Boros Blunt holding a lantern behind him, and a multitude of Lannister guards donning lion helmets stationed at the door, their golden lion crests glimmering faintly. They are all engulfed in fear. Is it true? The queen cannot believe it. Is this truly happening? She suddenly rises, allowing Ser Loras to drape her robe over her nakedness, awkwardly fastening it with stiff fingers. My father has guards day and night, Cersei declares, her voice slightly hoarse, taking another sip of lemon water to invigorate herself. A moth has discovered Ser Boros's light. She observes its fluttering shadow, the insect buzzing against the glass in search of illumination. The guards remain vigilant. Your Majesty, Ser Osmond Kettleblack replies. But there is a hidden door in the fireplace that had not been previously discovered. The captain has set out to explore the secret passage beyond. Jaime? Fear seizes her. Like a sudden storm, Jaime should be safeguarding the king. The boy is safe. Ser Jaime dispatched a dozen knights to watch over him personally. His Majesty is presently in tranquil slumber. May he sleep sweeter than I. Who is responsible for guarding the king? Ser Loras is fortunate to bear this weighty responsibility. I hope you find satisfaction, your majesty. How could she possibly be satisfied? The Tyrells are but the favored henchmen of the Dragon King, once merely stewards. Now their ambition swells, harboring treachery. Ser Loras may be the dream of every maiden in love, yet beneath that white cloak, he remains a pure-blooded Tyrell. To her, all the bitter fruits of this night are surely cultivated from the poisoned blooms of Highgarden. Yet, such words cannot be uttered aloud. I must dress immediately. Sir Osmond, I beseech you to accompany me to the Tower of the Handlater. Sir Boros, rouse the jailer and ascertain whether my brother remains imprisoned. She dared not utter his name. No, he lacked the courage to defy our father. She repeatedly reassured herself, though a lingering doubt remained in her heart. As you wish. Your Grace, Boros replied as he handed the lantern to Sir Osmond. Watching him depart, Cersei exhaled a sigh of relief. What a coward. Father should never have returned the white cloak to him. As she left the Maegor's hold, the sky had transformed into a deep cobalt blue. Yet the stars continued to twinkle. The fall of a star, Cersei mused, the brightest star in the west had indeed descended, and the path ahead would grow darker still. She paused at the center of the drawbridge spanning the dried moat, gazing down at the jagged spikes below. It is true, they would not dare deceive me with this. Who discovered it? His guards, Sir Osmond stated, loom. He suddenly felt the urge to relieve himself, and found the adult in the privy. No, it cannot be. That is not where the lion met his end. The Queen Regent remained remarkably calm, recalling the first time she lost a tooth as a child. It did not hurt. Yet the void in her mouth tempted her to incessantly lick it. Now, in my world, the place where father vanished is that great gaping hole. How shall I fill it? If Tywin Lannister is truly dead, the entire family is no longer safe, especially her son, who claims the throne. With the lion fallen, the beast shall rise. Wolves and tigers will seize the opportunity. They seek to overthrow her. They have always desired her downfall. Thus, she must act decisively. As she did upon Robert's demise. It could also be a scheme by Stannis Baratheon, colluding with the thieves within the city, to strike while chaos reigns. Let him come. Cersei thought, I shall crush him, just as I did father, and this time, I shall take his life. After all, what fear should she harbor of Stannis or Melisandre? No one could instill fear in her. She is the daughter of Casterly Rock, the daughter of the Lion. Furthermore, there shall be no more arranged marriages. Casterly Rock belongs to me, and the power of House Lannister is mine. No one can make her tremble. Even if in the future Tommen no longer requires the regent. As a great lord, I shall still dictate the affairs of the realm. The rising sun adorned the tower's pinnacle with vibrant crimson. Yet the walls below remained shrouded in darkness. The outer city was eerily silent, leading her to wonder if its inhabitants had perished. They all deserve to die. Tywin Lannister should not have met his end alone. Even in death, he deserves to drag a multitude of fools along with him. For guards clad in red cloaks stood sentinel before the Tower of the Hand. No one shall enter or exit without my permission, Cersei commanded. Issuing orders was a simple task for her, yet she lacked the iron will that resonated in her father's voice. The smoke from the torches within the tower stung her eyes, but she would not shed tears, just as her father would not. I am his only, true heir. In the stillness, the only sound was the friction of heels against the stone floor. A moth continued to flail helplessly against the flame, attempting to enter. Die. The Queen Mother thought impatiently, dive into the fire, and turn to ash. At the top of the stairs, 2 more red-cloaked guards awaited her. As she passed, the red-faced Lister whispered condolences. At this moment, the Queen Mother was breathless, dizzy, her heart pounding wildly within her chest. It is all the fault of these damned stairs. She reasoned with herself. This cursed tower is filled with far too many infernal steps. She harbored a desire to topple the entire edifice. The hall was brimming with whispering fools, as if Lord Tywin still slumbered, and none dared to disturb the silence. As she stepped inside, guards and servants retreated, murmuring incantations. Cersei observed the pink beds and writhing tongues, yet she absorbed none of their words, dismissing them as mere fluttering moths. What were they doing here? How much did they know? By rights, they should have informed her first. Was she not the Queen Regent? Had they forgotten? Ser Meryn Trant stood before the Chancellor's chamber clad in white armor and robes, his visor raised, thick bags under his eyes suggesting he had yet to awaken fully. Drive these people away, Cersei commanded. Is my father still in the privy? They carried him back to bed, milady, Ser Meryn replied as he pushed the door open. Moonlight streamed through the narrow window, casting golden stripes upon the rushes. Uncle Kevin knelt at the bedside, seemingly in prayer, yet grief rendered him voiceless. The guards huddled around the fireplace. Among the ashes, the hidden door mentioned by Ser Osmond stood wide open, no larger than a baker's oven, requiring one to crawl inside. Tyrion was indeed a half-man, a thought that ignited her fury. No, the imp remained locked in the black cells. It could not possibly be his doing. It was Stannis. She told herself, it was Stannis' plot, and he still had followers in the city. Perhaps it was the Tyrells regarding the secret passages within the Red Keep. Rumors had long swirled that the fearsome Maegor had slain all the craftsmen to safeguard the castle's secrets. How many bedrooms were interconnected by these hidden ways? Cersei envisioned the imp wielding a blade, emerging from behind the tapestries of Tommen's chamber. Tommen was heavily guarded, she reassured herself. Yet, was not Duke Tywin also under stringent protection? For a moment, she could hardly recognize the deceased. True, the hair belonged to her father, but everything else was amiss. He appeared so small, so frail, the robe gathered to his chest, completely bare below the waist. The deadly crossbow bolt had struck between his navel and manhood. Embedded within him, with only the feathers protruding, the duke's pubic hair matted with clotted blood, the belly button encircled by a dark red ring. The stench compelled her to cover her nose. "Remove the bolt," she ordered. "Are you fools? The hand of the king lies here. He is my father, my lord father." Should I scream, weep, and tear my hair? It is said that Catelyn Stark, after witnessing the phrase murder her beloved Robb before her eyes, disfigured herself in her grief. Do you wish me to do the same, father? Or should I be strong? Have you ever wept for your father? Her grandfather had passed when she was but a year old, yet she was well aware of the circumstances. It was said that Duke Tygett, exceedingly corpulent, had succumbed to a heart attack while ascending the stairs to visit his mistress. At that time, her father was serving as the hand of the king in King's Landing. Indeed, during her and Jaime's childhood, Duke Tywin had spent nearly all his days in the capital. If her father had ever known sorrow, he had never shed a tear before anyone. The Queen Regent felt her nails digging deeply into her palm. How dare you leave him lying like this? My father serves as the Prime Minister to 3 kings. A figure revered as one of the greatest leaders in the annals of the 7 kingdoms. Let the bells of the city toll, as they did upon the passing of Robert. Let him be bathed and dressed in a manner befitting his stature, adorned with ermine, gold thread, and crimson silk. Where is Pycelle? Where is Pycelle? She turned to face the guards. Pycelle, summon the Grand Maester at once, to attend to Lord Tywin. He has come and gone. Your Grace, came the reply from Pycelle's. He left to call upon the Silent Sisters. It was they who informed me last. Realizing this, Cersei was rendered speechless in her fury, and Pycelle, who would rather leave the Duke to seek assistance than soil his frail, wrinkled hands, was utterly useless. Summon Maester Balabar. She commanded, summon Maester Franken. Anyone will do. Bring them all. Pycelle's and the short-eared swiftly departed. Where's my brother? He is in the secret passage. There is a ladder carved into the stone, with iron rings. Ser Jaime wishes to see how deep it truly is. He has but one hand. She wanted to chastise them. You fools should be the ones to go down. He cannot descend. The man who murdered our father awaits below. Her twin brother was always too reckless. It seemed the pain of his severed hand had not taught him the virtue of caution. Just as she was about to order the guards to search for Jaime, Pycelle's and the short-eared returned with a gray-haired man. Your Grace, the latter announced. This man claims to be a maester. The newcomer bowed deeply. How may I serve your Grace? He seemed vaguely familiar, yet Cersei could not place him. An old fellow, yet still younger than Pycelle. There was a certain strength about him. He was tall, slightly stooped, with prominent blue eyes surrounded by a web of wrinkles. He wore no collar. You have no chain. It was confiscated. Your Grace, my name is Qyburn, and I treated your brother's hand injury. Humph, treat his severed limb then. She recalled that this man had returned with Jaime from Harrenhal. Indeed, I could not restore Ser Jaime's hand, but I did save his arm, perhaps even his life. The Citadel may strip me of my chain, but they cannot take away my knowledge. Very well, you may try, she decided, but should you disappoint me, you will lose more than just your chain, I assure you. Remove the crossbow bolts from my father's body and prepare him for the Silent Sisters. At once, your Grace. Qyburn approached the bed, then suddenly halted, turning back to ask, what shall I do with this girl, your Grace? Girl? Cersei had completely overlooked the presence of a 20th corpse. She strode back to the bed, pulling aside the blood-stained sheets. There she lay, naked and cold, her skin pale pink except for her face, which was as dark as that of poor Joffrey at his wedding feast. A golden necklace was half buried in the girl's throat, tightly entwined, slicing into her skin. Upon witnessing this, the queen screeched like an enraged cat. What is she doing here? We found her in bed, your Grace. The short-eared replied. She was the little monster's whore. As if that were reason enough for her presence. My father has no ties to harlots, Cersei thought. Since my mother's death, he has not touched a woman. She cast a cold glance at the guards. It was not as if Lord Tywin, Upon returning to Casterly Rock to mourn his father's passing, discovered a woman adorned in my mother's jewels and garb. He immediately stripped her of everything, leaving her in utter disgrace. For a fortnight, she was paraded through the streets of Lannisport, confessing to every passerby that she was a thief and a whore. This was how Lord Tywin Lannister dealt with prostitutes. He would not entertain the notion that the girl had alternative motives for being here, nor would he consider that perhaps he was interrogating her, prying for information about her master. Coburn suggested, "I heard that on the night the king was murdered, Sansa Stark went missing." Indeed, Cersei seized upon this conclusion without hesitation. Without a doubt, he is interrogating her. However, the queen's gaze seemed to collide with Tyrion's lascivious stare. Beneath his grotesque nose, the dwarf's mouth twisted into a mocking grin reminiscent of a monkey. What could be more exquisite than nakedness? What could be more direct than spreading her legs? The dwarf's whispers echoed in her ear. "If it were me, I would interrogate her thus." The queen turned away. "I do not wish to see her again." In that instant, she could no longer remain in the same room as the deceased woman. She pushed past Coburn and returned to the hall. Sir Osmond had brought his brothers, Osney and Osfryn, to her, delivering news of a woman's corpse in the Prime Minister's chambers. Cersei instructed the three of them from House Catblack that this matter must remain a secret. "Yes, milady," Sir Osney replied, a faint scratch still visible on his face from one of Tyrion's other harlots. "What shall we do with her? Feed her to the dogs? Or take her back to bed as a memento? It matters not to me. She is of no consequence. Remember, anyone who dares to speak a word of this shall lose their tongue. Do you understand?" Osney and Osfryn exchanged glances, comprehending. "Understood, your grace." She guided them inside, observing as they wrapped the girl's body in a blood-stained sheet belonging to her father. "Shay," she murmured, recalling the name. Their last conversation had transpired on the eve of the trial by combat, the very morning the smiling Dornish Viper had issued a public challenge. Shay had wanted back the jewels that Tyrion had given her, and Cersei had previously promised her the return of a city residence, in addition to a knight's hand in marriage. The queen made it abundantly clear, a whore would gain nothing unless she revealed Sansa Stark's whereabouts. "You were her handmaiden. Do you truly know nothing of her fate?" Shay had fled in tears. Osfryn hoisted the body onto his shoulder. "Do not lose the necklace," Cersei commanded. "Be cautious. Do not tarnish the gold." Osfryn nodded and began to move toward the exit. "Return. Do not use the front door," she directed towards the secret passage. "This way. Descend below." Sir Osfryn knelt, preparing to enter, when suddenly the light within the passage brightened, accompanied by a voice. Jaime emerged, hunched over like an old woman, kicking off his boots and shaking out the ashes of Lord Tywin's final fire. "Do not block the way," he admonished the Catblacks. Cersei rushed forward. "Have you found them? Have you located the assassin? How many are there?" "Undoubtedly. This is a conspiracy orchestrated by a group. A single individual could not have slain her father." Her twin brother appeared haggard, and at the foot of the staircase lay a room where 6 corridors converged, each sealed by iron gates, entwined with chains that could only be unfastened with a key. He gazed towards the bedroom, pondering whether the assailant still lingered within the walls. The interior of the tower resembled a profound and shadowy labyrinth. She envisioned Tyrion transforming into a colossal rat, scurrying forth from the walls. No, such a thought was utterly foolish. The dwarf was confined in a dark prison. Summon the craftsmen to overturn the entire tower. I must locate them. Regardless of who they are, I demand retribution. Jaime embraced her, his uninjured hand caressing her back. His breath bore the scent of smoke and dust, yet the dawn's light illuminated his hair, casting a golden glow. In this moment, she yearned to cradle his face and bestow a tender kiss. Soon, she reassured herself, he would inevitably seek her out for solace. "We are our father's heirs, Jaime," she whispered. "We must shoulder the burdens he left behind. You shall serve as the hand of the king in place of our father. It is evident that such necessity exists. Tommen requires your guidance." He pushed her away, raising his severed limb before her. How can a man without a hand serve as the hand of the king?" "Sister, do not jest. I am unfit to rule." Their uncle, having overheard Jaime's refusal, along with Coburn and the others who were dragging the body into the hearth, even the guards, Puckins, Horseleg Hawk, and Short Ear, would soon spread the news throughout the city. Cersei felt a flush of crimson creep upon her cheeks. "Rule? I do not desire your governance. Until my son reaches maturity, I shall govern the realm. I know not whom to lament," her brother remarked lightly, "for Tommen, or for the 7 kingdoms." She struck him across the face. Jaime instinctively raised his hand to block the blow, but alas, this cat was but a 3-legged one. A crimson imprint marred his cheek. Their uncle, hearing the commotion, rose to his feet, declaring, This is where your father met his demise. If you wish to quarrel, take it outside." Jaime lowered his head in apology. "Please forgive us, uncle. My sister is too grief-stricken to contain herself." At his words, Cersei almost felt compelled to strike him again. I must be mad to wish for him to serve his hand. Why not simply abolish the position altogether? Which hand has ever brought her joy? Jon Arryn had lured Robert Baratheon to her bed, and before his death, he pried into her secrets with Jaime. Eddard Stark had taken Arryn's place, compelling Cersei to commit murder to extricate herself from Robert and gather strength to confront her two troublesome brothers. Tyrion sold Myrcella to Dorne, took one of her sons hostage, and murdered another, and Lord Tywin, during his days in King's Landing. The next hand must be obedient, she assured herself. Ser Kevan might be suitable. He is tireless, astute in his endeavors, and compliant with orders. She could rely upon him, much like her father. How could a hand dispute with the mind? The hand ought to submit to commands. Furthermore, to govern the kingdom, she indeed required more assistance. Pycelle is merely a quivering sycophant, and after losing his sword hand, Jaime has also lost his courage. Neither Mace Tyrell nor his henchmen, Loras and Renly, can be trusted, all contributing to the chaos of today. Lord Tyrell is acutely aware that as long as Tywin Lannister draws breath, he cannot dominate the Seven Kingdoms. I must tread carefully around him. The capital is rife with his men. He has even placed his son within the Kingsguard, and intends to have his daughter share Tommen's bed. The thought of her father's arrangement for Tommen to wed Margaery Tyrell still ignites her wrath. That girl is twice my son's age, and has been widowed twice. Mace Tyrell insists his daughter is still a maiden, yet Cersei does not believe it. Joffrey was murdered before the wedding, but Loras, a man fond of sweet wine, would happily down a tankard of ale if offered. She resolved to command Lord Varys to investigate thoroughly. Varys. She abruptly halted her pacing. She had nearly forgotten Varys. The eunuch should be present. He always appears at the scene of events with the utmost swiftness. Within the Red Keep, no matter the event, great or small, escapes Varys' watchful eye. With Jaime present, as well as Uncle Kevin and Pycelle coming and going, a chill coursed down her spine regarding Varys. He is an accomplice. He fears her father's wrath and seeks to act preemptively. Tywin has never held a shred of fondness for the Master of Whisperers, and if anyone knows the city's secret passages, it is the Spider. He must have formed an accord with Lord Stannis. They had worked together in Robert's small council, each understanding the other. Cersei strode towards the bedroom door to find Ser Meryn Trant. "Trant, fetch Lord Varys. I care not how you do it, so long as you do not harm him." "As you command, your grace." As the Kingsguard departed, another rushed back. Ser Boros Blunt ascended the stairs, his face flushed and breathless. "He's escaped, your grace," he gasped, kneeling on one knee. "The imp's cell was opened, and he is gone. A nightmare come to fruition." "I issued a strict command," she retorted. "I demanded round-the-clock vigilance." Blunt's chest rose and fell rapidly. "One of the guards is also missing. His name is Logan. The other two guards are asleep." She fought to suppress a scream. "You did not wake them, did you, Ser Boros?" "No, your grace. Let them sleep." "Let them sleep?" The Kingsguard lifted his fleshy chin, confusion etched upon his face. "Yes, your grace. Let them sleep. Forever. I wish for them to slumber eternally, sir." "How dare the guards nap on duty? He is lurking within the walls, having slain my mother and poor Myrcella, and soon he will come to kill me." The queen knows well that this is precisely what the old crone foretold in the dim tent. I mocked her, yet she possesses true power. A drop of blood revealed to me my future, my ruin. Cersei's legs weakened, akin to water, and when Ser Boros reached out to steady her, she recoiled. In her eyes, he could very well be Tyrion's man. "Begone!" she shouted, "begone!" She stumbled toward the chair. "Your Majesty," suggested Bronn. "May I fetch you a cup of water?" "Water? I crave blood, not water. I demand the blood of Tyrion, his blood." The torch flickered uncertainly before her, and Cersei closed her eyes, envisioning the dwarf mocking her. "No," she thought. "No, I had already freed myself from you." Yet his fingers tightened around her neck, constricting further. Chapter 5. "Brienne, I seek a 13-year-old maiden," she said to a gray-haired matron by the village well, a very beautiful noble girl, with blue eyes and auburn hair. She may be traveling with a portly knight in his 40s, or perhaps with a jester. "Have you seen her?" "I may not have encountered them, my lord," replied the matron, rapping her knuckles against her forehead, "but I shall keep an eye out. I will." The blacksmith had not seen her, nor had the monks from the village chapel, the pig herder, or the girl pulling onions in the garden. All claimed ignorance, and the village of Rosby, lined with humble shanties of wood and mud, yielded no leads for the daughter of Tarth. Nevertheless, she refused to concede defeat. "This is the shortcut to the Vale," Brienne reassured herself. If Sansa sought refuge or took a boat, She would surely pass this way. At the castle gate, she inquired of two spearmen. Their insignia 3 red chevrons on a sable background, belonging to House Rosby. In these times, if she were on the road, she would no longer be a maiden, remarked the elder, while the younger wondered if the hair between the girl's legs was also auburn. I find no assistance here. As Brienne mounted her steed, she caught sight of a scrawny boy riding a mottled horse at the village's end. I have yet to question him, she thought, but before she could approach, the boy vanished behind the chapel. She made no effort to pursue him. He likely knew no more than the others. Rosby village was merely a stretch of open land beside the main road. Sansa had no reason to linger here. Thus, Brienne resumed her journey, advancing northeast past apple orchards and barley fields, soon leaving both the village and the castle behind. Only upon reaching the Vale will I discern the truth, she told herself. Assuming the girl had indeed traveled in this direction, I shall find her and protect her. In King's Landing, Brienne had promised Ser Jaime, for her lady mother and for you. Noble words, yet easier said than done. She had lingered in the city too long, gathering scant news. I should have departed sooner. But the vastness of the sea is daunting. Where do I search? Sansa Stark had vanished without a trace on the night King Joffrey died. And even if someone had seen her or knew her whereabouts, they had not spoken of it. At least, not to her. Brienne believed the girl had left the capital. If she remained in King's Landing, surely the gold cloaks would have unearthed her. She must have fled, but to where was uncertain. If I were a terrified maiden on the cusp of womanhood, isolated and in grave danger, what would I do? She pondered. Where would I go? For her, the answer was clear. Return to Tarth and seek her father. However, Sansa witnessed the beheading of her biological father, and her mother was also murdered in the town of Riverrun. The ancestral stronghold of House Stark, Winterfell, has been ravaged and set ablaze, its inhabitants slaughtered. She is now homeless, bereft of her father, mother, and siblings. Perhaps she is in the next town, or aboard a ship bound for Essos. Anything is possible. To take a step back, even if Sansa Stark wished to return home, how could she navigate the journey? The King's Road is perilous, a fact known even to children. The Ironborn occupy the waters of the Sunset Sea, while Riverrun is the domain of House Frey, the very perpetrators of the murders of Sansa's brother and mother. If she possessed wealth, she might take to the sea, yet the port of King's Landing lies in ruins. The Blackwater River choked with fragmented piers and sunken warships. Brienne inquired along the docks, but no one recalled any ships departing on the night of King Joffrey's death. A few merchant vessels anchored in the bay were unloading cargo via small boats. One person informed her that more ships were continuing along the coast to the bustling port of Duskendale, which had never been so lively. Contrary to what Jaime had suggested, Brienne's mare was indeed commendable in appearance and maintained a brisk pace. There were more travelers than she anticipated. Members of the Beggars' Guild ambled by with bowls suspended from their necks by ropes. A young squire galloped past, his steed rivaling that of any noble lord. Later, she encountered a group of silent sisters, but upon her inquiry, they all shook their heads in ignorance. A convoy of ox carts rumbled southward, laden with grains and bags of wool. Subsequently, she passed a swineherd driving a herd of pigs and an elderly woman in a cart, accompanied by a contingent of mounted guards. She questioned them about the whereabouts of a 13-year-old noble maiden with blue eyes and auburn hair, but none had seen her. She also inquired about the road ahead. Someone informed her that the path to Duskendale was relatively safe, but beyond that, the woods were the domain of bandits and the remnants of the fallen. In the outskirts, the soldiers and sentinels still bore vestiges of greenery, while the broadleaf trees donned cloaks of brown and gold, some even shedding their robes to reveal bare brown branches reaching skyward like claws. With every gust of wind, swirling dead leaves danced upon the rutted path. The mare beneath her, a gift from Jaime Lannister, trod softly over the withered foliage. Searching for a missing girl in the vast expanse of Westeros is akin to seeking a single leaf in the autumn breeze. She couldn't help but wonder if Jaime's task was a cruel jest. Perhaps Sansa had been quietly executed due to her association with King Joffrey's demise. Buried in an unmarked grave, with a brutish woman from House Tarth sent to seek her, what better way to obscure a murder? No, Jaime would not do such a thing. He is an honorable man. He bestowed upon her this sword, naming it Oathkeeper. Regardless, this is not the decisive factor. What truly matters is that she vowed to Lady Catelyn to bring her daughters back. There is no promise more solemn than one made to the deceased. According to Jaime, that sister had long since perished, and the Arya sent north to wed Roose Bolton's bastard was an impostor. Thus, only Sansa remains. Brienne must find her. At dusk, she beheld a small stream where a campfire flickered. Two individuals sat beside the flames, roasting salmon, their weapons and armor heaped beneath a tree. One was an elder, while the other, though not particularly young, was relatively younger. The latter rose to greet her, clad in a speckled deerskin tunic, the laces taut around his ample belly. His unkempt beard sprawling across his cheeks and chin, reminiscent of aged gold. "Our salmon is sufficient for 3, my lady," he proclaimed loudly. This was not the first time Brienne had been mistaken for a man. She removed her full helm, allowing her hair to cascade down. Her hair was a yellowish hue, akin to dirty straw, and equally brittle and dry. Long, sparse strands drifted over her shoulders. "Thank you, my lord." The mercenary squinted at her, and Brienne realized he must be somewhat nearsighted. "A maiden, is it? A fully armored maiden? By the gods, Ely, look at her stature." "I, too, thought her a knight," the elder knight remarked, turning the salmon. Had Brienne been a man, she would indeed be considered tall. As a woman, she was a giant. Freak was the term she had heard most throughout her life. She possessed broad shoulders, even wider hips, long legs, and robust arms. Her chest muscles were more developed than her breasts, and both her hands and feet were disproportionately large. Moreover, she was not conventionally attractive, bearing a freckled visage reminiscent of a horse, with teeth that seemed too large for her mouth. These were observations she needed no prompting to recognize. "My lords," she inquired, "have you encountered a 13-year-old maiden upon your travels? She has blue eyes and auburn hair, and she may be accompanied by a portly man in his 40s with a ruddy complexion." The nearsighted mercenary scratched his head. "I do not recall such a maiden. Furthermore, what shade qualifies as auburn?" "Chestnut, perhaps," the elder replied. "But no, we have not seen her." "We have not seen her, my lady," the younger confirmed. "Come now, dismount. The fish is nearly ready. Are you hungry?" Indeed, she was famished, yet she dared not let her guard down. Mercenaries had a dubious reputation. It was often said that mercenaries and brigands were two sides of the same coin. These two appeared relatively harmless. "Forgive me, how should I address you, my lords? I am Sir Creighton Longbow, fortunate to be sung of by bards. Perhaps you are familiar with my deeds along the Blackwater." The rotund man introduced himself. "My companion is the impoverished Sir Alif." Even if there existed ballads regarding Sir Creighton Longbow, Brienne had not heard them. To her, their names were as unfamiliar as their heraldry. Sir Creighton's green shield bore a brown banner, marked with deep gashes from a battle axe. Sir Alif's shield displayed gold and ermine, yet judging by his appearance, he likely had never owned true gold or ermine. He appeared to be at least 60, with a gaunt, narrow face, donned in a hood connected to a patched coarse cloak, his armor speckled with rust resembling freckles. Brienne towered over both of them, her steed and gear far superior. It would take more than such men to instill fear in her, unless their swords were swapped for sewing needles. "Thank you ever so much, my esteemed sir," she said. "I would be delighted to share the salmon." Brienne dismounted gracefully. She first removed the saddle from the mare's back, then offered it water before tethering it securely to graze. She piled her weapons, shield, and saddlebags beneath an elm tree. At this moment, the salmon had been grilled to a crisp perfection. Sir Creighton handed her a piece of fish, and she sat cross-legged on the ground, indulging heartily. "We are headed to the Vale of Evening, my lady," Longbow remarked as he tore into his salmon with his fingers. "It would be prudent for you to accompany us. The journey ahead is fraught with peril." Brienne could elaborate on just how treacherous the road was, and he would likely not relish the details. "I appreciate your kindness, sir, but I do not require your protection. I stand firm in my conviction. A true knight would safeguard a delicate woman." She touched the hilt of her sword. "This shall protect me, sir. The efficacy of a sword lies with the hand that wields it. My swordsmanship is quite commendable. Say what you will. It is impolite to dispute with a lady. We shall ensure your safe passage to the Vale of Evening. Traveling in a trio is far safer than venturing alone. When we departed from Riverflow, we were also 3, yet James lost a hand, and Cleofrey lost his life. Your steeds cannot match my own." Sir Creighton's brown gelding appeared frail and aged, its eyes glazed. Sir Alif's mount looked emaciated, resembling a creature that had not been adequately fed. "My warhorse performed admirably at the Blackwater," Sir Creighton insisted. "I wreaked havoc there and collected a handsome ransom from several lives. Are you familiar with Sir Herbert Polen?" "My lady, you shall never see him again, for I dispatched him on the spot. Remember, when swords clash, Sir Creighton Longbow shall never cower behind." His companions chuckled heartily. "Pray let it go. She does not require our company." "What do you mean by she?" Brienne was uncertain of his intent. Sir Alif pointed a bony finger at her shield. Despite the paint being chipped and peeling, the design remained vivid. A large black bat on a field of silver and gold, diagonally divided. "You bear the shield of a liar. It does not rightfully belong to you. My great-grandfather assisted in slaying the last of House Rashdan, and thereafter, no one dared display that bat, for their family's deeds were as dark as the emblem itself. This shield was unearthed by Sir James from the armory of Harrenhold. Brienne explained, I found it in the stable along with the mare, alongside many pieces of equipment, a saddle, bridle, chainmail, a full-faced helm, 2 bags of coins, and a parchment more precious than gold or silver. I lost my own shield, she continued. A true knight is the lady's shield, Sir Creighton stubbornly asserted. Sir Alif dismissed him entirely. The barefoot seek boots, the frostbitten seek cloaks, but who would willingly allow themselves to be shamed? The sigil of the bat belongs to the pimp Count Lucas and his son, Black Hat Manfred. I cannot help but ponder, why would you wear it? Unless your crimes are even more heinous, perhaps of recent origin. He drew forth a dagger, a hideous and inexpensive iron contraption. A tall, robust woman concealed her true identity. Cregan, take heed. This is the daughter of Tarth, poised to sever the throat of Lord Renly. That is a falsehood. For her, Renly Baratheon was more than merely a king. She had fallen in love with him when this leisurely duke arrived for his coming-of-age ceremony for the 10th time at Tarth. Her father hosted a welcoming banquet, compelling her attendance, lest she remain hidden in her chambers like a wounded creature. At that time, she was nearly of Sansa's age, more terrified of mockery than of blades. They will learn of the rose, she confided to Ser Loras, and they shall mock me. Yet the stars of evening would not relent. Renly treated her with courtesy as if she were a normal, beautiful maiden. He even danced with her, and in his embrace. She felt elegant and noble, her feet gliding in a graceful rhythm. Inspired by the Duke's example, others approached her with invitations. From that day forth, her sole desire was to remain by Lord Renly's side, to serve him and safeguard his well-being. Ultimately, however, she felt she had betrayed him. Renly died in my arms, yet I did not slay him, she mused, knowing these mercenary knights would never comprehend. I would gladly sacrifice my life for King Renly. She professed, I did not harm him. I swear by my own sword. Knights swear by their swords, Sir Cregan retorted. Swear by the 7, urged the impoverished Ser Loras. Very well, I swear by the 7 that I did not harm King Renly. In the name of the mother, should I speak falsehoods, may I never obtain her mercy. In the name of the father, may he grant me just judgment. In the names of the maiden and the crone, of the smith and the warrior, and of the stranger, should my words be untrue, may I be immediately taken. For a girl, she certainly swore with conviction. Sir Cregan acknowledged. Indeed, Ser Loras shrugged. If she lies, the gods will deal with it. He reclaimed the dagger. The watch is yours. As the mercenaries slumbered, Brienne paced restlessly around the small encampment, listening to the crackling of the fire. I must continue my journey swiftly. These 2 men were unfamiliar to her, yet she could not abandon them unguarded in their vulnerability. For in the pitch black of night, horseback riders traversed the roads, and the woods echoed with various sounds, perhaps an owl, perhaps a prowling fox, or perhaps something entirely different. Thus, Brienne paced back and forth, ensuring her long sword remained readily unsheathed. Overall, keeping watch was relatively simple. The true challenge would arise when Ser Loras awoke to relieve her. Brienne spread a blanket upon the ground, curled up, and closed her eyes. Despite being utterly fatigued, she admonished herself, I cannot sleep. In the presence of men, she could never rest easily. Even within Lord Renly's camp, the specter of assault always loomed. This lesson had been imparted to her beneath the walls of Highgarden, and was reiterated when she fell into the hands of the brave companions alongside Jaime. The chill of the mud seeped through the blanket into Brienne's bones. Before long, from her chin to her toes, every muscle was taut with tension. She pondered the whereabouts of Sansa Stark, wondering if she too felt the chill. Lady Catelyn had once remarked that Sansa was a little lady, always polite, with a fondness for lemon cakes, silk gowns, and ballads that extolled chivalry. Yet, this girl had witnessed her father's severed head, and was subsequently forced to wed one of his executioners. If half of the tales were true, this dwarf was indeed the most cruel member of House Lannister. Should she truly have poisoned King Joffrey, it would undoubtedly have been under the duress of the imp. After all, she was utterly alone in the court, without a single ally. In King's Landing, she had tracked down a woman named Belina, one of Sansa's handmaids. The woman informed her that there was no affection between Sansa and the dwarf. Perhaps her flight was motivated not only by Joffrey's murder, but also by a desire to escape him. Dawn roused Brienne from her slumber. She had dreamt. Yet the dreams eluded her memory. Her legs were as stiff as wood from the frigid ground, but she had not been disturbed, nor had her belongings been touched. The mercenaries had risen. Ser Ilyn was preparing a squirrel for breakfast, while Ser Creighton was relieving himself against a great tree. Mercenaries, she mused, one aged and arrogant, the other portly and myopic, yet they were good men. The discovery that such goodness still existed in the world brought her solace. They dined on roasted squirrel, acorn cakes, and pickles, while Ser Creighton regaled her with tales of his valiant exploits at the Battle of Blackwater, where he claimed to have slain a dozen fearsome knights of whom Brienne had never heard. "Ah, it was a rare battle, my lady," he declared. "A unique and bloody clash." He conceded that Ser Ilyn had also fought bravely in that engagement, though Ilyn himself said nothing. As they resumed their journey, the two knights flanked her, akin to sentinels guarding a noble woman, albeit one taller than both and clad in superior arms and armor. "Did anyone pass by during your watch?" Brienne inquired. "Perhaps a 13-year-old maiden with chestnut hair?" "No, my lady," replied the impoverished Ilyn. "Not a soul." "I did see some folk," Creighton interjected. "A peasant lad on a dappled mare passed by, and an hour later, 6 or 7 men on foot, armed with sticks and scythes. They noticed our fire and lingered, eyeing our horses for a while. I flashed my iron a bit, urging them to move along. They appeared to be a rough lot, outlaws, yet not so wild as to underestimate Ser Creighton Lannister. Indeed, Brienne thought, not to that extent." She turned her head to conceal a smile, grateful that Ser Creighton was too engrossed in recounting his epic battle with the Red Chicken Knight to notice her amusement. It felt good to have company on the road, even if it was these two fellows. At midday, Brienne heard a chant drifting through the barren brown thicket. "What sound is that?" Ser Creighton asked. "It is people. Someone is praying aloud." Brienne recognized the invocation. They beseeched the warrior for protection and implored the crone to illuminate their path. The impoverished Ser Ilyn drew forth his battle-scarred sword, reining in his horse in anticipation. They drew nearer. The fervent chants gradually filled the woods, akin to distant thunder. Suddenly, the source of the sound appeared ahead on the road. A ragtag group of filthy beggars led the way, sporting unkempt beards and clothed in coarse, tattered robes. Some barefoot, while others wore worn-out sandals. Following them were approximately 60 ragged men, women, and children, accompanied by a mottled sow and several sheep. A few men wielded axes, while many more clutched rough wooden clubs. Among them was a 2-wheeled cart fashioned from gray scrap wood, piled high with skulls and scattered bones. Upon spotting the hired knights, the beggar leaders halted, their chanting gradually subsiding. "Esteemed knights," one beggar intoned, "may the Holy Mother have mercy upon you." "The Holy Mother loves you as well, my brother," Sir Leaf replied. "But who are you?" "We are the Assembly of the Poor," responded a burly man with an axe. Despite the autumn chill in the woods, he wore no shirt, his chest emblazoned with a 7-pointed star. Such stars were once etched upon the chests of the Undulls when they crossed the narrow sea and conquered the 7 kingdoms of the first men. "We are heading to the capital," a tall woman pulling the cart proclaimed, "to bring these sacred remains to the great September of Baelor and seek aid and protection from the king." "Join us, friends," urged a diminutive man in tattered monk's robes, a crystal hanging around his neck. "Westeros needs every warrior." "We shall journey to Old Town," Ser Creighton declared, "but perhaps we could escort you safely to King's Landing first." "Provided you can pay," Sir Leaf added, revealing his pragmatic nature. "The sparrows require no coin," the monk replied. Ser Creighton looked puzzled. "Sparrows?" "Sparrows are the most ordinary and humble of birds, and we are the most ordinary and humble of people," the monk explained, his lean, angular face framed by a short, grizzled beard and sparse hair tied at the back, his bare feet as rough and resilient as tree roots. "These bones belong to the saints who revered the divine, martyred for their faith, yet unwavering in their service to the 7. Some perished from hunger, others tortured to death. Churches were plundered, maidens and mothers defiled, and those who worshipped demons ravaged. Even the silent sisters were not spared. The Holy Mother in the heavens sends forth a mournful call. It is time for all anointed knights to renounce their worldly lords and come forth to protect our sacred church. If you hold love for the 7, then accompany us to the capital." "I do love the 7, Sir Leaf replied, "but I must eat. The children of the Holy Mother also require sustenance, and many across the land are starving." "We are going to Old Town," Sir Leaf asserted firmly. A beggar spat, and a woman sighed. "You are hypocritical knights," the burly man with the 7-pointed star remarked, while others brandished their clubs. The barefoot monk sought to calm the gathering, saying, "There is no need for judgment. The role of judge belongs to the Father above. Let them pass peacefully. They too are the poor, merely lost in this earthly realm." Brienne urged her horse forward, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of her lost sister. The girl, merely 13, with chestnut hair, possessed a striking beauty typical of the Virgin's children. "May the Virgin protect this unfortunate girl, as well as you," she silently wished. The monk hefted a strap from the cart before him onto his shoulder, continuing to pull with great effort. The beggars resumed their chants, a haunting melody that filled the air. Brienne and the hired knights sat astride their steeds, observing the procession as it slowly advanced along the rutted road toward Rosby. Gradually, The chanting began to fade away. Sir Creighton shifted uncomfortably in his saddle, pondering what manner of person could slay a holy monk. Brienne knew precisely what sort of person it was. She recalled a time near the City of the Springs when a band of warriors had bound a monk's ankles and hung him from a tree branch, using him as a target for archery practice. She wondered if his bones now lay among the other remains in that cart. Only a fool of the highest order would violate the sanctity of the Silent Sisters, Sir Creighton remarked, disdain dripping from his words. Even to touch them. They label them the wives of strangers, cold and damp beneath the ice. He cast a glance at Brienne. My apologies. Brienne urged her horse onward toward the town of Duskendale. After a while, Ser Ilyn caught up, with Sir Creighton bringing up the rear. 3 hours later, they encountered another group struggling toward Duskendale, a merchant and his servants, accompanied by another hired knight. The merchant rode a dappled gray mare, while his servants took turns hauling a cart. For trudged ahead, 2 flanking the wheels, but upon hearing the sound of hooves, they quickly arranged themselves around the cart, brandishing sturdy staffs, ready for confrontation. The merchant drew a crossbow, while the knight unsheathed his sword. Forgive my suspicion, the merchant exclaimed, but the current situation is precarious, and I am left with only the esteemed Ser Shadrick for protection. Who are you? Oh, I am Sir Creighton Longbow. Recently renowned for my exploits in the Battle of Blackwater, Creighton replied, his tone somewhat aggrieved. This is my companion, the destitute Ser Ilyn. We mean you no harm. Brienne added. The merchant scrutinized her with skepticism. My lady, you ought to remain safe at home. Why do you dress so peculiarly? I am searching for my sister, she stated, refraining from uttering Sansa's name, as Sansa was accused of regicide. She is a beautiful noble maiden, with blue eyes and chestnut hair. Perhaps you have seen her in the company of a portly knight in his 40s, or with a drunken fool. The road was fraught with drunken fools and maidenheads. Yet as for the portly knight, everyone was starving, making it difficult for decent folk to find sustenance. But it seems your Sir Creighton has not suffered from hunger. The merchant noted. That is because of my robust frame, Sir Creighton insisted. Shall we travel together? Oh, I do not doubt Ser Shadrick's bravery, but he seems somewhat diminutive. And 3 swords are better than 1. For swords, Brienne thought to herself, choosing not to voice her opinion. The merchant turned to his guards. What say you, my lord? Oh, I say there is no need to fear these 3, came the reply. Ser Shadrick was slender, possessing a fox-like visage, a pointed nose, and a tousled mane of orange hair, mounted upon a long-limbed chestnut steed. Despite standing a mere 5 feet 2 inches, he exuded an air of unwavering confidence. An elderly man, a portly fellow, and a towering woman. Let them come. Very well. The merchant lowered his crossbow. As they continued on their journey, the knight hired by the merchant slowed his pace, riding alongside her, scrutinizing her, as if she were a prime cut of cured pork. I must say, you are quite the robust lass. Sir James's previous mockery had deeply wounded her, yet the jibes of this diminutive man fell flat. Indeed, when compared to certain others, I am a giant. The knight laughed heartily. My endeavors are indeed considerable, lass. The merchant referred to you as Shadrick, the Shadrick of Shadowvale, known as the Mad Mouse. He turned his shield to display a large white mouse with fierce red eyes set against a backdrop of brown and blue stripes. Brown represents the lands I roam. Blue signifies the rivers I cross, and that mouse embodies me. You are a madman? Oh, quite mad. Ordinary mice shy away from bloodshed and battle. Yet the Mad Mouse seeks them out. He seemed to have little success in finding genuine bloodshed and combat. I have found enough. Admittedly, I am not a knight of tournaments. I reserve my valor for the battlefield, woman. Women are slightly stronger than lass, she thought. You share many traits with the esteemed Sir Clayton. Sir Shadrick laughed again. Oh, is that so? I am dubious. Nevertheless, it appears we may share a common goal. A lost little sister, perhaps? Blue eyes, chestnut hair. He chuckled again. You are not the only hunter in the woods. I am also searching for Sansa Stark. Brienne maintained her composure, concealing her unease. Who is Sansa Stark, and why do you seek her? For love, of course. What other reason could there be? She frowned. Love? Indeed, the love of gold. Unlike your esteemed Sir Clayton, I have fought on the Blackwater, albeit on the side of the vanquished. I went bankrupt paying a ransom. You know Varys, I presume? For this girl, whom you have never heard of, the eunuch has put a hefty bounty of gold. I am not greedy. Should some grand dame assist me in locating that mischievous child, I would gladly share the bounty of the octopus spider. I thought you were employed by that merchant. Only until I reached the Vale of Arryn. Highbald is not only stingy, but also cowardly. He is frightfully timid. What say you, lass? I do not know Sansa Stark. She insisted. I am searching for my sister, a noble girl with blue eyes and chestnut hair. How coincidental. Pray tell, who is the knight accompanying your sister? You say he is a jester? Fortunately, Sir Shadrach did not wait for her response, for she could not answer at all. On the night King Joffrey died, there indeed was a jester who vanished from King's Landing, a stout fellow with a nose riddled with veins, known as the Red Knight, Dantos, formerly of the Vale of Arryn. May your sister and her inebriated jester not be mistaken for the daughters of House Stark and Ser Dantos, for that would indeed be unfortunate. He spurred his warhorse forward. Even Jaime Lannister rarely made Brienne feel so foolish. You are not the only hunter in the woods. The woman named Brienne once recounted how Joffrey humiliated Ser Dantos, and how Lady Sansa pleaded for Joffrey to spare his life. Thus, it was he who aided her escape. Brienne concluded after hearing the tale, finding Ser Dantos would lead her to Sansa. She ought to have known that others might think the same. The character of some individuals may be even less commendable than that of Ser Shadrach. She could only hope that Ser Dantos had hidden Sansa well. If so, how then could I find her? She shrugged, frowning, and urged her horse onward. When the party arrived at an inn, twilight had deepened. The inn was a tall wooden structure, standing at the confluence of rivers, spanning an ancient stone bridge. Ser Creighton informed them that the inn was called the Old Stone Bridge, and its proprietor was his friend. The cook was quite good, and the bedbugs in the rooms were no more numerous than in most inns. He assured them that someone would sleep warmly tonight. We cannot, unless your friend offers it for free, lamented the impoverished Ser Ilif. We have no money for lodging. I can pay for the three of us, Brienne declared, for she lacked not in coin, a privilege bestowed upon her by Jaime. Her saddlebag held a bulging purse filled with silver stag coins and copper star coins, while another smaller pouch was stuffed with gold dragons, accompanied by a parchment commanding the subjects of the king to assist its bearer, Brienne of House Tarth, who was in the service of his majesty. The signature bore the delicate hand of Tommen Baratheon I, king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. Hybard also intended to stay, instructing his men to leave the cart by the stables. Warm yellow lights spilled from the diamond-paned windows of the inn, and Brienne heard a stallion whinny, having caught the scent of her mare. As she unsaddled her horse, a boy emerged from the stable, saying, "Let me do it, my lady." "I am no lady," she corrected him, "but you may take this horse. Ensure it is well fed and watered." The boy's face flushed as he stammered, "Forgive me, miss, I thought." "It is a common mistake," Brienne replied, handing him the reins. She then entered the inn with the others, her saddlebag slung over her shoulder and a rolled blanket tucked under her arm. The wooden floor of the hall was strewn with shavings, and the air was thick with the scents of beer, smoke, and roasting meat. The meat sizzling in the hearth popped and crackled, momentarily unattended. 6 locals sat at a table engaged in conversation, but fell silent as the strangers entered. Brienne felt their stares upon her. Despite her chainmail, cloak, and outer garments, she felt exposed. "Look there," one man remarked. She knew he did not refer to Ser Shadrach. The innkeeper appeared, each hand grasping 3 large tankards, spilling some ale with every step. "Are there any rooms available, sir?" the merchant inquired. "Perhaps, if you have the coin," the innkeeper replied. Sir Creighton Longbow appeared quite aggrieved. "Nagel, is this how you greet an old friend?" "It is I, Longbow." "Indeed, it is you. You owe me 7 silver stags. Bring forth the silver, and I shall provide you with a bed." The innkeeper set down the cups one by one, spilling some wine upon the table in the process. "I shall pay for a room for myself and require another for my 2 companions." Brienne gestured towards Sir Creighton and Sir Ilyn. "I too shall need a room," said the merchant, "for myself and the venerable Ser Shadrach. My servants can sleep in your stables, should you be amenable." The innkeeper glanced in their direction. "I am not inclined, but perhaps I might allow it." "Dinner?" "The fireplace offers fine goat meat. I shall ascertain its quality myself," declared Hybard. "My men are content with merely bread and gravy." Thus, they commenced their meal. Brienne ascended with the innkeeper, discreetly slipping him a few coins to secure the best vacant room for her belongings. Upon her return, she sampled the goat meat, also ordering some for Sir Creighton and Sir Ilyn, as they had previously shared salmon with her. The hired knight and the merchant consumed their meat with ale, while Brienne sipped a cup of goat's milk. She attentively listened to the conversation at the table, harboring a glimmer of hope that she might glean some information to assist in her search for Sansa. "You come from King's Landing," a local remarked to Hybard. "Has the Kingslayer truly been rendered incapacitated?" "Indeed," replied Hybard. "He has lost the use of his sword hand." "Yes," Sir Creighton added. "I have heard it was bitten off by the so-called Ice Wolf, a beast of the North. The North has never produced anything good, not even their gods are peculiar." He continued. "It was not the wolf." Brienne found herself interjecting. Ser Jaime's hand was severed by the mercenaries of Coer. "It is no easy task to fight with one's left hand," commented the Mad Mouse. "Ha ha," Sir Creighton laughed. "I happen to be equally adept with both hands." "Oh, I have no doubt. Sir Shadrach raised his cup in acknowledgement. Brienne recalled her encounter with Sir Jaime Lannister in the woods. She had exerted every ounce of strength to parry his attacks, and at that time, he had been weakened by prolonged imprisonment, his wrists still shackled. Had he not been constrained by the chains, and had his strength not been diminished, no knight within the Seven Kingdoms could have matched him. Jaime had committed numerous atrocities, yet he was an unparalleled master of his craft. To render him disabled was an extraordinarily cruel act. Killing a lion is one matter. To sever its claws and torment its spirit is quite another. Suddenly, the clamor in the hall became unbearable. She mumbled a vague good night and ascended to her chamber. The ceiling in her room was low, and as Brienne entered, holding a slender candle, she had to stoop to avoid striking her head. The sole furnishings consisted of a large bed, sufficient for 6, and a fragment of a tallow candle on the windowsill. She lit it with her thin candle, locked the door, and hung her sword belt on the bedpost. Her wooden scabbard was simple and unadorned, wrapped in cracked brown leather, while her sword was even more unremarkable. This is the sword she acquired at the Citadel to replace the one taken from her by the Brotherhood. That sword belonged to Ser Loras. The thought of losing it still brought her sorrow. However, nestled within her bedding was another long sword. She seated herself upon the bed and retrieved it. Under the flickering candlelight, the gilded blade shimmered with a golden hue, while the rubies glowed like smoldering embers. Brienne drew the Oathkeeper from its ornate scabbard, her breath caught in her throat. The deep crimson and jet-black ripples were intricately forged into the steel. This was a Valyrian steel sword, shaped by magic, a weapon of a hero. In her childhood, her wet nurse had filled her mind with tales of great heroes, Ser Arthur Dayne, the Fool Florent, Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, and others, each wielding a legendary sword. Oathkeeper was destined to be such a sword, yet she felt herself no hero. You will wield the very sword of Eddard Stark to protect his daughter, Jaime had once promised. She knelt between the bed and the wall, raising the sword in silent prayer to the old woman, beseeching her golden lamp to illuminate her path. Guide me, she prayed, light my way ahead, lead me to Sansa. She had already let down Loras, disappointed Lady Catelyn. She could not afford to fail Jaime as well. He had entrusted his sword to her, along with his honor. Then, she stretched out on the bed as best as she could. The bed was spacious, but not long enough. Brienne could only lie on her side. She could hear the clinking of cups below, voices drifting up the staircase. The lice mentioned by Lancel had made their appearance. Scratching helped keep her awake. She heard Hightower ascend the stairs, followed shortly by the knights. I never knew his name, Sir Creighton remarked as he passed, but his shield bears a blood-red rooster, and blood drips from his blade. His voice faded as a door above opened, and then closed. The candlelight flickered out, engulfing the old stone bridge in darkness, and the surroundings grew so tranquil that she could even hear the river's low murmur. It was then that Brienne rose to gather her belongings. She gently pushed the door open, listened for any sound, and then barefooted down the stairs. Outside, she donned her boots and hastened to the stable, securing her mare with the saddle. As she mounted, she silently apologized to Sir Creighton and Sir Ilyn. Passing by Hightower's servant, he stirred but did not impede her. The iron hooves of her mare clattered against the ancient stone bridge, and soon the woods enveloped her. Dark as pitch, filled with specters and memories. I am coming, Lady Sansa, she thought as she galloped into the night. Fear not. I shall not rest until I find you. Chapter 6. Sam was engrossed in a tome about the others when he caught sight of a mouse. His eyes were red and swollen. I shouldn't rub them so often, he reminded himself repeatedly. Dust made his eyes itch, provoking tears. The underground was suffused with dust. Each time he turned a page, a small cloud of dust would waft into the air, and whenever he moved a pile of books to see what lay beneath, a billowing cloud of dust would emerge. Sam was unaware of how long it had been since he last slept. Initially, he stumbled upon a bundle of tattered loose pages, which prompted him to untie the thin string and light a candle to read. What began as a simple curiosity quickly spiraled into an obsession. The stout tallow candle had dwindled to less than an inch. Exhausted, yet unable to cease his reading, he told himself that he would stop after one more book. Just one more page. After this page, I shall retire to rest and have a morsel to eat, he assured himself. Yet, after each page, another beckoned, and following that, yet another, while beneath the pile lay another book waiting for his attention. I shall merely glance at this one to discern its content, he thought. But before he realized it, he had read through half of it. Since sharing a bowl of bacon and pea soup with Pip and Gran, he had eaten nothing. Oh, no, he had consumed a morsel of bread and cheese, but only a scant amount. As he pondered, he glanced at the empty plate, noticing a mouse indulging in the crumbs. The mouse was no longer than half of his pinky finger, with black eyes and soft gray fur. Sam knew he ought to kill it. The mouse favored bread and cheese, but it also gnawed at paper. He had discovered ample evidence of mouse droppings amidst the shelves and piles of books, with many leather covers bearing the marks of its nibbles. Yet, it was merely a famished little creature. How could he begrudge it a few crumbs? However, it would devour the books. Having sat too long, Sam felt his back stiff as a board, and his legs felt as if they were asleep. He was aware that he was not swift enough to catch the mouse, but perhaps he could crush it. Beside him lay a hefty leather-bound tome, the Black Centaur Yearbook, in which Brother Joaquin meticulously chronicled Lord Obdercas's 9 years as the commander of the Night Watch Legion. Each page corresponded to a day of his tenure, nearly all beginning with the line, Lord Obder awoke in the morning to relieve himself, save for the final page, which stated that Lord Obder had been discovered deceased during the night. He could not allow the mouse to ruin Brother Joaquin's labor. With great deliberation, Sam's left hand slowly reached for the book. Thick and heavy, he attempted to lift it with one hand, only for it to slip from his fingers with a resounding thud. The mouse vanished in an instant. Sam breathed a sigh of relief. Crushing the poor little creature would have haunted his dreams. But you ought not to eat books, he exclaimed. Perhaps next time he ventured down, he should bring more cheese. He was astonished to realize the candle was nearly spent. Had it been today or yesterday that he drank the bacon and peas soup? Yesterday. It must have been yesterday. With this realization, he yawned. Jon would not understand his plight, but Master Aemon would help him articulate it. Before his blindness, the scholar had shared Sam's passion for reading. He would comprehend how, when one is deeply immersed in a book, each page feels like a portal to another world. Sam struggled to his feet, wincing in discomfort as his calves tingled, akin to being pricked by needles. The chair he had been sitting on was exceedingly hard, and when he bent to retrieve the book, it pressed uncomfortably against his legs. I must remember to bring a cushion next time. How splendid it would be to sleep beneath, he mused. Behind 4 boxes filled with scattered pages, each from lost works, he discovered a half-hidden cellar, an ideal refuge. But he could not abandon Master Aemon for too long. Recently, Sam's health has deteriorated, necessitating care. In addition, there is the matter of the crows. While Aemon is surrounded by Clytus, Sam is younger, and the birds seem to favor him. Thus, with a stack of books and scrolls tucked under his left arm and a candle held in his right hand, he traverses the tunnel known among the brothers as the Wormway, making his way back to the Black Castle. A faint beam of light illuminates the steep stone steps leading to the surface, indicating that daylight has arrived above. He places the candle in a niche in the wall and begins his ascent. After the 50th step, he finds himself panting. By the 10th step, he pauses to shift the books to his right arm. The sky is a leaden gray, foreboding snow. He muses as he glances upward, an unsettling feeling creeping over him. He recalls the night upon the ancestral fist, remembers the white army that descended with the heavy snowfall. Do not be a coward at every turn, he admonishes himself. For you are surrounded by brothers sworn to serve, not to mention Stannis Baratheon and his knights. The fortress and towers of the Black Castle loom before him. Yet they appear insignificant when compared to the colossal ice wall. A small contingent is clinging to the wall a quarter of the way up, constructing a new zigzag staircase that connects with the old one. The sounds of saws and hammers echo across the icy surface. Jon has urged the craftsmen to work tirelessly, and Sam overhears complaints during dinner, with some lamenting that Lord Mormont would never exploit laborers in such a manner. However, without the staircase, there is no means of ascending the wall save for the winch cage, which would leave them unprepared in the event of an emergency. Although Samwell Tarly despises the staircase, he loathes the iron cage even more, always closing his eyes during the ride, convinced that the chains will snap at any moment. Each time the cage scrapes against the ice, his heart momentarily halts. 2 centuries ago, dragons roamed this land. He muses as he watches the cage descend slowly. They could soar to the castle in an instant. Queen Alysanne visited the Black Castle riding her dragon, followed by her husband King Jaehaerys on his own beast. Did the Silver Wings leave behind any dragon eggs? Has Stannis discovered any other eggs on Dragonstone? Yet, even if there were eggs, how would one hatch them? Blessed by the gods, Baelor prayed over his eggs, while the others of House Targaryen sought the aid of sorcery, only to be met with mockery and calamity in the end. Samwell Tarly, a grim voice intones, I have come to find you. The Lord Commander has commanded me to take you to him. A snowflake lands on the tip of Sam's nose. Jon wishes to see me? Well, I cannot say for certain, replies the melancholic Ed Tollett. Those I do not wish to see always seek me out, while those I yearn to meet remain elusive. Wishes and reality are seldom aligned. But you should hurry, for Lord Snow will speak with you after he finishes with Catelyn. Gilly? Indeed, her. If only my wet nurse could resemble her, I would still be nursing. You know, My wet nurse had a beard. That makes her a mountain goat, Pip interjects, emerging from the corner with a longbow in hand and a quiver slung over his shoulder. Where have you been, killer? You missed dinner yesterday. No one touched the entire roasted bowl. Do not call me a killer. Sam disregards the jest about the bowl. That's just Pip. I was reading. Once, there was a mouse. Do not associate it with Grant, for he harbors a fear of mice. I am not afraid, Grant indignantly declared. But you would not dare to consume a mouse. I can devour more mice than you ever could, sighed the melancholic Eddie Tollett. In my youth, I could only partake in mice on festive occasions. Being the youngest, I always ended up with the tail, which is devoid of meat. What of your longbow, Sam? Grant inquired. Sir Elessar had bestowed upon him the nickname Dullard, and he was increasingly deserving of it, resembling a bovine creature. When he arrived at the wall, though tall, he moved with a clumsy slowness, his face flushed, neck thick, and waist as stout as a barrel. Even now, when Pip would tease him, his neck would redden. Yet years of martial training had shed his paunch, strengthening his arms and broadening his chest. He was immensely strong, with a mane akin to that of a bison. Ermar awaits you at the archery range, Sam repeated, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Following Jon Snow's ascension to the role of Lord Commander, his 10th decree was to mandate that all brothers practice archery daily. Even the stewards and cooks were not exempt. He believed that the previous night's watch had placed too much emphasis on swordsmanship while neglecting archery, which was reasonable in an era when 1 in 10 men was a knight, yet seemed rather inappropriate now when there is but 1 knight for every 100 men. Sam supported this command, yet he loathed practicing the longbow almost as much as he detested climbing stairs. When he donned his gloves, he could not hit a single target. Without them, his fingers would blister. Archery is a perilous endeavor. Sodden once split half of his thumbnail on a bowstring, he recalled. I forgot. Forgot? You are truly breaking the heart of the wildling princess, murderer, Pip remarked. Recently, Vare has started gazing out of her window at the king's tower, waiting for you. She is not. Sam protested. Do not say such things. He had only conversed with Vare twice, and that was with Maester Aemon to ensure the health of the child. The wildling princess was stunningly beautiful, and before her, he always stuttered and flushed crimson. Why not? Pip countered. She wishes to bear your child. Perhaps we should call you Sam the Libertine. Sam's face turned a deeper shade of red. He was aware that King Stannis had plans for Vare. She was a pivotal piece in uniting the Northmen and the free folk, fostering harmony between them. I have no time to practice the longbow today. I must meet Jon. Jon. Do we know Jon, Grant? He refers to the esteemed Lord Commander. Oh, the great Lord Snow. Of course. But why do you have an appointment with him? He is not going to twist your ear. Pip twisted his own ear to demonstrate his prowess, his ears a bright crimson from the cold. Now he has truly become Lord Snow, far too noble for us. Jon has his responsibilities, Sam defended his friend. The wall belongs to him. He must oversee everything. One has responsibilities toward their friends as well. Were it not for our assistance, perhaps the one who would have become Lord Commander would have been Janos Slynt. And then Lord Slynt would have ordered Snow to patrol naked upon a mule. He would command me to retrieve the cloak and boots from Old Bear as we made our way to Castle Black. We spared him the embarrassment. Yet now his responsibilities weigh heavily upon him, leaving him no time even to enjoy a warm cup of wine by the fireplace. Garland concurred. His duties had not hindered him from descending into the training grounds. In fact, he engaged in combat there daily. This was a truth that Sam had to acknowledge. On one occasion, as Jon conversed with Maester Aemon, Sam inquired why Jon devoted so much time to sword practice, noting that when Lord Commander Mormont was in charge, he rarely participated in regular training. In response, Jon handed Longclaw to Sam, urging him to feel the sword's lightness and balance, and to observe the shimmering ripples in the ashen steel as he spun the blade. This is Valyrian steel, he declared, forged with magic, sharp beyond measure and nearly indestructible. A swordsman must become one with his sword, Sam, yet Longclaw is Valyrian steel, and I am not. It would be as effortless for a one-handed man to kill me as it would be for you to squash a bug. Sam returned the sword. I can never seem to catch bugs. They fly away, and I often end up hitting my arm instead, which is quite painful. Jon chuckled. Well, killing me would be as quick for Colin as it is for you to drink porridge. Sam had a fondness for porridge, especially the sweetened variety with honey. I have no time for idle chatter. Departing from his friends, Sam made his way towards the armory, clutching his books tightly against his chest, which reminded him of his oath, to be the steadfast shield of the realm. Alas, if the common folk of the Seven Kingdoms were to realize that their guardians were Garland, PYP, and the melancholy Edric Tully, one could only imagine their thoughts. The interior of the command tower had been consumed by flames, and Stannis Baratheon had taken residence in the king's tower. leaving Jon Snow to reside in the humble quarters behind the armory, once belonging to Donal Noy. Upon Sam's arrival, he found Gilly just about to leave, wrapped in an old cloak that he had given her when they fled from Castle Black. She nearly rushed past him, but he grasped her arm, causing 2 books to tumble to the ground. "Gilly." "Sam," she replied, her voice hoarse. Gilly, with her dark hair and slender frame, possessed large brown eyes reminiscent of a doe. She was entirely engulfed by Sam's old cloak, yet, though her face was partially obscured by the hood, it was evident that she trembled, her expression pale and filled with fright. "What is the matter?" Sam asked. "How are the children?" Gilly wrenched herself free. "They are well." "Sam." "Quite well. It is a miracle you can still sleep between them," Sam said cheerily. "Which one was it that I heard crying last night?" "It seems he never stops." "It was Dallas' son. He cries when he wants milk." "My child never cries unnecessarily. Sometimes he babbles," but her eyes brimmed with tears. "I must go. I need to feed them. If I do not hurry, I will end up spilling milk on myself." She dashed across the courtyard, leaving a bewildered Sam in her wake. He had to crouch down to retrieve the fallen books. "I should not have brought so many books," he reminded himself while brushing off the dust from the volumes. Among them was the tome titled An Overview of the Jade Sea by Kalakufter, a hefty collection of Eastern tales and legends, which Master Aemon had commanded him to locate. Fortunately, it appeared to be in pristine condition. However, the book The Dragon Lords, the Targaryen family's journey from exile to deification, with a discourse on the life and death of dragons by Ser Tomax, was not as fortunate. When it fell, it opened up, and several pages became smeared with mud, one of which featured a rather exquisite illustration of the Black Death god, Balerion. Sam cursed himself for being such a clumsy fool as he wiped the pages, scraping off the dirt. He always felt awkward in front of Gilly, and there was an undeniable stirring below, a persistent sensation that accompanied him every time. A sworn brother of the Night's Watch should not harbor such feelings. Yet when Gilly spoke of her bosom, it was as if Lord Snow were waiting. 2 guards clad in black cloaks and iron half-helmets leaned against their spears at the armory entrance. The one speaking was the grizzled Heron, while Muley lent Sam a hand to rise. After reflexively thanking him, Sam hurried inside, clutching the book tightly as he passed the forge, where an anvil and bellows awaited. A half-finished piece of chainmail lay upon the workbench. Beneath the anvil, a white dire wolf stretched its body, gnawing on a beef bone to reach the marrow within. As Sam walked by, the great beast lifted its gaze, but remained silent. Jon's audience chamber was situated just behind the racks filled with spears and shields. Upon entering, Sam found Jon engrossed in a scroll of parchment, with Lord Mormont's raven perched on his shoulder, peering down as if also reading the document. However, upon spotting Sam, it flapped its wings and swooped down, cawing, "Corn, corn." Sam shifted the book to one hand and reached into the pouch behind the door with the other. Retrieving a handful of corn kernels, the raven alighted on his wrist and pecked at a kernel from his palm with such force that Sam involuntarily yelped, retracting his hand. The raven ascended back into the air, scattering yellow and red kernels everywhere. "Close the door, Sam," Jon said, his face still bearing faint scars from an eagle's attempt to peck out his eye. "Did that creature break your skin?" Sam gently set the book down and removed his gloves. "It did. I feel a bit dizzy. I'm bleeding. We shall all bleed for the Night's Watch. Put on thicker gloves." Jon kicked a chair toward him. "Sit down and take a look at this." He handed the parchment to Sam. "What is it?" Sam inquired as the raven began to search the rushes for corn. It was a papier-mâché shield. As Sam examined it, he absent-mindedly sucked the blood from his palm. He immediately recognized Master Aemon's handwriting. The elder's script was delicate and precise, though occasionally marred by unsightly smudges where the ink had bled. A letter to King Tommen? "In Winterfell, Tommen had once sparred with my brother Bran using wooden swords. He wore so much padding that he resembled a stuffed goose. In the end, Bran had knocked him to the ground." Jon approached the window. Now Bran is dead, and the plump Tommen sits upon the Iron Throne, a crown resting atop his golden curls. "Bran is not dead," Sam nearly uttered as he followed Cold Hands beyond the wall. The words caught in his throat. "I vow to keep this secret. You have yet to sign the letter." Old Bear had implored the Lords of the Night's Watch countless times, but what they sent was only Ser Jorah Mormont. "Once the Lannisters learn that we have harbored Stannis, I fear that even the most humble missive could elicit no sympathy. We have taken him in to defend the wall, not to assist him in warfare." Sam quickly reread the letter. It was quite clear. Would Duke Tywin care about the distinction? Jon retrieved the letter. "Why would he hate us? He has never contributed anything." "Well," Sam replied, "perhaps he is unwilling to hear people speak of how, while Stannis defends the realm, King Tommen plays with toys. That would bring shame upon House Lannister." "Shame? To speak candidly, I wish to bring ruin and death to the Lannisters." Jon picked up the letter. The Night's Watch shall never partake in the wars of the Seven Kingdoms, he read aloud. We swear to guard the realm. Yet the realm stands on the brink of catastrophe. Stannis Baratheon aids us against the enemies beyond the wall, but we have not supported him. Well, Sam twisted in his seat. We have not supported him. Is that so? I have provided lodging and sustenance for Stannis's men, allocated Long Night Castle for their use, and permitted a few free folk to settle in the newly granted lands. That is all. Duke Tywin would say you have given too much, and Stannis would deem it far too little. To a king, the more you give, the more he demands. We tread on thin ice, with an abyss beneath our feet. It is difficult enough to conspire with one king, but to satisfy two is utterly impossible. Indeed, but should House Lannister emerge victorious, and Duke Tywin deem us traitors to the true king, it could spell disaster for the Night's Watch. He has the support of House Tyrell, the might of Highgarden, and he did indeed defeat Lord Stannis at the Battle of Blackwater. Sam may be squeamish at the sight of blood, but he understands the rules of noble warfare, all thanks to his father's teachings. The Battle of Blackwater was merely an engagement. Robb won every battle, yet ultimately lost his head. If Stannis can rally the North. Jon attempted to convince himself, Sam realized, but was not successful. It is no wonder, as lately, ravens have been pouring forth from the Black Castle like a storm of black wings, calling upon the lords of the North to rise in support of Stannis Baratheon. Most of these birds were sent forth by Sam himself, yet thus far, only the one destined for Castle Black has returned. The rest met with an unsettling silence. Even if Stannis could win over the Northerners, Sam had no idea how he would contend with the combined forces of Casterly Rock, Highgarden, and Riverrun. However, without the support of the North, his demise would be swifter. Should Duke Tywin classify us as traitors, the Night's Watch would share in the ruin. The Lannisters have their own agents in the North, the Boltons and their bastard son. Stannis appears to garner the support of House Stark. And should he further secure White Harbor, Sam emphasizes, what if he cannot? A paper shield is certainly better than none. Jon shook the letter. I believe so as well. He sighed, lifting a quill and hastily signing his name at the bottom of the missive. He prepared to seal it with wax. Sam heated a piece of black wax over the candle, letting a few drops fall onto the parchment. Watching as Jon firmly pressed the Lord Commander's seal into the molten wax. Take this to Maester Aemon, he ordered, and have him send it with Will to King's Landing. Very well. Sam hesitated. My lord, may I inquire about Gilly? I saw her leave just now, and she was nearly in tears. Was she sent by Val to plead for Mance? Oh, Val, sister to the queen beyond the wall, is referred to as the Wildling Princess by Stannis and his men. Her sister, Dalla, perished in battle, not by blade, but in giving life to Mance Raider's son. If the rumors Sam heard are true, Raider will soon join her in the grave. How will you respond to her? I promised I would plead with Stannis, but I fear it may be in vain. The king's foremost duty is to protect the realm, and Mance seeks to invade the Seven Kingdoms. His grace cannot overlook this fact. My father praised Stannis Baratheon for his fairness, yet no one ever spoke of his mercy. Jon paused, furrowing his brow. I would rather sever Mance's head myself. He was once a brother of the Night's Watch. By rights, his life belongs to us. PYP says Melisandre intends to burn him alive for some sorcery. PYP ought to learn to hold his tongue. I have received this information from various sources. The so-called blood of kings awakens sleeping dragons. But where would Melisandre find a sleeping dragon? No one knows. I think it is utter nonsense. Mance is no different from the rest of us. He possesses no royal blood. He has never worn a crown nor sat upon a throne. He is merely a warlord, devoid of any power in his blood. The raven lifted its head from the floor. Blood, it cried. Jon paid it no heed. I must arrange for Gilly to leave. Oh, Sam nodded mechanically. Yes, that is for the best, my lord. It is best for her to go to a warm and safe place, away from the wall and the war. She will leave with her child. Thus, we must find a wet nurse for that child's brother. Goat's milk may suffice for a time. Until we find human milk, goat's milk is preferable to cows. This suggestion was drawn from some tomes Sam had encountered. He shifted in his seat. My lord, while I was researching the chronicles for you, I discovered another young Lord Commander. Approximately 4 centuries before the War of Conquest began, Osric Stark was elected at the tender age of 10, ultimately serving for 60 years. In total, for Lord Commanders younger than you have been found, my lord. Fret not. Among the elected, you are not the youngest, currently ranking 5th. All 4 younger than you are sons, brothers, or bastards of the kings of the north. Forget it. Share with me some valuable insights, particularly regarding our adversaries, the White Walkers. Sam licked his lips. Chronicles have mentioned them, albeit not as frequently as I would have anticipated. I have found and consulted the records available to me, yet it is evident that there are many more I have yet to peruse. Some of the older tomes have disintegrated into mere fragments, They crumble at my touch when I attempt to leaf through them. The truly ancient manuscripts may either be entirely obliterated or concealed in places I have not been able to investigate, or perhaps they simply do not exist at all. Our most ancient historical accounts were penned after the Undulls arrived in Westeros, while the first men left only runes upon stone. Thus, our understanding of the Age of Dawn, the Age of Heroes, and the Long Night is merely the annotations of scribes written millennia later. In the Citadel, there are scholars who outright dismiss these tales. For instance, ancient legends speak of kings who reigned for centuries and knights who roamed the battlefield for 1,000 years, yet there were no knights in those times. You are familiar with those stories: Brandon the Builder, Aegon the Conqueror, the Night King. We refer to you as the 998th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Yet even from the earliest roster I could find, I could only count 674 commanders. This implies that the earliest records are incomplete. Jon interjected. What information do we have regarding the White Walkers? The texts mention dragonglass. During the Age of Heroes, the children of the forest bestowed upon the Night's Watch 100 obsidian daggers each year. Most accounts assert that the White Walkers arrive with the cold, or that the cold is a consequence of their presence. Sometimes, they manifest during snowstorms, only to dissipate when the skies clear. They shun sunlight, operating only under the cover of night, or when they appear, darkness envelopes the land. Some tales describe them riding upon the cadavers of beasts, including bears, dire wolves, mammoths, and horses, essentially deceased forms. The White Walker that killed poor little Paul rode a dead horse. Thus this account is evidently true. Certain stories also mention colossal ice spiders, the nature of which eludes me. Furthermore, those slain by the White Walkers must be cremated. Otherwise, their corpses will rise again as their thralls. We are already aware of these facts. The pressing question lies in how to resist them. Assuming we can trust these narratives, it is apparent that ordinary swords cannot penetrate the armor of the White Walkers, Sam remarked, and the blades they wield are chilling enough to shatter steel. Only flames can affect them. Beyond that, obsidian is their nemesis. He recalled the White Walker he faced in the haunted forest, which melted upon being pierced by the dagger crafted by Jon. I found a passage concerning the Long Night, recounting how the last hero vanquished the White Walkers with a sword of dragonglass. They should be unable to withstand dragonglass. Dragonglass. Jon furrowed his brow. Valyrian steel? That was my first thought as well. So, if I can persuade the lords of the Seven Kingdoms to donate their treasured Valyrian steel swords, we will be saved? That seems rather simple, he chuckled bitterly. Have you uncovered what the White Walkers truly are, whence they come, and what their purpose is? Not yet, my lord. Perhaps I have not been perusing the right tomes. There are countless volumes I have yet to even touch. Grant me a little more time, and if I can, I shall certainly find what I seek. There is no time left. Jon's tone was mournful. You prepare your belongings, Sam. You shall depart with Gilly. Depart? Sam momentarily failed to comprehend. I am to go? To Eastwatch, my lord? Or am I to Old Town? To Old Town? His voice crescendoed into a shriek. The wall is perilously close to Old Town. Home. The mere thought sent a wave of dizziness through him. Father, Maester Aemon will accompany you. Aemon? Maester Aemon? But he is already 102 years old, my lord. You cannot mean for me to journey with him? Who then shall tend to the ravens? If they fall ill or are injured, who will care for them? Claggor. He has served Maester Aemon for many years. Claggor is merely a steward, and his eyesight is failing. You require the assistance of a learned man. Furthermore, Maester Aemon is so frail, sending him to sea. Sam recalled the experience of Craster's keep and the ship, Queen of the Crag, nearly biting his tongue. He is aged, and perhaps his health may be at risk. I fully understand, Sam, but the dangers of remaining are far greater. Stannis knows who Aemon is. If the Red Woman insists upon the blood of kings for her sorcery. Oh, Sam's complexion paled. Dylan shall rendezvous with you at Eastwatch. I hope his songs can garner us some additional hands in the south. The Blackbird will convey you to Braavos. You shall arrange your own passage to Old Town from there. If you still intend to acknowledge Gilly's child as a bastard, then send her and the infant to Craster's Keep. If that proves impossible, Aemon will secure her a position as a servant in the Citadel. My bastard. It was he who initiated this matter. Yes, but the sea. I shall drown. Ships frequently sink, and autumn is the season of storms. Yet Gilly shall be with him. The infant can grow up in safety. Yes, my mother and sister will assist Gilly in caring for the child. I can write a letter. No need for me to journey to Craster's. Without me, Dylan can escort her to Old Town. I practice archery with Uthmer every afternoon as per your instructions. Except during the time in the cellar. But you asked me to research the others. Truly, the longbow leaves my shoulder aching and my fingers blistered. He displayed a broken blister to Jon. I am still practicing. At times, I can hit the target, but I remain the most inept archer among the Night's Watch. Nonetheless, I relish Uthmer's tales. Someone ought to record them. To be compiled into a book. You should write them. The Citadel has paper and ink, as well as longbows. I hope you do not neglect your archery. However, Sam, although the Night's Watch boasts countless archers, only a handful can read and write. I wish for you to become my new scholar. These words caused him to recoil sharply. No, by the gods, I shall never speak out of turn again, I swear by the seven. Spare me, please spare me. My lord, my duties lie here. Those books shall remain until your return. Sam touched his throat. He could almost sense the constriction of the collar, choking him. My lord, in the Citadel, they would have me dissect corpses. What is it like to feel a noose around your neck? If you desire chains, you shall taste their bitterness. For 3 days and nights, Sam's limbs were shackled to the wall. Upon awakening, he wept, and after his tears, he succumbed to slumber once more. The chain around his throat constricted painfully, chafing his skin, and with every turn in his dreams, he found himself gasping for breath. I cannot bear a collar. You can. And you must wear one. Master Aemon, aged and blind, is steadily losing his strength. In the days to come, who will succeed him? Scholar Maester Mullen of the Shadow Tower appears more a warrior than a learned man, while Maester Hammond of the East Sea spends more time intoxicated than sober. If you inquire how many scholars the Citadel possesses, I have this intention: the more, the merrier. However, a successor to Aemon Targaryen is not so easily found. Jon looked perplexed. I had thought you would be delighted. The tomes of the Citadel are countless. You could find great joy there, Sam. I believe you could acquire the skills. No, I cannot. I can read, but a scholar must also be a healer, and the sight of blood makes me dizzy. He extended a trembling hand to Jon. I am a coward, Sam, not a killer. A coward? Pray tell, what else do you fear? Fear the scorn of the elders? Sam, you have witnessed the whites surge upon the ancestral peaks like a tide of the undead, their black hands outstretched, their faces adorned with bright blue eyes. You have even slain a White Walker with your own hands. It was the dragonglass that did it, not I. Enough. You have cunningly conspired to elevate me to the position of commander, and now you must obey my commands. You must journey to the Citadel to forge a collar. If dissection of corpses is required, then comply without hesitation. At least the bodies of Old Town will not rise to protest. He did not comprehend. My lord, Sam stammered. My father, Lord Tarly, he said that the role of a scholar is to serve. He was aware of his disjointed speech. The son of House Tarly would never don a collar. The blood of Hornhill does not bow to lesser nobles. If you desire chains, you shall taste their bitterness. Jon, I cannot defy my father. Jon, he called out to Jon, yet Jon was no longer present. Before him stood Lord Snow, his gray eyes as cold as frost. You have no father, Lord Snow declared, only brothers. Only us. Your life belongs to the Night's Watch, so speak no more. Return and gather your belongings, along with all that you wish to take to Old Town. You shall depart an hour before dawn tomorrow. There is one more command. From this day forth, you shall no longer call yourself a coward. In the past year, you have endured more than most experience in a lifetime. You can face the Citadel, and when you do, you must do so as a brother of the Night's Watch, sworn to serve with honor. I cannot command you to be brave, but I can command you to conceal your fears. You have sworn an oath. Sam, do you remember? I am the sword in the darkness. But his swordsmanship was dreadful, and the darkness filled him with dread. I shall do my best. It is not a matter of trying. You must obey. Obey. The crow of House Mormont flapped its great black wings. As you command. Does Master Aemon know of this? He is in agreement with me. Jon opened the door for him. There was no farewell ritual. The fewer who know, the better. An hour before the 10th ray of sunlight emerged, a gathering formed at the cemetery's edge. Sam could not recall how he had departed from the armory. All he knew was that he had been stumbling through mud and snow. I could hide, he reassured himself. I could retreat to the cellar among the stacks of books. Living below with the rats, stealthily emerging at night to pilfer food. A mad thought, he recognized, futile in its essence. Should he go missing, the cellar would be the first place his brothers would search. Conversely, the least likely place would be beyond the wall. Yet that notion was even more insane. The wildlings would capture me, subjecting me to a slow, torturous demise. They might even burn me alive, just as the Red Woman intended to do to Mance Rayder. Beneath the crow's nest, he found Maester Aemon, delivering Jon's letter and pouring forth his fears. He did not comprehend. Sam felt a wave of nausea wash over him. If I wear the necklace, my father, he. His father had opposed his choice of service, the elder had remarked. It was his father who had sent him to the Citadel. King Daeron fathered 4 sons, 3 of whom sired male heirs. The proliferation of dragons is as perilous as their scarcity. He had heard the king admonish his father on the day they sent him away. Aemon raised his speckled hand, twisting the necklace that hung from his slender neck, composed of various metals. The chain is heavy, Sam, yet my grandfather's decision was prudent. Lord Snow's decision is equally wise. Snow, a raven croaked softly. Snow, another echoed. Soon, all the ravens joined in, cawing snow, 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 snow. It was Sam who had taught them this word, thus ensuring he would find no solace here. He believed Maester Aemon was equally trapped in his predicament. He will perish at sea, he thought despairingly. He is too old to endure this journey. Gilly's infant might also succumb, lacking the size and strength of Dallas' son. Does Jon wish to eliminate us? On the morning of the 20th day, Sam found himself preparing the saddle. He had ridden this mare from the Hornwood to this place. He then led her along the eastern path, toward the cemetery. The saddlebag was brimming with cheese, sausage, cooked eggs, and half a pickled ham, a gift from Three-Fingered Hob on his name day. You have a knack for culinary appreciation, lad, the cook remarked. If only there were more like you. The ham was a treasure beyond measure, for the road to the East Sea was cold and lengthy, and beneath the shadow of the wall, no villages or inns awaited. An hour before dawn, darkness enveloped the scene, the black castle unusually serene. At the cemetery, 2 wheeled carts awaited him, along with Blackjack Bulwer and a dozen seasoned rangers, as sturdy as their stout ponies. Wide-Eye Kenning, upon seeing Sam with his one good eye, erupted into curses. Ignore him, lad, Blackjack advised. He lost a bet. He claims we need to drag you, screaming, from under the bed. Maester Aemon, too frail to ride, had a cart prepared for him, laden high with animal hides, topped with a leather canopy to shield against rain and snow. Gilly and her child will accompany him in the 20th wagon, which is tasked with transporting clothing and a box of rare ancient texts that Aemon believes the scholarly city may lack. Sam spent half the night searching for a quarter of the items listed by his master. This is fortunate. Otherwise, we would require another vehicle. The scholar was wrapped in a bear hide 3 times his size, led by Clydas toward the wagon when a gust of wind suddenly arose, causing the old man to stumble. Sam rushed to his side, supporting him with one arm. Another gust might sweep him over the great wall. Hold on to me, master. We are almost there. The blind man nodded, as the wind once again lifted their hoods. The old town is always quite warm. There lies a small island on the Honeywine River, home to an inn where I often visited during my youth as an apprentice. It would be delightful to sit there once more, sipping cider. Once they settled the scholar into the wagon, Gilly appeared cradling a swaddled infant. Beneath her hood, her eyes were red from weeping. Jon and the melancholic Eddie arrived simultaneously. Lord Snow, the scholar greeted. I have left a copy of the overview of the Jade Sea for you in my room, authored by the adventurer Volantis Coliquefort, who journeyed east and visited all the lands within and beyond the Jade Sea. There is a passage you may find intriguing. I had Clyda's mark it. I shall certainly read it, Jon replied. A stream of white mucus flowed from Master Aemon's nose, which he wiped away with the back of his glove. Knowledge is a weapon, Jon. One must arm oneself before the battle. I shall bear that in mind. At that moment, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Jon turned to Blackjack Bulwer. Do your utmost to hasten, but do not take foolish risks. You carry the old man and the infant. Ensure their warmth and nourishment. And you, my lord, Gilly interjected, must regard the other child with equal care. Find him another wet nurse, as you promised me. I speak of the boy, Dallas' son. Little prince, you must find him a good woman to help him grow tall and strong. I vow to do so, Jon Snow declared solemnly. Do not name him. Not until he is 2 years old. Naming him while he is still nursing is considered ill-fated. You crows may not know this, but it is true. As you wish. My lady. A flash of anger crossed Gilly's face. Do not call me that. I am a mother, not a lady. I am the wife of Castor. The daughter of Castor, and now a mother. Melancholic Eddie took the child, allowing Gilly to climb into the wagon, covering her legs with a moldy hide. The eastern sky had shifted from black to gray, and Lou was eager to depart. Eddie passed the infant to Gilly, who held him to her breast to nurse. This may be the last time I see Black Castle, Sam thought as he climbed onto the mare. Despite his previous disdain for Black Castle, the farewell felt as painful as being torn apart. We move, Bulwer commanded. With a crack of the whip, the wagon rumbled forward, slowly progressing along the rutted road amidst the falling snowflakes. Sam lingered for a moment longer beside Clydas, melancholic Eddie, and Jon Snow. Well then, he said, farewell. Farewell, Sam. The melancholic Eddie remarked, your ship shall not sink. I believe it shall not, for it is only when I am aboard that it would meet its demise. Jon gazed at the trailer. The 10th time I beheld Gilly, he recounted, she was nervously leaning against the wall of Castle Black. She was a petite girl with dark hair, her belly protruding, timidly evading the white spectre. He seized her rabbit, and I feared she was terrified he might tear open her belly and devour the infant within. Yet her true fear was not the wolf, was it? Indeed, Sam pondered. The peril stemmed from Castle Black, her biological father. She did not comprehend the extent of her own bravery. Nor did you, Sam. May your journey be swift and safe. Please take good care of her and Aemon, as well as the child. A hint of sorrow lingered in Jon's marvelous smile. Pull up your hood. Sam, look. The snowflakes are melting at your hairline. Chapter 7. Arya in the distance. A faint light pierced the mist above the sea, shimmering near the horizon. It is the stars, Arya declared. The stars of home, Daniel responded, as his father issued loud commands. Sailors scurried up and down the 3 towering masts, busily adjusting the rigging and the heavy purple sails. Below, oarsmen sat in 2 long rows, straining against the water. The deck creaked as it tilted to one side. The 3-masted ship, the Titan's daughter, turned to starboard, preparing to enter the harbor. The stars of home. Arya stood at the bow, one hand resting upon the gilded figurehead. A maiden cradling a bowl of fruit. For a moment, she envisioned that ahead lay her home. Such a foolish thought. Her home was long gone, her parents deceased. Aside from Jon Snow at the wall, all her siblings had perished. She wished to go to the wall, she had told the captain. Yet even that iron coin could not sway him. Time and again, it seemed Arya could never fulfill her desires. Whenever she sought to reach one destination, she ended up in another. Euron vowed to take her back to Winterfell, only to abandon her at Harrenhal. While he entered the grave, she escaped Harrenhal, journeying to the Riverlands, only to be captured en route by Lem Lemoncloak, Angui, and the Singing Dog, who dragged her to the Mountains of the Moon. Then the Hound whisked her away to the twins. Later Arya left him to await his demise by the Trident, and she proceeded to Salt Pans, hoping to secure passage to Essos, yet perhaps Braavos would suffice. Syrio hailed from Braavos, and it was Jaqen who had gifted her the iron coin. Yet he was not her true friend, unlike Syrio. However, what use were friends to her? I do not require friends, only a needle. She gently caressed the smooth orb of the sword's hilt with her thumb, repeatedly making a wish. Truth be told, Arya was uncertain of what to wish for, nor did she know what awaited her under the distant starlight. The captain promised to carry her, but had no time to converse with her. Some crew members avoided her, while others bestowed gifts upon her, including a silver fork, several fingerless gloves, and a soft woolen hat trimmed with leather. One individual taught her to tie sailors' knots, while another poured her small cups of firewater. Those sailors who endeavored to befriend her would thump their chests, incessantly repeating their names until Arya could recite them. Yet no one ever inquired about her name. They called her Ion, for she was a vessel from the saltworks town at the mouth of the Trident River. The name was passable, she mused. The last evening star had vanished from the sky, leaving only a pair shining ahead. They were, in fact, 2 stars. Those are 2 eyes, Denio remarked. The Titan of Braavos gazes upon us. The Titan of Braavos. Once in Winterfell, the old nurse had regaled her with tales of the Titan. He towered as high as mountains, and whenever Braavos found itself in peril, he would awaken, his eyes ablaze with fierce flames, brandishing his creaking stone limbs, charging into the sea to shatter foes. The people of Braavos fed the noble girls to him, for their flesh was tender and succulent. The old nurse's stories always concluded in this manner, and Sansa would emit a foolish scream in response. However, Maester Luwin had declared that the Titan was merely a statue, and the old nurse's tales were but fables. Winterfell had fallen, burned to the ground, reduced to ruins. Arya reminded herself. The old nurse and Maester Luwin were most likely dead, as was Sansa. What good were they to remember? All mortals must face death, as Jaqen Hagar had taught her when he bestowed that old iron coin upon her. After leaving the Saltworks town, she had learned some new Braavosi vocabulary, such as please, thank you, sea, star, and fire wine. Yet the phrase she uttered most frequently remained, all mortals must face death. The crew of the Titan's daughter possessed a smattering of common tongue, having spent nights in Old Town, King's Landing, and the Water Gardens. But only the captain and his sons could converse with her. Denio, the youngest, was a cheerful chubby boy of 12, responsible for managing his father's cabin and assisting his elder brother with accounts. I hope your Titan's belly is not hungry, Arya told him. Hungry? Denio queried, perplexed. No matter. Even if the Titan truly would feast upon tender little girls, Arya felt no fear. After all, she was gaunt and emaciated. How could she possibly serve as a sumptuous meal for a giant? Besides, she was nearly 11, almost of age. Furthermore, Ion was not a noble. Is the Titan a god of Braavos? She inquired. Or do you also worship the 7 gods? All deities are revered in Braavos, replied the captain's son. Your 7 gods have a shrine here, known as the House of the Outsiders, but only the sailors from Westeros worship there. The 7 are not my deities. They belong to my mother, yet they allowed House Fry to slay her and the twins. She wondered if she might find the weirwood in Braavos, where a fishbone tree stood. Denio might know, but she could not ask. Ian hailed from the Saltworks town. How could a girl from there know of the old gods of the north? Regardless, the old gods were long dead, she reminded herself, just like her mother, father, Robb, Bran and Rickon. She recalled her father's words from long ago. When the great snows fall and the cold winds blow, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. He had spoken in jest. Now the lone wolf Arya remained alive, while the pack had been hunted, flayed. The Moon Singers led us to this refuge to escape the dragons of Valyria, Denio explained. Thus their temple is the most magnificent. We also worship the Father of Waters. But each time he takes a new bride, the palace must be rebuilt. The remaining deities congregated upon an isle in the heart of the city. There, your multifaceted god resides. The eyes of the Titan appeared to glow ever more brightly, with the distance between them widening. Arya was unfamiliar with this multifaceted god, yet if he were to answer her prayers, perhaps he was the deity she sought. Sir Gregor, she silently recited, Dunsun, sweet-tongued Lothar, Sir Ilyn, Sir Meryn, Queen Cersei. Only 6 remained. Joffrey was dead, the hound had slain Polliver, and she had personally plunged a dagger into the backstabber, along with that oafish servant with the pockmarked face. If he had not captured me, I would not have killed him. She had left the hound by the banks of the Trident, where he lay feverish and near death from an infected wound. I should have shown him mercy, piercing his heart with a dagger. Look, Alice. Denio tugged at her arm, urging her to turn. Do you see? There. He pointed. The mist before them parted, and the ship's bow sliced through the jagged gray curtain. The Titan's daughter cleaved the murky green waters, her sails resembling undulating purple wings. Arya heard the cries of seabirds overhead. At Denio's indication, a range of rocky ridges abruptly rose from the sea's surface, steep slopes blanketed in soldier pine and black spruce. Yet directly ahead lay a gap where the Titan stood, his eyes aglow and green hair billowing in the wind. His colossal legs straddled the gap, each foot planted upon a mountain, broad shoulders looming above the rugged peaks. Those legs hewn from stubborn stone, mirroring the texture of the black granite reefs beneath him. The giant was clad in a green bronze war skirt, with bronze armor upon his chest, and adorned with a half-helm crowned with flowing green strands of hemp. His eyes were twin caverns, ablaze with fire. One hand rested upon the left ridge, bronze fingers gripping a massive boulder. The other hand reached skyward, grasping the hilt of a broken sword. He was scarcely larger than the statue of King Baelor in King's Landing, she assured herself, though the vessel was still far at sea. As the 3-masted ship drew nearer to the waves crashing against the ridges, the Titan's form grew increasingly formidable. Denio's father bellowed commands in a deep voice, and the crew continued their labors upon the rigging. We shall row beneath the Titan's legs. Arya could see countless arrow holes pockmarking the giant's breastplate, and the Titan's arms and shoulders were splattered with the remnants of seabirds' nests. She craned her neck to gaze upward. The blessed Baelor barely reached the Titan's knee. He could stride across the walls of Winterfell with a single step. The Titan emitted a deafening roar, a sound befitting his stature, a terrifying rumble that drowned out the captain's voice and the crashing of waves against the pine-clad mountains. Thousands of seabirds simultaneously took flight, and Arya recoiled until she caught sight of Denio laughing. He has relayed the news of our arrival to the armory, the boy exclaimed. There is no need for fear. I am not afraid at all, Arya shouted back, albeit his voice had been somewhat loud. The wind and waves propelled the Titan's daughter with great force, swiftly guiding her toward the strait. The dual oars moved steadily, churning the sea into frothy white suds, while the Titan's shadow loomed large above them. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though they would collide with the rocks beneath his feet, shattering into pieces. Arya squeezed alongside Daario at the bow of the ship, brine splashing against her face, its taste both salty and bitter. She had to lift her chin high to catch a glimpse of the Titan's head. The Braavosi fed the noble girl to it, for their flesh was tender and succulent. She could almost hear the words of the old nurse. Yet she was no longer a little girl, unperturbed by a clumsy statue. Nevertheless, as they sailed beneath its legs, she instinctively reached for her sewing needle. The inner thighs of the colossal rock were adorned with numerous arrow holes. Arya craned her neck, noting that those holes were still a good 10 yards below the crow's nest above, and there were murder holes beneath the Titan's war skirt. A pale face watching them from behind iron bars. Then they passed. The shadow faded, the pine-clad ridges on either side gradually receding. The wind subsiding as the vessel entered a vast lagoon. Ahead, a reef rose, as if thrusting forth from the water, a spiky fist. Its apex crowned with a multitude of catapults, crossbows, and flame-throwing devices. This was the armory of Braavos, and Dario spoke as if he had crafted it himself. There, a warship could be constructed in a single day. Arya beheld dozens of galleys moored at the dock or resting in the launchways. Many painted prows emerging from countless wooden sheds along the rocky shore, akin to hounds confined in a kennel, sleek, fierce, and ravenous, awaiting the hunter's horn. She attempted to tally their numbers, but they were far too many, and as the coastline wound further, there were even more docks, sheds, and shipyards. 2 rowing boats approached, gliding over the water like dragonflies, their white oars flashing up and down. Arya heard a captain calling out to them, and then the captain of the Titan's daughter answered loudly. She could not comprehend their words. With a resounding horn, the 2 rowing boats split to either side, so close that she could even hear the thumping of drums within the purple hulls. Thud, 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 like a living heart beating. Soon, the rowing boats in the armory were left behind, revealing before them an expansive expanse of aquamarine water, shimmering like rippled stained glass. Rising from the center of the water was the city, with its grand domes, soaring towers, and bridges extending in all directions, painted in shades of gray, gold, and red. This was Braavos, a collection of over 100 islands amidst the sea. Maester Luwin had once regaled the children with tales of Braavos, yet much of it had slipped Arya's mind. She only recalled that it was a flat city, unlike King's Landing, which was built upon 3 hills, with the sole elevations constructed from bricks, granite, bronze, and marble. It seemed to lack something, and it took her a while to realize the city had no walls. But when she shared this with Dario, he burst into laughter. Our walls are made of wood, painted purple, he told her. Our fleet is our wall. No other fortifications are needed. The deck behind them creaked. Arya turned to find Dario's father approaching, clad in a purple woolen coat that signified his status as captain. Merchant Captain Tenio Triss sported no long beard. His gray stubble was neatly trimmed, framing his wind-kissed square face. During the journey across the sea, she frequently observed him jesting with the crew. However, the moment he adopted a stern demeanor, people scurried away as if fleeing a tempest. He now wore that very expression. As the voyage was nearing its conclusion, he informed Arya, "I will be heading to the Grayscale dock, where the customs officials of the Sea King will board to inspect the cargo hold. They will take half the day, as is their custom, but there is no need for you to await their return. Prepare your belongings. I shall send a small boat for you, and Jocho will ferry you ashore." Ashore, Arya murmured, biting her lip. She had traversed the narrow sea to reach this point, yet if the captain were to inquire now, she would prefer to remain aboard the Titan's daughter. She understood that Ian was too small and frail to row, yet she was capable of weaving ropes, stowing sails, and steering through the vast, salty waters. Dinio had once taken her to the crow's nest. Although the deck below appeared scarcely large, she felt no fear. I can also keep accounts and tidy the cabin. However, the grand ship had no need for a 20th boy, and a mere glance at the captain's countenance revealed his eagerness to be rid of her. Thus, Arya merely nodded. Ashore, she repeated, though it signified living among strangers. He touched his brow with 2 fingers. "Please remember Tyranny's Taurus and the assistance he has provided you." "I shall," Arya whispered. The wind tugged at her cloak, stubborn as a specter. "It is time to depart," the captain urged. "Prepare your belongings." In truth, she possessed very little. Only a few garments, a small pouch of coins, gifts from the crew, a dagger at her left hip, and a sewing needle at her right. Before she had finished packing, the small boat was ready, rowed by Jocho. He was the captain's son, older than Dinio, yet not as amiable. "I have yet to bid farewell to Dinio," she thought as she descended to join him. She wondered if she would ever see Dinio again. "I should have said goodbye." As Jocho rowed, the Titan's daughter gradually receded, while the city loomed larger. To her right lay the port, a chaotic amalgamation of docks and whaling ships from Iban Harbor, swan boats from the Summer Isles, and numerous local rowboats. Far too many for a mere girl to count. To the left, in the distance, another harbor lay, separated from the small boat by a protruding low-lying landmass, with buildings entirely submerged below the waterline, save for their rooftops. Arya had never witnessed such a congregation of grand structures. If King's Landing boasted the Red Keep, the Great September of Baelor, and the Dragon Pit, Braavos possessed at least 20 temples, towers, and palaces, each surpassing the last. "I am to become a mouse once more," she thought gloomily, just as she had at Harrenhal. From the vantage point of the Titan's giant, the entire city appeared as a vast island. Yet, as Jocho steered her closer, she discerned that Braavos was indeed a collection of many small islands, interconnected by stone arches spanning various waterways. Beyond the port, gray stone houses formed narrow streets, tightly nestled against one another. In Arya's eyes, the buildings appeared quite peculiar, each boasting 4 or 5 slender stories, their steep roofs adorned with tiles resembling pointed hats. She noticed the absence of thatched roofs, and the familiar wooden houses of Westeros were scarce. It dawned on her that Braavos was a city of stone, a gray metropolis amidst a verdant expanse. Jaqen steered northward towards the harbor, delving into a grand canal that stretched straight into the heart of the city. They passed beneath a finely carved stone arch bridge, embellished with dozens of various fish, crabs, and squids. The 20th bridge was adorned with lush vines, while the 30th featured thousands of painted eyes gazing down upon them. Smaller waterways converged on either side of the canal, with even tinier tributaries flowing into them. Some houses were astonishingly built above the canal, transforming it into a kind of tunnel. Serpentine narrow boats navigated in and out of the tunnel, adorned with painted prows and elegantly arched tails, propelled not by oars but by men standing at the stern with poles, clad in gray, brown, or deep green cloaks resembling moss. Additionally, she observed flat-bottomed barges piled high with crates and barrels, each flanked by a score of polemen. There were also peculiar floating houses, festooned with colorful glass chandeliers and draped in velvet curtains, embellished with brass figureheads. In the distance, a massive limestone conduit, supported by 3 sturdy archways, loomed above the canals and houses, stretching into the southern mist. "What is that?" Arya inquired, pointing at it. "That is the Sweetwater Canal," he replied. "It traverses marshes and shallows, supplying fresh water that ultimately flows into the fountain pools." She turned back, realizing the harbor and lagoon had vanished from sight. Ahead, imposing stone statues flanked their path, their expressions solemn, draped in brass robes speckled with the droppings of seabirds. Some statues held books, others daggers, and still others hammers. One statue raised a golden star, while another tilted a stone wine jug, allowing a continuous flow of water into the canal. "Are they gods?" Arya asked. "They are the sea kings of old," Jaqen replied. "The Isle of Gods lies ahead. Do you see? After 6 more bridges, on the right bank, stands the Temple of the Moonsinger." That was one of the structures Arya had glimpsed from afar over the Great Lagoon. A magnificent palace of snow-white marble crowned with a silver dome, its opalescent windows reflecting the various phases of the moon. Each doorway was flanked by a pair of marble maidens, as tall as the Sea Kings, supporting crescent-shaped lintels. Beyond that lay another temple, the red rock edifice resembling a formidable fortress, its towering square spire crowned with an iron brazier measuring 20 feet in diameter, ablaze with a fierce fire. Smaller bonfires flanked the brass doors of the temple. The red priests cherish fire, Jaqen informed her. They worship the Lord of Light, the Red God Ruler. "I know." Arya recalled the sorcerer of Myr, clad in tattered armor and a robe faded to pink, whose very appearance belied his status as a red priest. Yet his kiss could revive Lord Beric. She gazed at the red god's abode as they glided past, pondering whether the priests of Braavos possessed similar powers. Before her stood a grand brick edifice, its surface adorned with a verdant tapestry of moss. Were it not for Jaqen's elucidation, Arya might have mistaken it for a mere warehouse. This was the house of the many-faced god, a sanctuary where we venerate the myriad deities forgotten by the world. You may hear it referred to as the Great Courtyard. A narrow channel meandered through the moss-covered, towering walls of the courtyard, guiding the vessel to the right, through a tunnel, and into the embrace of light once more. Flanking either side were more shrines, and Arya marveled at the multitude of gods. Jaqen emitted a low grunt as they navigated a bend and passed beneath a bridge. To the left, a diminutive rocky hill emerged, crowned by a windowless, deep gray stone temple. A rugged stone staircase descended from its entrance to a covered dock below. With a few deft strokes of the oar, Jaqen gently nudged the boat against a stone post, seizing an iron ring to momentarily steady the craft. "I shall leave you here," he declared. The dock was cloaked in shadow, the staircase steep and daunting, while the temple's sharply pitched black-tiled roof mirrored the architecture of the nearby waterside structures. Arya bit her lip, contemplating the possibility that Syrio, hailing from Braavos, might have visited this very temple or ascended these steps. Grasping an iron ring, she ascended to the dock. "You know my name, do you not?" Jaqen inquired from the boat. Jaqen Hagar. With a push of the oar, he retreated into the depths of the water. Arya watched him row back the way he had come, until he vanished into the shadows beneath the bridge. The sound of the oars faded, and she could almost hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat, as though she had been transported to another place, perhaps back to Winterfell, alongside Jon Dry. or wandering the woods by the trident with the hound. I am not a foolish child, she reassured herself. I am a running wolf, and a wolf knows no fear. With that, she tapped the hilt of her needle for good fortune and plunged into the shadows, ascending the steps 2 at a time, ensuring that no one could accuse her of cowardice. Upon reaching the summit, she beheld a pair of 12-foot-tall ornately carved wooden doors. The left door, fashioned from fishwood, gleamed white as bone, while the right door, a faintly shimmering piece of ebony, stood in stark contrast. Between the 2 doors was a carving of a moon, with ebony inlaid into the fishwood and vice versa, evoking memories of the heart tree in the godswood of Winterfell. The doors are watching me, she mused, pushing against them with her gloved hands, but they would not budge. They were locked tight. Let me in, you fools. I crossed the narrow sea to arrive here. She clenched her fist and knocked. Jaqen sent me. I possess an iron coin. She retrieved the coin from her pouch, holding it aloft. Do you see? The doors remained unresponsive, yet they swung open silently, as if of their own accord. Arya stepped forward, then again, the doors closing behind her, plunging her into darkness. She clutched needle, though she was uncertain when she had drawn it. Several candles flickered along the walls, casting a dim glow, rendering her feet nearly invisible. Murmurs echoed softly, too faint for her to discern their meaning, accompanied by the sound of weeping. She heard the faint rustle of footsteps, leather against stone, followed by the creaking of another door opening and closing. Water. There was water. As Arya's eyes gradually adjusted, the temple's interior appeared far more expansive than it seemed from the outside. The sanctuaries of Westeros typically take on a heptagonal form, with 7 altars dedicated to the 7 gods. Yet, here, the deities number far beyond 7. Countless statues loomed along the walls, imposing and menacing, their feet surrounded by flickering red candles, reminiscent of distant, dim stars. The closest figure was a 12-foot-tall marble woman, tears flowing realistically from her eyes into the bowl cradled in her arms. Further along was a lion-headed man seated upon a throne, intricately carved from ebony. Beside a door stood a magnificent horse, forged of bronze and steel, its powerful hind legs rearing up. Beyond that, she discerned a colossal stone visage, a pale infant grasping a long sword, a goat as large as a bison with a tufted coat, a hooded man leaning on a staff, and myriad shadows lurking in the darkness. Among the statues were concealed alcoves, where the shadows deepened, occasionally illuminated by a flickering candle. Moving like a specter, Arya gripped her short sword as she navigated between rows of stone benches. The floor was also stone, but not the polished marble of the Great September of Baelor. Here, the stones were rough and unrefined. She passed several women whispering softly to one another. The air was warm and stagnant, prompting her to stifle a yawn. The scent of the candles was peculiar, akin to some exotic spice. As she ventured deeper, it began to resemble a blend of snow, pine needles, and steaming broth. This aroma was delightful, Arya thought, emboldening her just enough to sheath her sewing needle. In the heart of the temple, she discovered the source of the water sounds she had previously heard, a 10-foot-wide pool, dark as ink beneath the dim light of the red candles. Beside the pool sat a young man clad in a silver cloak, weeping softly. He dipped a hand into the water, sending crimson ripples across its surface, before retracting his fingers to suckle on them one by one. He must be parched. Arya noticed some stone cups by the edge of the pool and filled one to offer him. As she presented the cup, the young man gazed at her for an extended moment. He spoke, she replied. He drank deeply, then cast the cup into the pool, where it made a gentle splash. He then staggered to his feet, clutching his stomach. For a fleeting instant, Arya feared he would collapse, only to see a dark, sticky stain spreading beneath his belt, growing larger under her watchful gaze. You've been stabbed, she blurted out, but he paid no heed. He stumbled toward the wall, crawling into an alcove and lying down on a hard stone bed. Arya surveyed her surroundings, noticing other alcoves. Some sheltered the elderly in slumber. No. A hazy yet familiar voice whispered in her ear, they are dead, or nearing death. Use your eyes to see. A hand rested upon her arm. Arya instantly turned, only to find a small girl, pale and clad in an oversized hooded robe, half black and half white. The face beneath the hood was gaunt and emaciated, with sunken cheeks and eyes that resembled tea bowls in size. Do not grasp me, Arya cautioned the waif, for I killed the last boy who tried to seize me. The girl uttered something that Arya could not comprehend, prompting her to shake her head. Do you not speak the common tongue? A voice behind her inquired. I do. Arya was not fond of being startled by others. This time, it was a tall man clad in a hooded robe, draped in the same black and white fabric as the girl, albeit in a larger size. From beneath the hood, she could only catch a glimpse of his eyes reflecting the faint red glow of candlelight. Where's this place? She asked him. The House of Rest, he replied gently. You are safe here. This is the House of Black and White, child, but you are still too young to seek the favor of the many-faced god. Does he have 7 faces like the gods of the south? 7 faces? No, his faces are countless, little one, as numerous as the stars in the sky. In Braavos, people worship whichever god they choose, yet every path ultimately leads to the many-faced god. One day, he will await you. Do not fret. You need not rush to seek his acceptance. I am merely looking for Jaqen Hagar. I have not heard that name. Her heart sank. He hails from Loreth. With hair half red and half white. He promised to teach me secrets and even gave me this. The iron coin, gripped tightly in her fist, adhered to her clammy palm when she released her fingers. The priest examined it closely but did not touch it. The large-eyed waif also gazed at it. Finally, the hooded priest asked, Who are you, child? Arya. I come from the salt town by the Trident. Though she could not see his face, she sensed his smile for some inexplicable reason. No, he said. Who are you? Sparrow. This was her 20th answer. Your true name, child. My mother called me Nana, and they call me Weasel. Who are you really? She swallowed hard. Ari. My name is Ari. Closer. Your true name? Fear can wound deeper than a blade. She reminded herself. Arya, she whispered for the 10th time. On the 20th, she shouted at him. I am Arya Stark of House Stark. Yes, he replied. But the House of Black and White cannot accommodate Arya Stark. Please, she implored. I have nowhere to go. Do you fear death? She bit her lip. No. Let us see. The priest removed his hood. Beneath it lay no face, only a yellowed skull, with fragments of skin clinging to its cheeks. And a white maggot wriggled its way out of the hollow eye socket. Kiss me, child, he rasped, his voice dry and hoarse, as if it were the last breath of a dying man. Did he intend to frighten me? Arya leaned toward where his nose should have been, then seized the corpse worm from his eye and intended to consume it. The worm melted away like a phantom. The yellowed skull also dissolved, revealing the kindest old man she had ever seen, smiling down at her. Eating worms, child, he said. Are you very hungry? Yes, she thought, but not for food. Chapter 8. Cersei. Cold rain fell, transforming the walls of the Red Keep into a dark crimson, resembling congealed blood. The Queen Mother tightly grasped the king's hand, guiding him through the muddy courtyard to the heavily guarded palanquin. Uncle Jaime suggested that I could ride out, tossing coins to the common folk as I walked. The boy voiced his dissent. Are you considering the chill? She dared not take risks. Tommen had never possessed Joffrey's robust physique. Your grandfather desires to see you embody the essence of a king. We cannot appear like drenched rats in the great September. I have donned this unfortunate mourning attire once more. The black clashed with her fair complexion, rendering her reminiscent of a corpse. An hour before dawn, Cersei had risen, bathed, groomed, and changed, resolutely unwilling to let the rain mar her efforts. Once inside the palanquin, Tommen leaned against the cushion, peering through the rain-drenched curtain. The gods weep for grandfather, Miss Jocelyn remarked, claiming the raindrops were their tears. Jocelyn Swyft is a fool. If the gods could weep, why would they not shed tears for your brother? Never mind. Rain is merely rain. Draw the curtain, or it will all come pouring in. Do you wish to soak your fur cloak? Tommen obediently complied, yet his docility unsettled his mother. A king must be fearless. Joffrey would argue with me, never yielding meekly. Sit properly, she admonished Tommen, instructing him to embody the kingly demeanor. Shoulders back, crown properly placed. What if you let it fall in front of the lords? I shall not let it fall, mother. The boy straightened, reaching up to adjust the crown. Little Joffrey's crown was far too large for him. This plumped Tommen. His face seemed to have grown slimmer. Has your son's diet been adequate of late? I must remember to interrogate the steward. Currently, Myrcella is in the hands of the Dornish. I cannot afford any missteps with Tommen. One day, he shall grow into the crown left by little Joffrey. For now, a slightly smaller one would suffice to spare him from discomfort. The Queen Mother resolved to seek the goldsmith forthwith. The palanquin descended the steep hill of Aegon. 2 Kingsguard knights riding ahead, rain soaking their white armor, white cloaks, and white horses, while behind them trailed the 50th Lannister Guard clad in red and gold. Tommen could not resist pulling back a corner of the curtain to gaze outside. The streets lay empty. I expected a throng of commoners when father passed. The crowd was a sea of faces. Who would brave the rain to witness a funeral? Moreover, the people of King's Landing held no love for Tywin. My father scorned their affection as well. Love, that trifle, can neither be consumed nor utilized. It cannot even provide warmth on a cold night. His brother Jaime had once lamented at Tommen's age. Before the grand, marble-clad September of Baelor, the throng of mourners was far outnumbered by the gold-cloaked guards arranged by Ser Adam Marbrand around the square. More shall come, Cersei mused as Ser Meryn Trant assisted her from the palanquin. After all, morning prayers were reserved for nobles and their attendants. The afternoon prayers were open to the common folk, while the evening prayers bore no restrictions on status. I must return tonight to preside over the service, allowing the commoners to witness my grief. Fools desire spectacle. It is truly vexing. She had so many tasks ahead, a war to wage, a kingdom to govern. At least father would understand my burdens. At the summit of the staircase awaited the archbishop, an elderly figure with sparse gray whiskers. His back hunched as if burdened by the weight of his resplendent embroidered robe. His gaze dropped low, aligning with the chest of the Empress Dowager. Fortunate that the exquisite crown, forged from flawless crystal and golden threads, bestowed upon him an additional height of 1.5 feet. This very diadem had been granted by Duke Tywin, a substitute for the one lost during the tumult when the mob had violently torn apart the previous archbishop. It was the day that Melisandre departed from my side, journeying to Dorne. Though that fellow had been both foolish and gluttonous, at least he could be swayed. The current archbishop was appointed by Tyrion, a thought that displeased Cersei as she pondered. The archbishop's spotted hand emerged from the long sleeves adorned with golden patterns and tiny crystal spheres, resembling a chicken's claw. Cersei knelt upon the damp marble, kissing his fingers, prompting Tommen to follow suit. How well did he know me? What had the dwarf divulged to him? The archbishop welcomed her into the sanctum with a smile, one imbued with insinuations and veiled threats. Or perhaps it was merely the twitching of his wrinkled lips that left the Empress Dowager uncertain. As they traversed the Hall of Lights, beneath a canopy of countless stained glass orbs, she held Tommen's hand, flanked by Ser Loras and Ser Kevan for protection. While rainwater trickled from their white robes onto the floor below, the archbishop moved slowly, leaning upon a resplendent staff crowned with a crystal orb, accompanied by 7 archbishops clad in shimmering silver robes. In stark contrast, Tommen donned a golden-threaded tunic beneath his fur-lined cloak, while the Empress wore an old black velvet gown edged with white fur, as there had been no time to craft a new one. She could not appear in mourning attire for Joffrey or Robert. At least I need not mourn Tyrion. Rather, if that day ever came, I would surely adorn myself in scarlet silk and golden undergarments, complemented by rubies at my brow. The Empress had decreed that anyone, regardless of their lowly origins or past misdeeds, could attain lordship should they present the dwarf's head. Crows would carry her command across the 7 kingdoms, and soon the news would reach the 9 free cities across the narrow sea. Even if the little imp fled to the ends of the earth, he could not escape my grasp. The royal procession passed through several inner gates, arriving at the grand hall at the center of the sanctum. Descending one of the 7 wide aisles beneath the dome, where the aisles converged, the surrounding nobles knelt beside the king and the empress, many being old retainers and vassals of her father, some knights who had fought alongside Duke Tywin in countless battles. Observing them, she felt a renewed sense of security. I am not without allies. Beneath the towering dome of crystal, glass, and gold, the body of Duke Tywin Lannister lay peacefully in a marble coffin upon the platform. Jaime stood vigil before his father's casket, gripping an exceptionally long golden sword with his uninjured hand, its tip resting upon the ground. He was cloaked in a mantle as white as fresh snow, with a chainmail beneath adorned with mother-of-pearl and gold. Lord Tywin would have preferred to don the crimson and gold attire of House Lannister, for she understood that every time her father beheld Jaime clad in white robes, his temper would flare. Her brother's beard had regrown, the stubble obscuring his chin and cheeks, rendering him somewhat haggard and coarse. Perhaps he would refrain from shaving until their father rests beneath Casterly Rock. Cersei led the king up the 3 short steps, kneeling beside the Duke's lifeless form. Tommen's eyes brimmed with tears. Do not weep audibly, she leaned in to admonish. You are the king, not a whimpering child. Your subjects are watching. The boy obediently wiped his tears with the back of his hand, inheriting her emerald green eyes, which were large and bright, much like Jaime's at that age. Oh, how handsome and fierce her brother had been back then, as fierce as Joffrey, a true young lion. At this thought, the queen could not help but embrace Tommen, kissing his golden curls. He requires my guidance on how to rule, my vigilant protection from the enemies lurking here, masquerading as friends of our house. The Silent Sisters adorned Lord Tywin, as if preparing him for battle. He was clad in his finest plate armor, the heavy steel embellished with dark red enamel, the breastplate, greaves, and gauntlets intricately decorated with golden spirals, while the wrist plates bore the golden sunburst. A pair of golden lionesses rested upon his shoulders, their mates rearing atop the grand helm. The duke's chest was adorned with a gilded sword sheath, the massive sword embellished with rubies, firmly grasped by the duke's gilded gauntlets. In death, his visage appeared so noble, she mused, save for the slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. as if in a bewildered smile. Absurd. It was Pycelle's fault. He should have informed the Silent Sisters. Tywin Lannister never smiles. An old fool. As useless as the nipples on his breastplate. This faint smile, coupled with the closed eyes, rendered Lord Tywin's countenance less fearsome. However, his gaze was the tether of his soul, that pure green, glistening, with golden pupils. Those eyes could pierce through you, revealing the frailty, incompetence, and ugliness within your soul. They could enthrall. A sudden memory surged forth. Cersei recalled the welcoming feast thrown by King Aerys upon her entry to the court, when she was as tender as summer grass. In idle chatter, old Mary spoke of increasing the wine tax, to which Lord Lake remarked that should they need gold, His Majesty could simply send Lord Tywin for a chamber pot. Upon hearing this, Aerys and his courtiers erupted in laughter while her father glared at Lake over his goblet, remaining fixed in his gaze even after the room fell silent. Lake averted his eyes, only to turn back to meet her father's stare, then hastily downed a large mug of ale, his face flushed as he stumbled away. He was utterly exposed beneath those unwavering eyes. Lord Tywin's eyes have forever closed. Cersei thought, what they should truly fear are my eyes, my brows. I too am a lion. The hall was cast in somber hues, mirroring the gray sky outside. Should the clouds disperse and the rain cease, sunlight would pierce through the suspended crystal, casting a spectrum of colors upon the body. The Duke of Casterly Rock deserved such a display. He was a great man. I can do better. A millennium hence, when scholars recount the annals of history, you shall be recognized as the father of Regent Queen Cersei. Mother, Tommen tugged at her sleeve. What is that foul stench? My lord father. The scent of death. She too detected a hint of decay that provoked a desire to pinch one's nose. Yet Cersei remained indifferent. 7 archbishops clad in silver robes stood solemnly behind the coffin, beseeching the Father above to deliver a just judgment upon Duke Tywin, and upon their conclusion, 77 nuns gathered at the altar of the Virgin, chanting hymns in search of mercy. Tommen, unable to endure any longer, felt even the Queen Mother's knees ache. She glanced at Jaime, only to find her brother as still as a statue, unwilling to meet her gaze. Below, Uncle Kevin knelt on the ground, his shoulders slumped, with his son kneeling beside him. Lancel's complexion was worse than that of my father. At merely 17, he appeared as though he were a septuagenarian, his visage pallid and gaunt, cheeks hollow, eyes sunken, hair streaked with gray and brittle, akin to chalk. Why did Tywin Lannister perish while Lancel still drew breath? Had the gods lost their sanity? Lord Giles coughed more violently than usual, covering his nose with a red silk handkerchief. He too was aware of the odor. Maester Pycelle had closed his eyes. Should he dare to doze? I vowed to punish him severely. To the right of the coffin knelt the Tyrells, the Duke of Highgarden, his fearsome mother and tedious wife, his son Garland and daughter Marjorie. Queen Marjorie, Cersei reminded herself, was the widow of young Joffrey and betrothed to Tommen. Marjorie was exceedingly beautiful, almost indistinguishable from her brother. The Knight of Flowers, leading the Queen Mother to suspect they shared similar tastes. Behold, our little Rose was trailed by a retinue of handmaidens day and night. At present, a dozen knelt beside her. The Queen Mother diverted her gaze, scrutinizing each of these women. Who among them was feeble? Who was lewd? Who yearned for elevation? Who could not restrain her tongue? She resolved to uncover the truth. As the singing concluded, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. The odor emanating from her father grew increasingly pungent, compelling the mourning nobles to feign solemnity. However, Cersei still noticed that Marjorie's cousins pinched their delicate noses. As she and Tommen made their way back down the aisle, she sensed someone whispering the word lavatory, followed by a titter of laughter. The Queen Mother turned in fury, only to be met by a sea of expressionless faces staring back at her. Had her father been alive, none would have dared jest at his expense. A mere glance from him would have sent these fools cowering in fear. Upon returning to the hall ablaze with light, the mourners buzzed around the Queen Mother and her son like a swarm of flies, eagerly expressing their tedious condolences. The twins from House Redwine kissed her hand, while their father pressed his lips to her cheek. The fire mage, Helene, assured her that on the day her father's remains departed the city westward, a magnificent display of fireworks would illuminate the clear sky. Lord Giles, amidst his coughing, proclaimed he had hired a master stonemason to carve a statue of Lord Tywin above the Lion's Gate, ensuring his eternal watch over the capital, while Ser Balon Swan, with a bandage wrapped around his right eye, vowed never to remove it until he presented her with the head of her dwarf brother. Once she finally extricated herself from the incessant prattling of the fools, Lady Ferris of Stradcorth found herself cornered again by her husband, Sir Balman Bake. On behalf of my esteemed mother, I extend my condolences, Your Majesty, Ferris eagerly proclaimed. Loras is about to give birth, and my mother is unable to attend. She begs your forgiveness and wishes me to propose that she regards your late father as one of the most remarkable figures of our time. Should my sister bear a son, she hopes to have the honor of naming the child Tywin, in the hope of pleasing you, your majesty. Cersei was utterly taken aback. Your dim-witted sister has been with half of King's Landing. She could hardly believe that Tanda would consider it an honor to name a bastard after her father. No, I beg to differ. Ferris recoiled as if struck, while her husband stroked his thick, golden beard. Your majesty, I have conveyed this to Lady Tanda as well. Rest assured, we shall find a more, suitable name for Loras's bastard. I assure you, truly. Remember your words. Cersei shrugged and hurried away, discovering that Tommen had already fallen into the clutches of Margaery Tyrell and her grandmother. The Queen of Thorns was so diminutive that she appeared almost childlike at first glance. The Queen Mother intended to rescue her child from the rosebush, only to abruptly encounter her uncle's family. She reminded her uncle of their agreement to discuss matters upon returning to the city. Sir Kevin nodded wearily and took his leave, but Lancel, the man who had one foot in the grave, lingered. Which foot remained? Was he poised to step in, or to step out? Cersei forced herself to smile. Lancel, it brings me great comfort to see you in such good health. In the past, Maester Balabar was quite pessimistic regarding your condition. We were all terribly worried, weren't we? Aren't you heading to Derry Castle? After all, you are the newly appointed lord. Not just yet. My castle is occupied by bandits. His voice was as weak as the stubble on his lower lip. Though his hair had turned gray, his beard remained sandy. Whenever that boy entered her, pumping with fidelity, Cersei would always fixate on his beard. It was utterly distasteful, akin to a smudge of dirt. She had once threatened to spit to wipe it away. Father says the Riverlands currently require a strong hand. She thought to herself, yet smiled outwardly. You two shall wed. A fleeting melancholy crossed the young knight's weathered face. Yes, the girl from House Fry. I have never even met her. I hear she has long been deflowered, and is a widow of Tully blood. Father insists that marrying her will bring my subjects closer to me, but alas, my subjects are either dead or have fled. He reached out to grasp her hand. How cruel, Cersei. Your Majesty, you know my heart belongs to House Lannister, she completed for him. No one doubts your loyalty, Lancel. I hope your lady wife bears you many strong sons. Indeed, let us hope her grandfather does not officiate the wedding. I have faith in you. You shall accomplish great deeds in Derry Castle. Lancel, with a look of pitiful resignation, nodded gently. When I was on the brink of death, my father summoned the Archbishop to pray for me. He is indeed a good man. My cousin's eyes glistened with moisture, a curious sight. For the innocence of a child resided within the visage of an elder. He proclaimed that the Virgin Mother had spared me for a sacred purpose, granting me the opportunity for atonement. Cersei found herself perplexed by his intentions of seeking forgiveness on her behalf. Elevating him to knighthood was a folly, and sharing her bed was an even greater misstep. Lancel was but a frail reed, and she had little fondness for his sudden display of piety. He was far more charming when masquerading as Jaime. What secrets had this insipid fool confessed to the Archbishop? How many dark truths would spill forth in the shadows when he entwined himself with that harlot from House Fry? Should he reveal their shared bed? Cersei would find a way to manage it. After all, men are driven by desire, easily captivated by her beauty, and prone to boastfulness. Yet, if he were to utter that Robert's prayers over wine sufficed for atonement, Cersei would instruct her cousin to pray in silence. She left him to ponder her words. Steeling herself to confront the Tyrells, Margaery was the first to envelop her in a sisterly embrace. The Queen felt a sense of disadvantage but could not conjure a counterargument. Lady Eleanor and Margaery's cousins kissed her fingertips, while the pregnant Lady Grayscale implored the Queen that should she bear a son, he be named Tywin, and if a daughter, then Lana. Here we go again. She felt nearly suffocated. In a matter of days, the realm would be awash with Tywins. Resigned, she could only muster a forced smile and graciously acquiesce. Only Lord Meryn brought her tidings of good fortune. Your Grace, he intoned with a sultry accent. I have sent word to my friends across the narrow sea. The moment that vile creature, the imp, dares to show his loathsome face in the free cities, we shall promptly deliver his head. You have many friends in the East? Indeed, I am well acquainted with those of power and influence in Myr, Lys, and Tyrosh. Cersei held no doubts about this. Behold this Myrish woman, exquisite in her allure, long-legged and buxom, her olive skin smooth and radiant, with full lips and large, dark eyes. Her voluminous hair appearing as if just awakened from slumber. She exuded temptation, akin to an exotic lotus flower. Lord Meryn and I are wholly devoted to your Grace. Serving you and our little king, the woman whispered, her pupils rich with promise, akin to Lady Grayscale's burgeoning womb. This ambitious individual, wed to a husband of once great lineage now fallen from grace, proposed a more in-depth conversation. Madam, your name is Tanya, is it not? You are exceedingly kind. I believe we could become good friends. At that moment, the Duke of Highgarden approached the Queen. Mace Tyrell was scarcely a decade older than Cersei, yet she had always regarded him as a figure from an elder generation rather than a peer. He was not as tall as Tywin, but surpassed him in girth. His broad chest and protruding belly evident. His hair was chestnut, with gray streaks appearing amidst his beard, and his face, as ever, was flushed. Tywin was a great man, an extraordinary man. After kissing her cheeks, he ceremoniously declared, I fear that in our lifetimes, we shall never again behold a hero such as your father. Before such a great hero, you stand. You fool, Cersei thought. That is me, his daughter. Yet, she required the strength of the Tyrells and Highgarden to uphold Tommen's throne. So what escaped her lips was merely, yes, we all miss him dearly. A hand from the Tyrell rested upon her shoulder, sighing. It is well understood that no one possesses the capability to bear the burden left by Lord Tywin. Nevertheless, the deceased have departed, and the realm must be governed. Governance is imperative. In this dark hour, should you require my assistance, your majesty, command me, and I shall not hesitate to lay down my life. My lord, if one aspires to be the prime minister, one must at least possess the courage to voice it, the Queen Mother laughed. What can this fool discern from my smile? That said, surveying the chaos of the world, the situation has begun to stabilize, and the Reach is in dire need of your stewardship. Does it not seem a misplacement of priorities? My son, Loras, is exceptionally capable, she continued, as the other parties stubbornly refused to grasp her implicit hints, elaborating. He is a paragon of resilience despite his physical limitations. Though his leg is crippled, his mind remains sharp. Presently, Garland has taken over Brightwater Keep, and the two brothers work in unison, ensuring the Reach is secure. As a father, my foremost duty is to serve the kingdom in its rise and fall, as bequeathed by Lord Tywin. At this juncture, I am pleased to bring another piece of good news to your majesty, in accordance with your late father's wishes. My uncle, Garland, has graciously consented to assume the role of Master of Coin and is currently en route to Old Town by ship, hastening to King's Landing. Accompanied by his two sons, Lord Tywin had promised to secure positions for my two cousins, presumably within the City Watch. The Queen Mother's smile froze entirely, fearful she might shatter her teeth in disbelief. Allowing the rotund Garland into the small council, granting his two bastards golden robes? Do the Tyrells believe I would present the kingdom upon a gilded platter for their taking? Her indignation rendered her momentarily speechless. Garland has long served as the steward of Highgarden, toiling diligently for my father and me. Recognized for his dedication, the Tyrell continued. I concede, Littlefinger is indeed formidable, capable of sniffing out gold. However, Lord Garland, Cersei interjected, interrupting the Duke of Highgarden, I believe you have misunderstood. I have consulted with Lord Giles Rosby, and he is honored to accept the position of Master of Coin. Mace stared at her in disbelief. Rosby, that ailing man who coughs incessantly? Yet, the matter has been settled, your majesty. Garland is already en route to Old Town. Quickly send a raven to Lord Hightower, instructing him to prevent your uncle from boarding the ship. It would be a grave disservice to Garland if he traveled a great distance only to return empty-handed amidst the autumn storms, she said with a gentle smile. A flush crept up the thick neck of Mace Tyrell. Your father had promised me, he stammered. Suddenly, the Duke's mother appeared, linking her arm through her son's. It seems Lord Tywin did not share his plans with the Regent Queen, she remarked. Oh, I can only imagine why. In that case, the die is cast. Let us not trouble Her Majesty further. She is quite right. You must hasten to instruct Lord Leighton to prevent Garland from boarding. The man is prone to seasickness. If he were to endure such a lengthy voyage, his flatulence would surely become more pungent. Lady Olenna cast a toothless grin towards Cersei. You possess remarkable foresight. If Lord Giles were to preside over the council, the atmosphere would be far more pleasant, although, truth be told, I cannot abide his incessant cough. She grimaced, her wrinkled visage tightening further. I am feeling unwell today, and the scent within this hallowed hall is rather unsettling. You must have noticed it as well? No, Cersei replied coldly. What do you mean, a scent? Indeed, it is quite detrimental to one's health. It seems you are yearning for the autumn roses of your estate. I apologize for keeping you lingering in the capital for too long. She intended to dispatch Lady Olenna from the palace immediately to ensure her mother's safety. The Tyrells would undoubtedly send away a multitude of knights. The fewer Tyrells in the capital, the more peacefully she could sleep. I must confess, I do miss the blooming gardens of Highgarden, the old woman replied. But how could I abandon my beloved Marjorie before she weds your precious Tommen? I too. Eagerly anticipate the day of the wedding, Duke Tyrell interjected. In fact, Lord Tywin has recently been discussing the date with me. Your Majesty, if it suits. Let us settle it soon. I shall speak with you shortly. Your Majesty is wise. We must act swiftly. Lady Olenna sniffed again. Come now, Mace. Do not disturb the Queen's mourning. I shall have you killed. Old woman, Cersei thought as she observed the Queen of Thorns staggering between two tall guards. The towering twins, mockingly named Left Hand and Right Hand by the old woman of Highgarden, swore silently to witness just how foul her corpse would smell in due time. Clearly, the old was 10 times more astute than the young. The Queen Dowager hastily rescued her son from Marjorie and her cousins, making her way towards the door. Outside the sanctum, the rain had ceased, and the autumn air was fresh and sweet. Take off the crown and put it on, Cersei commanded Tommen. It makes my neck hurt, the boy protested, yet complied dutifully. When shall I marry? Tommen asked. Marjorie had promised to take him to Highgarden after their wedding. You shall not go to Highgarden, but I permit you to ride back to the castle this morning. Cersei called for Ser Meryn Trant to provide his majesty with a fine steed, and then inquired if Lord Giles would honor her by sharing the litter with her. The rapid unfolding of events surpassed her expectations. There was no time to waste. Upon hearing that riding was permitted, Tommen was overjoyed, and Lord Giles naturally could not refuse. However, when she proposed appointing him as the Master of Coin, he coughed so violently that she feared he might collapse on the spot. Fortunately, by the grace of the mother, Lord Giles eventually found the strength to acquiesce, even while coughing, to present a list of officials he wished to replace. He sought to dismiss the customs officials and wool merchants appointed by Littlefinger, even including one of the heads of the royal treasury. As long as they can milk, I shall agree to whatever cattle you bring forth. Additionally, I request your presence at the council meeting tomorrow. As the other party coughed, bending over, it seemed tomorrow would be better. Lord Gales coughed into a crimson silk handkerchief, attempting to conceal the bloodstains in his spittle. Cersei feigned indifference. Once he is gone, I shall need to replace him. Perhaps it would be best to recall Peter Baelish after Lisa Tully's demise. The Queen Regent could hardly envision Peter maintaining his position as the guardian of the Vale with tranquility. If what Ser Hyle says is true, the Lords of the Vale have already risen in rebellion. Should they succeed in seizing that insufferable child, Duke Peter would have to scurry back to me for assistance. Your Majesty? Lord Gales murmured between coughs, his lips moving as he spoke, only to be interrupted by another fit of violent coughing. Might I inquire who the next Prime Minister will be? My uncle, Cersei replied absently, as the gates of the Red Keep loomed larger before her. A sense of relief washed over her. She entrusted Tommen to his attendant and returned to her chambers, feeling gratified as she prepared to rest. However, just as she removed her shoes, Jocelyn timidly entered, announcing that Coburn sought an audience. Bring him in, the Queen Regent commanded. There was no choice. A ruler's duties are relentless, leaving little room for respite. Coburn, now aged, bore more gray than white in his hair, yet his lips perpetually wore a smile, rendering him akin to the adoring grandfather of a young girl. He appeared a tattered old man, his robe's collar frayed, and one sleeve hastily mended after being torn. I sincerely apologize for disturbing your Majesty's rest, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness, he began. In accordance with your orders, I ventured deep into the dungeons to investigate the incident concerning the imp's escape. What have you discovered? On the night that Lord Varys and your brother vanished, another individual also disappeared. I am aware, it was the jailer. What is known of him? The man's name is Logan. He has long been a subordinate keeper of the Black Cells. The warden described him as short and stout, unshaven, with a raspy voice. Yet he was appointed by old King Aegon and allowed free passage. In recent years, the Black Cells have housed few prisoners, and the other jailers seem to fear him, making it difficult to ascertain the true nature of this man. He has no family, no friends, does not frequent taverns, nor does he visit brothels. His quarters are damp and cramped, with a moldy straw mattress, and the chamber pot has not been cleaned in quite some time, overflowing in fact. I am aware of all this. Jaime has visited Logan's room, and Sir Adam's gold cloaks have conducted another search. Yes, your Majesty, Coburn replied. But are you aware that beneath that foul chamber pot lies a movable stone, concealing a small hole? Such mechanisms are typically employed to safeguard valuables, are they not? Valuables. This is a novel discovery. You imply money? Cersei thought, for she had long suspected Tyrion of bribing the jailer. Your wisdom is unmatched, your Majesty. That small hole was already emptied by the time I discovered it. Logan must have fled in haste with his bribes. However, as I crouched down, torch in hand, scrutinizing the area, I unearthed a glimmering object hidden within the earth, which I subsequently retrieved. Coburn opened his palm to reveal a gold coin. Gold, indeed, he confirmed. Yet upon receiving it, Cersei sensed something amiss. It felt too small, she mused, too light. This ancient coin, worn and weathered, bears the likeness of a king on one side and the image of a hand on the other. No dragon, she blurted out. Indeed, no dragon, responded Coben. It hails from before the conquest, your majesty. The king depicted on this coin is Gallas the 20th, and the hand represents the sigil of the Gardner family, from Highgarden. Cersei clutched the coin tightly. What conspiracy does this signify? Mestillier is one of the 3 judges presiding over Tyrion's trial, and has consistently advocated for the death penalty. Is it all a charade? Has he been secretly colluding with the imp to conspire against our father? Once Tywin Lannister is dead, the Duke of Tyrell would naturally be a prime candidate for the premiership. That said, this matter must remain confidential. The Queen Mother commanded, "You may trust my discretion." A man who traverses the realm with a mercenary company knows when to speak and when to remain silent, lest he lose his head. The same rules apply to me. Cersei set the coin down, deciding to ponder its significance later. Is there anything else? Regarding Sir Gregor, Coben shrugged. As per your command, I conducted an investigation. The venom on the Red Viper's spear originates from the Eastern Manticore, and I would stake my life on it. Pycelle disagrees with your assessment, he informed me, claiming that if it were Manticore venom, death would occur the moment it reached the heart. He speaks the truth. However, this time the poisoner has made alterations to prolong the mountain's suffering. Alterations? What kind? Perhaps, as your majesty suggests, a mixture of other toxins. But theoretically, combining various poisons often neutralizes their effects. Perhaps the methods employed by the perpetrator are less conventional. To put it plainly, I suspect he has utilized sorcery. Is this fellow as foolish as Pycelle? So, you wish to tell me that the mountain is in such a state due to some form of dark magic? Coben ignored her sarcasm. He is dying slowly from the poison, unable to draw breath for the time being, enduring excruciating agony. My attempts to alleviate his suffering have proven as ineffective as Pycelle's remedies. In fact, I believe Sir Gregor has significantly exceeded the dosage of opium. His servant informed me that he has been drinking it as one would consume beer, to stave off the pain of what feels like a splitting headache. Setting aside the side effects of that opium, physically, his veins have turned black from head to toe, and his urine is filled with pus. The wounds inflicted by the spear have not healed due to the poison, now swollen to the size of my fist. Frankly, his continued survival is nothing short of a miracle. Look at his physique, the Queen Mother furrowed her brow. Gregor is a hulking brute, and perhaps he is too dim-witted to realize he is dying. She extended her wine cup, and Serena promptly refilled it. His cries startled Tommen, and one night even roused me from my sleep. I believe it is time to summon Ilyn Payne to deal with this matter decisively. Your Majesty, Coben inquired. May I take Sir Gregor to the dungeon? This way, his cries shall not disturb you, and I can proceed to deal with him unrestrained. You wish to handle him? She chuckled. Let Sir Ilyn take action. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Coben remarked. Yet if we could understand this poison, it would surely benefit us, would it not? The common folk often say, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The enemy employs dark tactics. He did not finish his sentence, merely smiling as he regarded her. Clearly, this fellow is unlike Pycelle. The Queen Mother pondered over him, her mind racing through various thoughts. Why did the Citadel strip you of your chain? Because those scholars are inherently cowards. Marwyn described them as gray-cloaked sheep, and he was not wrong. I was once a healer on par with Ambrose, destined to surpass him. Do you know what happened next? The Citadel has long been dissecting corpses to unravel the mysteries of life, a practice unbroken for centuries. Yet I advanced further. I sought to study what lies beyond death. Thus I dissected the living. For this crime, the gray sheep insulted and expelled me. However, I possess a far deeper understanding of life and death than the old sages of Old Town. Is that so? She found it intriguing. Very well. I shall entrust you with the mountain of magic. You may handle him as you see fit, but your activities are confined to the black cells. Upon his demise, present his head. This is a token promised to my father by a benefactor. One can only imagine how Prince Doran would relish the thought of carving out his heart and feasting upon his flesh. Yet we must all learn to endure a modicum of disappointment from time to time. Thank you, Your Majesty. Coben cleared his throat. There is one small issue. My station does not afford me the privileges of Master Pycelle, and I require the necessary equipment. I shall instruct Giles to prepare funds for your needs. First, you ought to procure yourself some new robes. You appear as if plucked from a flea-ridden nest. She gazed into his eyes, uncertain of the depth of trust she could place in him. Should I remind you of the consequences if any word of your dealings were to escape? It shall not happen, Your Majesty. Coben offered her a reassuring smile. Your secret is my secret. After he departed, Cersei poured herself another goblet of rich red wine. Seated by the window, savoring it as shadows gradually enveloped the courtyard. She could not forget that coin, the money from the Riverlands. How could the lowliest jailer in King's Landing possess coins from the Riverlands? Was this the price for aiding in her father's murder? No matter how hard she tried. The mere thought of Tywin conjured his bewildered, smiling visage and the pungent odor that emanated from his corpse. It was possible that all of this was orchestrated by Tyrion in the shadows, cunningly manipulating events. Though a trivial jest, it was undeniably cruel. He was indeed a small and cruel creature. Is Pycelle also one of his minions? Let us not forget, the Grand Maester allows that Logan to control the Black Cells. All clues intertwined, leaving her deeply unsettled. The High Septon must surely be Tyrion's hound, Cersei suddenly thought. As her father's wretched corpse was tended to by him from dawn till dusk, as twilight descended, her uncle arrived as promised. Clad in a padded charcoal wool coat that matched the pallor of his face, reminiscent of lifeless ash. Like all members of House Lannister, Ser Kevan possessed exquisite skin and golden hair. However, at the age of 55, his head was nearly bereft of hair. His rounded shoulders and stout waist did little to lend him an air of handsomeness, while the fleshy contours of his square jaw were accentuated by a neatly trimmed golden beard that failed to conceal them. He evoked memories of an old, loyal hound, which was precisely what she required at this moment. They shared a simple meal consisting of beets, bread, and a bloody steak, washed down with a jug of Dornish red wine. Throughout the repast, Ser Kevan spoke little and scarcely touched his wine. Perhaps his heart bore too heavy a weight, she thought, as he needed to immerse himself in work to liberate himself from sorrow. Thus, after the dishes were cleared and the servants had departed, she laid her thoughts bare before him. I understand how much father relies on you, uncle. I too am in need of your support. You require a prime minister, Ser Kevan replied, and Jaime has turned you down. His candor remained unyielding. Very well. The passing of Jaime's father left her in a state of distraction and confusion, rendering her nearly incapable of recalling her own words. Jaime is indeed brave, yet let us speak plainly. He possesses a certain foolishness at his core. Tommen requires a more seasoned elder. Mace Tyrell fits that bill. Cersei flared her nostrils. Absolutely not, she retorted, brushing a lock of hair from her forehead. I shall not indulge the insatiable Tyrells. It would be folly to appoint Mace Tyrell as prime minister, Ser Kevan conceded, but opposing him would be an even greater folly. I have heard of the events that transpired in the Hall of Lights. Naturally, Mace must learn not to discuss such matters in public settings. Nonetheless, it was exceedingly unwise to humiliate him before the entire court. Far better than allowing the Tyrells to infiltrate the small council. His reproach irked her. Lord Rosby would make a fine chancellor of the exchequer. Merely observe his palanquin, adorned with intricate carvings and silk brocade. His horses are outfitted more splendidly than those of most knights. A man of such wealth must surely be adept at amassing fortune. As for the position of prime minister, who could be more qualified than my father's brother, the one who has always been close to my father, selflessly devoted to him? Everyone requires a trustworthy confidant. Tywin trusts me and your mother. He loved her. Cersei refused to dwell on the corpse of her father's whore. I know they are reunited now. I pray so. Ser Kevan gazed at her face for a long moment before continuing. Cersei, you asked me to make yet another sacrifice. Not more than what father demanded. I am weary. Her uncle grasped the wine cup and took a sip. I have not seen my wife in 2 years. One son is but a corpse, and the other is soon to wed. Becoming lord. Yes, Derry must regain its former glory. The fertile lands of the Riverlands must be safeguarded, and the scorched fields await replanting. Lancel requires my assistance. Tommen needs you more. Cersei had not anticipated that Kevan would seek her comfort. Under the auspices of his father, he had always taken the lead. The nation requires you more than ever. Ah, the Lannister family. He took another sip of wine. Very well. I shall remain to serve His Majesty the King. Splendid. Just as she was about to offer her praise, Ser Kevan raised his voice, halting her in her tracks. The condition is that you name me as Regent and Hand of the King, while you return to Casterly Rock. For a moment, Cersei stared at him in disbelief, unsure of how to proceed. I am the Regent, she reminded him. You are at present, but Tywin has no intention of allowing you to remain in that position. He has shared his plans with me. He desires your return to Casterly Rock and intends to find you a new husband. Cersei's fury ignited within her, for he had indeed spoken of this before. Yes, I told him I have no interest in remarrying. Her uncle remained unfazed. If you truly do not wish to remarry, I shall not compel you. As for the other condition, well, you are now the Duchess of Casterly Rock. You ought to oversee your domain. You have some audacity. She wished to scream at him, but dared not do so. I am the Duchess of Casterly Rock, and the Queen Regent. I must safeguard my son. Your father does not share that sentiment. My father is dead. This is both my misfortune and the kingdom's. Open your eyes and see yourself clearly, Cersei. The realm has become a wasteland. Tywin could have led the nation toward revival, yet I am the one destined to restore it. After her outburst, Cersei lowered her voice. With your assistance, uncle, as long as you remain loyal to me, as you were to my father. You are not your father. Moreover, Tywin has always regarded Jaime as his true heir. Jaime took an oath. Jaime never ponders. He mocks everyone and everything, saying whatever comes to mind. Jaime is merely a handsome fool. Nevertheless, he remains your 10th choice for the position of Prime Minister. What is the reason, Cersei? I have told you. I was lost in sorrow at that time, my thoughts unsteady. Unsteady indeed, Ser Kevan conceded. And that is precisely why you must return to Casterly Rock and leave the kingdom to those who are more capable of thoughtful deliberation. The king is my son. Cersei sprang to her feet. He certainly is, her uncle replied unhurriedly, but judging by Joffrey's example. You are not suited to be a mother any more than you are to be a ruler. She splashed the wine from her cup forcefully onto his face. Ser Kevan, with solemn dignity, also stood. Your Grace, the liquid dripped down his chin, falling from his trimmed beard. I apologize. May I take my leave? On what grounds do you impose conditions? You are merely a knight in my father's service. You hold no title. Indeed, I possess no lands. But my income is not insignificant. I have coins piled high in my household. My father did not neglect any of his children at his passing. And Tywin knows how to reward service. I command 200 knights, and if necessary, I can double that number. Let us not forget that free riders are eager to follow my banner, and I am not lacking in funds to hire mercenaries. I advise you not to underestimate me. Your Majesty's sagacious words should not regard me as your adversary. Dare you threaten me? I am offering you counsel. Listen, if you do not permit me to serve as regent, then appoint me as the acting lord of Casterly Rock, and allow either Mathis Roant or Lannister to assist the king. Either of these two could stabilize the realm. Both are trusted confidants of Tyrell. The suggestion from my uncle left her momentarily speechless. Has he been bribed as well? The Queen Mother pondered. Has he accepted gold from Tyrell to betray House Lannister? Mathis Roant is wise, prudent, and widely beloved. My uncle continued relentlessly, while Lannister is renowned as a great general. Though his talents may not be required in times of peace, following Tywin's demise, none could surpass him in bringing an end to warfare. Should you nominate a great vassal of House Tyrell as your prime minister, the Duke of Tyrell would be unable to oppose. And both Tarly and Roant are sensible individuals who understand the importance of loyalty. Appointing either one would secure their allegiance to you. Thus, you would strengthen your position while undermining Highgarden, and Mace would have no choice but to express gratitude for your calculated maneuvering. He shrugged. This is my counsel. Whether you heed it or not is your prerogative, for your intention to appoint the Moon Boy as prime minister does not concern me. Woman, my brother has perished. I must return him home. Traitor, she thought, chameleon. I wonder how much Mace Tyrell has offered him. At the moment your king requires you most, you have abandoned him. She told her uncle, you have forsaken Tommen. Tommen has his mother to care for him. Sir Kevan's green eyes met those of the Queen Mother, unblinking. The last drop of crimson liquid quivered beneath his chin and fell. Indeed, he paused and added softly, he still has his father. Chapter 9 Jaime Lannister, clad in white, stood beside his father's coffin, fingers tightly gripping the hilt of his golden sword. As dusk descended, the interior of the great September of Baelor remained dim and tranquil. The final rays of sunlight slanted through the high windows, casting a crimson glow upon the towering statues of the seven. The incense candles encircling the altar flickered uncertainly, heavy shadows gathering upon the high walls, slowly and silently descending onto the marble floor. Once the last mourner departed, the echoes of the hymns gradually subsided. Only Ser Balon Swan and Loras Tyrell remained. No one can keep vigil for 7 days and nights, Ser Balon advised. When was the last time you rested, my lord? When my father was still alive, Jaime replied. This night, allow me to guard the coffin in your stead, Ser Loras implored. He is not your father. This is of no concern to you. I am the one who harmed him. Tyrion loosed the arrow, and I released Tyrion. Leave me alone. As you wish, my lord, Balon acquiesced, while Ser Loras appeared reluctant to yield until Balon took him by the arm and led him away. The footsteps of the two Kingsguard faded into the distance, leaving Jaime once more alone with his father, accompanied only by the flickering candles, crystal, and the sweet, decaying scent of death. Due to the weight of his armor, his back ached intensely and his legs felt almost numb. Thus, he allowed himself a slight shift, gripping the golden greatsword tighter, though he could not wield it. At least he could hold it firmly. His phantom fingers itched with anticipation. It was truly ironic, to him, His incomplete body seemed less significant than the sensitivity of the nerves in the hand he had lost. My hand yearns to wield a sword, and I crave to kill. Starting with Varys, but first, I must uncover his secrets. I want that eunuch to escort him onto a ship, not to your chamber, he told the corpse. The eunuch's hands stained with your blood, just like Tyrion's. Like me, he wished to confess to his father, yet the words caught in his throat, unable to be uttered. Whatever Varys had done, the instigator was I. When he resolved not to stand by and watch his brother perish, he stealthily entered the eunuch's chamber and waited until the deep of night. As he waited, he sharpened his dagger with his unblemished hand, deriving a peculiar solace from the sound of steel scraping against stone. When footsteps approached, he slipped behind the door. Varys entered, heavy with the scent of powders and lavender, only to be unexpectedly struck in the knee by Jaime from behind, collapsing to the ground. Jaime lunged forward, pressing his knee against the eunuch's chest, drawing the dagger and pointing it at Varys's pale, soft chin, forcing him to look up. "How fortuitous, Lord Varys," he said cheerfully. "A pleasure to meet you." "Sir Jaime?" Varys gasped. "You frightened me." "I intended to." He twisted the dagger, blood trickling down the blade. "In my view, before Ser Island severs my brother's head, you might as well fetch him. I concede, it is an ugly head, but alas, he possesses but one." "Yes, yes. If you would be so kind as to handle the knife gently, if you please, my lord," the eunuch stammered, touching his neck, his mouth agape at the sight of his own blood. "I cannot bear to see my own blood. If you do not cooperate, you shall witness even more bloodshed." Varys struggled to sit up. "If your brother disappears without a trace from his prison, others will take notice, and you may find your life in jeopardy. Your fate lies in my hands. Listen, I have no interest in your little secrets, but should anything happen to Tyrion, your days will be numbered, I assure you." "Oh." The eunuch sucked on the blood from his fingers. "You wish for me to commit a dreadful act, to free the very monster who conspired against our noble king. The imp, do you truly believe he is innocent?" "Whether guilty or not," Jaime replied, as foolishly as ever, "the Lannisters always pay their debts." How simple it was to utter those words. Yet thereafter, he found no peace in sleep. It was as if his brother stood before him, the torchlight casting shadows upon his grotesque face, the dwarf's broken nose adorned with a mocking smile. "You pitiful, foolish, blind fool," his brother bellowed in the most venomous tone. "Cersei is a lying, unblinking harlot. As far as I know, she has lain with Lancel, Osmond Kettleblack, and even the Moon Boy. Others may call me a monster, and they are correct. It is I who killed your wicked, deserving son. However, he never expressed any intention to harm our father. Had he done so, I would have certainly intervened. It should have been I, not him, who became the parasite." Jaime could not fathom the whereabouts of Varys. The Master of Whisperers was notoriously cunning, and after the incident, he had not returned to his chambers, even after scouring the Red Keep. No trace of him could be found. Perhaps he had set sail alongside Tyrion, evading the awkward interrogation. If that were the case, the two of them would likely be amidst the narrow sea by now, indulging in the golden wine of Dragonstone in a luxurious cabin. Or perhaps his brother had slain Varys as well, disposing of the body deep within the castle's bowels. In the depths of the castle, it might take years before the corpse would be discovered. Jaime had once led a dozen guards, armed with torches, ropes, and lanterns, into the depths, tirelessly exploring the meandering corridors, narrow crawl spaces, hidden passages, secret staircases, and ladders that plunged into the abyss. Were it not for this ordeal, he would have remained oblivious to the stark reality of his disability. A man must possess two hands, for otherwise, even climbing a ladder becomes a formidable challenge. And navigating narrow passages is nearly impossible. The adage about using both hands and feet is indeed a profound truth. The most lamentable part was that while others could scale walls with one hand and wield a torch with the other, he was left to grope in the inky darkness. The arduous efforts yielded no results. They encountered only dust and rodents in the shadows. And dragons of the depths. He recalled the flickering glow of the coals in the dragon's mouth, illuminating the warm chamber at the intersection of 6 tunnels, where the worn red and black bricks formed a mosaic of the Targaryen three-headed dragon. "I remember you, Kingslayer," the beast seemed to growl. "I have always been here, waiting for your descent." This resolute voice was unmistakably that of Rhaegar, belonging to the Prince of Dragonstone. On the day he bid farewell to Rhaegar in the courtyard of the Red Keep, a fierce wind howled. The crown prince donned his renowned black armor, adorned with a ruby emblem depicting the three-headed dragon. "Your Majesty," Jaime implored, "allow Ser Darren or Ser Balistan to remain and guard the king. Let me accompany you to war." Their cloaks were as pure as my own. Rhaegar shook his head. "My father fears your father more than he fears our kinsman Robert. He wishes to keep you close to ensure that Tywin does not harbor treachery. The atmosphere is tense. I dare not take his talisman away. Jaime felt a surge of anger rise in his throat. I am not a talisman. I am a knight of the Kingsguard. Then you should remember your duty and guard the king well, Ser Jon Darren admonished. You swore an oath when you donned the white cloak. Rhaegar placed a hand on Jaime's shoulder. Once the war concludes, I intend to convene a grand council to seek reform in governance. I have long harbored this plan. But alas, let us not discuss the untraveled path for now. Once I return to the capital, we shall deliberate. For Jaime, this constituted Rhaegar's last testament. Beyond the city gates, a great army awaited Rhaegar, while another force hurried toward the trident under the stars. The Prince of Dragonstone mounted his steed, adjusting his towering black helm, riding toward his own demise. Yet, his words bore a prophetic weight. After the war concluded, the political landscape underwent a profound transformation. Illyris believed that having me by his side was akin to donning a protective charm. He addressed his father's lifeless form, a gesture both absurd and poignant. Lord Tywin appeared to concur with his son's sentiments, his smile widening. In truth, Jaime suspected that he relished in the finality of death. Strangely, he felt no sorrow. Where were my tears? Where was my rage? Jaime Lannister was never devoid of anger. Father, he proclaimed to the corpse, you taught me that shedding tears is a sign of a man's weakness. Thus, I cannot weep for you. This morning, thousands of nobles came to pay their respects at the coffin, followed by another throng of common folk in the afternoon. They were clad in simple attire, their expressions solemn. Yet Jaime doubted that many harbored hidden joy at the Prime Minister's untimely demise. Even within the Lannister stronghold of the Westerlands, Duke Tywin was more respected than loved. And the citizens of King's Landing had not forgotten the rampant looting on the day the city fell. Among all the mourners, Maester Pycelle appeared the most sorrowful. I have served 6 kings, he confided to Jaime on the 20th night of the vigil, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Yet here lies the greatest man I have ever known. Lord Tywin never wore a crown, but he undeniably possessed the bearing of a king. Without his beard, Pycelle appeared not only older but profoundly frail. The act of shaving it off was perhaps the cruelest of Tyrion's deeds, Jaime mused. Well aware of the sensation of losing a part of oneself, especially the most significant part, Pycelle's beard had once been magnificent, as white as new snow, soft as a lamb, entirely obscuring his face and chin, cascading down to his waist. He had a penchant for stroking his beard while speaking, which not only bestowed upon him the appearance of wisdom but also concealed his many flaws, the sagging skin of his chin, his flat, toothless mouth, countless warts, wrinkles, and age spots. Though Pycelle endeavored to regrow his beard, his efforts were in vain. What sprouted from that withered chin and wrinkled visage were only sparse stubble and bristles, utterly failing to mask the mottled pink of his skin. Ser Jaime, the old man began, in my lifetime, I have witnessed numerous calamities. He spoke slowly, recounting tales of war, bloodshed, and murder. In my youth, while studying in Old Town, a year marked by the Grey Plague claimed half the city's populace and 3/4 of the scholarly community. Lord Hightower set fire to the ships in the harbor, locked the city gates, and issued a decree to his soldiers to slay all who attempted to flee, be they men, women, or infants in their arms, without exception. Thus, when the plague finally abated, he had taught them to kill. On the very day he reopened the port, they dragged him from his horse, slit his throat, and murdered his young son. That day, the simple folk of Old Town cursed his name, yet Quentyn Hightower fulfilled his duty. Your father was such a man, a diligent and responsible individual. Was that why he felt such satisfaction in death? The stench of decay clouded Pycelle's vision. As the body's sinews shriveled and the lips drew tight, he did not smile. He was simply dead, dead. The old man fought back tears. Forgive me. I am weary. I take my leave. The Grand Master leaned heavily on his staff, slowly making his way out of the sacred hall. He too was nearing the end of his days, and Jaime realized why Cersei deemed him a worthless fool. Indeed, in the eyes of his beloved sister, half of those within the palace were either worthless or traitors. The list of those to be eradicated included not just Pycelle, but also the Kingsguard, House Tyrell, Jaime himself, and even Ser Island Payne, the mute enforcer whose duties bound him to the affairs of the dungeons. Despite the fact that the tongue-tied Payne usually left matters to his subordinates, Cersei blamed him for Tyrion's escape. Jaime nearly voiced, "It was I who did it, not him," but ultimately agreed to interrogate the jailer, an elderly hunchback named Weymouth. "Why does my surname seem peculiar to you, my lord?" He began to prattle on before Jaime could even inquire. "It is quite an ancient name, I assure you. I possess royal blood coursing through my veins. My ancestors included a princess, a tale my father recounted soon after my birth. judging by the speckled pate and the gray beard adorning his chin. Weymouth's childhood must have been decades past. She was the most beautiful maiden confined within the maiden vault, and Lord Oakenfist was utterly captivated by her, despite being married. In honor of Lord Oakenfist's maritime exploits, the princess named their illegitimate son Weymouth. This son later became a great knight, and his son, too, attained greatness, adding a great before Weymouth to signify his legitimate lineage. Thus, you see, I carry within me a trace of dragon blood. Ah, I comprehend now. Had you elucidated earlier, I might have mistaken you for Aegon the Conqueror, Jaime thought. He understood that Weymouth was merely a common surname among bastards in the vicinity of Blackwater Bay, and this branch was likely just a remnant of lesser knights from days gone by. I have pressing matters that supersede the study of your genealogy. Weymouth nodded, acknowledging the issue of the missing prisoner and the missing jailer. The old man continued, Logan, he is responsible for the dungeon's 30th layer, the black cells. Elucidate his circumstances. Jaime pressed. Damn this tedious charade. Even if Weymouth were unaware of Logan's identity, Jaime was fully cognizant of who Logan was. Disheveled, unkempt, hoarse voice. In truth, I hold no fondness for him, quite the opposite. When I first arrived, approximately 12 years ago, Logan had already been here, directly appointed by King Aerys. Oh, he seldom visits the dungeons. I am uncertain where he spends his time. I have reported these suspicious circumstances in my daily reports, my lord. I genuinely have raised my concerns. I swear to you by my true dragon blood. Should you dare mention your true dragon blood again, I might just draw a few drops to verify its authenticity, Jaime contemplated. To whom are these reports submitted? Some go to the Master of Coin, others to the Master of Whisperers. Of course, the warden of the prison and the enforcer have both reviewed them. This has always been the protocol regarding matters within the dungeons. Weavy Water picked his nose, and whenever required, Logan always appeared punctually, never faltering. However, the dark prison proved nearly ineffectual. Prior to the imprisonment of your younger brother, my lord, we briefly hosted Lord Patchier, and before him, the traitor Duke Stark. Additionally, there were 3 civilians whom Duke Stark dispatched to become Night's Watch, and truth be told, I consider it unwise to release those 3 dangerous individuals. Yet the Duke's orders were inscribed in black and white, leaving me with no recourse. Rest assured, I have documented this matter in my report. What of the 2 sleeping guards? Guards? Weavy Water exhaled, stating that to call them guards was an exaggeration. Keepers would be more fitting. The Treasury annually allocates funds for the 20th keeper's salary, my lord, precisely the 20th. Yet, during my tenure as commander for over a decade, the actual number of keepers has never exceeded 12. Theoretically, we should possess 6 lower-level keepers for the 3 tiers of the dungeon, 2 for each level. Yet we currently have only 3. Just you and the other 2? Weavy Water huffed. I am the dungeon commander, my lord. I hold a higher status than the lower-level keepers. I am responsible for keeping count. You may wish to examine the chart I have prepared, where all figures are meticulously organized. Weavy Water opened the large book bound in leather before him. Presently, we have 4 prisoners confined in the 10th level of the dungeon, 1 in the 20th, and your brother in the 30th. The old man furrowed his brow. He has already escaped. That much is certain. In truth, I ought to strike his name from the record. He picked up a quill, earnestly sharpening it. Only 6 prisoners, Jaime thought sourly. Yet the Treasury supports the salary of a 20th guard, 6 lower-level keepers, a dungeon commander, a prison warden, and a royal enforcer. I shall inquire of the 2 guards. Raynar Weavy Water set down the quill, regarding Jaime Lannister with suspicion. Inquire of the guards, my lord? Surely your hearing is intact. Indeed, my lord, I am quite well. You may question whomever you wish. I have no authority to interject. However, sir, allow me to assure you that they are no longer in a position to answer inquiries. They are dead, my lord. Dead. Who issued the order? Was it not you yourself? Or perhaps it was the command of His Majesty. Regardless, I dare not question further. I lack the standing to challenge the King's Guard. It is akin to pouring salt into a wound. Cersei employs her men to carry out vile deeds. All for her beloved Qyburn. You 2 mindless fools, Jaime roared at Boros Blunt and Osmond Kettleblack in a blood-soaked dungeon. What were you thinking? We were merely following orders. My lord, Boros replied, shorter than Jaime yet outweighing him considerably. It is the command of her grace, the Queen Mother. Osmond Kettleblack hooked his thumb through his sword belt. She instructed us to ensure they sleep eternally, and my brothers and I fulfilled her wish. You and your brothers. A lifeless body lay face down on the table, resembling a drunken soul, yet the pool of liquid steadily spreading beneath its head was blood, not wine. The 20th guard, straining to push aside the bench, drew forth a dagger, only to be pierced in the ribs by a long sword, experiencing a prolonged and tragic demise. I had expressly warned Varys that no bloodshed was to occur this time, James mused. Perhaps it was his brother and sister who should have received that admonition instead. This is not right, my lord, Sir Osmond shrugged. No one will mourn them. Moreover, in my opinion, they were complicit in the escape. No, James wished to tell him. It was Varys who had drugged their wine. If that were indeed the case, the truth ought to be extracted from their lips. She and Lancel, Osmond, and even the Moon Boy in bed. Thankfully, I am not a suspicious person. Otherwise, I might inquire what urgency drove you to silence them forever. What are you trying to conceal? Conceal? Lady Catelyn nearly choked on his accusation. No, no, the Queen's orders dictate our actions. I swear by your oath of brotherhood. Hearing this, James's phantom fingers twitched uncontrollably, urging him to summon his brother Osney and Osfryn to remove the mess he had created. My dear sister, if you require me to kill again, remember to inform me beforehand. Otherwise, do not let me see you, my lord. In the dim, silent halls of the great September of Baelor, those words echoed in his mind. Every window above had succumbed to darkness, allowing only a faint glimmer of starlight to seep through. The sun had long since descended. Despite the countless incense candles burning brightly, the stench of decay grew increasingly potent, evoking memories of the battlefield beneath King's Landing, where he had once achieved resounding victory. On the morning of the 20th day post-battle, countless crows arrived to feast, devouring both victors and vanquished alike, much like they had once feasted upon Rhaegar Targaryen by the banks of the Trident. The fate of lords often culminates in the bellies of crows. The crown is indeed a bitter jest. James perceived a flock of crows swirling above the soaring vaults and 7 towers of the great September, their black wings beating against the obsidian night sky, eager to enter. Every crow in the 7 kingdoms pays homage to you, Father, from Casterly Rock to the Blackwater. It is you who have nourished them. This notion seemed to amuse Lord Tywin even further, his laughter growing exaggerated. By the gods, he laughed like a newlywed emerging from the bridal chamber. James absurdly guffawed. His resounding laughter reverberated through the aisles, cellars, and chambers of the sept, as if the very walls were echoing back with the mirth of the dead. Why not? Is it not more ludicrous than a jester's performance? I assisted in the murder of my father, yet I stood vigil over him. I fought to rescue my brother, yet I sent men to search for him, specially instructing Sir Adam Marbrand to scour Silk Street. Every bed must be checked. You know how my brother fancies whores. It seems the gold cloaks would find the skirts of whores far more intriguing than what lies beneath the beds. James could not fathom how many bastards might be conceived in this futile search. His thoughts involuntarily drifted to Brienne of Tarth, the foolish, ugly, stubborn girl. Where is she now? Heavenly Father, grant her strength, he murmured, almost in prayer, pondering whether the object of his supplication was the grand, gilded figure flickering beneath the candlelight of the sanctum, or the lifeless body before him. Does it matter? In any case, they have never listened. Since the moment he could wield a sword, the warrior had been his sole guardian. Others were content to play the roles of father, son, or husband, but Jaime Lannister would not be confined to such titles. He grasped a golden sword, the hue of his own hair. He was a warrior, and forever would be. I ought to confide in Cersei. To confess that I released our dwarf brother. Confide? Just look at the havoc the truth wreaked upon Tyrion. I killed your wicked son, and then I slew your father. The mocking laughter of the imp echoed from the shadows. He turned to find it was merely the sound of his own laughter reverberating back at him. He closed his eyes, then swiftly opened them. I cannot sleep. If I do, nightmares shall ensue. Ah, Tyrion's venomous words. Cersei is a lying, unblinking harlot, who shares her bed with Lancel, Osmond Kettleblack, and even the Moon Boy. At midnight, the door behind the altar of the father creaked open, revealing hundreds of monks lined up to offer their devotions. Some donned silver-threaded robes, their heads crowned with crystal. These were the archbishops. The lesser monks wore crystals hung from leather cords around their necks, their robes cinched with belts of varied hues, each a different shade of the 7 colors. Emerging from the altar of the mother were 7 white-robed sisters, marching in unison, softly chanting hymns. The silent sisters walked in single file from the altar of the stranger. These maidens who consorted with death clad in light gray robes, their hoods raised and scarves wrapped tightly, leaving only their eyes visible. Many common monks appeared in brown, beige, white, or even unbleached coarse cloth, their waists cinched with hemp ropes, some bearing small hammers symbolizing blacksmiths, while others clutched begging bowls. The devotees paid Jaime no heed as they paraded within the sanctum, each one paying homage at the altars of the 7, expressing their piety towards the one who is 7. They offered sacrifices before each statue, singing hymns that intertwined solemnity and sweetness. Jaime closed his eyes to listen. and when he opened them again, his body swayed. I am truly weary. It had been many years since his last vigil. Back then, he was just a boy of 15, clad not in armor, but in a simple white tunic. And the chapel where he kept vigil was less than a third the size of this grand September. Jaime placed his long sword upon his warrior's knee, stacked his armor at his feet, and knelt on the rough stone of the altar. By dawn, his knees were bruised and bleeding. Shedding blood was the knight's duty, Jaime. Sir Arthur had told him, "We defend our vows with our lifeblood." Then, in the light of the morning, Sir Arthur had tapped his shoulder with his sword. The pale blade so sharp that the gentle touch tore through Jaime's clothing, causing him to bleed anew. Yet he cared not. His heart was filled with elation. The boy knelt, and the knight arose. A young lion, not a regicide. Those days have long since passed. That child has long since perished. He did not know when the devotion concluded. Perhaps he had simply fallen asleep while standing, as the monks and nuns departed. The grand hall was once again enveloped in silence. The brilliant flames of the candles resembled a wall of stars amid the darkness, and a palpable aura of death permeated the air. Jaime shifted his grip on the golden greatsword. Perhaps it would be prudent to have Ser Loras take the watch in his stead. This would surely disappoint Cersei. Yet, despite the Knight of Flowers being little more than a child, arrogant and vain, he possessed an inherent knightly spirit that would undoubtedly leave a significant mark in the annals of history. When the watch concluded, the tome would await him on the table, its pages silently accusing him. Damn it, in the end. Would he not merely pen a page filled with falsehoods? Perhaps it would be better to shred that wretched book into pieces. However, could he refrain from lying? Could he utter the truth? A woman stood before him. It was raining once more outside. He contemplated her drenched figure. Water cascaded from her cloak, pooling at her feet. When had she entered? He had not heard a sound. She was dressed like a tavern serving girl, draped in a heavy, coarse brown cloak, stained and frayed at the edges. The hood concealed her features, yet her eyes shimmered like emeralds, reflecting the flickering candlelight. He recognized the cadence of her movements. "Cersei," Jaime called softly, as if awakening from a dream, disoriented and unsure of the time. "At wolf's hour," she replied, lowering her hood and making a grimace reminiscent of a drowned wolf. She smiled at him sweetly. "Do you remember the first time I dressed like this to see you? In some dismal inn on Weasel Street. I donned a servant's attire to evade father's guards. I remember. That was Eel Alley." She sought something from him. "Why have you come at this late hour? What do you want from me?" His words spun through the hall. I want, gradually fading into a whisper. At that moment, he thought, if only what she desired were merely the warmth of my arms. "Speak softly," she urged, her tone peculiar and breathless, as if she feared something. "Jaime, Kevin has rejected me. He does not wish to become Hand of the King, and he knows about us. He has spoken to me about it." "Rejected?" Jaime was taken aback. How does he know? Perhaps he had read Stannis' letters, yet they contained no proof. "Tyrion knows." She reminded her brother. "God knows how that wretched imp may speak carelessly. If he told Uncle Kevin, let us not forget that after the demise of the fat bishop, it was Tyrion who provided the crystal crown to the successor. He may know everything." Cersei stepped closer. "You must become Tommen's hand. I cannot trust Mace Tyrell. Is he also complicit in the plot against father? Has he conspired with Tyrion?" At this moment, the little imp was likely fleeing to Highgarden. "Impossible. Be my hand," she pleaded. "We shall rule the 7 kingdoms together, like a king and queen. You are Robert's queen, and yet refuse to marry me. I would. I just dare not. Our son. Tommen is not my son, nor is Joffrey," he insisted stubbornly. "You made them Robert's sons." At his words, she recoiled as if struck. "You swore you would always love me. My earnest pleas are not a manifestation of love." Through the suffocating stench, Jaime could perceive her fear. He yearned to embrace her, to kiss her, to bury his face in her golden curls, vowing never to let her come to harm. Yet, he recognized the gravity of the moment. He could not act so before the gods, nor before his father. "No," he said, "I cannot acquiesce to your request. But I need you. I require my other half." The torrential rain lashed against the high windows. "You are me, and I am you. I want you to hold me, to enter me. I beseech you, Jaime. I implore you." Jaime glanced back, fearful that Lord Tywin might rise in fury from his coffin. Fortunately, his father remained a silent, cold corpse, slowly succumbing to decay. "I was born for battle, but I no longer belong in the court. I can barely wield a sword anymore." Cersei wiped her tears away with her rough brown sleeves. "Very well, if you wish to go to war, then go." She angrily pulled up her hood. "I am a fool for coming to see you. I, this imbecile, have even loved you." Her departing footsteps echoed loudly, leaving damp imprints upon the marble floor. As dawn approached, Jaime was oblivious. The stained glass began to brighten, and suddenly, A kaleidoscope of colors illuminated the walls, floors, and beams, bathing Lord Tywin's corpse in radiant hues. The decay of the former hand of the king was painfully evident. His face had turned a sickly green, his eyes deeply sunken, resembling two dark voids, and his visage bore numerous small fissures, from which a foul white liquid seeped through the joints of his once resplendent red-gold armor, pooling beneath him. The monks arrived first to offer their morning prayers. They sang and prayed, oblivious to the stench, until one archbishop nearly fainted, ultimately being carried out of the chapel. A group of acolytes hurried to swing the censer, enveloping the air in a fragrant haze, as if draping a veil over the coffin. The rainbow light could not penetrate this saccharine mist, yet the odor persisted. The sense of decay entwined with the fragrance, suffocating Jaime. The doors swung open, and the Tyrells hurried in, eager to assert their stature. Margaery, cradling a large bouquet of golden roses, led the way, placing them reverently beside Lord Tywin's coffin, save for one flower, which she held up to mask her nose before returning solemnly to her seat. It became evident that this girl was not only beautiful, but also remarkably astute. She could be a formidable ally after Tommen, yet she was not without her dangers. Margaery's companions emulated her actions. Once everyone was in position, Cersei finally ushered Tommen inside. Sir Osmond Kettleblack, clad in white glazed armor and a white woolen cloak, walked alongside the Queen Mother and her son. To my knowledge, she had been intimate with Loras, Osmond Kettleblack, and even the Moon Boy. Jaime had seen Kettleblack's naked form in the bathhouse. The man's chest hair was dark and abundant, even denser between his thighs. He attempted to envision Kettleblack atop his sister, coarse hair grazing her soft breasts. She would never allow such a thing, he thought. The imp was lying. Golden locks intertwined with dark tresses, glistening with sweat, and with every thrust, Kettleblack's narrow face contorted. Jaime heard his sister's moans. No, he insisted, he lies. Cersei's eyes were swollen and red, her complexion pale as she ascended the steps and knelt beside her father, simultaneously pressing Tommen down. The boy cast a glance at the lifeless Duke and instinctively attempted to flee, yet his mother swiftly grasped his wrist. Pray, she whispered. Tommen made an effort. But at merely 8 years old, the visage of Lord Tywin was far too terrifying. The king gasped in despair, succumbing to tears. Stop! Cersei cried out. Tommen turned and retched violently, his crown tumbling to the marble floor. His mother, filled with revulsion, released her grip, and the king bolted for the door, propelled by the swiftest speed his small legs could muster. Sir Osmond, please take my place for the moment, Jaime commanded as he rushed to retrieve the crown. He handed over the golden greatsword and dashed out in pursuit of the king. In the brightly lit hall, he caught up with his son, startling the more than 20 nuns who stared in astonishment. I'm sorry, Tommen cried. I will do better tomorrow. Mother says a king must appear kingly. But it smells far too foul there. This is not the place, with so many eyes and ears upon us. Let us step outside, your grace, Jaime urged, leading the child beyond the sanctum. It was a rare, clear, and fresh day in King's Landing, with over 40 gold-cloaked guards stationed around the square to watch over the horses and litters. He guided the king away from prying eyes and seated him upon the marble steps. I am not afraid, the boy insisted. It is merely the stench that makes me feel ill. Do you not find it repugnant? How did you endure it, Uncle Ser? I have endured the smell of my own rotting hand, which Vargo Hoat hung around my neck, Jaime replied. A true man can withstand anything. I have inhaled the scent of living flesh being roasted. King Aerys had men and armor cooked over the flames. This world is terrifying, Tommen. You can confront them, mock them, or choose to ignore them and delve into your own heart. Tommen pondered carefully. I usually can think my own thoughts, he conceded, like when Joffrey, just then. Cersei appeared before the father and son, the cold wind lifting the hem of her long gown. Your brother is named Joffrey. He never disappoints me. I do not wish to disappoint you. I am not afraid. Mother, it is just that grandfather smells too horrible. Do you think I find it pleasant? I have a nose too, she snapped, grasping his ear and lifting him up. Lord Tyrell also has a nose. Yet did he disgrace himself and vomit within the sacred hall? Did Lady Margaery wail like an infant? Jaime quickly rose. Cersei, enough. She flared her nostrils. Sir? What are you doing here? If I recall correctly, you swore to keep vigil for father until the arrangements for his funeral. For heaven's sake, do not ramble. Besides, Father's mourning period will likely need to be expedited. Just look at his body. No. 7 days and nights. You must ensure it is done properly. The captain of the King's Guard should know how to count. Add 2 to the number of your fingers, and that makes 7. At that moment, the nobles began to flood into the square, escaping the foulness of the sanctum. Cersei, lower your voice, Jaime warned. Lord Tyrell is approaching. She suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly pulled Tommen aside. Mace Tyrell bowed before the Queen Mother and her son. Is His Majesty well? Is he all right? The king was unable to contain his sorrow. Cersei explained, aren't we all the same? If we could alleviate His Majesty's burdens. A crow cawed sharply from a high perch, landing on the statue of King Baelor, trampling upon that sacred head. You could ease Tommen's worries, my lord, Jaime interjected. For instance, after evening prayers, accompany His Majesty's grieving mother to dinner. Cersei shot him a fierce glare, yet this time she at least understood the necessity of silence. Dinner? The proposal caught Tyrell off guard. Certainly, it would be our honor. My lady and I shall arrive punctually. The Queen Mother forced a smile, managing a few compliments. However, once Tyrell departed and Tommen was escorted away by Ser Adam Marbrand, she immediately erupted at Jaime. Are you drunk or still half asleep, my lord? Pray tell. Why should I dine with that greedy simpleton and his childish wife? A gust of wind stirred her golden curls. I shall never appoint him as prime minister. If that's your intention, you need Tyrell, Jaime interrupted Cersei, but not his presence in the capital. Let him lay siege to Storm's End for Tommen's sake. Utilize your charm, flatter him, tell him you need him to lead troops, to take your father's place. Mace dreams of proving himself on the battlefield. Whether he ultimately surrenders Storm's End or returns in disgrace, you emerge victorious. Storm's End? Cersei pondered, it could be advantageous. Yet Lord Tyrell made it clear he will not leave King's Landing until Tommen marries Margaery. Jaime sighed, then let them wed swiftly. It will be years before Tommen can consummate this union. Until then, their bond holds no weight and can be easily dissolved. Bestow this farcical marriage upon Tyrell in exchange for his unwavering service. It is a bargain worth making. A faint smile crept across her face. Indeed, the siege is perilous. She murmured, our esteemed Duke of Highgarden may not survive. Naturally, Jaime continued, especially since this is his 20th assault on Storm's End. Should he lose face and attempt a forceful breach? Cersei and Jaime exchanged a long glance. You know, she remarked, this time you sound remarkably like father. Chapter 10. Brienne. The gates of the city of Evenfall stood firmly closed, bolted securely, with the walls faintly illuminated by the dim light before dawn. A wisp of mist lingered atop the battlements like phantom sentinels. Dozens of carts and wagons gathered outside the gate, awaiting the sunrise. Brienne dismounted behind a heap of turnips. Her calves aching, stretching felt refreshing. Soon, another cart rumbled forth from the woods. As the sky began to brighten, the line had extended a quarter of a mile. The farmers stole curious glances at her from time to time, but none spoke. I should have initiated conversation, Brienne chided herself. Yet she had never been adept at engaging with strangers. Shyness had plagued her since childhood, and years of mockery only deepened her timidity. I must inquire more about Sansa. Otherwise, how can I possibly find her? She cleared her throat. Madam, she addressed the woman on the cart of turnips. Have you encountered my sister on the road? She is a 13-year-old maiden, exceedingly beautiful, with blue eyes and chestnut hair. She may be traveling with a drunken knight. The woman shook her head, and her husband remarked. Then she is certainly no longer a maiden. I would wager on that. What is the poor girl's name? Brienne's mind went blank. She should have concocted a name for her by now. Any name would suffice, yet at that moment, none came to her. No name? Well, there are plenty of nameless girls on the road, and even more in the graveyard, his wife added. As dawn broke, the guards appeared atop the city walls. Farmers climbed onto their carts, shaking the reins. Brienne also mounted her horse. Looking back, she saw that most awaiting entry into the city were farmers, laden with fruits and vegetables for sale. Every 10 or so carts, 2 affluent townsfolk rode fine horses, and further back, she spotted a gaunt boy on a piebald horse. There was no sign of the 2 hired knights, nor of Sir Shadrach the Mad Mouse. The guards at the city gate waved to signal the carts to enter. Barely pausing for inspection, yet they halted Brienne. You halt, the captain commanded. 2 armored men crossed their spears to block her path. State your purpose. I seek an audience with the Lord of Riverrun or his squire. The captain's gaze lingered on her shield, bearing the black bat of House Blackwood. That heraldry has a notorious reputation. It is not my heraldry. I intend to repaint the shield. Is that so? The captain rubbed his stubbled chin. Well, my sister happens to be in that line of work. You can find her in the house opposite the Inn of the 7 Swords, the one with the painted door. He gestured to the guards. Let her through, lads. She's just a girl. Behind the gatehouse lay the market square, where those who entered before her were unloading goods, hawking turnips, yellow onions, and sacks of barley. As she rode past merchants selling weapons and armor, the shouted prices suggested they were of exceedingly poor quality. After every battle, raiders would come along with the crows. Brienne observed bloodstains still fresh on the brown armor, dented helmets, and chipped longswords. as well as sellers of apparel, leather boots, fur cloaks, and coats marred with suspicious holes. She recognized many of the heraldic symbols, including the gauntlet, white sunburst, moose, and battle axe, all belonging to the north. However, the casualties of House Tully and the Stormlands were evident as well. She saw red and green apples, a shield emblazoned with 3 lightning bolts of House Rhaegar, and another set of horse trappings bearing the ant design of House Ambrose. Even the swift hunters of House Tully appeared on many badges, brooches, and cloaks. Regardless of friend or foe, the crows feasted indiscriminately. One could procure a pine or linden shield for but a few copper coins, yet Brienne did not linger. She intended to keep the oak-heavy shield that Jaime had given her, one he had brought from Harrenhal to King's Landing. Pine had its advantages, being lighter and easier to wield, and its softwood was adept at catching an opponent's sword or axe. However, if one possessed the strength to bear the weight of oak, it could provide far superior protection. The city of Twilight Valley is constructed around the harbor. To the north lies a sheer white cliff, while to the south, a rocky peninsula juts into the water, safeguarding the moored vessels from the storms that sweep across the narrow sea. The castle itself overlooks the harbor, its square fortress and grand round tower visible from any point within the town. Navigating the crowded cobblestone streets on foot proves swifter than on horseback. Hence, Brienne has entrusted her mare to a stable and opted to walk, her shield slung across her back and her bedroll tucked under her arm. Finding the captain's sister is not a challenge. The Seven Swords Inn, the largest establishment in the town, stands 4 stories tall, towering above the neighboring houses, while the double doors of the house across the street are adorned with exquisite paintings. The artwork depicts a castle nestled among autumnal woods, with varying shades of gold and russet tracing the trees, vines entwined around ancient oaks, and even acorns meticulously rendered. Brienne observes closely, noting the presence of creatures within the thicket: a cunning red fox, 2 sparrows perched on a branch, and the shadow of a wild boar lurking behind the leaves. "Your door is beautiful," she remarks as she knocks, addressing the dark-haired woman who answers. "What castle is that?" "It could represent any castle," replies the captain's sister, "as I have only seen the brown fortress by the docks. The one in the painting is born from my imagination, an idealized vision. By the way, I have never seen dragons, griffins, or unicorns either." She appears cheerful, but her demeanor shifts as Brienne hands over her shield. "My mother used to say that on moonless nights, great bats emerge from Hurin Castle to snatch away misbehaving children and deliver them to the madman Daniel for cooking. Sometimes, I hear them flapping about outside the narrow windows." She thoughtfully licks her teeth. "What will you offer in exchange for it?" The Tar's family crest is a quadrate of rose and sky blue, adorned with a golden sun and crescent moon. Yet, at present, many suspect Brienne of being a murderer, and she is reluctant to bear this mark to avoid attracting trouble. "Your entrance reminds me of an old shield I once saw in my father's armory." She describes the emblem from her memory as meticulously as she can. The woman nods. "I can start on it right away, but the paint will need some time to dry. If you are willing, you may reserve a room at the Seven Swords Inn, and I shall have the shield ready for you by tomorrow morning." Brienne had not intended to spend the night in Twilight Valley, yet it appears she has no alternative. She wonders whether the Lord is in the town and if he would agree to see her. After expressing her gratitude to the painter, she crosses the cobblestone street toward the inn. Above the entrance, a single iron nail wobbles, supporting 7 wooden swords, their white paint chipped and peeling. However, Brienne understands their significance. They represent the 7 members of House Darklyn who once donned the white robes of the royal guard, a distinction no other family in the kingdom possesses. The family's glory has transformed into the inn's sign. She pushes open the door to the hall and requests a room from the innkeeper, as well as a bath. He leads her to the 2nd floor, where a woman bearing a liver-colored birthmark brings a wooden tub and begins hauling water up in buckets. "Are there still members of House Darklyn in Twilight Valley?" she inquires as she steps into the tub. "Ah, indeed there are, for I am one of them. My husband remarked that I was dark before marriage and even darker afterward, but I'm not a darkling." What could it mean? She laughed heartily. "In the Vale of Arryn, one could hardly miss striking a darkling or a darkwood, yet the noble lineage of the darklings has vanished. Count Dennis is the last of his kind. A charming little fool. Did you know that before the arrival of the Undulls, the darkling family reigned in the Vale? Just look at me. One would never guess I have royal blood, would they? Your Majesty, another tankard of ale. I must instruct the guests to say, Your Majesty. Clear out the chamber pot and add some fresh firewood. Damn it, Your Majesty, the hearth is nearly extinguished." She laughed again, emptying the last bucket of water. "Oh, that's enough. Do you think this water is hot enough?" "It is," he replied. "The temperature is slightly high. I could fetch more, but it might overflow." How is it that a girl has such a large stature, filling the tub completely? Nonsense. The tub is both small and decrepit. The tub in Harrenhal is quite spacious, and it is made of stone. The bathroom was thick with rising steam as Jaime strode through the mist, as naked as on his naming day, resembling both a corpse and a deity. He climbed into the same tub with me, she recalled, her cheeks flushing as she picked up a hard bar of soap, scrubbing her elbows while reminiscing about Renly's visage. By the time the water cooled, Brienne felt sufficiently clean. She donned the attire she had just removed, tightening her sword belt at her waist, but she did not don her armor or helmet, so as not to appear overly brash at Casterly Rock. A refreshing bath indeed revitalizes one's spirit. The guards at the fortress entrance donned leather jackets, their insignia bearing a white diagonal cross above 2 crossed battle axes. I wish to speak with your lord, Brienne informed them. One guard chuckled, you'd best raise your voice. Lord Lannister has marched with Ser Balon Swan to the waters of the Whispering Woods, another guard remarked. And he has appointed Ser Rufus Leek as acting lord to care for Lady Lannister and the children. They escorted her to see Leek. Sir Rufus was short and stout, with a gray beard, and a portion of his left leg was missing. Forgive me for not rising to greet you, he said. Brienne presented her letter. But Leek was illiterate, thus instructing her to consult the maester. The maester had a bald head speckled with spots, and sported a stiff little red beard. Upon hearing the name Horold, the maester furrowed his brow in irritation. How many times must I repeat this? Your expression must betray your sentiments. Do you think you are the 10th to seek out Ser Dantos? I suspect you might be the 21st. Just days after the king was murdered, a man in golden robes came bearing Lord Tywin's authorization. What do you have? Brienne revealed her letter, which bore Tommen's seal and his youthful signature. The maester muttered to himself while fiddling with the wax seal, ultimately returning it to her. It appears to be in order. He found a stool to sit upon and gestured for Brienne to take another. I do not know Ser Dantos. He was quite young when he departed from the Vale. Indeed, the Horold family once held great prominence. Are you familiar with their coat of arms? Below, it features horizontal stripes of crimson and pink, with 3 golden crowns atop a blue banner. In the Age of Heroes, Darklyn reigns as the sovereign of a humble realm, where 3 kings took wives from the House of Horled. Eventually, their modest kingdom was absorbed by a larger power, yet the Darklyn lineage persisted, while the Horled family continued to serve them, even participating in insurrections. Are you aware of this? I know a bit. The scholar once remarked that it was the turmoil of Twilight Vale that drove King Illyris to madness. In contemporary Twilight Vale, the populace still venerates Lord Dennis, despite the calamity he brought upon them. They attribute all misfortune to Lady Catelyn, the Lord's wife, whom they call the Serpent of Lace. Had Lord Darklyn taken a bride from the Staunton or Strackworth families, you would know the whispers of the common folk. They allege that the Serpent of Lace poisoned her husband's ears with treachery, inciting Lord Dennis to rebellion and imprisoning the king. During this tumult, his mentor, Sir Simon Horled, executed the king's guard, Sir Galwing Gott. Within these city walls, Illyris was besieged for half a year, while his hand commanded a force stationed outside. Lord Tywin possessed ample strength to breach the city at any moment. Yet, Lord Dennis proclaimed that should he witness any signs of aggression, the king would be executed. Brienne recalls the events that followed. The king was rescued, she states, by the fearless Balistan, who led him to safety. Indeed, the scholar notes, upon losing his hostage, Lord Dennis promptly opened the city gates and lowered the banner of rebellion to avoid an assault from Lord Tywin. He knelt in supplication. Yet the king had no intention of granting clemency. Consequently, Lord Dennis, along with all his siblings and relatives, the entire Darklyn family, met their demise, while the Serpent of Lace was burned alive. Poor woman, prior to her execution, her tongue and lower parts were severed. As it was said, these were the instruments of her husband's enslavement. To this day, half of Twilight Vale's inhabitants would assert that Illyris was far too merciful towards her. And what of the Horled family? Stripped of their lands and titles, they were nearly obliterated. The scholar states that at the time these events unfolded, I was forging collars in the Learning City, but later I perused the records of the trials and punishments. Sir John Horled, the steward, married Lord Dennis's sister, and both perished simultaneously, along with their son, marking him as half a Darklyn. Robin Horled served Lord Dennis. When the king was besieged, Robin danced around him, tugging at his beard. Robin later met his end upon the gallows. Sir Simon Horled was slain by Balistan while attempting to thwart the king's escape. In sum, the lands of House Horled were confiscated, their stronghold razed, and their villages set ablaze. Like the Darklyns, the Horlads were extinguished, except for young Tontos. Indeed, the youthful Tontos is the son of Sir Stephen Horled, who was the twin brother of Sir Simon and succumbed to fever years prior, thus not participating in the rebellion. Illyris insisted on executing the boy, but Balistan interceded on his behalf. The king could not refuse his savior. Ultimately, Tontos was taken back to King's Landing as a squire. To my knowledge, he has never returned to Twilight Vale. What need has he? Here, he possesses neither land, nor kin, nor a stronghold. In my view, should Ser Davos truly assist the northern girl in the assassination of our noble king, he would flee far and wide, seeking refuge as distant as possible. If you are in search of him, you ought to venture to Old Town or across the narrow sea, perhaps to Dorne, or to the Wall, or to some other distant locale. He rose to his feet, and I heard the cawing of crows. Forgive me, I must take my leave. The path back to the inn seemed longer than the journey to Brown Castle, perhaps owing to her melancholic disposition. It was quite evident that she could not find Sansa in the Vale. The scholar believed that Ser Davos had taken her to Old Town or across the narrow sea. If that were indeed the case, Brienne's mission would be utterly futile. What purpose would Sansa have in Old Town? Brienne pondered, for the scholar was unfamiliar with her, and had no knowledge of Ser Hyle. Consulting strangers was ill-advised. During her time in King's Landing, Brienne had encountered one of Sansa's former handmaids employed at a brothel doing laundry. Before serving Lady Sansa, I attended to Lord Renly, yet both turned traitors. The woman named Bella bitterly lamented. No lord would dare approach me now, so I am left to wash the garments of whores. When Brienne inquired about Sansa, she replied, "What I told you is the same as what I conveyed to Lord Tywin. That girl has been praying incessantly. Indeed, she would light candles at the sept, behaving as a proper lady, yet nearly every night she would stealthily wander to the Godswood. Surely, she must have returned to the north. Yes, back to her deities. The north is vast, and Brienne was entirely unaware of which of her father's bannermen Sansa might trust. Would she seek refuge with her relatives? Though her siblings had been slain, she still had an uncle and a half-brother serving as night's watchman at the wall. Her uncle, Edmure Tully, was imprisoned in Riverrun. Yet her uncle, Ser Brynden Tully, steadfastly defended the Whispering Castle, while Lady Catelyn's sister governed the Vale. Blood is thicker than water. It was quite possible that Sansa would turn to one of her kin. But which one? The Wall, evidently, was too distant and far too frigid. Should she travel to the Whispering Castle, the girl would need to traverse the war-torn riverlands, overcoming the encirclement of Lannister forces. The area would be more accessible. Lady Lisa would surely welcome her sister's daughter. The alley ahead took a sudden turn, and Brienne realized she had taken a wrong turn, leading into a dead end. It was a muddy little courtyard, with 3 pigs rooting about a low stone well. One of them squealed upon seeing her, drawing the suspicious gaze of an old woman drawing water. "What do you want?" "I am searching for the Inn of the Seven Swords." "Backtrack. Turn left at the September." "Thank you." Brienne turned and retraced her steps, only to collide abruptly with a hurried passerby, sending him sprawling into the mud. "I beg your pardon," she murmured. He was a boy, gaunt and lanky, with sparse straight hair and a boil beneath one eye. "Are you injured?" she asked, extending a hand to assist him up. But the boy recoiled, using his elbows and heels to push himself away. He could not have been more than 11 or 12. Yet he was clad in chain mail and bore a long sword strapped to his back, sheathed in leather. "Do you know me?" Brienne inquired. His face seemed vaguely familiar, yet she could not recall where she had seen him before. "No, I do not know you." He hurriedly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Please, please forgive me, madam. I did not see you." He clarified, "I was looking down at my own feet." With that, the boy turned on his heel and dashed away. This incident aroused considerable suspicion within Brienne, yet she had no intention of causing a scene in the streets of the Vale. Earlier that morning, she had spotted him outside the city gates, riding a speckled mare. She felt as if she had encountered him elsewhere. Where could it be? When Brienne finally arrived at the Seven Swords Inn, the common room was already bustling with patrons, for nuns were gathered by the fire, their robes caked with the dust of their travels. The locals occupied the remaining benches, dipping bread into steaming bowls of crab stew, the enticing aroma making her stomach rumble. Yet there were no available seats. Just then, a voice called from behind, "Miss, come, take my seat." It was only when he hopped down from the bench that Brienne realized he was a dwarf, standing less than 5 feet tall. With a nose riddled with bumps and bulging veins, his teeth stained crimson from years of chewing sour leaves. He wore a simple brown robe typical of monks, and a hammer, emblematic of a blacksmith, hung around his robust neck. "Please, sit," she offered. "I can stand." "Indeed. But it is far less likely that I will bump my head while standing," the dwarf replied, his voice raspy yet humble. Brienne observed his deliberately cropped bald head. Many monks chose to shave theirs completely. Sister Royla had explained that this was a sign of having nothing to conceal before the father. "Can the father not see through hair?" Brienne retorted, realizing too late how foolish her question was. She had always been a slow-witted child, as Sister Royla often remarked. At that moment, she felt her dullness keenly and silently settled onto the end of the bench, taking the dwarf's former seat. Signaling for a bowl of crab stew and turning back to express her gratitude. "Do you serve in the sanctum of the Vale, brother?" she inquired. "My sanctum is near Maiden's Spring, miss, but it was burned down by wolves," he replied, biting into a piece of bread. "We attempted to rebuild, but then a band of mercenaries arrived. I cannot say whose men they were, but they ruthlessly stole our pigs and slaughtered my brethren. I managed to hide within a hollow log. The others were too large to escape. Thanks to the blacksmith for granting me strength. I spent a great deal of time burying them all. Once that was done, I unearthed a few coins buried by the elder and became a wanderer. I have met some of your brethren. They were heading to King's Landing. Yes, there are hundreds of us on the road, not just ordinary monks like me, but also friars and common folk, all like sparrows. Look, I should be a sparrow myself. At least the blacksmith has made me small enough." He chuckled. "What troubles you, my lady?" "I am searching for my sister. She is of noble birth, only 13 years old, a beautiful maiden with blue eyes and chestnut hair. You might see her in the company of a knight or a jester. I will reward anyone who finds her with gold coins." "Gold coins." The monk revealed his red-stained teeth in a bright smile. "A bowl of crab stew would suffice for me. I fear I may not be of help to you. I encounter many jesters, but beautiful maidens are quite rare." He pondered for a moment, tilting his head. "Wait, there is a jester lurking in the town of Wellspring. I just remembered. From my observations, he is tattered and filthy, yet he indeed dons a garish clown suit. Would Ser Dantos Hollard wear such a costume? No one has ever informed Brienne, yet no one has claimed he would not. Why is he in such a disheveled state? Might he have encountered misfortune after fleeing King's Landing with Sansa? It is quite plausible, as the journey is fraught with peril. However, it may not even be him. Does this jester sport a red nose adorned with a network of capillaries? I cannot assert that. I must confess, I did not pay him much heed. After burying my brothers, I proceeded to Wellspring, believing I could find a vessel to King's Landing. It was on the 10th occasion, by the docks, that I caught a glimpse of the jester. He moved furtively, carefully evading the soldiers of Lord Tarly. Later, I encountered him again at the Stinking Goose Tavern." "The Stinking Goose?" she replied uncertainly. "A notorious establishment," the dwarf acknowledged. "The docks of Wellspring are patrolled by Lord Tarly's men, yet the Stinking Goose is filled with sailors, who, as everyone knows, are wont to smuggle people aboard ships for the right price. That jester sought to hire a boat for 3 individuals to cross the narrow sea. I often observed him negotiating with the oarsmen disembarking from the vessels. At times, he would sing comical little tunes. 3 individuals? Not 2. 3, my lady. I swear by the 7. 3, she pondered. Sansa, who is the 3rd companion of Ser Dantos. The imp? Has that jester secured passage? I cannot say for certain. The dwarf informed her, but one night, Lord Tarly's soldiers came to the Stinking Goose searching for him, and days later, I heard another boast of having duped a jester, with gold coins as proof. After drinking, he bought rounds for everyone. Duped a jester, she mused. What does that mean? I do not know. The man was called Clever Dick, that I recall. The dwarf spread his hands. Aside from the prayers of the little ones, I fear I can offer you nothing more. Brienne, honoring her promise, purchased him a bowl of hot crab stew, accompanied by fresh bread and a glass of red wine. He stood by, consuming his meal, while Brienne contemplated the information he had imparted. Could the imp possibly join them? If Sansa's disappearance was orchestrated by Tyrion Lannister rather than Dantos Hollard, then fleeing across the narrow sea would undoubtedly be the preferred course of action. After finishing his bowl of crab stew, the dwarf polished off the remnants of her meal. "You ought to eat more," he advised. "A woman of your stature needs to maintain her strength. Wellspring is not far, yet the roads have grown perilous of late." "I am aware. It was on that very road that Ser Cleos Fry met his demise, and she and Ser Jaime were apprehended by the bloody mummers. First, Jaime attempted to kill me," she recalled, despite his gaunt and weakened state, with iron chains still binding him. Even so, he nearly succeeded before Zorro severed his right hand. Later, had Jaime not informed Zorro, Rorge, and Shagwell that her worth was equivalent to her weight in sapphires, they would have ravished her countless times over. "My lady, you appear quite forlorn. Do you miss your sister?" The dwarf gently patted the back of her hand. "Do not fret, for the old crone shall illuminate your path and guide you to her. The Blessed Mother will safeguard her well-being. May you be correct in your assertions. Surely, there can be no mistake." He bowed deeply. "I must depart. The journey to King's Landing is still quite distant. Do you possess a horse? A mule, perhaps?" "I have 2 mules," the dwarf chuckled, "right beneath my feet. They can carry me to the ends of the earth." He bowed once more. limping his way towards the door. After he left, she remained seated at the table, sipping diluted red wine. Brienne seldom indulged in drink, yet occasionally. A taste could soothe her troubled spirit. What shall be my course of action next? She pondered, to the town of the Well of Women. To seek the clever Dick at the Smelly Goose Tavern? The last time she beheld the Well of Women, it was a desolate ruin, the lord ensconced within the castle. The common folk either perished, fled, or hid away. She recalled the charred houses, the empty streets, and the shattered gates. Stray wild dogs stealthily trailed their mounts, while swollen, decaying corpses floated like pale lotuses in the pool formed by the converging springs, from which the town derived its name. I implored Jaime to be quieter. Yet he sang boisterously of the 6 maidens in the pool, accompanied by hearty laughter. At present, Lancel Targaryen was also in the Well of Women. Another reason she wished to avoid the place. Perhaps it would be wiser to travel by ship to Seagull Town or White Harbor. Yet I could visit both. First, I shall stop by the Smelly Goose Tavern to converse with Clever Dick, and then hire a boat in the Well of Women to head northward. The crowd in the hall began to dwindle. Brienne tore at her bread while listening to conversations at other tables, most of which revolved around the demise of Tywin Lannister. It was said that he had been slain by his own son, as recounted by a local cobbler-like man, that deformed little monkey. The king is but a child, remarked the eldest of the 4 sisters. Who shall govern us until he comes of age? Tywin's brother, suggested a guard, or that Lord Tyrell, or perhaps the Kingslayer. It cannot be him, asserted the tavern keeper. It cannot be one who has sworn an oath. He spat into the fire. Brienne tossed aside her bread and brushed the crumbs from her trousers. She had heard enough. That night, she dreamt of returning to Renly's tent. All the candles had extinguished, and a chill enveloped her. Something, a malevolent and terrifying presence, moved within the green-tinged darkness, lunging at her king. She yearned to protect him, yet her limbs lay frozen and rigid, devoid of the strength to raise her hand. A shadowy blade cleaved through the green iron collar, blood gushed forth. She discovered that the dying king was not Renly at all, but rather Jaime Lannister, whom she had failed. When the captain's sister found her in the hall, she was drinking warm milk mixed with 3 raw eggs. The woman presented her with a newly painted shield. You have painted it beautifully, she remarked. It resembles more of a work of art than a heraldic emblem, as if it transported her back to years long past, to her father's dim and cool armory. She recalled how her fingers had traced the cracked, faded paint, gliding over the green leaves of trees, following the path of a shooting star. Brienne paid the captain's sister a sum that exceeded their initial agreement by half, then inquired with the cook about purchasing some dry bread, cheese, and flour. With her shield slung over her shoulder, she departed from the inn. Exiting the town through the northern gate, she rode slowly across the fields and farms, where the fiercest battles had once transpired when the wolf pups had attacked the town of Winterfell. Lord Renly Baratheon commanded Joffrey's army, predominantly composed of soldiers from the Westerlands and Stormlands, yet its core comprised knights from the Riverlands. Should any of his men perish in battle, they would be carried into the city and interred in the hero's graveyard at the shrine of Winterfell. Conversely, the deceased Northerners, though far more numerous, were laid to rest in a common grave by the sea, where the victors erected a crude wooden marker inscribed with the words Wolf's Grave. Brienne paused beside the grave, silently praying for the fallen Northerners, as well as for Catelyn Stark and her son Robb, and for all who had perished alongside them. She recalled that fateful night when Lady Catelyn learned of her 2 younger sons' demise. She had left them in Winterfell, intending to ensure their safety. From the outset, Brienne had sensed that calamity loomed. She had inquired if there were any news of the boys. I have no sons left, save for Robb, Lady Catelyn responded, her voice sounding as if a dagger were twisting within her. Brienne reached across the table, intending to comfort her, yet halted just before touching her hand. Fearing she might flinch, Catelyn opened her palm, revealing the scars on her hand and fingers, where a Valyrian dagger had once deeply cut flesh. She then began to speak of her daughter. Sansa is a little lady, she said, always polite and charming, wherever she may be. She adores tales of knightly valor. Everyone says she resembles me, yet she will undoubtedly surpass my beauty in her youth. You shall see for yourself. I often send away her maidservants to braid her hair myself. Her hair is a deep auburn, richer than mine, and her thick, soft tresses shine like the flames of a torch, glistening like polished copper. She also spoke of her younger daughter Arya, but Arya had long been missing, and was most likely dead. However, I shall find Sansa, my lady, Brienne vowed. Echoing Lady Catelyn's disquieting shadow, I will never relent. If necessary, I would sacrifice my life, my honor, and all my dreams to locate her. After passing the battlefield, the road extended along the coast, nestled between the tumultuous gray-green sea, and a row of low limestone hills. Brienne was not the only traveler on this path. Numerous fishing villages dotted the lengthy coastline, where fishermen transported their catch to market. She encountered a fisherwoman and her daughters, who were returning home with empty baskets balanced on their shoulders. Mistaking her for a knight due to her armor, they were surprised upon seeing her face. The girls whispered among themselves, sizing her up. "Have you seen a 13-year-old maiden along the way?" she inquired, a noble girl with blue eyes and auburn hair. The matter concerning Ser Joffrey had heightened her vigilance, yet she felt compelled to persist. She might be traveling with a fool. However, they merely shook their heads, covering their mouths and giggling foolishly. In the 10th village she arrived at, barefoot boys trailed behind her horse. The laughter of fishermen made her feel awkward, compelling her to don a helmet, which led others to mistake her for a man. One boy offered to sell her clams, another crabs, and yet another, his own sister. Brienne purchased 3 crabs from the 20th boy. As she departed the village, rain began to fall from the sky, and the wind picked up. A storm was imminent, and she gazed out at the sea, lost in thought. Along the journey, raindrops pounded against her helmet, creating a buzzing in her ears. Yet it was a more comfortable sensation than aboard the fishing vessels at sea. After an hour of heading north, the road forked, revealing a pile of rubble that was evidently a deserted castle. The right path meandered along the coast towards Crabclaw Peninsula, a desolate and barren swamp. The left path traversed hills, fields, and woods, leading to the city of the springs. The rain intensified. Brienne dismounted her mare, leading it off the road to seek shelter within the ruins. Amidst thorns, weeds, and wild elms, the castle walls were faintly discernible, though the stones that once formed them lay scattered like a child's building blocks between the two paths. A portion of the main keep still stood, its 3 towers constructed of gray granite, with their crenellations made of yellow sandstone. 3 crowns. She gazed through the rain, 3 golden crowns. This must be the ancestral fortress of House Harlaw, where Ser Dantos may have been born. She guided her horse through the rubble to the entrance of the castle. The gate was left with rusted hinges, yet the roof remained intact, providing shelter from the rain. Brienne secured her horse to a wall sconce and removed her helmet. Shaking her hair dry, while searching for dry firewood to ignite a flame, she heard the sound of hooves drawing near. Instinctively, she retreated into the shadows, hiding from sight. It was on this very road that she and Ser Jaime had been captured, and she could not afford to repeat that fate. The rider was small in stature, and she recognized him at once. It was the Mad Mouse, she mused, tracking her. Brienne's fingers instinctively moved towards the hilt of her sword, uncertain whether Sir Shadrick would perceive her as worthy prey simply because she was a woman. The proxy lord of Grandison had made a similar mistake. His name was Henfler Vagastaff, and at 65 years of age, he was a conceited old man with a hooked nose and a face marred by age spots. On the day of their betrothal, he warned Brienne that as his wife, she must conduct herself appropriately. "I will not allow my lady to gallivant in men's armor," he insisted. "You must comply, lest I impose punishment upon you." At the time, she was 16, already adept in swordsmanship and formidable on the training grounds, yet still somewhat shy. Summoning her courage, she told Sir Henfler that he would first have to defeat her to impose any punishment. The old knight's face turned a shade of purple in anger as he donned his armor, intent on teaching her the duties of womanhood. They clashed with blunted weapons. Brienne's mace bore no spikes, yet she still managed to break Sir Henfler's collarbone and 2 ribs, resulting in the dissolution of their betrothal. He was her 30th fiancé, and indeed, her last. Thereafter, her father ceased to insist upon her marriage. Should Sir Shadrick be the one pursuing her, a fierce battle was likely to ensue. She harbored no desire to collaborate with that man, nor did she wish for him to follow her in pursuit of Sansa. He possessed a calm confidence born from his adept martial skills, she mused, yet he was diminutive in stature. "My arms are longer and stronger than his." Brienne was robust, akin to most knights, and her former mentor had often remarked that women of her considerable height were not typically so agile. Furthermore, the gods had bestowed upon her remarkable endurance, a fact that Sir Goodwin found nearly unbelievable. Engaging in combat with sword and shield was arduous, with victory often favoring those who could endure the longest. Sir Goodwin had advised her to fight with caution, conserving her strength while luring and exhausting her opponent. "Men will always underestimate you," he had said, "for their pride compels them to exert themselves, fearing ridicule for being outmatched by a woman." Upon her independence, she discovered the truth in his words. Even Jaime Lannister had attacked her in such a manner within the woods by the town of the Lady's Fountain. If the gods were merciful, the Mad Mouse would make the same mistake. He may be experienced, she thought, yet he is not Jaime Lannister. She gently drew her longsword. However, It was not the chestnut steed of Ser Shadrich that approached the fork in the road, but rather a feeble, aging piebald horse, upon which sat a slender boy. Brienne paused in confusion upon sighting the horse. A young boy, she thought, until she glimpsed the face beneath the hood. It was the boy who had collided with her in the town of Casterly Rock. It is he. The boy did not spare a glance for the dilapidated castle, but instead gazed along one path, and then another. After a moment's hesitation, he directed his horse toward the hills and continued onward. Brienne watched as he vanished into the curtain of rain, suddenly recalling that she had seen this boy in Rosby as well. He is following me, she realized, but this game can be played by both parties. She untied her mare, mounted her saddle, and trailed behind him. The boy kept his gaze fixed on the ground as he rode, observing the waterlogged ruts. The sound of the rain masked her approach, and his hood undoubtedly aided in concealing her presence. He never turned back until Brienne galloped up behind him and struck the horse's flank with the flat of her sword. The horse reared as if animated, flinging the slender boy into the air, his cloak fluttering like wings. He landed in the mud and, upon rising, found his teeth coated with dirt and brown, withered grass. Brienne dismounted. It is this boy, without a doubt. She recognized that swollen grain of a face. Who are you? She inquired. The boy moved his lips soundlessly, his eyes wide as eggs. Bop, was all he could utter. Bop. The chain mail on his body rattled as he trembled. Bop, bop, bop. No. Brienne pressed. Are you saying no? She placed the tip of her sword against his throat. Please tell me who you are and why you are following me. No, bop bop no. He replied, thrusting a finger into his mouth to extract a clump of mud, spitting it out. Bop bop Bodrick. My name. Bop bop Bodrick. Pip Pine. Brienne lowered her longsword. Suddenly, she felt a surge of sympathy for the child. She recalled a young knight presenting her with a rose in the hall of evening. He brought her a rose. At least that is what her septa had said, and requested her welcome. He was 18, his long red hair cascading over his shoulders, while she was merely 12. Confined within a stiff, new gown adorned with glistening garnets at her bosom. They stood at equal heights, yet she could not meet his gaze, nor utter the simple words taught to her by the non. Sir Roland, it is a pleasure to finally meet you in my father's hall. Why are you following me? She inquired of the boy. Has someone tasked you with covertly monitoring me? Are you a servant of Varys or the Queen? No, neither. I am no one. Brienne estimated his age to be around 10, though her ability to gauge children's ages was poor, often underestimating, perhaps due to her own height among her peers. A freak. Sister Riella had once remarked, you resemble a man. For a boy, this path is perilous. For a servant, it is not. I am his servant. The servant of the Prime Minister. Lord Tywin's. Brienne sheathed her sword. No, not this Prime Minister. The previous one. His son. I fought alongside him, shouting, long live the half-man. Long live the half-man. The servant of the imp. Brienne was unaware that he even had a servant. Tyrion Lannister was no knight. Perhaps he had one or two boys to attend to him, she speculated, serving as guards or cupbearers, assisting him with his attire. A servant? Why are you following me? She pressed. What do you intend to do? I seek to find her. The boy rose, searching for his lady. You are looking for her. Baraina told me. She is his wife. Not Baraina, but Lady Sansa. Thus, I believe, if you find her. His face suddenly twisted in anguish. I am his servant, he reiterated, rain cascading down his face, yet he no longer desires me. Chapter 11. Sansa in her youth, when she was still a little girl. A wandering minstrel graced Winterfell for half a year. He was an elder, his hair white and his features worn, yet he sang of knights, heroes, and fair maidens. When he departed, Sansa wept bitterly, pleading with her father to command him to stay. He had performed every song she could sing at least thrice. Yet Lord Eddard patiently explained to his daughter, I cannot compel him to remain. Do not weep, child. I assure you, other minstrels will come to visit. In truth, no other minstrels ever arrived, and she was made to wait for more than a year. During this time, Sansa prayed to the seven in the sept and to the old gods beneath the heart tree, beseeching them to send the old man back, or to send another minstrel, younger and more handsome. Yet the gods remained silent, and the halls of Winterfell remained desolate and quiet. Such were the thoughts of a young girl, foolish thoughts. Now, she had blossomed into a woman of 13 and had already experienced her first moon cycle. Each night, she succumbed to the echoes of song, while each day, she prayed for a measure of peace. If the Eyrie were like other castles, then only rats and jailers would hear the songs of the dead. The dark walls of the dungeon would absorb all cries and screams. However, the four walls of the sky cells were eerily empty, allowing every melody played by the departed to resonate upon the giant's lance. He sang of blood dragons dancing, the beautiful Jonquil and her fool, of the stone city Ginny and Prince Demon. He sings of the most brutal betrayals, of the coldest murders, of traitors hanged and bloody vengeance. He sings of sorrow and grief. No matter where she is within the castle, she cannot escape his haunting melodies. The songs ascend the winding tower stairs, bathing with her in her nakedness, dining with her at dusk, and even when she tightly shuts the narrow window, they relentlessly invade her bedroom. They coil within the cold, thin air, yet they chill more profoundly than the air itself, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Although no snow has fallen since Lady Lysa's demise, Sansa finds the night utterly unbearable. The singer's voice is resplendent and sweet. She perceives that he sings with an unprecedented richness, imbued with pain, fear, and longing. She cannot fathom why the gods would grant such a dulcet voice to such a villain. Were it not for Peter ensuring Sir Loras's protection, I would have been sullied on the fingers, she reminds herself. Moreover, when Aunt Lysa sought my life, he masked his crimes with song. Yet these thoughts do little to quell the impact of his voice. Please, she implores Lord Peter, could you not silence him? I have made a promise to that scoundrel. My dear, Peter Baelish, the Duke of Harrenhal, the governor of the Trident, and the protector of the Eyrie and the Vale, raises his head with confidence. Since Lady Lysa's fall, he has penned over 100 letters, with the birds of the Eyrie flitting to and fro all day. Indeed, one would prefer to listen to a song rather than weep. Yet, must he sing through the night, my lord? Lord Robert cannot sleep. He cries for his mother. What can be done? My poor Lysa is gone. Peter shrugs. Well, the song shall cease in a few days. Baron Nestor is set to ascend the mountain tomorrow. After Peter marries Aunt Lysa, Sansa will encounter Baron Nestor once more. Lord Royce, the guardian of the moon door, oversees the critical pass beneath the mountains that guards the stone steps leading to the Eyrie. Initially, the 10th invitation extended to the newlyweds upon their return to the city was his, and they entertained him throughout the night. During the feast, Baron Nestor hardly cast a glance at Sansa, yet now, with news of his ascent, she is filled with dread. After all, as the steward of the Vale, he is the most trusted vassal of Jon Arryn and Lady Lysa. You won't allow him to confront Meryn, will you? Her fear is clearly etched upon her face, prompting Peter to set down his quill. On the contrary, I insist he come to face her. He gestures for her to sit beside him. We have reached an agreement. I can ensure that Meryn behaves more gently. However, should our singer disappoint us, should he utter dissonant notes, then you and I need only accuse him of lying. Just consider, whom would the noble Lord Nestor believe? Us. Sansa wishes she could trust that. Of course, it would benefit him to believe our lies. The study was warm. The fire crackled, yet Sansa could not help but tremble. Yes, what if Lord Nestor placed honor above gain? Peter reached out and embraced her. What if he sought the truth? What if he wished to avenge his murdered master? He smiled. I know Lord Nestor, my dear. How could I ever allow him to harm my sweet daughter? I am not your daughter, she thought. I am Sansa Stark, the daughter of Lord Eddard and Lady Catelyn, the blood of Winterfell. Yet she dared not voice it. Were it not for Peter Baelish's timely intervention, she would have plummeted 600 feet into the frigid abyss, crashing upon the rocks below, not Lysa Arryn. He was indeed resolute. Sansa wished she could possess Peter's courage, for all she desired was to crawl back to her bed, to burrow beneath the blankets, to sleep. Oh, to sleep. Since the tragedy, she had not enjoyed a single night of restful slumber. Could you not tell Lord Nestor that I am unwell? So, he requires you to recount the circumstances of Lady Lysa's demise in your own words, my lady. What if Marillion reveals the truth? Oh, you mean what if he lies? Lies. Yes, what if he lies, and the tale he spins starkly contradicts my account? Then Lord Nestor will gaze into my eyes and see the depths of my fear. A touch of fear can enhance the atmosphere, Elaine. You are a witness to a heinous crime. Your terror may sway Nestor. Peter gazed into her eyes with an air of nonchalance. You have inherited your mother's eyes, sincere, innocent eyes, as blue as the sunlit sea. In a few years, many a man will be captivated by their beauty. Sansa was at a loss for words. You need only repeat to Lord Nestor the story you told Lord Robert, Peter continued. Robert is but a sickly child, she mused, while Lord Nestor is a formidable lord, cunning and powerful, far more than the fragile Robert. Sometimes, lies are justified, Peter assured her. Sansa pondered. When we deceived Lord Robert, that lie saved him. That very lie shall save us as well. Otherwise, we would have no choice but to leave the Eyrie through the same door that Lysa exited. Peter picked up his quill once more. We shall entertain him with lies and the golden wine of the fingers. He will drink with satisfaction and demand more. Such is the way of things. Sansa realized he was entertaining her with lies, yet these were merely comforting falsehoods, and she could sense the kindness behind them. Are benevolent lies still lies? If only she could believe it. The words spoken by her aunt before her death haunted her still. Mad ramblings, Peter commented, as you witnessed. My lady was already unhinged. She endeavored to think in this direction. Indeed, I was merely constructing a snow castle, while she sought to cast me out through the moon door. It was Peter who saved me. He loved my mother, and does he love me? What is there to doubt? After all, he risked so much to rescue her. He loved Alice, his daughter, a voice whispered in her mind, but I am Sansa. Often, she perceived the guardian of the Vale as a man of duality. On one hand, he was Peter Baelish, her protector, kind, gentle, and humorous. On the other, he was Littlefinger, the cunning courtier of King's Landing, always flashing a sly grin while idly stroking his beard and whispering in Cersei's ear. That Littlefinger was certainly not her ally. When Joffrey tormented her, it was the imp who came to her rescue, while Littlefinger remained indifferent. When the mob sought to assault her, it was Sandor Clegane who brought her to safety, with Littlefinger nowhere to be found. Even when the Lannisters forced her to wed Tyrion, it was the valiant Ser Loras who offered her solace. Littlefinger had never lifted a finger for her. Aside from leading her away, he had done nothing else for me. I had believed it was the idea of Ser Dantos, my poor inebriated Lord Florian, only to discover he was merely Peter's puppet. Littlefinger, merely a facade. Yet Sansa found it exceedingly difficult to distinguish between the masked Peter and the unmasked one. Littlefinger bore such a resemblance to the Duke of Harrenhal that it ignited within her a desire to flee, though there was nowhere to escape. Winterfell had fallen, burned to ashes, reduced to ruins. Bran and Rickon had become mere bones in their graves. Robb and their mother had met betrayal and perished at the Twins. Tyrion was sentenced to death in King's Landing for the murder of Joffrey. Even if she could secretly return to the capital, the Queen would demand her head. Moreover, the aunt she had hoped would assist her sought to harm her instead. Uncle Edmure had become a captive of House Frye, and Uncle Blackfish was besieged in Riverrun. I have nowhere to go, Sansa lamented. Besides Peter, I have no friends. That night, the doomed man sang of the hanging of Black Robin, the tears of the mother, and the reign of Castamere. After a brief pause, just as Sansa began to drift into slumber, the singing resumed abruptly. This time he sang of 6 sad tales. Falling leaves and Aleza. What mournful songs, she thought, as she closed her eyes, envisioning him curled up in the corner of the dungeon, wrapped in furs, cradling his beloved wooden harp, facing the pitch-black, frigid sky. I must not feel pity for him, she admonished herself. He is both wicked and cruel, and soon he shall meet his end. In any case, I cannot save him. Why do I persist in thinking of him? Meryn Trant seeks to violate me. Yet Peter has rescued me twice. Sometimes, lies are justifiable. It is lies that have allowed me to survive in King's Landing. Were it not for deceiving Joffrey, he would have sent the Kingsguard to thrash me. After concluding Aleza, the singer took another brief respite, and Sansa finally managed to sleep for an hour. However, when dawn's light seeped through the narrow window, the gentle melody of the misty morning roused her once more. The song echoed through the mountains beneath her, a woman's ballad recounting a mother who, at dawn, visited the battlefield stained with blood, searching for her only son. A mother mourns her children, Sansa thought, while Meryn mourns the loss of his fingers and eyes. The lyrics struck like a rapier, piercing the darkness and stabbing at her heart. Oh, have you seen my son, good sir? His hair is the golden brown of autumn. He promised me he would return one day. Our home lies on Windtown Street. Sansa could no longer bear to listen, so she pressed her ears tightly against her goosefeather pillow, though it proved futile. As the sun rose, Baron Nestor Royce commenced his ascent. The retinue of the Grand Maester did not reach Eagle's Nest until afternoon, when the biting wind howled and the valley shimmered in hues of gold and crimson. He brought along his son, Sir Albar, and more than a dozen knights, in addition to several dozen attendants. So many strangers, Sansa nervously scrutinized them, uncertain whether they were friend or foe. Peter arrived clad in a black velvet coat, his gray sleeves impeccably matching his gray woolen breeches, rendering his greenish-gray eyes appear dull. Maester Luwin stood beside him, strikingly slender, his neck adorned with a heavy chain. Yet it was the guardian of the Vale who commanded attention that day. Peter set aside all jest, solemnly listening as Royce introduced his knights in turn, before finally addressing the assembly. My lords, I welcome you to Eagle's Nest. This is Maester Luwin. I trust you are all acquainted. Lord Nestor, do you remember my illegitimate daughter, Elaine? Of course, came the reply. Baron Nestor Royce, with a stout neck and broad chest, his head bald, and his beard streaked with gray, bore a stern expression. He inclined his head slightly, a gesture of respect. When it was Sansa's turn to curtsy, she was so filled with trepidation that words escaped her. Peter quickly extended a hand to assist her. My dear, do bring Lord Robert to the hall. Yes, father, she replied, her voice thin and unnatural. It was the voice of a deceiver, she thought hurriedly as she descended the steps, and traversed the corridor towards the moon tower, her mind racing with the notion that this was the voice of a criminal. In the Duke's chamber, Giselle and Maddie struggled to help Robert Arryn into his trousers. The Duke of Eagle's Nest was again in tears, his eyes swollen, brows furrowed, and his nose disheveled, a long, glistening snot dangling from one nostril. And he had bitten his lip once more. Sansa despaired at the thought of Nestor seeing him in such a state. "Giselle, bring me the basin," she instructed, lifting the boy with gentle hands. "My sweet Robin, did you not sleep well last night?" "No," the Duke sniffled. "I didn't sleep at all, Elaine. They locked me in my room. I want them to let me out, but no one answers. They are truly wicked people." She immersed a towel in warm water and began to tenderly cleanse his face. "Oh, gently now." If Robert were to be agitated, he would begin to convulse, and then the day would be lost. The boy was exceedingly fragile, and although he was 8 years old, Sansa felt he scarcely possessed the physique of a child of 5. Robert began to nibble on his lip again. "I want to sleep with you. I know. Once." Sweet Robin delighted in snuggling into his mother's bed, a habit he only relinquished after Lady Lisa's marriage. Since the tragic incident, he has taken to wandering the castle each night, seeking out the warmth of other beds, with Sansa's being his favored choice. Consequently, she implored Ser Rosabelle to lock the Duke's door every night. In truth, she did not mind sharing her bed with the child, provided he refrained from pinching her and did not wet the sheets. "My Lord Nestor Royce has come from Moongate to see you," Sansa said, while wiping his nose. "I do not wish to see him," the boy retorted. "I want to hear stories, tales of the winged knights." "I shall tell you those tales after you have met Lord Nestor," Sansa promised. "Lord Nestor has a birthmark on his face," he murmured. "Robert is afraid of people with birthmarks. Mother said he is a dullard." "My poor sweet Robin," Sansa soothed, smoothing his hair. "You miss her, I understand. Lord Peter misses her too. He loves her just as you do." This was a benevolent lie, for Peter had professed his affection solely for her deceased mother before casting Lisa from Moongate. She had succumbed to madness, her mind unraveling. She had plotted against her lord husband, and had it not been for Peter's intervention, she might have harmed me as well. Yet, there was no need for Robert to know this. He was merely a sickly boy, deeply reliant on his mother. "Very well," Sansa said. "You now carry the air of a lord. Maddie, fetch the cloak." It was a soft and lovely sky-blue lambswool cloak, perfectly complementing the cream-colored coat. She fastened it upon his shoulders with a crescent-shaped silver brooch, then took his small hand. Under her care, Robin finally appeared more composed. Since the tragedy, the hall had remained closed, and as they stepped inside, a chill crept over Sansa. The grand hall was resplendent in its opulence. Yet she could not grow fond of it, for the overall hue was so pale and cold. The slender pillars resembled withered bones, and the blue veins in the alabaster marble mirrored the blood vessels of an old woman's skin, while shadows danced in every corner and crevice. Their footsteps echoed hollowly, and the howling mountain winds battered the moon gate. "Do not look there," she admonished herself, "or I shall spasm like Robert." With Maddie's assistance, Sansa guided Robin to the fishbone throne, where thick cushions awaited him, and then she sent word for the guests to enter. At the far end of the hall, 2 guards cloaked in sky blue parted the great doors, while Peter ushered everyone along the long blue carpet laid between the bone-like pillars. The boy greeted Lord Nestor in a high-pitched voice, omitting mention of his birthmark. When the steward inquired about his mother, Robin's hands began to tremble slightly. "Marion harmed my mother. He pushed her from Moongate." "My lord, did you witness this with your own eyes?" Sir Marwyn Baelish, a lean knight with ginger hair, asked before Peter supplanted him with Ser Rosabelle. "Alice saw it," the boy replied. "My stepfather saw it too." Upon hearing these words, Baron Nestor turned his gaze towards her, and Sir Elbert, Sir Marvin, and Bachelor Keeman followed suit in unison. "She is my aunt, yet wishes to bring me harm," Sansa thought. "She dragged me to the moon door, intending to cast me down. I do not wish to kiss Peter. I merely crafted a castle in the snow." She wrapped her arms tightly around herself to stave off shivering. "Please forgive us, my lords," Peter Baelish spoke softly. "Since that day, my daughter has been plagued by nightmares, and it is truly a burden to expect her to recount them." He approached Sansa, gently placing his palm upon her shoulder. "I understand this is difficult, Elaine, but our friends must grasp the truth." "Yes." Her throat felt parched, as if speaking might draw forth blood. "I saw myself with Lady Lisa, and a tear rolled down my cheek." "Well, tears can be beneficial." Then, Marion pushed her, prompting her to retell the tale, yet she could not hear her own words. Midway through, Robert began to weep, the cushion beneath him shaking violently. "He killed my mother. I want to see him fly." The spasms in his hands intensified, and his shoulders began to tremble. The boy raised his head, his teeth chattering audibly. "I want to see him fly." He screamed, "Fly, fly!" Then, his limbs convulsed uncontrollably. Lord Rosebrand happened to ascend the platform just before the child fell from the throne, followed closely by Bachelor Keeman, yet they could offer no assistance. Sansa, like the scholar, watched helplessly as the boy succumbed to his seizure. Robert kicked Lord Rose's face, and Bronn cursed under his breath, yet he did not release his grip, allowing the boy to thrash about, even wetting his trousers. Meanwhile, the guests observed in silence, with only Lord Nestor having witnessed such a scene before. After what felt like an eternity, Robert finally exhausted himself, and after a while, he ceased his movements. By then, the young Lord of the Eyrie was too weak to even stand. "Carry him back to his chamber, apply leeches to draw some blood," commanded Peter. Thus, Bronn lifted the child and departed from the hall, with Bachelor Keeman trailing behind, his countenance dark. Once their footsteps faded, silence enveloped the great hall of the Eyrie. Sansa heard the night wind lamenting outside the moon door, feeling both cold and weary. Must I recount the story once more? She pondered. However, her tale must have made an impact, for Lord Nestor cleared his throat, saying, "From our first meeting, I detested that singer," the steward gruffly remarked. "I advised Lisa to dismiss him, and I have done so repeatedly. You have always offered her loyal counsel, my lord," Peter stated solemnly. "But she does not heed it," Royce complained. "She barely allows me to finish speaking before disregarding my words. My lady views the ways of the world too simplistically." Peter's words drifted into reminiscence. And even Sansa almost believed he deeply loved his lady, unable to perceive the malevolence concealed within the villain, only seeing the good. Marion's singing was indeed sweet, alas. She was easily deceived by this man. "He likens us to swine," Sir Elbert Royce declared indignantly. He possessed broad shoulders, an upright appearance, and a well-groomed visage, save for the thick, dark mustache that adorned his face, resembling a fence. In essence, he was a youthful reflection of his father. He composed a song depicting two pigs striving for survival at the foot of a mountain, subsisting on the remnants of a falcon's meal. Was this not an overt mockery of us? When I confronted him, he retorted with a sardonic tone, "What of it, Sir Jazz? It is merely a song about pigs." Such were his words. He also penned songs to ridicule me, while Sir Marvin Belmore interjected, referring to me as the Knight of Ding Dong. When I swore to extract his tongue, he scurried to Lady Lissa to lodge a complaint. Such was his character, as Baron Nestor affirmed, a coward, forever hiding beneath the skirts of women, arrogant and insolent due to Lady Lissa's favor. You see, she adorned him in lordly attire, bestowing upon him golden armlets and a belt adorned with moonstone. Even Lord John's favored falcon was granted to him. As a knight bearing the Weckley family's 6 white wax crests proclaimed that it was the Prime Minister's cherished bird, a gift from King Robert. Lord Peterbury sighed deeply. Indeed, such matters were most unbecoming, he concurred, which is why I endeavored to rectify the situation. After much persuasion, Lissa acquiesced to let him depart, and that day, she met with him here. Had I but watched her closely at that moment, I could never have fathomed that it was my very existence that brought her harm. It was I who caused her suffering. No, Sansa thought in terror. Do not say such things, do not tell them, please, no. Yet Aelbar Royce shook his head. No, my lord, this is not your fault. Do not burden yourself with such guilt. He asserted. That singer was irredeemably wicked and deserved divine retribution. His father concurred, bringing him forth. Lord Peter, let us bring this tragedy to an end. Lord Peterbury composed himself for a moment, and once his emotions settled, he spoke, "As you wish, my lord." He turned to the guards, commanding them to bring the singer up from the dungeon. Shortly thereafter, an ugly jailer named Maud appeared, escorting the prisoner into the hall. This jailer bore small, dark eyes and a disfigured face, marred by scars from a battle where an axe had severed part of his ear and cheek, revealing pale, flabby flesh weighing up to 20 stone. His attire was filthy, exuding a nauseating stench. In contrast, Marillion could almost be deemed respectable. Someone had bathed him and dressed him in sky-blue breeches and a pristine white tunic with puffy sleeves, cinched at the waist with a silver belt gifted by Lady Lissa. White silk gloves adorned his hands, while white bandages concealed his eyes. Maud stood beside him, gripping a strap and prodding his ribs, prompting the singer to kneel swiftly. "O noble lords, I beseech you for your mercy." Lord Nestor, maintaining a stern visage, inquired, "Do you confess?" If my eyes still possessed their sight, they would have surely wept profusely at that moment, for the singer's once melodious and sweet voice had now turned coarse and hoarse. Oh, how I loved her so dearly! I could not bear to see her in another man's embrace, nor could I endure her sharing a bed with another. I swear by the heavens, I had no intention of harming my beloved and esteemed lady. I merely closed the door to create a serene environment in which to express my emotions. Yet, Lady Lissa, with her chilling demeanor, claimed to be carrying Lord Peter's child. She said she was seized by a frenzy that overwhelmed me. As he recounted this, Sansa observed his gloved hands. During idle chatter, Fat Matty mentioned that Moat had taken 3 of his fingers, including both index fingers and 1 middle finger, while his little finger remained remarkably sturdy, despite its state, still attached to his hand. All of this was imperceptible through the gloves. Just tales, one might say. What does Matty truly know? The kind-hearted Lord Peter permitted me to keep my harp, the blind bard declared, asserting that with my harp and tongue intact, I could still sing. Lady Lisa adores my songs. Take this wretch away at once, or I shall take matters into my own hands. Lord Nestor bellowed, his disgust palpable. Moat, return him to the dungeon, Peter instructed. Yes, my lord, Moat gruffly replied as he seized Marillion by the collar. No more words. Upon his utterance, Sansa was astonished to discover gold teeth within. All eyes fell upon the jailer as he half-dragged, half-pushed the bard from the hall. This man must be executed. Sir Marvin Belmore proclaimed after their departure. He must be expelled through the moon gate to appease Lady Lisa's spirit. First, remove his tongue, Sir Ulberose added. The tongue that only spews lies and mockery. I realize I have been too lenient, Peter admitted with remorse. To be frank, I feel a twinge of pity for him. After all, he acted out of love. Be it love or hate, he must die, Belmore insisted. Soon enough, my lords, Baron Nestor grumbled. No one can survive in the dungeon. The blue skies will call for him. Indeed, Peter confirmed. As for when Marillion will heed that call, only he knows. He gestured, and the guards opened the door once more. Gentlemen, I am aware of the fatigue you must feel after your arduous ascent. I have prepared rooms for you, and a banquet of fine food and wine awaits in the hall below. Oswell, please guide the lords and attend to their needs. He turned to Nestor Royce, my lord. Would you care to join me in my study for a drink? Alan, my dear, please serve the wine. The fire flickered weakly, and a jug of wine awaited them on the table. The golden wine from the Isle of Tears filled Baron Nestor's cup as Peter prodded the fire with an iron poker. Baron Nestor slowly settled by the hearth, informing Peter. This matter is far from resolved. It seems as if Sansa does not exist. My cousin will personally interrogate the bard. Bronze John does not trust me, Peter replied, pushing aside a log. Indeed, he is determined to march his forces here. Without a doubt, Simon Tarley will side with him. And I fear Lady Waywood will join as well. Besides them, there are Lord Belmore, young Lord Hunter, and Houghton Redwine. They will also bring strong Sam Stone and members of the Tollet, Chet, Cowart, and Cobry families. You are indeed well informed. Which member of the Cobry family? Could it be the esteemed Lord Leonor himself? No, it is his brother, Sir Lynn, who, for certain reasons, has been at odds with me. Lynn Cobry is a perilous individual, as Baron Nestor has emphasized. What do you intend to do? What can I do? I shall open the mountain gates to welcome him. Peter adjusted the firewood once more, then relinquished his stick. My cousin intends to strip you of your title as Guardian of the Vale. If he truly wishes to do so, I cannot prevent him. You see, I possess only a retinue of 20 men, while Count Royce and his allies can muster an army of 20,000. Peter sauntered leisurely to the oak chest by the window. In any case, let Bronze John do as he pleases, he remarked while kneeling, opening the chest to retrieve a scroll of parchment, which he presented to Baron Nestor. My lord, this is a token of affection from my lady to you. Sansa watched as Royce unfurled the scroll, finding it utterly unexpected. To her astonishment, she noticed tears welling in the lord's eyes in an instant. Unexpected, yet somehow understandable. My lady regards you as her most loyal and capable assistant. She has told me that you are her rock. Her rock? Baron Nestor blushed. She says that often, and Peter gestured to the scroll as evidence. Truly an overstatement. John Arryn values me. I understand that. But Lady Lisa has never favored me. I thought Baron Nestor's brow might furrow. The letter bears the seal of House Arryn, indeed. But the signature, Lisa could not sign it before her untimely demise. Thus, I fulfilled her last wishes in the name of the Guardian of the Vale. If she knows of this in the afterlife, she would surely feel comforted. I understand, Baron Nestor tucked away the scroll. You are indeed diligent, my lord. Yes. You act with wisdom and decisiveness. However, others may criticize this gift, potentially tarnishing your reputation. You see, the position of Guardian is not hereditary. When House Arryn enjoyed the Falcon Crown and ruled the Vale, they constructed the Moon Door Keep as a winter abode. The area is suitable only for summer habitation. Once the snow falls, one must descend. Many believe that the Moon Door Keep is as noble as the area above. The Vale has been without a king for 3 centuries, noted Peter Baelish. Due to the arrival of dragons, Baron Nestor concurred. Nevertheless, the Moon Door Keep remains the domain of House Arryn. In the past, John Arryn served as the keeper of the Moon Door during his father's reign, and Upon ascending to the Eyrie, bequeathed the position to his brother, Ronar. The subsequent successor was his cousin, Dennis. However, Lord Robert has no brothers, only distantly related kin. Indeed, Baron Nestor held the scroll tightly. I do not deny my desire for this gift. After Jon went to King's Landing to serve as Hand of the King, I bore the burden of ruling the Vale alone. I have fulfilled all his requests without asking for anything in return, by the gods above. This is the reward I deserve. This is what you rightfully deserve, Peter assured. With such a loyal subject guarding the foothills, Lord Robert can sleep soundly each night. He raised his goblet. So let us toast, my lord, to Lord Royce, the eternal guardian of Moondor Castle. Eternal guardian, cheers. The two silver cups clinked together. After a lengthy period, having savored the golden wine from the Isle of Green, Lord Nestor rose to take his leave. At that moment, Sansa, bleary-eyed, yearned to return to her warm bed. Peter grasped her hand. Do you see how potent lies and wine can be? Why the long face? After all, it is fortunate that Lord Nestor stands with us. Could it all be mere deception? Not all, my dear. Lisa often refers to Lord Nestor as the Stone, but I do not believe that is merely a compliment. She has also labeled his son a fool. She is fully aware that Lord Nestor dreams of rightfully claiming Moondor Castle, yet she is resolute in leaving it to our future son, Robert's brother, the Duke. Do you grasp what transpired here, Alan? Sansa hesitated for a moment. You granted Lord Nestor the castle in exchange for his support. Indeed, Peter acknowledged. Our stone is of the Royce lineage, a family known for its pride and sensitivity. Were I to make an overt offer, he would perceive it as an affront to his honor, likely to erupt like an enraged toad. However, he is not foolish. The lies I feed him are far sweeter than the truth. He desires Lisa to regard him as superior to all other vassals, especially his cousin, Bronze Yohn, as he constantly reminds himself of his distant ties to the Royce family. Moreover, he seeks to secure a legacy for his son. Many who have achieved great honors will engage in endeavors they would otherwise shun when planning for their children. Sansa nodded. That signature could have been obtained from Lord Robert. Yet I penned it in the name of the guardian of the Vale. Why? Because if you were to lose your position or face misfortune, Lord Nestor's claim to Moondor Castle would swiftly become questionable. I tell you, he cannot afford to lose this struggle. Very well, you are quite astute. I dare say my own daughter is no more clever. Thank you, she replied, feeling a strange pride in Peter's words, mingled with confusion. But I am not your daughter. I mean, not truly your daughter. I am masquerading as Alan. Yet you know, he interrupted, pressing his finger to her lips, this is a secret known to the heavens. The earth, you, and me, dear, but it must not be spoken aloud. Not even when we are alone. Especially when we are alone. One day, a servant may inadvertently enter the chamber, or a guard might overhear something outside the door. Do you wish for your lovely little hands to be stained with more blood, dear? The visage of Marillion surfaced in her mind, his pale visage bandaged across his eyes. Behind him, she beheld Sir Dantos, an arrow lodged in his chest. No, Sansa implored, I beg you. I long to convey to you that there exists no barrier between us, nor would I engage in any games, my daughter. Yet such a notion is utterly unattainable. The game of power is an eternal contest. I have never desired to partake in this perilous endeavor. A mere misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. Lord Oswell, I fled from King's Landing aboard the vessel he provided that fateful night. He knows my true identity. If he possesses even a fragment of sheep's intelligence, your concerns are justified. Yes, Sir Rosso is also privy to the truth. Nevertheless, Oswell has accompanied me for far too long, while Rosso is inherently discreet. In any case, Kate Black is keeping a watchful eye on Bronn, and Bronn is observing Kate Black in return. Trust no one. I had warned Eddard Stark, yet my words fell upon deaf ears. At present, you are Arianne. And at any time in the future, you must remain Arianne. He pressed 2 fingers against her left breast, even here, within your heart. Can you achieve this? Can you assure yourself that you are my daughter in spirit as well? I do not know, my lord. She almost replied, yet such words were unwelcome. Lies in the wine of the arbor, Sansa thought. I am Arianne. Father, who else could I possibly be? Upon hearing this, Lord Peter kissed her cheek, saying, with my intellect and Kate's beauty, one day you shall conquer the world, my dear. Now, go to sleep. Ghislaine kindled a fire in her chamber and refreshed the feather bed. Sansa shed her garments and slipped beneath the covers. He would not sing tonight, she prayed. With Lord Nestor and others present, he would dare not sing. Thus, she closed her eyes. After a while, she awoke in the night to find young Robb nestled in her bed. Today, I neglected to ask Rosso to lock the door, she lamented, resignedly reaching out to embrace the boy. Good Robb, how do you fare? You may stay, but do not fidget. Close your eyes and rest well, my little darling. I will be obedient, he said, burrowing closer, burying his head between her breasts. Arianne, could you be my mother? Perhaps, she replied. It was a benevolent falsehood. Beneficial for both. Chapter 12. The daughter of the sea monster. The hall was filled with a cacophony of voices, crowded with inebriated members of House Harlaw. All relatives in attendance. Each chieftain displayed their banner behind the benches occupied by their followers. Too few, Asha Greyjoy mused as she surveyed the scene from the balcony. It is still far too few. 3/4 of the benches remained vacant. When the Black Wind arrived, the Maiden of the Vale made her assessment. She counted the longships docked beneath her uncle's castle, pursing her lips. They have not come, she declared, or those who did are insufficient. He spoke the truth. Yet Asha could not concur, for such an admission might reach the ears of the crew. She harbored no doubts regarding their loyalty. But even Iron Islanders would hesitate when faced with an undoubtedly doomed endeavor. Do my friends truly number so few? She beheld the silver fish banner of House Portley, the stone tree of House Stone, the black fish monster of House Womack, the noose of House Miri, with the remainder being the sickle of House Harlaw. The scythe of Beaumont rests upon a pale blue backdrop, while Hezo's scythe resides within a circle, and the knight's scythe, along with its matriarchal family's resplendent peacock heraldry, forms a quadripartite design. The silver-haired Siegfried has placed 2 interlaced scythes upon a diagonally divided base. Only the leader of Harlow has boldly positioned the silver scythe directly against a dark background. This banner has fluttered since the dawn of the age. It is the standard of Roderick, known as the Scholar, the Lord of 10 Towers, the chief of Harlow Island, and the beloved uncle of Harlow. At this moment, the high-backed chair of Lord Roderick stands empty. Above the chair, 2 enormous silver scythes cross, so large that even a giant would find them unwieldy. Yet, the uncle has long departed, and Asha is not surprised. After all, the feast has concluded, leaving only bones and greasy platters upon the trestle tables. Everyone is indulging in drink, and her uncle Roderick has never been one to associate with raucous drunks. She turns to the Three-Tooth, an exceedingly elderly woman who, when she first began her tenure as steward, was referred to as 12-Tooth. Is my uncle lost in the piles of books? Indeed, where else could he be? The woman is so advanced in age that it is said by the monks that she must have once served as a nurse to the old crone. In those times, the Iron Islands still tolerated the faith of the Seven, and Lord Roderick kept monks in 10 Towers, not for the redemption of souls, but to assist him in transcribing texts. He is indeed immersed in books, as is Portley. Portley's banner hangs in the hall, depicting a multitude of silver fish against a pale green background. However, Asha did not see the swift fin at the harbor. It is rumored that my uncle crows I drowned the old sandworm Portley. This is Chief Trystane Portley. Trystane wields considerable power. As the eldest son of Sandworm, Heron, met with misfortune, I shall soon uncover the truth. But regardless, this meeting is bound to be awkward. It has been years since I last encountered Trystane Portley. Best not to dwell on it. What of my mother? Still in bed, Three-Tooth replies, in Widow's Tower. Indeed. Where else could she be? The tower is named after her aunt, a place where Lady Gwyneth mourns, having lost her beloved husband during Balon Greyjoy's 10th rebellion on the Isle of the Maidens. Once the sorrow has passed, I shall depart, a sentiment known to all. Yet the rights to 10 Towers ought to belong to me, as I am 7 years your elder. Many years have elapsed since then, yet the widow remains, grieving, occasionally lamenting that the castle should rightfully be hers. Now, beneath Lord Roderick's roof, there is yet another half-mad widowed sister. Asha muses. No wonder he seeks solace in tomes. To speak candidly, it is hard for everyone to believe that the frail and ailing Lady Arianne could outlive King Balon, whose father appeared so steadfast and robust before others. Asha felt a heavy heart as she set sail for battle, fearing her mother might perish before her return. Unexpectedly, it was her father who met his demise. The drowned god delights in cruel jest. Yet, is not humanity the cruelest of all? A sudden tempest and a severed rope bridge claimed Balon Greyjoy's life, or so they have proclaimed. The last time Asha beheld her mother was en route to the north, stopping at 10 Towers to gather water. Yara Nyssa Harlow was never the type of beauty favored by singers, yet her daughter adored her mother's strong, resolute visage and the warmth of her gaze. However, during her last visit, she found her mother seated in a window chair, wrapped in a pile of furs, gazing vacantly at the sea. Is this my mother or her ghost? She pondered as she kissed her mother's cheek. Her mother's skin was as thin as parchment, and her long hair had faded to a silvery white. Despite the remnants of pride in her bearing, her eyes appeared dim and clouded, and when she inquired about Theon, her lips trembled uncontrollably. Have you brought back my little darling? She asked. Theon had been taken as a hostage to Winterfell at the tender age of 10, and Lady Harlow seemed to believe he was perpetually that age. Theon cannot come, Asha could only tell her. Father has sent him to raid along the stony shore. Lady Harlow had no words in response, merely nodding slowly, yet it was painfully evident how deeply her daughter's words had wounded her. Now, I must deliver the news of Theon's demise to her, thrusting yet another dagger into her heart. There were already 2 knives embedded there, named Roderick and Meryn, which had cruelly twisted in the night countless times. I shall visit her tomorrow, Asha vowed to herself. The journey to 10 Towers was long and arduous. She could not face her mother just yet. I need to speak with Lord Roderick, she instructed Three Tooth, while my crew unloads the cargo from the Black Wind. Please attend to them, and ensure the captives on the ship have warm beds and hot meals. The kitchen had cold beef. A large stone jar still contained mustard, a relic from Old Town. The thought of mustard brought a smile to the old woman's face, revealing a long brown tooth. That will not suffice. The crossing is arduous. I want them to have something warm in their bellies. Asha hooked her thumb into the studded leather belt at her waist. Prepare firewood and blankets for Lady Glovers and the children. Arrange for them to stay in the tower rooms. Do not confine them to the dungeons. The infant is ill. Infants often fell sick, and most perished, leaving the adults to wallow in their futile sorrow. I shall inquire with the Lord regarding where to place these whelps. She pinched the old woman's nose firmly with her thumb and forefinger. You will do as I say. If the infant dies, I assure you, no one will be more sorrowful than you. Three Tooth screamed her compliance, and Asha released her to seek her uncle. Walking once more through the familiar halls felt delightful. For Asha, 10 Towers was akin to home, even more so than Pike Island. Upon first seeing it, she had thought, this is not a city, but rather 10 castles pressed together. She recalled breathlessly running up and down, chasing along the battlements and enclosed walkways, remembered fishing by the Longstone Wharf, and losing herself day and night in her uncle's vast library. Her uncle's grandfather had constructed this castle, making it the newest stronghold among the Isles. When Lord Theomore Harlaw lost 3 sons in swaddling clothes, he blamed the stagnant cellars, the damp stones, and the niter that intruded into every corner of the ancient Harlaw Hall. 10 Towers was more ventilated, more comfortable, and better situated. Alas, Lord Theomore was notoriously fickle, as every one of his wives could attest. He possesses 6 wives, each distinct in style, much like the 10 Towers he has constructed, each uniquely different. The library tower stands the most robust among the 10, its octagonal shape formed by meticulously hewn stone blocks. The staircase is embedded within its thick walls, and Asha swiftly ascends to the 50th floor, arriving at her uncle's study. In truth, he reads wherever he finds himself, be it in the lavatory, on the deck of the Sea Song, or even during audiences. Lord Roderick is perpetually engrossed in his tomes. Asha often observes him seated in a high-backed chair beneath the silver sickle, simultaneously reading and listening to petitions, rendering judgments. Whenever the captain of the guard ushers in the next petitioner, he seizes the opportunity to read a little longer. At this moment, he is bent over a table by the window, surrounded by scrolls of parchment, perhaps remnants from Valyria before the Cataclysm. Scattered nearby are a few leather-bound volumes, heavy with bronze and iron clasps, and candles made of beeswax, as thick and long as a man's arm, flickering in ornate iron candlesticks on either side of his seat. Lord Roderick is neither stout nor slender, neither tall nor short, neither handsome nor unattractive. His hair and eyes share a brown hue, and he prefers to keep his beard short and tidy, though it has now turned gray. In summary, he is an ordinary man, devoid of notable traits save for his affinity for the written word, which many Iron Men deem a peculiar hobby unbefitting of a man. And what book is so significant that it compels you to neglect your guests? The Lost Books by Maelwyn. He lifted his gaze from the pages, scrutinizing his niece. Hizo sent me a copy from Old Town. He wishes me to marry his daughter. Lord Roderick tapped the book's cover with his long nails. Do you see? Maelwyn claims to have discovered 3 pages of fragments from Signs and Omens, recorded by the virgin daughter of Aegon Targaryen before the Cataclysm. Does Lanny know you are here? I have yet to visit her. Lanny is his affectionate nickname for her mother, a term reserved for those who cherish literature. Let her rest a while. Asha shifted a stack of books from a stool and sat atop it. 3 teeth have fallen, 2 more gone. Shouldn't we start calling her One Tooth? I don't call her at all. That woman unnerves me. What time is it? Lord Roderick glanced towards the moonlit sea outside. It's dark already, so soon? I hadn't noticed. Indeed, you are late. We have awaited your arrival for days. The winds have been unfavorable, and I have captives to consider. Robert Glover's wife and children, the youngest still nursing, and during the crossing, Lady Glover's milk ran dry. I had no choice but to anchor the Black Wind at the Rock Coast and send someone to find a wet nurse. They returned with a goat. The little girl's condition is not good. Is there no wet nurse in the village? Deepwood mod is crucial to my plans. Your plans must be altered. You have arrived too late. Indeed, too late, and I am quite hungry. She stretched her long legs beneath the table, flipping through a book beside her, chronicling the brutal suppression of the poor in the Battle of Meager. Oh, and I am thirsty as well. A cup of refreshing ale, dear uncle. Lord Roderick gestured with his lips. You are aware that I do not permit eating or drinking in the library, as it is detrimental to the books. Asha laughed heartily, while her uncle furrowed his brow. You relish in provoking me, do you not? Oh, do not be so aggrieved. You have long known that I treat everyone this way. Well then, enough about me. How have you been of late? He shrugged. Not too bad. My eyesight is deteriorating. I have sent someone to Mill to procure a pair of spectacles to aid my reading. And my aunt? Roderick sighed. She is still 7 years my senior and remains convinced that 10 Towers belongs to her. Queenies forgets everything except for this matter. She is still mourning her husband, just as she did when he passed, though she can hardly recall his name. Perhaps she has never known his name at all. Asha abruptly closed the monk's book. Was my father murdered? Your mother believes so. At times, she imagines she would prefer to have done it herself. And what does my uncle believe? The bridge at Sorrow's End collapsed, and Balon fell to his demise. The bridge in Pike City is not sturdy when the storm arrives. Roderick shrugged. At least that much we know. Your mother received a bird sent by the bachelor from Windermere. Asha drew a dagger and began to clean the dirt from beneath her nails. The crow's eye returned exactly 3 years later, coinciding with my father's death. To be precise, it was on the 20th day. When Balon perished, the silence was still at sea, or so they claim. Nevertheless, I suspect the crow's eye returned rather opportunely. If I may say so, I would not go so far as to assert that. Asha plunged the dagger's tip into the tabletop. What of my ship, uncle? I counted. Only the 40th longship lay anchored beneath the city, far too few to displace the crow's eye from my father's throne. I called upon you in your name. For my love for you and your mother. The Harlows have gathered, along with the stonemasons and the Wormacs, and a portion of the Marys, all hailing from one of the 7 islands of Harlow. In the hall, only a single pottery banner from Pike Island could be seen. What of Saltcliffe Island? What of Oak Island? Where are the 2 Wick Islands? Where are those ships? Baylor Blacktide came from the Blacktide Island to speak with me, then immediately set sail again. Roderick closed the lost books. He has now arrived at Old Wick Island. Old Wick Island? Asha was initially concerned they had all gone to Pike Island to submit to the crow's eye. Why? I thought you had already heard. Euron Greyjoy has called for a kingsmoot. Asha threw her head back in laughter. Surely the drowned god had stuffed a spiny fish into Uncle Euron's backside. A kingsmoot? Is he jesting, or is this for real? Euron has not jested since his drowning. The monks have answered his call, including the blind Baylor Blacktide, the 3 drowned men, and even old Grey Gull, who have all left their rocky abodes to preach the kingsmoot upon Harlow Island. As we speak, the captains are converging upon Old Wick Island. Asha was astonished that the crow's eye would agree to partake in this sacred farce, attempting to solidify his position through election. I am unaware of the crow's eye's intentions. He once sent me to pledge allegiance at Pike Island, after which there was no further news. The election of the king, a curious affair, or more accurately, a matter steeped in antiquity. What of Uncle Victarion? What is his opinion on the notion of wet hair? They conveyed to Victarion the tidings of your father's demise, along with the news of the king's election. Beyond that, I possess no further information. At least the election is preferable to war. I suppose I should kiss the foul feet of the wet-haired one, aiding him in cleansing the seaweed from between his toes. Asha drew her dagger and sheathed it once more. By the gods, what an exhilarating election. The election at Old Wyke, confirmed Roderick. Though I pray it is not overly thrilling. I perused the history of the Iron Islands by Hireg, which recounts the last time the Salt King and the Rock Kings convened for an election, when the axe-wielding men of Urin Island ran rampant, staining the ribs of Naga with blood. Following that dark day, the Greyjoys ruled without election for a millennium, until the arrival of the Undulls. You lend me Hireg's book. Dear uncle, before we reach Old Wyke, she must learn all there is to know about the election. Just look here. This book is far too ancient and fragile. He furrowed his brow as he regarded her. Dr. Roderick once wrote that time is like a wheel, and human nature remains unchanged. What has transpired must inevitably recur. Upon seeing the crow's eye, I could not help but recall those words. To my aged ears, Urin Greyjoy and Urin Greyine sound strikingly alike. I shall not go to Old Wyke, nor should you. Asha smiled faintly. How long has it been since we missed the election, uncle? For 1,000 years. If we believe Hireg, and according to Master Deneston's collection of queries, that time should be halved. In any case, there is no point in going to Old Wyke. The dream of kingship is a madness inherent in our bloodline. I warned your father during his 10th uprising, and now I must caution you as well. We require land, not crowns. Stannis Baratheon and Tywin Lannister vie for the Iron Throne. This is a rare opportunity for expansion. If we choose one side and lend our fleet to their victory, we could be granted vast territories. Perhaps I shall contemplate it once I ascend to my father's seat at Seastone. Asha replied. Her uncle sighed. You may not relish my words, Asha, but I must be frank. You cannot be elected. No woman has ever ruled the Ironborn. You see, while Gwendy's is indeed 7 years my senior, after our father's passing, 10 towers was bequeathed to me. So too shall it be for you. You are the daughter of Balon, not his son. Moreover, you have 3 uncles. And an uncle. 3 uncles from the families of sea monsters. I do not count myself among them. It is different for me. 10 Towers is governed by my beloved uncle, and thus I possess Harrenhal. Harrenhal may not be the largest island among the Iron Islands, yet it is the wealthiest and most densely populated. And the strength of the leader Roderick is not to be underestimated. Harrenhal is ruled by the Heron family, while the Womack and Stonehouse families possess extensive lands on the island and command many renowned captains and warriors. Yet, even the fiercest among them must bow to the sickle. Kenning and Mary had once been fierce rivals of Harlaw, yet long ago they were subdued and became vassals. My relatives pledged their loyalty to me, should war arise. I can call upon their armies and ships. However, at the King's Council, Lord Roderick shook his head. Beneath the bones of Naga, every captain stands equal. Someone may indeed call your name. Of that, I have no doubt, but that call shall not ring loud. When the voices of Victarion or the Crow's Eye rise, some who now drink in my hall will join in. I reiterate, do not sail into this storm. Your struggle is futile. How can one know it is futile without attempting? After all, I am the rightful heir and should rightfully inherit the title of Balon. You remain a headstrong child. Consider your unfortunate mother, Rhaenys, for you are all she has left. If necessary, I shall set the black wind ablaze, leaving you behind. What? Do you wish for me to swim to Old Wyke? To traverse the vast and frigid seas for a crown you cannot retain? Child, your father's courage surpassed his wisdom. The ancient ways once suited the Iron Islands, for we were but one of many small kingdoms. Alas, Aegon's conquest ended that fragmentation. Why does Balon remain blind to this? The old ways perished along with the treacherous Horin and his sons. I understand this. Asha loves her father, yet she will not deceive herself. Balon is indeed blind and reckless in some aspects. He is brave, yet not a good leader. Do you mean to say we must be slaves to the Iron Throne for all eternity? Listen, if there are rocks to starboard and storms to port, a wise captain will seek a third course. Pray tell, where lies this third course? I shall reveal it at my Queen's Council. Uncle, how can you entertain the thought of not attending? This will become history, living history. I prefer history that is dead. Dead history is inscribed in ink, while living history is written in blood. Do you wish to cowardly wither away on a sickbed? What other choice remains? First, one must devour knowledge. Lord Roderick moved to the window. You have not inquired about your mother. I fear. How is she? Her health has improved. Perhaps she will outlive us all if you persist in this foolish endeavor, which is evident. Oh, she consumes more than when she first arrived and often sleeps through the night. Excellent. Lady Yara has not only suffered insomnia in her final years on Pike, but would also wander the halls at night, candle in hand, searching for her sons. Meryn? She would scream, Roderick, where are you? Theon, my darling, come to your mother. Asha has often watched as the maester pulled splinters from her mother's feet, for she would traverse the rickety bridge barefoot to the tower by the sea. I shall visit her tomorrow morning. She will inquire about Theon, the Prince of Winterfell. How shall you tell her? Very little. I spoke not much of it. He hesitated. Are you certain he is dead? I cannot be certain of anything. Did you find a body? We discovered many fragments of bodies. The wolves arrived first, the four-legged kind, and they seemed to hold little regard for their two-legged kin. Bones of the victims were strewn across the ground, gnawed open to feast upon the marrow within. I confess, it is difficult to discern what transpired. It appears to be a northern strife. Crows contested over carrion, engaging in fierce battles for the eyes of the deceased. Leader Roderick gazed out over the sea, fixated on the shimmering moonlight dancing upon the waves. We once had a king, then 5. Now, only crows remain, clamoring over the carcass known as Westeros. He shut the window. Do not go to Old Wyke. Asha, stay by your mother's side. I fear her days are numbered. Asha shifted in her chair. Her mother had raised me and instilled in me the virtue of bravery. If I do not go, I shall spend my life pondering what might have been had I ventured forth. Yet, if I do go, there may be no life left to ponder at all. No opportunity to think. That is preferable to spending the latter half of my days lamenting the rights to the seastone chair that ought to belong to me. I am not Gwynus. This momentarily took him aback. Asha, my 2 tall sons are feeding crabs on the Isle of Tears. It is unlikely that I will remarry. Should you remain, I shall designate you as the heir to 10 towers. Be satisfied. 10 towers? Truly? Your kin will not approve. The knights, old Siegfried, and Haas the Hunchback, possess their own lands and strongholds. That is indeed true. The damp, decaying hall of Harlaw granted silver-haired, old Siegfried Harlaw. Haas the Hunchback's stronghold is the shimmering tower, perched upon the cliffs of the western shore. Knights heir Harris Harlaw commands Grey Garden. The blue-blooded Baelmond rules over the hills of Heldane. Baelmond has 3 sons, silver-haired Siegfried numerous grandsons. While Haas harbors ambition, Asha remarked, they all wish to inherit you. Even Siegfried himself. That fellow fervently hopes to live 100 years. After me, the knight will become the leader of Harlaw Island, my uncle declared, conditioned upon issuing commands from Grey Garden. If you pledge your loyalty to him in the name of 10 towers, Ser Harris shall protect you. I will protect myself. Uncle, I am a sea monster, Asha Greyjoy of House Greyjoy. She rose to her feet. I seek my father's throne, not your chair. Huh, those sides of yours appear rather perilous. Perhaps one might fall and sever my head. No, I desire the seastone chair. You are merely another crow, squawking for a share of the carrion. Roderick resumed his seat behind the table. You may leave. I must continue my studies of the works of Maester Marwyn. Should there be any new discoveries, do relay them to me. An uncle is ever an uncle, unchanging in essence. Regardless of his words, he will venture to Old Wyke. Her crew was already dining in the hall. Asha needed to join them, clarifying the nature and significance of the meeting at Old Wyke. There was no doubt her people would steadfastly follow her, but she must also garner support from others, the kin of House Harlaw, the Wool family, and the Stonehouse family of the 10th Step, to amass every available resource. Her victory at Deepwood Motte served as the finest testament to her cause. Her crew would boast of the peculiar pride the crew of the Black Wind held for their female captain's exploits. Half of the individuals cherished her as one would a beloved daughter, while the other half harbored desires that were far more carnal. Yet both factions were willing to lay down their lives for her. I, too, would gladly sacrifice myself for them. She mused as she pushed open the door at the bottom of the stairs and stepped into the courtyard bathed in moonlight. Asha, a shadow emerged from behind the well. Her hand instinctively reached for her dagger until the moonlight transformed the silhouette into a man clad in a sealskin cloak. Another specter. Triss, I did not see you in the hall. I wanted to see you. Which part of me would you like to see? She grinned, her mouth widening into a smile. Well, here I am. I have grown up. Please, feel free to look. You have blossomed into a woman. He leaned closer, and you are quite beautiful. Compared to their last encounter, Triss Stephen Portley had grown considerably more robust, yet still possessed the unruly hair and the seal-like, innocent large eyes she remembered. Such gentle eyes. Indeed. Yet, it was poor Triss Stephen's misfortune, as a man of iron, to be overly gentle. However, now his visage had transformed into something handsome, she thought. Both Triss and Asha had suffered from acne in their childhood. Perhaps this commonality had drawn them together. I am saddened by your father's fate, she confided in him. I mourn for your father as well. Why? Asha almost inquired. In their youth. It was Balan who had sent him from Pike Island to serve as a ward to Baelor Blacktide. Are you truly the head of House Portley? At least in name. He replied. Hurin perished in the waters of Carhold, struck down by a poisoned arrow from the swamp devil. Yet, as of now, I possess nothing as the head. My father refused to acknowledge the claim of the Crow's Eye, who subsequently drowned him and compelled my uncles to swear fealty. After that, he granted half of my father's lands to Ironwood, as the 10th leader of the Wench knelt before him, proclaiming him king. The Wench family wielded considerable power on Pike Island, yet Asha chose not to reveal her dismay. The Wench lacks the courage of your father. Your uncle bought him off, Triss remarked. When the silence returned, its hold was filled with treasures, gilded plates, pearls, emeralds the size of eggs, rubies and sapphires, and bags of coins that no one could lift. The Crow's Eye seized every opportunity for bribery. My uncle, Gamond, now claims the title of head of House Portley, ruling over King's Port under the protection of your uncle. Do not fret, for by right, you are the true head of House Portley, she assured him. Once I ascend the seat of stone, I shall restore your father's lands to you, if that pleases you. In truth, it holds little significance for me. Oh, how lovely you appear under the moonlight, Asha. You are now an adult, yet in my memory, you remain that gaunt, acne-ridden little girl. Why do you always bring up the acne? I remember as well, but not with such fondness. After Eddard Stark took her mother's only surviving son as a hostage, her mother eagerly adopted 5 boys to live together in Pike. Triss was of a similar age to Asha. He was not the 10th boy she kissed. But he was the first to untie her bodice and touch her budding breasts with his sweaty hands. Had he possessed the courage back then, I would have allowed him to touch more. Her first menstruation occurred during the war, awakening desires that had long been dormant, and prior to that, Asha had already harbored a keen curiosity about the pleasures of the flesh. He appeared at the opportune moment in the right place, being of a similar age and eager to experiment. Nothing more, except for the thrill of her monthly cycle. At that time, she referred to it as love, until Trist began speaking of wanting her to bear his children, at least a dozen sons. Oh, and perhaps some daughters as well. I do not wish for a dozen sons, she informed him in horror. I seek adventure. Soon after, Bachelor Quirin discovered their liaison, and thus the young Tristavan Portly was dispatched to Black Tide Island. I wrote to you, he stated, but Bachelor Hoselon was unwilling to send it. On one occasion, I gave a oarsman a silver stag coin. His merchant ship was bound for King's Port, and he promised to deliver my letter to you. Your oarsman deceived you. He tossed your letter into the sea. I was indeed concerned about that. They, too, had never delivered any of your letters to me. I have not written a single one. In truth, Trist's departure brought her relief. His advances had begun to vex her. Yet, this was not what he wished to hear. The wet-haired one calls for a king's council. Will you support me? Whatever you choose to do, I shall stand by you, she replied. But Chief Blakethees asserts that the king's council is a perilous endeavor. He believes your uncle will assault everyone, slaying them all, much like urine. He is not mad enough for that. He lacks the power. You do not understand. He is gathering forces on Pike Island. The Oakwood family from Oak Island has provided him with a 20th longship, while long-faced John Mary has contributed 12, and left-handed Lucas Colt supports him as well. There are also half-blood Jorge, the Red Oarsman, the bastard Kimity Pike, the Freeman Roderick, and brown-toothed Tord, all of whom are inconsequential. Asha recognized each of them, the progeny of salt-born concubines and slaves. Do you know the Colt family's motto? With disdain, Trist recited, but if captured by them, you would be as miserable as if fallen into the hands of the Dragon King. There is worse yet. The crow-eyed one has returned from the east with monsters and sorcerers. My uncle is fond of the peculiar, Asha remarked. My father has quarreled with him over it many times. Let his sorcerers go to the devil. Have you forgotten? We have the wet-haired ones and the drowned god. Enough. Will I truly have your support at my queen's council, Trist? I shall support you wholeheartedly. I am yours, now and forever. Asha, I wish to marry you. Your mother has already consented. She stifled a moan. You should have asked me first, though my answer would not please you. I am no longer the second son. He continued, as you said, I am now the rightful leader of the Portly family, and my identity will be determined upon Oldwick Island. Trist, we are no longer children groping in the dark. You think you wish to marry me, but that is not the case. I truly desire it. You are all my dreams. Asha, I swear by the bones of Naga, I have not touched another woman. Then go ahead and touch 1, 2, 10. It matters not to me. I shall tell you that the number of men I have encountered is beyond counting. Some with lips, others with axes. At the tender age of 16, she bestowed her virtue upon a dashing blonde sailor aboard a merchant ship. This young man, possessing a mere 6 words of universal vocabulary, uttered one of the phrases she longed to hear. Subsequently, Asha learned to seek the forest witch, concocting moon tea to prevent her belly from swelling. Portly blinked, seemingly perplexed by her words. I thought you would wait, he murmured, rubbing his lips. Asha, were you coerced? Humph, I compelled him to tear off his shirt. You wouldn't desire to marry me, trust me. You are a charming lad, always have been, yet I am not a charming girl. Should we wed, you would soon come to despise me. No, absolutely not. Asha, my heart aches for you. She had heard enough. A sickly mother, a victimized father, a band of overbearing uncles. This was enough to overwhelm any woman. She had no need for another lovesick puppy. Find a courtesan, Triss. She will mend your heartache. I can never. Triss Stephen shook his head. You and I are destined to be together, Asha. I have always envisioned you as my wife. As the mother of my son. He grasped her arm. In the blink of an eye, her dagger was poised against his throat. Release me, or you shall not live to father a child. Now, once he relinquished his grip, she lowered the blade. You desire a woman, very well. Tonight, I shall cast one upon your bed. Pretend she is me, if that brings you joy. But do not dare touch me again. I am your queen, not your wife. Remember this. Asha sheathed her dagger, leaving Triss standing transfixed, a large drop of blood trickling slowly from his neck, glistening black in the pale moonlight. Chapter 13. Cersei. I pray to the 7 gods, let it not rain on the king's wedding. Jocelyn SWIFD remarked as she tightened the queen's corset. No one wishes for rain, Cersei replied. For her part, she yearned for hail and snow, howling winds, and thunderous storms to shatter the Red Keep. She desired a tempest that would reflect her fury. Yet, to Jocelyn, she said, "Tighter, pull it tighter, you foolish little simpleton." The wedding ignited her wrath, and the dim-witted SWIFT girl became the target of her ire. Alas, in her quest to solidify Tommen's claim to the throne, she dared not offend the crown as long as Stannis Baratheon remained entrenched on Dragonstone and at Storm's End, and as long as the Riverlands continued their valiant resistance, with the Ironborn prowling the seas. Thus, it was Jocelyn who bore the brunt of Cersei's disdain for Margaery Tyrell and her wretched grandmother. At breakfast, the queen requested 2 boiled eggs, a loaf of bread, and a jar of honey. Upon cracking her 10th egg, she was horrified to discover a bloodied, half-formed chick within, causing her stomach to churn violently. "Clear this away. Bring me spiced warm wine," she commanded Serena. The air was frigid, a biting chill penetrating her bones. A wretched day awaited her. Even Jaime failed to uplift her spirits. Her brother, clad in white armor and unshaven, assured her that her son would no longer be poisoned. "I have dispatched someone to the kitchen to oversee every step," he explained, while Sir Adam in his golden robe will monitor each serving servant to ensure no mishaps occur from the kitchen to the hall. Sir Boros shall partake of his meal with Tommen before making any attempts, should all precautionary measures ultimately prove futile. There is also the Bachelor of Balabar, seated in the rear of the hall, equipped with purgatives and the 20th antidote to the most virulent poison. In summary, I assure you, Tommen is utterly safe. Utterly safe. The phrase tasted bitter on her tongue. Jaime did not comprehend, nor did anyone else. Only Melara had shared that tent with her, listening to the croaking curses of the old witch, and Melara had long since perished. Tyrion would not resort to poisoning again. He was too cunning, and he would not employ the same ruse twice. At this very moment, he might be lurking beneath the floorboards, eavesdropping on our every word, concocting his plan to slit Tommen's throat. "Is that so?" Jaime remarked, yet he remained merely a stunted dwarf. While Tommen was protected by the finest knights across the 7 kingdoms, the Kingsguard would ensure his safety. Cersei cast a glance at her brother's white-sleeved coat, where the severed limb was wrapped. "I remember your illustrious white knights, and how they safeguarded young Jane. I require you to guard Tommen throughout the night. Do you understand? I shall dispatch guards to stand watch outside." She instinctively grasped his arm. "No guards, I want you. And I want you to remain inside the chamber. To prevent Tyrion from crawling out of the hearth? I doubt that. Despite your banter, do you dare claim you have unraveled all the secret passages within the Red Keep? They all know it is not so. Listen, I will not permit Tommen and Margaery to be alone, not for a moment. They will not be alone. The girl's cousins shall be present. And you, in the name of the king, I command you to be present." In truth, Cersei did not desire for Tommen to share a bed with his wife, but the Tyrells were adamant about this matter. A husband and wife must indeed share a bed. The Queen of Thorns proclaimed, even if they do nothing beyond sleeping. Naturally, the king's bed should accommodate too, should it not? Lady Olenna echoed her daughter, allowing the children to warm each other through the night, fostering their intimacy. "You see, Margaery often invites her cousins to share her bed. After the candles are extinguished, they sing together, play games, and confide their little secrets in hushed tones." "How delightful," Cersei remarked dryly. "In my opinion, they ought to maintain that lovely habit within the Maiden's Tower." "I am quite certain your majesty knows what is best," Lady Olenna advised Lady Eleanor. "After all, she is the boy's mother, a fact we shall not forget. Let us consider this. Can we reach a consensus regarding the events of the wedding night? Surely, we cannot separate the groom from the bride on their wedding night. That would be a most ill-fated omen. One day, I shall make you understand the meaning of ill omens," the Queen Mother silently vowed. "Margaery may share a bed with Tommen for one night," she reluctantly agreed. "Only for one night. Your Majesty is wise." The Queen of Thorns readily accepted, and those around her laughed. At that moment, Cersei's nails dug deeply into Jaime's arm, drawing blood. "I require someone to monitor within," she articulated with precision. "Monitor what?" he inquired, questioning the impossibility of their consummation, for Tommen was too young. Meanwhile, Osfiflin was far too old to bear children, was he not? The younger brother, perplexed, asked who Osfiflin was. Was he the father of Lord Philip or someone else? He was as ignorant as Robert, unable to grasp the crux of the matter. It seemed his mind resided solely in that hand wielding the sword. "Enough of Osfiflin. Simply heed my words. You must vow to remain by Tommen's side until dawn." "As you command," he replied lightly, as her fears were mere unfounded phantoms. "Do you still insist on burning the Tower of the Hand?" After the wedding feast, she wished to set fire to it, for that was the sole source of joy she found on this day of great celebration. "Our father was murdered within that tower. I cannot bear to look at it any longer. May the smoke of the flames drive out a few rats." Jaime rolled his eyes. "You mean Tyrion, do you not?" "Not only him, but also Lord Varys and that jailer. Were they still within the tower, they would have been discovered by now. I dispatched soldiers armed with pickaxes and hammers to search, to break down walls and pierce the floors, uncovering numerous secret passages. You well know that there may be dozens more yet undiscovered. Indeed, some passages were so narrow that Jaime could only send a squire or stable boy to explore. They found a tunnel leading straight to the black cells, a shaft that seemed an endless abyss, and a chamber filled with skulls and charred bones. Alongside 4 large bags of tarnished silver coins from the reign of Aegon I, they encountered thousands of rats, yet neither Tyrion nor Varys was found, leading Jaime to ultimately cease this futile endeavor. During this time, one boy had become trapped in a narrow passage and was extricated with great difficulty. Another fell from a ladder, breaking his leg, and 2 guards went missing while exploring a side path. Other guards claimed to have heard faint cries through the stone walls. But when Jaime had them breach the wall, they found only dirt and rubble. The little imp is a cunning creature. He is likely still hiding within the walls, and the flames may coax him out into the open. Even if Tyrion still lurks within the castle, he cannot possibly be concealed in the Tower of the Hand. That tower has been all but reduced to ruin. It would be best to demolish this filthy castle entirely. Cersei declared, after the war, I intend to construct a new palace by the river. Last night, I dreamed of it. A magnificent white castle surrounded by woods and gardens, far removed from the clamor and stench of King's Landing. This city resembles a cesspool, given the choice. I would prefer to relocate the court to Lannisport and govern from Casterly Rock. This is far more foolish than the act of burning the Tower of the Hand. Listen, as long as Tommen sits upon the Iron Throne, the hearts of the realm will regard him as the true king. If he is hidden beneath the rocks, he will be viewed as merely a pretender, on par with Stannis. I know this, the Queen Mother retorted sharply. I merely meant that I wish to move the court to Lannisport, not that I truly intend to do so. Have you always been this dull? Or has the loss of a hand rendered you foolish? James disregarded her sarcasm. The flames would likely rage uncontrollably, spreading from the tower to engulf the entire castle. Wildfire is an unreliable ally. Lord Harlan assured me that his fire mages could master the blaze. For the past fortnight, the Alchemists Guild has been laboring tirelessly to manufacture wildfire. Let all of King's Landing witness this inferno as a lesson for my adversaries. You speak as if you were Ares himself. She flared her nostrils. Mind your words, sir. Very well, I take my leave. Remember, I love you, dear sister. How could I ever love you, you foul-tempered creature? After he departed, she pondered in perplexity. He is your twin brother, your shadow, your other half, a voice whispered. That is a matter of the past, she thought. It shall no longer be so. To me, he has become a stranger. In stark contrast to Joffrey's opulent wedding, King Tommen's ceremony was far more modest and considerably smaller in scale. No one desired a repeat of the tumult, especially not the Queen Regent. Nor did anyone wish to expend such vast sums of wealth, particularly the Tyrells. Thus, the young king simply escorted Margaery Tyrell to the Great September of Baelor to exchange vows, with fewer than 100 nobles as witnesses. While his brother had once invited 1,000 guests for the same woman, the bride was both beautiful and exuberant, full of life, whereas the groom retained a boyish visage. With a portly figure, he recited his vows in a high-pitched, childlike voice, pledging unwavering loyalty and binding himself to Margaery Tyrell, the daughter of the man who had married for the 30th time. Margaery donned the same attire she wore on her wedding day to young Joffrey, a pure white, ethereal silk gown, accompanied by a lace skirt adorned with countless tiny pearls. Cersei remained clad in black mourning attire, a testament to her grief for her eldest son. Indeed, the widow of young Joffrey could engage in laughter and revelry, casting aside thoughts of her late husband, while she, as a mother, could not forget her child. You are gravely mistaken, the Queen Mother mused. Your impatience is palpable. Could you not wait another year, 2 years? The Tyrells should be content with their engagement to the royal family. Cersei glared fiercely at Margaery, who stood between her and her mother. You forced me to host this farcical wedding while young Joffrey's body was still warm, my lord. I shall never forget this transgression. Next came the moment of exchanging cloaks. The bride gracefully knelt, allowing Tommen to fasten the heavy golden mantle around her shoulders. This was the very cloak worn by Robert during his wedding to Cersei, adorned with onyx beads that formed the sigil of House Baratheon, a majestic stag. In truth, Cersei had wished to use the fine red velvet cloak that Joffrey had donned during his own wedding, the very one her father had worn when marrying her mother. She had conveyed this to the Tyrells, yet the Queen of Thorns would concede nothing. Is that so? That old rag? The elderly lady exclaimed. In my opinion, it is far too outdated and garish, and to speak candidly, is it not a bit ill-omened? The stag is more fitting for the true heir of King Robert. For in my day, a bride wore her husband's colors, not those of her in-laws. Damn it, due to Stannis and his vile accusations. Rumors regarding Tommen's lineage have now spread throughout the realm. Cersei could not afford to exacerbate the situation by insisting on the Lannister crimson, so she retreated with as much dignity as she could muster. Now, upon seeing the golden cloak adorned with onyx, the Queen Mother could not help but feel a surge of anger. The ungrateful Tyrells had truly climbed too high. After the oaths were sworn, the King and Queen emerged from the sept to receive congratulations. Behold, two beauties now wore the crown of Westeros, each possessing an unparalleled visage, whether young or old. Ser Lancel Lannister declared her a fool, a simpleton, akin to her former husband. 2 crowns. She longed to slap him. Giles Rosby attempted to kiss her hand, but mistakenly treated her fingers as a handkerchief. Lord Redwine kissed one of her cheeks, while Mace Tyrell graced both. Maester Pycelle informed her that she had not lost a son but gained a daughter. It was a relief that she had evaded the enthusiastic embrace of Lady Tanda. As the 3 women from Stonehelm were conspicuously absent, for which the Queen Mother was deeply grateful. Lastly approached Kevan Lannister. I understand you intend to depart for another wedding shortly, the Queen Mother remarked to her uncle. The stubborn stone has cleared the remnants near Derry, he replied. The bride of Lancel awaits him. Will my aunt also attend the wedding? No, the Riverlands remain perilous, with remnants of the Wargoth still roaming. And Beric Dondarrion is hanging frays one after another. Is it true that Sandor Clegane has joined them? How does he know so much? That is the tale. Yet, these reports are always conflicting. A raven just flew in from the island at the mouth of the Trident, reporting that a band of brigands has plundered the nearby salt town. Survivors claim that among the raiders was a savage wearing the Hound's helm, who not only slaughtered several men, but also violated a 12-year-old girl. Undoubtedly, Lancel will bring Clegane and Lord Beric to justice, restoring order to the Riverlands. Kevan gazed into her eyes for a moment. My son cannot contend with Sandor Clegane. At least we agree on that. His father can. Uncle's lips tightened further. Even if you do not require my service at Casterly Rock, I need you to serve me in King's Landing. Cersei had appointed a cousin, Damian Lannister, as the acting lord of Casterly Rock, and another relative, Davin Lannister, as the warden of the West. Arrogance has cost you dearly, uncle. Present Sandor's head, and I assure you that his majesty will reward you handsomely. Do you not enjoy saving coin? Little Joffrey admires this man. But it is no surprise that Tommen fears him. A dog that barks behind the power. Sir Kevan tossed this remark aside and turned to leave. Jaime escorted her to the small hall, where the feast was prepared. It's all your fault. Her sister whispered in her brother's ear, let them marry. This was your terrible idea. Marjorie should mourn for Joffrey, not hastily wed his brother. She ought to grieve as I do. Furthermore, I harbor doubts regarding her virginity. It is well known that Lancel possesses his manhood, does it not? He is the brother of Robert. How could he lack such a trait? That repugnant old crone believes I would permit my son to be ensnared by her. You shall soon be rid of Lady Olenna, Jaime calmly interjected. For she is returning to the Highgarden on the morrow. Her words are mere pretense. Cersei harbors no faith in the promises of the Tyrells. She will depart when she wishes, insisted her brother, while half of House Tyrell's forces, led by Mace, would march to assault Storm's End. The other half accompanying Ser Garland back to Brightwater, keep to guard the Riverlands. In a matter of days, the roses within King's Landing would dwindle to but Marjorie, her companions, and a handful of guards. And then there is Ser Loras. Have you forgotten your vows, brother? Ser Loras is a knight of the Kingsguard. Ser Loras is a Tyrell who would scent his very urine with rose water. He ought not to don the white cloak. Indeed, were I to choose, he would not be my selection, Jaime retorted. But has anyone troubled themselves to seek my counsel? Nevertheless, I believe he shall perform admirably. The white cloak can alter a man's resolve. At the very least, it has transformed yours, albeit not for the better. I love you dearly, my beloved sister. He opened the door for her, escorting her to the dais beside the king's throne. Marjorie was seated on the opposite side of the king as a mark of respect. The Tyrell girl and the young king entered hand in hand, pausing before Cersei to kiss her cheek and embrace her. Your Grace, the girl shamelessly proclaimed. Today I have gained my 20th mother. I pray that our bond may be strengthened through your lovely son. Both of my sons are quite charming, Marjorie assured. Joffrey remains in my prayers, for I once loved him dearly, though fate conspired against us, denying me the fortune of his companionship. A deceiver, the queen mused. If you possess even a shred of affection for him, how could you hastily wed his brother? It is only his crown that captivates you. She longed to strike that blushing bride across the face before the entire court. In keeping with the simplicity of the ceremony, the banquet was equally modest. This time, Lady Ellery orchestrated all arrangements, Following the incident with Joffrey, Cersei was unwilling to exert herself further. The feast consisted of merely 7 courses. While buttered pies and a moon boy entertained the guests, accompanied by musicians, including several flautists and violinists, a lute player, a flautist, and a harpist. The sole vocalist, Marjorie's favored, was a haughty youth clad entirely in azure, who styled himself the Blue Poet and performed several love songs. "What a pity," Lady Olenna lamented loudly. "I wish to hear the reign of Castamere once more." Upon seeing that old woman, the visage of the toad which inexplicably surfaced in Cersei's mind, a face wrinkled and fearsome, yet astute and wise. All old women are thus. She attempted to console herself. There is nothing extraordinary about it. In truth, the hunchbacked which bore no resemblance to the Thorn Queen, yet somehow, Lady Olenna's malicious smile transported her back to the witch's tent. She could not forget the taste of that place, where the air was infused with exotic eastern spices. Nor could she forget the soft fangs of the sorceress drawing blood from her fingers. "In the days to come, you shall be revered as a mother of the realm," the old witch assured her, the blood upon her lips glistening until the arrival of another woman, younger and more beautiful than herself. She would overthrow you and seize all that you hold dear. Cersei's gaze drifted past Tommen to where Marjorie sat laughing with her father. It was undeniable. She was indeed beautiful. The queen had to concede, but her allure was merely a consequence of her youth. Even peasant girls, at a certain age, could appear strikingly lovely. With their tender innocence and purity, possessing the same chestnut hair and brown eyes as Marjorie. Yes, only a fool would believe she surpassed me in beauty. Alas, the world is rife with fools, especially within the court of her son. As she observed Maester Luwin rise to lead the toast, her mood soured further. The Duke of Highgarden lifted his golden goblet high, casting a gentle smile towards his lovely daughter before bellowing in a sonorous voice, "To His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen." The sheep-like guests bleated in response, "To His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen." They echoed, clinking their cups together in unison, "To His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen." She had no choice but to join in. If only the guests could all transform into a single face, Cersei mused, then she could douse that face with wine, teaching them to see who the true and everlasting queen was. Among the supporters of House Tyrell, the only one who remembered her was Paxter Redwine, who, when it was his turn to toast, swayed unsteadily to his feet. "To our 2 queens," he chirped, both past and present. Cersei consumed countless cups of wine, yet pushed aside the golden platter laden with food. Jaime ate even less, rarely taking a seat at the high table. He was as anxious as she was. The queen observed her brother pacing the hall, occasionally lifting the embroidered fabric to ensure no one was hiding beneath it. She knew well that her brother had fortified the outside, laying a perimeter of Lannister guards while Ser Osmond Kettleblack and Ser Meryn Trant stood guard at the front and back doors, with Ser Boros Blunt positioned behind the king and Loras Tyrell at the queen's back. Aside from these few knights, no one was permitted to bear arms within the hall. "My son is safe," Cersei reassured herself. "No one can harm him, at least not here, not now." Yet, whenever she glanced at Tommen, she saw only Joffrey, clutching his throat. Each gentle cough from Tommen made her heart momentarily cease. She reached out hastily, shoving a maid aside to grasp her son. "It was just a bit of wine that went down the wrong way." Marjorie Tyrell smiled, offering her comfort. Then, the girl took Tommen's hand, kissing his fingers. "My little love, do drink slowly. Look, you nearly frightened your mother to death." "I'm sorry, mother," Tommen said, embarrassment creeping across his face. Cersei could no longer endure this scene. "I cannot allow them to see my tears," she thought, feeling the warm liquid gather in her eyes. She rose and traversed the Marlinthron, striding purposefully into the corridor behind. A solitary tallow candle flickered above her, and she allowed herself a gentle sob, then another. Women might weep, but a queen must not. "Your Majesty?" A voice called from behind. "Am I disturbing you?" It was a woman's voice, tinged with an Eastern accent. For a fleeting moment, she imagined the toad which had crawled from her grave to seek her out, only to realize moments later that it was Lady Mary's, the black-eyed beauty whom Count Orton had wed during his exile and brought back to the long table hall. The small chamber felt stifling, and Cersei heard herself explain. "The smoke stings my eyes." "So it does, Your Majesty," Lady Mary's replied. She was of similar height to the queen, yet her hair was not golden but jet black, complemented by olive skin, and she appeared at least a decade younger than Cersei. She offered Cersei a lace-trimmed pale blue silk handkerchief. "I have a son as well. On his wedding day, I shall weep like a child." Cersei hastily dried her cheeks with the handkerchief, vexed that her tears had been witnessed. "Thank you," she said stiffly. "Your Majesty," the woman from Myr lowered her voice. "There are matters you must be made aware of. Your maid has been bribed." She reports your every move to Marjorie. Serena? In an instant, fury bubbled within Cersei. Who can I trust? Are you certain? I have followed her, the woman affirmed. Indeed, Marjorie has never met her. She employs her cousin as a spy to relay information. Sometimes it is Elia, sometimes Yara, and at times Mira. These three are as sisters to Marjorie. Your maid frequently meets with these Tyrell women in the sept, feigning prayer. If you doubt this, send someone to watch from the balcony tomorrow. Your man will witness Serena whispering to Mira beneath the maiden's altar. Even if this is true, what is your purpose in reporting this to me? You yourself are Marjorie's attendant. Why betray her? Cersei had learned to be suspicious at her father's knee. There must be a trap here. A scheme to sow discord between the Lion and the Rose. Though the Long Table Hall is loyal to House Tyrell, the Myrish woman tossed her dark hair back. I hail from Myr, and my loyalty lies solely with my husband and son. I must plan for them. I understand. In the cold corridor, the queen caught the scent of the Myrish woman, a musky fragrance mingled with moss, earth, and wildflowers, beneath which lingered an air of unbridled ambition. She recalled having testified at Tyrion's trial, suddenly remembering how she had seen the imp poison poor Joffrey's cup and had the audacity to speak of it. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly, the queen promised. If your words prove true, you shall be richly rewarded. But if you dare deceive me, I will have your tongue removed and strip your husband of his lands and possessions. Generous your majesty, you are truly beautiful. Lady Mary smiled widely, her teeth gleaming white against her full, dark lips. Upon returning to the small chamber, the queen discovered her brother pacing restlessly. It was merely a bit of wine that startled me, yet it frightened me greatly. I too am afflicted with a knotted stomach, unable to consume anything. She lamented to him that the wine was only bitter, and that this marriage was a mistake, a task that must be completed. Rest assured, the child is safe. Fool. The one who wears the crown is never truly safe. She surveyed the hall. Mestral was engaging in jovial conversation with his knights. Count Redwyn and Countess Roanne whispered to one another. Sir Kevin was deep in thought at the back of the hall, nursing a cup of wine. While Lancel was speaking with a monk, Serena was serving at the table, filling the goblet of a cousin of the bride with wine as red as blood. Grand Maester Pycelle was asleep. Here, I can rely on no one, not even Tommen, she grimly realized. I must replace them all. Those at the king's side should be my loyal confidants. As the desserts, dried fruits, and cheeses were served and cleared away, Marjorie and Tommen began to dance. Their twirling in the hall appeared rather absurd. The Targaryen girl towered over her diminutive husband by 1.5 feet, and Tommen, lacking the grace and agility of Joffrey, nevertheless exerted himself, indifferent to his missteps. Once this so-called maiden Marjorie had finished dancing with him, her cousins took their turns, insisting that His Majesty dance with them as well. They were deliberate in their intentions, employing a strategy of attrition to exhaust Tommen, hoping to make him stumble and embarrass himself before the court, while Cersei, fixated on her son, seethed internally, knowing half the court was whispering behind the king's back. After Elia, Alan, and Meryn danced with Tommen, Marjorie took her turn with her father and then with her brother Loras. The Knight of Flowers donned pure white silks, cinched at the waist with a golden rose belt, and secured his cloak with an emerald rose brooch. They resembled twins, Cersei mused as she watched. Sir Loras was merely a year older than his sister, sharing the same large brown eyes, the same thick, brown curls cascading lazily over their shoulders, and the same smooth, unblemished skin. To have them both break out in a rash would teach them humility. Loras, being taller, bore a hint of brown stubble, while Marjorie possessed a woman's figure. Apart from that, they were nearly indistinguishable from her and Jaime, which greatly irked her. Her twin brother interrupted her reverie, inquiring if His Majesty would care to dance with your white knight. She shot him a glare. How can I dance without hands? Will I use that severed limb? No. Just pour me some wine, and be careful not to spill it. Spill it? I cannot promise that. He turned to continue his patrol in the hall, leaving her to serve herself. Subsequently, Cersei declined both Mestral and Lancel. Thus, an unspoken understanding settled over the gathering, and none dared to approach her again. These are the friends and subjects I rely upon. Even those from the west, even her father's knights and lords, cannot be trusted. Look, her uncle conspires with the enemy. Marjorie continued to dance with her cousins Alan, Meryn, and the tall Ser Loras. Another cousin, Elia, shared a cup of wine with the handsome bastard from Driftmark, Oren. This marked the first occasion the Queen Mother took notice of Vyasar, a slender and youthful figure with gray-green eyes and silvery golden hair. Upon seeing him, she felt as if she were witnessing the resurrection of Rhaegar Targaryen from the ashes. He possesses the same hair, she reassured herself, yet lacks even half of Rhaegar's beauty. His face is too narrow, marred by a double chin. Nevertheless, the Valerian family boasts ancient Valyrian blood, and many within the household have inherited the silver hair of the dragon lords. As Tommen returned to the dais to indulge in apple cake, her uncle's seat remained conspicuously empty. The Queen Mother scanned the room and eventually spotted him standing in a corner, engaged in earnest conversation with Garland, the second son of Mace Tyrell. What were they discussing? The people of the Reach had bestowed upon Garland the moniker of Valiant, yet, just as she harbored distrust for Marjorie and Loras, she felt the same towards him. She could not forget the gold coins discovered by Coburn beneath the jailer's chamber pot. This was property of Highgarden, and Marjorie had planted spies in my midst. When Serenei approached to refill her goblet, she had to suppress the urge to strangle her on the spot. Do not smile at me with feigned innocence, you heartless wretch. When I am through with you, you shall beg for mercy on your knees. Your Majesty, you have imbibed too much this evening, her brother Jaime remarked quietly. No, the Queen Mother thought. Even the finest wine in the world would not suffice to endure this marriage. She abruptly rose to her feet, nearly stumbling, and Jaime instinctively reached to steady her arm, only to be forcefully shaken off. Then, she clapped her hands, and the music ceased, silencing the gathering. Lords and ladies, Cersei called out, please accompany me outside to witness a display of fireworks symbolizing the union of Highgarden and Casterly Rock. It heralds the dawn of an era of peace. May the Seven Kingdoms flourish henceforth. The tower loomed in isolation amidst the darkness, its oak doors and narrow windows shattered, resembling black holes of desolation. Yet, despite its desolate state, it still cast its shadow over the outer courtyard, where guests poured forth from the small hall, traversing beneath its looming presence. Cersei gazed upward, observing the tower's crenellations gnawing at the moon, and momentarily pondered how many kings had appointed how many prime ministers over the past 3 centuries, all of whom had considered this their home. After walking 100 paces, she took a deep breath, managing to quell her dizziness. My Lord Harlan, begin. The fire mage Harlan responded with a chuckle, then waved his torch. Upon seeing the signal, the archers on the battlements drew their bows, and a dozen fire arrows simultaneously soared into the shattered windows. The tower trembled, and within moments, its interior was illuminated by flames, red, yellow, orange, and especially green fire. A devilish dark green that resembled bile, yet more akin to emerald, the excrement of alchemists. The mages referred to it as such, the common folk knew it as wildfire. The 50th jar of wildfire had been placed within the Prime Minister's tower, along with several logs, barrels of pitch, and all the belongings once owned by the dwarf named Tyrion Lannister. The Queen Mother basked in the searing heat of the green flames. The fire mages claimed that only 3 types of fire burned hotter than this substance: dragon fire, the fire from the depths of the earth, and the summer sun. It is indeed true. Many women gasped as the 10th flame leapt from the window, resembling a long green tongue licking at the outer wall, their mouths agape in astonishment. Some even cheered aloud, clapping in delight. How beautiful it is, she thought, as radiant as Joffrey, just like the moment they placed him in my arms. He suckled at her nipple, a sensation that no man could ever replicate. Tommen gazed wide-eyed at the flames, a mixture of fascination and fear etched across his face, until Marjorie whispered something in his ear, prompting a hearty laugh from him. Numerous knights began to wager on how long the tower would endure. Count Harlan hummed a discordant tune, swaying back and forth. Cersei reminisced about the prime ministers she had known over the years: Erwin, Mary Weiss, John Clinton, Colton Chast, John Arryn, Eddard Stark, her brother Tyrion, and her father Tywin Lannister. Most frequently, her thoughts lingered on him. They were nearly consumed, she assured herself contentedly. All of them dead, burned away, utterly non-existent. Their grand ambitions and cunning plots reduced to mere dust. Now, this is my realm, my castle, my kingdom. The tower emitted a tremendous groan, a sound so profound that it halted all conversations in the courtyard. Then, stones began to crumble, a portion of the upper tower collapsing, the impact reverberating through the entire hill and raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. Air rushed into the tower through the breaches, fueling the flames to surge even more ferociously. The green fire blossomed like a bouquet against the night sky, competing for brilliance. Terrified, Tommen fled, but Marjorie grasped his hand. See, the flames are dancing, just like us, my dear. Indeed, he exclaimed in awe. Mother, look, they are dancing. I see it, she replied. My Lord Harlan, how long will this fire last? It will burn all night, Your Majesty. To be quite honest, it is a splendid candle, Lady Olenna Tyrell remarked, leaning on her cane, balancing it between her hands, enough to lull everyone to sleep. My old bones are weary, and the little ones have had their fill of spectacle tonight. I believe it is time for the king and queen to retire. Yes, Cersei beckoned to Jaime. Sire, if you would be so kind. Please escort the king and his little queen to their chambers. At your command. And you? I shall not sleep. Cersei was far too exhilarated to find rest. The wildfire had cleansed her, burning away her anger and fear, filling her heart with resolve. The flames are beautiful. I wish to see more. Jaime hesitated. You cannot remain here alone. I am not alone. Ser Osmond, your sworn brother, will stay to protect me. Only if your majesty so desires. I certainly do. With that, Cersei took his arm, and they stood shoulder to shoulder, together admiring the vast expanse of green fire. Chapter 14. The Night of the Stain, even in autumn. This night was unreasonably cold. A sharp, damp wind swirled down the street, stirring up the dust that had settled during the day. It was the north wind. Imbued with chill, Sir Alys Oakhart pulled up his hood to shield his countenance from recognition. He could not afford to be identified. Just 2 weeks prior, a merchant had been slain in the Shadow City, a man of no ill will who had come to Dorne in search of fruit, only to find not dates, but death. His sole transgression lay in his origin from King's Landing. The rabble would find it no easy task to confront me. Let them attempt it, he mused, as his hand brushed lightly against the hilt of the long sword partially concealed beneath his layered linen robe. The robe bore blue-green stripes, adorned with rows of golden suns, while the lining was a lighter orange fabric. Dorne's attire was undeniably comfortable, yet had his father been alive to witness his son dressed thus, he would surely have been filled with wrath. The Oakhart family, as lords of the borderlands, had long been feuding with the Dornish, a fact attested by the tapestries of old oak. With eyes closed, Alice could almost envision them, the noble Lord Aegon, regal upon the battlefield, with 100 Dornish heads at his feet, the leaves of the Prince's Pass, pierced by Dornish spears, as Alistair blew the war horn with his last breath, and Ser Olivar of the Green Oak, clad in white armor, perishing beside the young dragon. The Oakharts and Dorne were irreconcilable foes, even during Prince Oberyn's lifetime. Each time the knight traversed the streets from Sunspear to the Shadow City, an unsettling sensation would envelop him. I scrutinized him wherever he went, the small, dark eyes of the Dornish betraying unmasked hostility. Merchants sought to deceive him at every turn, and he even suspected the tavern keeper of spitting into his drink. On one occasion, a band of ragged boys hurled stones at him until he drew his sword to chase them away. The death of the Red Viper incited a vehement uproar among the Dornish. Though Prince Doran had imprisoned the sand snakes, the streets had calmed only slightly. For to don a white robe in the Shadow City was undoubtedly to invite assault. On this journey to Dorne, he had brought 3 white robes, 2 made of wool, 1 thin and 1 thick, and the third, an exquisite garment of white silk. At this moment, not wearing them made him feel as though he were unclad. Better to be bare than dead, he reassured himself. Regardless of whether he donned the white robe, he remained a knight of the King's Guard. She must respect this. I must make her understand. Alas, he ought not to have become entangled in such matters. Yet did not the minstrels often say that love renders a man a fool? In the scorching daylight, the Shadow City of Sunspear often appeared desolate, with only flies buzzing along the dust-laden streets. However, once nightfall descended, the streets thrived with life. Sir Alys heard faint melodies drifting from above through the shutters, where someone was urgently drumming a rhythm for the spear dance, infusing the night with pulsating energy. Beneath the 20th layer of the song wall, at the convergence of 3 narrow alleys, a courtesan greeted him from her balcony, adorned in jewels and anointed with ointments. He spared her a glance, shrugged, and pressed onward against the biting wind. We men are indeed weak. Even the noblest among us may be betrayed by the flesh. He recalled the blessed Saint Baylor, who, through fasting, had starved himself into faintness to subdue that shameful desire. Must I do the same? A diminutive figure stood at the archway, grilling snake meat over a fire pit, deftly turning the curled, succulent pieces of flesh with wooden tongs. The spicy aroma of the seasonings wafted through the air, causing tears to well up in the eyes of the knights nearby. It was said that the finest snake meat seasoning contained a drop of venom, blended with mustard seeds and dragon pepper. Not only did Myrcella quickly develop an affection for her Dornish prince, but she also came to relish the culinary delights of Dorne. To please her, Ser Alys often endured a dish or 2 of Dornish fare, which set his mouth ablaze, leaving him gasping for wine. And the aftermath was far more excruciating than the initial consumption. Yet, his little princess was utterly enamored. He left her in the chamber to play chess with Prince Trystane. The chessboard, composed of emerald, agate, and lapis lazuli squares, was adorned with exquisite pieces. Each time they engaged in this game, Myrcella's full lips would part slightly, her azure eyes narrowing in concentration. This game, known as Sivas, had once been brought to the town of Salt Pans by a Valyrian trading ship. disseminated along the banks of the Greenblood River by orphaned children. The court of Dorne was utterly captivated by it. Ser Alice was equally enchanted. 10 different pieces, each with its own characteristics and powers, and the variation of each game was never the same, contingent upon the player's defensive strategies. Prince Trystane was instantly taken with the game, and Myrcella eagerly followed suit to join him. Though she had yet to reach her 11th year and her betrothed was merely 13, she had recently begun to emerge victorious more often than not. Trystane appeared untroubled by this. The two children seemed strikingly different. The boy bore olive skin and straight black hair, while the girl possessed a complexion as pale as milk, crowned with a cascade of golden curls, light and dark, reminiscent of Queen Cersei and King Robert. He prayed that Myrcella's existence with her Dornish boy would be far happier than her mother's with the Lord of Storm's End. The thought of leaving her unsettled him, though she should be quite safe within the castle walls. Only 2 doors led to Myrcella's room in the Sun Tower, and Ser Alice had stationed a guard at each entrance. Loyal soldiers of House Lannister, experienced, resilient, and utterly devoted, who had accompanied him from King's Landing. Moreover, Myrcella was attended by her handmaidens and sister Elia, while Prince Trystane was accompanied by his personal guard, Ser Gascoigne of the Greenblood. No one could trouble her. He reassured himself. In 2 weeks, we shall depart safely. This was Prince Doran's assurance. Despite being taken aback by the prince's apparent frailty and age, Ser Alice did not doubt his words. I apologize for the delay in meeting you and Princess Myrcella, Prince Doran said as Ser Alice was summoned to the Martell study. But I trust my daughter Arianne has conveyed Dorne's warm welcome on my behalf, my lord. Indeed, your highness, he replied, hoping his cheeks would not betray his embarrassment. Our lands may be barren and impoverished, yet they possess their own beauty. Aside from Sunspear, you are not permitted to venture elsewhere in Dorne, which is regrettable. But I fear that beyond the walls, both you and the princess would be in peril. We Dornish are an impulsive people, quick to anger and slow to forgive. I would very much like to assure you that only the sand snakes are prone to hostility, but I cannot speak falsely, my lord. You have heard the cries of the common folk in the streets, urging me to summon the army and seize my spear, and I fear that half of the lords share this sentiment. And you, your highness? The knight dared to inquire. My mother taught me long ago that only a fool engages in battles without certainty of victory. Should this audacious question displease Prince Dowling? He revealed not a hint of his vexation. Yet, peace is as fragile as your princess, delicate and vulnerable. It is only beasts that would harm innocent girls. My sister, Arya, once had a daughter named Rhaenys, also a princess. The prince sighed. Those who would draw blades against Princess Myrcella have no quarrel with her. Much like Sir Amory Lorch bears no connection to Rhaenys, assuming he is indeed the culprit. They wish to ensnare me in their trap. Consider this. If Myrcella were to perish in Dorne under my protection, who would believe in my honor? As long as I draw breath, no one shall harm Myrcella. A noble vow, Prince Dowling Martell smiled faintly. Yet you are but a man, knight. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. I thought that by confining my willful nieces, I could stabilize the situation, yet it merely drove the cockroaches back beneath the mat. Each night, I hear their whispered conspiracies, sharpening their blades. He is afraid. Sir Alice realized, noticing the tremor in his hands. Prince of Dorne is enveloped in fear. He was at a loss for words. I apologize, knight, Prince Dowling remarked. I am frail and weary. Sometimes, Sunspear exhausts me with its clamor, dust, and stench. Once matters are settled, I intend to return to the Water Gardens. Accompanied by Princess Myrcella, the knight scarcely had time to protest before the prince raised a hand, his knuckles reddened and swollen. You, along with her maids, nuns, and guards, shall accompany her. Sunspear may be sturdy, yet beneath it lies the Shadow City, and even within the castle, hundreds pass in and out daily. The Water Gardens are my domain. Prince Meryn erected this garden as a gift for his Targaryen bride, symbolizing the union of Dorne and the Iron Throne. The autumn there is refreshingly mild, with scorching days and cool nights, the sea breeze carrying a briny scent, accompanied by fountains and pools. Many noble-born children, both boys and girls, reside there. Myrcella shall have companions of her own age. She will not be alone, just as you say. The prince's words echoed in his mind. She will be safe there. But how to explain to Dowling Martell that he should refrain from writing to King's Landing about this action? If no one knows where Myrcella is, then she is safest. This, Sir Alice concurred, for what choice did he have? Though a knight of the King's Guard, he was merely a man, as the prince had pointed out. The narrow alley suddenly opened into a moonlit courtyard. Passing a candle shop, she wrote. Traversing through a door and down a short outdoor staircase. He pushed open the door, climbed the rickety stairs, and arrived at an unmarked door. Should I knock? He opened the door, stepping into a dimly lit chamber, the ceiling low, with thick earthen walls adorned with a hollowed niche, where a pair of candles flickered and swayed. He discovered his sandals treading upon a carpet adorned with intricate floral patterns, while a tapestry hung upon the wall beside a bed. "Miss," he called out, "where are you?" "Here." She emerged from the shadows behind the door. A resplendent serpent tattoo coiled around her right forearm, the reddish bronze and golden scales glimmering subtly with her movements. This was the sole covering of her form. "No," he wished to convey to her, "I have come to inform you that I must depart." Yet, upon beholding her brilliance illuminated by the candlelight, he seemed to lose the ability to articulate, his throat parched as the arid sands of Dorne. He stood silently, admiring the radiance of her body, the prominence of her throat, the mature, voluptuous curves of her breasts, the subdued hue of her nipples, and the exquisite contours of her waist and hips. Unbeknownst to him, he embraced her, and she began to undress him. As she pulled down his robe to reveal a short tunic, she grasped at his shoulders, forcefully tearing it down to his navel, yet Alice was unperturbed. Her skin was smooth and radiant, warm to the touch like sand baked by the sun of Dorne. He cradled her head, finding her lips. Her mouth parted beneath his, while her breasts nestled in his hands. Her nipples hardened beneath the caress of his thumb. Her hair, dark and luscious, carried the scent of orchids, a natural fragrance that stirred his desire, igniting a throbbing ache within him. "Touch me, my lord," the woman whispered softly in his ear. His hand glided down her flawless abdomen, reaching the moist, sweet haven concealed by her dense black curls. Yes, there, a finger slipped inside her, and she sighed, emitting a whimpering sound that guided him to the edge of the bed, where she pressed him down. Again, oh, again, yes, my dear, my knight, my beloved white knight. Yes, you, I want you. Her hands led him into her depths, then slid to his back, drawing him closer. Deeper, she murmured, yes, oh. She encircled him with her legs, as strong as steel. Again and again, he surged into her, her nails clawing at his back until, at last, she screamed beneath him, her spine arching in ecstasy. At that moment, her fingers found his nipple, squeezing until his essence poured forth within her. I would gladly die in this moment of bliss. The knight thought, for at least in this instant, he felt at peace. Yet he did not perish. His desires were as deep as the ocean. But when the tide receded, the rocky shores of shame and guilt reared their heads, as they always did. Occasionally, the waves would wash over them. Yet they remained submerged beneath the surface, hard, dark, and slippery. What am I doing? He questioned himself. Do not forget, I am a knight of the King's Guard. Thus, he rolled off her, stretching his limbs, gazing at the ceiling. A large crack stretched from one wall to the other, a detail he had previously overlooked, just as he had failed to notice the tapestry depicted Nymelia and her 1,000 ships. I only saw her. Even if a great dragon were to peer through the window, he could see nothing but her breasts, her face, her smile. There is red wine, she murmured against his neck, one hand gliding across his chest. Are you thirsty? No. He turned to sit at the edge of the bed. The room was stiflingly hot, yet he trembled incessantly. You are bleeding, she remarked. I grasped too tightly. When she touched his back, he recoiled suddenly, as if her fingers were flames. No, he stood up, bare and resolute. Never again. I possess ointment to heal your wounds, but it cannot remedy my shame. A mere scratch is inconsequential. Forgive me, my lady, I must depart. So soon? Her voice was characteristically husky. Her wide mouth suited for whispers, and her full, mature lips ideal for kisses. Her hair cascaded from her bare shoulders to the apex of her voluptuous breasts, dark and thick, curling into soft, soothing rings. Even the hair below was soft and wavy. Stay tonight, my lord. I have much yet to teach you. I have learned far too much from you already. You seem quite satisfied with those lessons, my lord. Surely, you are not off to another woman's bed, are you? Tell me who she is, and I shall duel her for you. Naked, dagger against dagger. She smiled. Unless she is a sand snake. If so, we could share you. I adore my cousins. You know I have no other women. Only duty. She turned over, propping herself on one elbow, gazing up at him, her large black eyes shimmering in the candlelight. Duty is a wretched harlot, dry as dust between her legs, and her kiss will leave you bleeding profusely. Let duty sleep alone tonight. Stay with me. My duty lies within the palace. She sighed. You are to accompany another princess, are you not? How envious that makes me. I fear you love her more than you love me. Alas, that girl is too young. You need a woman, not a child. But I can play the innocent. If that would excite you, do not say such things. Remember, she is a Dornish woman. In the borderlands, it is said that Dornish fare makes Dornish men tempestuous and Dornish women wild and reckless. Fiery peppers and other exotic spices warm their blood. She cannot control herself. I love Marcella as I would cherish my own daughter. But he can never have a daughter, nor a wife, only his exquisite white robes. We shall go to the water gardens. You are finally leaving, she said quietly, but my father takes 4 times longer to do anything. He states he departs tomorrow. You will surely not leave for 2 weeks. You will be all alone in the water gardens, I assure you. Alas, where has that young warrior gone? He once said he wished to spend his life in my embrace. I was inebriated then. You drank 3 cups of watered wine. I was intoxicated by you. For 10 years, since donning the white robes, I have not touched a woman, until you. I never understood love until now, yet I am filled with apprehension. What could possibly cause my white knight such worry? I fear for my honor, he replied, as well as yours. I know how to manage my honor, she said, tracing circles around her chest with a finger, lingering near her nipple, and my own pleasure, if necessary. I am a grown woman. Indeed, she is. As she playfully smiled on the feather bed, teasingly caressing her bosom, he pondered whether there existed any other woman with such large, sensitive nipples. He gazed at them, unable to suppress the urge to grasp and suckle until they became firm, moist, and glistening. He averted his eyes. His undergarments lay strewn across the carpet. The knight bent down to gather them. Your hands tremble, she remarked. I believe they would rather caress me. Must you dress so hastily, my lord? I prefer the way you are now, lying on the bed, bare and unadorned. In this state, we are our true selves, man and woman, a pair of lovers, united in the utmost intimacy. Garments merely serve to distinguish us. I would rather exhibit my flesh and blood than adorn myself in silks and jewels, and you, with your white robe, are a different matter altogether, my lord. Indeed, Sir Alex emphasized, my robe is part of me. It must come to an end. For both our sakes, should we be discovered, people would deem you fortunate, while they would accuse me of breaking my vows. What if someone were to approach your father and inform him of how I have sullied your name? There are many words to describe my father, yet none have ever called him foolish. I lost my virginity to the illegitimate son of the goddess Grace when we were both merely 14. Can you guess what my father did upon discovering it? She clutched the sheets tightly, pulling them to her chin, concealing her naked form. I shall tell you, he did nothing. My father preferred a hands-off approach, which he termed contemplation. Pray tell me, my lord, are you concerned for my honor or your own? Both. Her accusation stung him deeply. And thus this must be the final time. You have said so before. Indeed, I have, and I intended to adhere to it. Yet I am weak, or I would not be here. He could not reveal his true feelings to her. She was the type of woman who scorned weakness, and he sensed it. Her character resembled that of her uncle, rather than her father. He turned and discovered his torn silk tunic lying on a chair. She had just ripped it down to the navel and removed it from his arm. The garment is ruined, he lamented. How shall I wear it? Wear it inside out. She suggested, wrap yourself in the robe, and no one shall see the tear. Perhaps your little princess might even mend it for you. Or shall I send a new one to the flowing garden? Do not send me gifts, that would only attract attention. He shook out the tunic and pulled it over his head, the silk clinging to the scratches on his back, feeling cool against his skin. This would suffice until he returned to the palace. I only wish to end this. This is your courage, my lord. You have hurt me. I am beginning to suspect that your sweet words are nothing but deceit. How could I lie to you? Sir Alex felt as though she had slapped him. No. For love, I have forsaken all honor. When I am with you, I cannot think. You are everything I dream of. Yet words are like the wind. If you love me, please do not leave me. I swear, I shall not marry nor bear children. Look, I have drunk the moon tea, and you know I cannot wed you. She smiled, yet perhaps you might persuade me to keep you as a lover. Are you mocking me? Perhaps there is a modicum of truth in that. Do you truly consider yourself the 10th ever sworn knight to fall for a woman? It is often said that while some pledge their oaths with ease, upholding them proves a formidable challenge. He conceded that Sir Boros Blunt was a frequent visitor to Silk Street, and Sir Preston Greenfield often took advantage of a merchant's absence to visit his abode. Yet, Sir Alex was reluctant to unveil the failings of his oath brothers, fearing the shame it would cast upon them. Sir Terence Toyne, who shared the bed of the king's mistress, claimed his actions were born of love, but the price was the lives of both himself and her, leading to the decline of his lineage and the demise of the noblest knight in history. Indeed, and what of the lecherous Lucamore? He had 3 wives and 16 children. That song never fails to amuse me. The truth, however, is far less humorous. In his lifetime, he was never referred to as lecherous Lucamore. His moniker was Strong Lucamore. He lived his entire existence shrouded in deceit, and when his lies were unveiled, his oath brothers castrated him, and the king exiled him beyond the wall, leaving behind 16 wailing children. Much like Terence Toyne, he was no true knight. And what of the Dragon Knight? She tossed aside the sheets, swinging her legs over the side of the bed. You just claimed he was the noblest knight in history, yet he lay with the queen and fathered her child. I cannot believe it, he replied hastily. The affair between Prince Aemon and Queen Nerys is nothing more than a tale, a fabrication spun by his brother. King Aegon favors bastards, deliberately disavowing his legitimate heir. There is a reason he is called the unworthy king. He fastened his sword belt around his waist. Though it seemed somewhat incongruous with the silk tunic of Dorne, the familiar weight of the long sword and dagger reminded him of his identity and status. I do not wish to be remembered as the sinner, Sir Alex, he declared, nor do I wish to tarnish my white cloak. Ah, she replied slowly. That exquisite white cloak. Have you forgotten that my great-uncle donned the very same garment? Though he passed when I was but a child, I remember him well. He was as tall as a tower, always tickling me until I gasped for breath. I never had the fortune to meet Prince Lewin, Sir Alex remarked. Yet all agree he was a great knight. A great knight with a mistress. His paramour is now aged, but it is said she was an unparalleled beauty in her youth. Prince Lewin? This was news to Sir Alex, who appeared quite taken aback. The betrayals of Terence Toyne and the lies of lecherous Lucamore are chronicled in the White Book, yet the page dedicated to Prince Lewin makes no mention of any woman. My uncle often said that a man's worth is determined by the sword he wields, not the one between his legs, she continued. Thus do not speak piously to me of tarnishing white cloaks. It is not our love that tarnishes your honor, but the monster you serve and the murderers you call brothers. This strike was close to the heart. Robert is no monster. He climbed the throne over the corpses of children, she stated, although I concede he differs from Joffrey. Joffrey, he is handsome, and for his age, one could consider him tall and strong, yet those are the only commendable traits worth mentioning. Reflecting on the times he had compelled the unfortunate girl of House Stark to suffer, Sir Alex felt a profound sense of shame. When Tyrion had chosen him to protect Myrcella and bring her to Dorne, he had ignited a candle before the altar of warriors in gratitude. With Joffrey's demise at the hands of the imp, he had not anticipated such cunning from the dwarf. Now, Tommen ascended the throne, a stark contrast to his brother and sister. This was an undeniable truth. Tommen possessed a kind heart, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to every endeavor. Yet, the last time Alice beheld him, he was weeping by the docks, while Myrcella, despite her impending exile and the sacrifice of her innocence to forge an alliance, shed not a single tear. The princess exhibited greater courage, intellect, and confidence than her brother. She was quick-witted, impeccably courteous, and nothing seemed capable of intimidating her, not even Joffrey. In truth, when comparing the sexes, women often prove to be more resilient. His thoughts lingered not only on Myrcella but also on her mother, his own mother, the Queen of Thorns, the beautiful yet deadly sand snakes left in the wake of the Red Viper, and particularly Princess Arianne Martell. I do not wish to argue with you, he rasped. Do you not wish to? Or can you not? Myrcella was far more suited to rule, sons before daughters. On what grounds? Who decreed such rules? I am my father's heir. Should I relinquish my rights for my brothers? Do not misinterpret my words. I did not say Dorne was different. The Seven Kingdoms have never had a queen. Aegon I intended for his daughter Rhaenyra to inherit, did he not? Yet, upon the king's passing, the captain of the King's Guard unilaterally altered the arrangements. Sir Criston Cole, who instigated discord between siblings, inciting a civil war later dubbed the Dance of the Dragons by the minstrels. Some accused him of ambition, favoring Prince Aegon for his pliability over his willful sister, while others believed his motives were noble, aimed solely at preserving ancient undull customs. Whispers circulated that Sir Criston, before donning the white cloak, had been Rhaenyra's lover, seeking revenge on a former flame. The usurper wrought devastation, Sir Alex stated, having also paid a heavy price. Yet perhaps you are an envoy sent by the Seven. A white knight correcting the misdeeds of another, that would be just. You know, my father intended to bring Princess Myrcella to the Water Gardens to ensure her safety from those who would harm her. No, it was to shield her from those who would crown her. Prince Oberyn Martell, had he lived, would have placed the crown upon her head. Yet my father lacked the courage for such an act. She rose. You profess to love that girl as if she were your own daughter. Would you allow your daughter to be stripped of her rightful claims and imprisoned? The Water Gardens are not a prison, he weakly countered. A prison lacks fountains and fig trees, or so you think. Yet once that girl arrives there, she shall never depart. Nor shall you. Qyburn will keep a close watch over you both. You do not understand him. His power is formidable. Sir Alex furrowed his brow. The captain of the guards from no place was tall and scarred, a sight that always unsettled him. They say he sleeps at night with his long axe. What do you want me to do? I implore you to fulfill your duty, to protect Melisandre with your very life, to safeguard her and her rights, to place the crown upon her head. I have sworn an oath. To Joffrey, not to Tommen. Indeed, but Tommen possesses a kind heart. He would make a far superior king compared to Joffrey. Yet he pales in comparison to Melisandre. Look, she loves her brother dearly and would not allow him to come to harm. Storm's End rightly belongs to Tommen, as House Baratheon has no heirs. And Stannis has been stripped of his rights. In the future, Casterly Rock will also pass to Tommen through their mother. He shall become the greatest lord in all the realm, yet according to the law, it is Melisandre who should ascend the Iron Throne. I am well aware of the law. She stood tall, her dark, disheveled hair cascading to her waist. King Aegon established the Kingsguard and set forth their oaths. Yet what one king ordains, another may annul or amend. The Kingsguard was originally a lifelong appointment. Yet Joffrey can strip Ser Barristan of his white cloak and bestow it upon his hounds. In time, Melisandre will wish for your happiness. She cares for me as well. If we make our request, she shall grant us permission to wed. Alysanne wrapped her arms around him, her face pressed against his chest, her head just brushing his chin. As long as you desire, you may possess me while still retaining your white cloak. She wishes to tear me asunder. You know my heart's desire. Yet I am a Dornish princess, she said in a husky voice. Let me beseech you, this is wrong. Sir Alice noticed her fragrant hair, her closeness allowing him to feel her heartbeat. His body's response was undoubtedly sensed by her as well. When he placed his arms on her shoulders, she trembled. Alysanne, my princess, what troubles you, my love? Must I utter it aloud, my lord? I fear you will call me your love, yet forsake me when I need you most. Is it wrong to desire my knight's protection? She had never seemed so fragile. No, no, it is not wrong, he replied, but you have your father's guards for protection. Why do you not understand? It is precisely those guards I fear. In that moment, she sounded younger than Melisandre. They were the ones who took my dear cousin away. They did not imprison her. I have heard she is quite comfortable. She gave a bitter laugh. And have you seen her with your own eyes? He does not allow me to see them, you know. They conspire against him, plotting war. Donna is 8, and Lor is but a child. I am not as fearless as my cousins. My spirit is more delicate, yet Tyrion is of my age, and we have been as sisters since childhood, sharing everything. There are no secrets between us. If he would imprison her, he would naturally imprison me, and he would not hesitate to disregard Melisandre. Your father would never do such a thing. You do not know him as I do. His disappointment was palpable when I was born without a male heir. Several times, he attempted to marry me off to some loathsome old man with missing teeth. Of course, he did not issue direct commands. I acknowledge that, but the mere suggestion reveals how little he cares for me. Nevertheless, he still regards you as his heir. Does he? During his retreat in the Flowing Garden, he left you to govern Sunspear, did he not? Govern? No, he appointed his cousin, Sir Manfred, as the acting lord of the city, while the elderly and blind Ricasso served as steward. His tax collector gathered levies to hand over to the treasury overseer, Alistair Redwine, for auditing. His peacekeepers managed the order of Shadow City, his judges presided over arbitration, and Master Melisandre dealt with correspondence that did not require the prince's personal attention. Above these individuals, he also placed the Red Viper. My task was merely to indulge in revelry and entertain esteemed guests. Oberyn visited the Flowing Garden once a week. As for me, I was summoned merely twice a year. I was not the heir my father desired, a fact he made abundantly clear, though our laws constrained him. I knew he was ever prepared to replace me with my brother. Your brother? Sir Alice frowned, resting his hand under her chin to better gaze into her eyes. You do not mean Trystane. He is but a young boy. Not Trystane. It is Quentyn. Her fearless dark eyes glimmered with defiance, an unwavering rebellion. I knew this when I was 14. That day, I ventured to my father's study, intending to kiss him goodnight, but he was not there. Later, I learned that mother had sent someone to fetch him. A candle still flickered in his room, and as I approached to extinguish it, I discovered an unfinished letter beside it, addressed to my brother Quentyn, who was then at the arbor. My father instructed him to heed the guidance of the masters and tutors, for one day, you shall take my place, ruling Dorne. A ruler must be both sound in body and mind. A single tear slid down Aryann's soft cheek. These were my father's own words, etched deeply in my memory thereafter. That night, I wept myself to sleep, as I did on many nights to follow. Alice had yet to meet Quentyn Martell. This prince had been entrusted to Lord Ironwood since childhood, first serving as a cupbearer, then as a squire, ultimately being knighted by Ironwood himself, with not even the Red Viper intervening. If I were a father, I too would wish for my son to inherit, he mused. Yet he could discern the pain in her tone. Should he voice his thoughts, he would risk losing her forever. Perhaps you misunderstand, he said. You were just a child then. Maybe the prince spoke such words merely to inspire your brother to apply himself more diligently. Is that truly your belief? Then tell me, where is Quentyn now? The prince is with Lord Ironwood's army, stationed at Griffin's Roost, Alice replied cautiously. That is what the aged acting Lord of Sunspear informed him upon his arrival in Dorne. The bespectacled scholar had confirmed it as well. Arianne remained unconvinced. It was merely an illusion conjured by my father, inconsistent with the intelligence I received from my friends. In truth, my brother has disguised himself as a merchant, secretly crossing the narrow sea. Why? How should I know? There could be many reasons. Or perhaps just one. Are you aware that the Golden Company has terminated its contract with Myr? Mercenaries often breach contracts. The Golden Company never would. Since the days of Valyrian steel, their word has been their bond, a creed they take great pride in. The impending conflict between Mill and the factions of Rhys and Tyrosi looms large, with contracts promising ample rewards and spoils of war. Why then would one consider termination? Perhaps Rhys or Tyrosi offered a more enticing bid. No, she contended. For with any other mercenary company, I would believe that the vast majority would readily switch allegiances for a mere handful of gold. Yet, the Golden Company is different. They are either exiles or the descendants of exiles, bound together as brothers, united by the dream of cold iron. Their aspirations extend beyond mere wealth. They yearn for a return to their homeland. Lord Aaronwood is as aware of this as I am. Throughout the 3 Blackfire rebellions, his ancestors fought alongside cold iron. She clasped Sir Alex's hand, their fingers intertwining. Have you seen the heraldry of House Tolan from the Soul Hill? He pondered, a dragon consuming its own tail? This dragon symbolizes time, eternal and cyclical. Today, Anders Aaronwood mirrors the resurrection of Criston Cole, beguiling my brother, urging him to seize his claim to inheritance, asserting that men should not kneel before women, and decrying Arianne as capricious and unfit to rule. She tossed her hair defiantly. Thus, your 2 princesses share not only a common goal, but also a knight who professes love for them, yet refuses to fight for their cause. I am willing. Sir Alex knelt on one knee, for Myrcella is older and more suited to wear the crown. If her Kingsguard refuses to uphold her rights, who else would dare? My sword, my life, my honor, all belong to her and to you, my son. I swear, as long as I draw breath, no one shall usurp your birthright. I am yours. Now what would you have me do? Everything. She knelt and kissed his lips. Everything, my beloved, my true love, my cherished one, my eternal love. But first, speak it, utter it, and I shall fulfill your wish. Myrcella. Chapter 15. Brienne. The ancient stone wall stood crumbling, yet as it stretched across the fields, Brienne felt the hair on the back of her neck rise in apprehension. It was behind this very barrier that the archers had slain poor Cleo Fry, she mused. Yet as she continued onward for half a mile, she encountered another wall, seemingly identical, and began to waver in her certainty. The rutted road wound and twisted, the barren brown thickets appearing starkly different from the verdant trees of her recollections. Was this not the very place where Ser Jaime had taken his cousin's longsword? Or had they clashed in the woods? And the stream? They had hacked at each other amidst the waters, splashing wildly, until they drew the attention of the warrior band. Lady? Ser? Podrick seemed perpetually uncertain how to address her. What are you searching for? Ghosts. A wall I passed on horseback. Nothing of consequence. At that time, Ser Jaime still had both hands, and I loathed him, despising his every taunt and jeer. Be quiet, Podrick, for there may be bandits lurking in the woods. The boy surveyed the barren brown thickets, the damp leaves, and the muddy path ahead. I have a sword. I can fight, but not with sufficient skill. Brienne had no doubt of the boy's bravery, only of his level of training. Although he was nominally a squire, the individual he served offered no assistance in honing his martial skills. As they journeyed northward from the town of Moat Cailin, she intermittently inquired about his tale. It turned out he was a scion of a cadet branch of House Payne, descending from a lesser-ranked offspring of the family, and was born into poverty. His father spent his entire life serving wealthy relatives as a retainer, ultimately marrying the daughter of a candlemaker. After the birth of Podrick, he perished in the conflict to quell the Greyjoy rebellion. When he was 4, his mother abandoned him, leaving him with a relative, while she eloped with a wandering minstrel who had fathered her child. Podrick scarcely recalled his mother's visage. To him, Ser Cedric Payne represented the closest semblance of a father figure. However, as she pieced together his halting narrative, Brienne sensed that Cedric treated Podrick more like a servant than a son. When Riverrun summoned its vassals for military service, the knight took him along to tend to the horses and clean the armor. Subsequently, Ser Cedric met his demise in the service of Lord Tywin's forces in the Riverlands. Alone and far from home, lacking funds, he sought refuge with a corpulent mercenary knight known as Ser Amory Lorch, who was part of Lord Lannister's retinue, entrusted with the protection of supply wagons. Those who feed you eat the best, was Ser Amory's mantra, until he was caught pilfering a piece of cured ham from Tywin Lannister's private stores. Tywin decided to hang him as a lesson to thieves. Podrick had shared that ham with him and narrowly escaped sharing the noose, his name saving him. Sir Kevan Lannister rescued him and later sent him to serve as a squire to his nephew, Tyrion. Ser Cedric taught Podrick how to care for horses and check for stones in their shoes, while Ser Amory instructed him in the art of thievery. Yet neither had time to accompany him in sword practice. The imp at least sent him to train with the master-at-arms at the Red Keep, but alas. Ser Alan Santagar perished in the riots of King's Landing, thus truncating Podrick's training. Brienne severed 2 broken branches to serve as swords and tested Podrick's skill. To her delight, she discovered that the boy, though tongue-tied, was deft with his hands. Nevertheless, despite his courage and focus, he appeared malnourished, gaunt, and lacked the requisite strength. If he had indeed survived the Battle of Blackwater as he claimed, it was likely because no one considered him a target. You may call yourself a squire, she informed him, but even a cupbearer half your age could best you in combat. Should you remain by my side, each night as you sleep, your hands will be blistered, your arms bruised, and your entire body sore and stiff, making slumber elusive. You may not find it agreeable. I like it, the boy insisted. I like it that way. The bruises and blisters. I mean, no, but I like it. Sire, my lady. Thus far, both he and Brienne had honored their commitments. Podrick never complained. Each time a new blister formed on his sword hand, he could not resist proudly displaying it to her. He also tended to the horses quite well. No, he is not a squire, she reminded herself, but I am not a knight, regardless of how many times he addresses me as Sire. She could not send him away, for he had nowhere to go. Furthermore, despite Podrick's repeated claims of ignorance regarding Sansa Stark's whereabouts, he might not have been fully aware of what he actually knew. A casually mentioned phrase or a vague recollection might hold the key to Brienne's objectives. Sir, my lady, there is a cart ahead, Podrick noted. Brienne observed it, a 2-wheeled wooden cart with high sides, pulled by a man and a woman straining against the rope, making their way towards the town of Maidenpool. They appeared to be farmers. Slow down, she advised the boy. We don't want to be mistaken for brigands. Mind your words and be courteous. Aye, my lady, courteous. The boy replied, seemingly pleased at the prospect of being mistaken for a bandit. They quickened their pace to catch up, the farmers eyeing them warily. But once Brienne conveyed her benign intentions, they allowed her to walk alongside them. We used to have a cow. The old man lamented as they trudged through the overgrown fields, riddled with soft, muddy pits and charred trees, but it was taken by the wolves. His face flushed red from the exertion of pulling the cart. Our daughter was taken too. Alas, she suffered greatly, yet after the battle at the Vale, she managed to return on her own. The cow, however, did not fare as well. I suspect the wolves devoured it. The woman offered no additional comments. She was 20 years younger than the man, but remained silent, gazing at Brienne with the same look one might reserve for a 2-headed calf. Such expressions were all too familiar to Tarth's maiden. While Lady Stark had treated her with kindness, most women, like men, could be equally cruel. Possessing beautiful faces yet sharp tongues, their laughter harsh and their gazes cold. The disdain concealed beneath a veneer of politeness often caused her the greatest distress. Perhaps it was indeed the eyes of peasant women that pained her most. The last time I passed through Maidenpool, it was a ruin, she informed them. The gates were smashed, and half the houses had been burned and looted. Oh, it has been somewhat rebuilt now. Lord Tarly, though stern, is far braver than Lord Mutton. There are still small bands of brigands in the woods, though fewer than before. Tarly has captured the worst of them, severing their heads with his massive sword. He spat to the side. You haven't encountered any brigands on the road, have you? No, not this time. The farther we get from Maidenpool, the emptier the roads become. Occasionally, we glimpse a passerby who vanishes into the trees before we draw near, save for one tall, bearded monk accompanied by about 40 barefoot followers, trudging southward. The inns we passed were either abandoned after being looted or had turned into military camps. Yesterday, we encountered a patrol from Lord Blunt, with cavalry brandishing pikes and longbows. Surrounding us, the captain interrogated Brienne at length, but ultimately allowed us to continue. Be cautious, woman. The next person you encounter may not be as honorable as my lads. A pack of hounds led about 100 brigands across the Trident River, and it was said that any woman they encountered would be violated, their breasts severed as trophies. Brienne felt compelled to convey this warning to the farmer and his wife. He merely nodded, and after she finished speaking, spat disdainfully. Whether hounds, or wolf pups, or even lions, he wished for the others to carry them all away. These brigands dared not approach the city of Maiden Spring. As long as Lord Tarly was in command, Brienne had met Count Lannister in King Renly's army. She did not harbor affection for him, yet could not forget the debt she owed. May the gods ensure that she does not rouse him while passing through Maiden Spring. Once the war concludes, the town would be returned to Lord Mutton, she informed the farmer, for the king had granted the nobleman forgiveness. Forgiveness? The old man laughed heartily. Why? Because he remains cooped up in his cursed castle? He sends his subordinates to fight in the riverlands while he hides away. The lions pillage his town, followed by the wolf pups and then mercenaries, while the nobleman stays safely behind his walls. You know, his brother would never display such cowardice. Sir Mace is a warrior, who fell under King Robert's hand. More ghosts, Brienne mused. I am searching for my sister, a beautiful maiden of 13. Have you seen her? I have not encountered any maidens, beautiful or otherwise. No one has seen her, yet she must continue to inquire. Lord Mutton's daughter is a maiden, the man added. At least until the wedding night. These eggs are prepared for the wedding. She is to marry the son of House Tarly, and the cooks need eggs for the cake. Oh, young Dickon Tarly is to wed. She tried to recall. He seemed only 8 or 10 years old. Brienne herself had been betrothed at 7 to a boy 3 years her senior, the younger son of Lord Carlin. He had been shy, with a mole on his lip. They had met only once during their engagement. 2 years later, he succumbed to typhus, which also claimed the lives of Lord Carlin and his daughters. Had he survived, she would have wed him within a year of her first menstruation, and her life would have unfolded entirely differently. She would not be here now, clad in a man's armor, wielding a long sword, pursuing the son of an old acquaintance. Instead, she might have resided in Nightsong, tending to one child while nursing another. Brienne often reflected upon these thoughts, which brought her a tinge of sorrow, yet also a measure of solace. The sun half hidden behind drifting clouds. As they emerged from the charred thicket, Maiden's Spring lay before them, with the bay in the distance. The city gates had been rebuilt and fortified, and crossbowmen patrolled the pale red stone walls. The banner of King Tommen fluttered high above the gatehouse. A gold and crimson field bearing the black-crowned stag facing the golden lion. Beside the royal standard flew Tarly's swift hunter banner, while the red salmon banner of House Mutton stood alone atop the hill's castle. Beneath the iron gate, they encountered a dozen guards wielding polearms. Their insignia indicated allegiance to Lord Tarly's legion, yet none were of Tarly's own men. 2 centaurs, a lightning bolt, a blue beetle, and a green arrow. But no hunters from Hornhill. The leader bore a peacock emblazoned upon his chest, its vibrant tail faded by the sun. The farmer approached with his cart, whistling. What is this? Eggs. He tossed an egg into the air, caught it, and grinned, and we accepted it. The old man protested, claiming the egg was intended for Lord Mutton, to be used in the wedding cake. Urge your hens to lay more, he added. I haven't had an egg in half a year. Here, do not say we won't pay. He tossed a handful of coins at the old man's feet. The farmer's wife spoke up, declaring it insufficient, far from enough. You haven't counted the change yet, the leader interjected. Those eggs, and you, must come along. Young lads, she remarked, perhaps she is a tad too youthful for that old man. 2 guards leaned their long spears against the wall and yanked the struggling woman from the cart. The farmer's face turned ashen, yet he dared not move. Brienne spurred her horse forward, releasing her grip on the woman. Her voice momentarily caused the guards to hesitate, just enough for the farmer's wife to break free. This is none of your concern, one man said. Mind your tongue, girl. Brienne drew her longsword. Ah, the leader remarked. A fine weapon indeed. I sensed the presence of bandits. Do you know how Lord Tarly deals with them? He still clutched the eggs from the cart, squeezing so hard that the yolks began to ooze through his fingers. I not only know how Lord Randall deals with bandits, Brienne replied, but I also know how he deals with rapists. She hoped the name of Randall would intimidate him. Instead, the leader merely discarded the eggs and gestured for his men to form a circle. With a swift motion, a ring of weapons surrounded Brienne. Oh, what did you say, girl? The gruff voice completed the thought. They are either castrated or sent to the wall. Sometimes, both fates are meted out simultaneously. He also has the fingers of thieves severed. A languid young man sauntered out from the gatehouse, his sword belt slung low, and his once white cloak, now stained with grass and dried blood. His sigil depicted a brown stag hung beneath a beam. It was he. Upon hearing his voice, it felt as though a fist struck her belly. Seeing his face was like a dagger plunging into her gut. Sir Hyle, she stiffly uttered. Best let her go, lads. Sir Hyle Hunter warned. The lady before you is the fair Brienne, the Maiden of Tarth, the one who slew King Renly and half of the Rainbow Guard. The uglier she is, the more formidable she becomes. Truth be told, no one is more repulsive than she, perhaps except for you. Pisspot. But you were born from a cow's backside, so it is forgivable. Her father is the Evening Star of Tarth. The guards laughed heartily, and the spear line dispersed. Can't we capture her, my lord? The leader inquired. Did you not say she killed Renly? Why bother? Renly is a traitor, and we all are, without exception. Thankfully, everyone has repented and now serves as loyal subjects of His Majesty Tommen. The knight waved for the farmers to enter the city. The Lord's steward will be pleased to see these eggs. You can find him at the market. The old man rapped his knuckles against his forehead. Thank you very much, my lord. Clearly, you are a true knight. Come, wife. They once more hoisted the cart's harness over their shoulders and rumbled through the city gates. Brienne rode in alongside them, Podrick following closely behind. Is he truly a knight? As she pondered, a frown creased her brow. Upon reaching the town, she reined in her horse, the ruins of the stables to her left, facing a muddy alley. Opposite the stables, 3 half-clad courtesans whispered on the balcony of the brothel, one resembling a camp follower she had encountered before, who had approached her with an indecent inquiry about her trousers. That is the most hideous horse I have ever seen. Sir Hale remarked regarding Podrick's steed. I am astonished you do not ride it. By the way, my lady, why do you not express gratitude for my assistance? Brienne dismounted from her mare, towering a head taller than Sir Hale. One day, I shall thank you in the arena, sir. Much like you would thank Red Roland? Hunter laughed heartily, his laughter resonant and rich, though his visage was rather unremarkable. Before understanding the truth, she had presumed it an honest face, tousled brown hair, light brown eyes, a small scar by his left ear, a cleft chin, and a crooked nose. Yet his smile was genuinely cheerful, and he often laughed. Will you not remain to guard the city gate? He made a face at her. My cousin Ellen has gone to hunt bandits and might return proudly bearing the head of a hound, basking in glory. And I, due to your generosity, am commanded to guard the gate. May this suffice to please you, my beauty. What are you searching for? The stables. There are some at the east gate. Those have been burned down. I can see for myself. What you mentioned to those individuals, when King Baelor perished, I was indeed by his side. But it was sorcery that claimed his life. Sir, I swear it by my sword. She placed her hand upon the sword's hilt, prepared to engage in a duel should Hunter accuse her of deceit. Indeed, it was the Knight of Flowers who dispatched those rainbow guards. With luck, you might best Ser Eamon, for he is reckless and lacks endurance. But Roose? No, in terms of swordsmanship, Ser Rob's skill surpasses yours by more than a measure. Yet you cannot be called a swordsman, can you? Is there a term for a sword maiden? I wonder, what brings you to Maiden's Pool? I seek my sister. A 13-year-old maiden, she nearly divulged, but Sir Hale knew she had no sister. I am in search of a man, at a place called the Stinking Goose Tavern. I thought the fair Brienne required no man. His smile bore a hint of cruelty. The Stinking Goose, a name quite fitting, at least for the stinking part. Well, it is by the docks, but you must first accompany me to meet the Lord Count. Brienne was unafraid of Sir Hale, yet he was an officer of House Tarly. And with a whistle, 100 men would rush to protect him. Am I under arrest? For what? For Baelor. What is he? We have all had our kings changed. Some even twice. No one cares, no one remembers. He gently placed a hand on her arm. My lady, this way, please. She recoiled. Do not touch me. Thank you. You finally acknowledged my assistance. He bore a bitter smile. The last time I visited Maiden's Pool, the town was a desolate ruin, with empty streets and charred houses. The streets are presently teeming with swine and children, as the majority of the charred edifices have been razed to the ground. The vacant lots are either cultivated with vegetables or occupied by the tents of merchants and knights. New houses are rising. Stone inns are replacing the burnt wooden lodgings. And the temple has been adorned with a new slate roof. The crisp autumn air is filled with the sounds of saws and hammers. People bear timber across the thoroughfares, while the carts of quarrymen navigate the muddy alleyways. Many individuals proudly display the emblem of the swift-footed hunter upon their chests. The soldiers are diligently reconstructing the town. To her astonishment, she remarked that they would rather indulge in dice games, drink, and consort with women, yet Lord Blando does not permit idleness. She had anticipated being taken to the castle, but Hunter instead guided her towards the bustling docks. There, Brienne joyfully discovered that merchant ships had returned to the City of the Springs, including a rowing vessel, a 3-masted sailing ship, and a massive double-masted flatboat, along with approximately 20 small fishing boats. The bay was alive with fishermen. If I arrive empty-handed at the Stinking Goose Tavern, I shall resolve to take a ship, she silently vowed. The journey to Seagull Town is brief, and from there, reaching Eagle's Nest City is rather straightforward. Upon finding Lord Tully at the fish market, he was presiding over a trial. A high platform had been erected by the water's edge, where the Lord Count sat, surveying the accused below. To his left stood a long gallows, its rope sufficient to hang 20 men. At that moment, 4 corpses dangled from it, one relatively fresh, while the others had clearly been there for some time. A bold crow was pecking at the decaying flesh of one of the bodies, causing the other crows to scatter due to the gathered crowd. The townsfolk were eager to witness a hanging. Lord Mutton sat alongside Lord Blando on the platform. His pallid complexion and feeble frame clad in a white tunic and red breeches, secured at the shoulder with a salmon-shaped golden brooch that held his fur cloak. In stark contrast, Tully donned chainmail and hardened leather armor, overlaid with a gray steel breastplate, the hilt of his massive sword, Heartbreaker, protruding from behind his left shoulder. A proud symbol of his lineage. A young man, draped in a coarse cloak and wearing a dirty shirt, stood trial, asserting, "I harmed no one, my lord. I merely took what the monks left behind in their flight. If you intend to sever my fingers for this, then do so," he declared defiantly. As per tradition, thieves are to have a finger amputated, to which Lord Tully sternly replied, "But stealing from the temple is akin to stealing from the gods, a sin upon sin." He turned to the captain of the guards. "7 fingers. Ensure 2 thumbs remain." 7. The thief's face drained of color. The guards seized him, and he weakly resisted, as if already rendered helpless. Observing him, Brienne could not help but think of Sir Jaime, recalling the moment when Zorro's curved blade descended, and his piercing scream. Next was a baker, accused of mixing sawdust into his flour. Lord Blando imposed a fine of 50 silver deer coins. The baker swore to the heavens that he possessed no such wealth, whereupon the Lord Count decreed that a single silver coin could be substituted with a lash. Behind him stood a gaunt, haggard prostitute, accused of infecting 4 soldiers of House Tully with syphilis. "First, cleanse her with lye, then throw her into the dungeon," Tully commanded. As the sobs of a prostitute echoed in the air, Lord Tully caught sight of Brienne at the edge of the crowd, standing between Podrick and Ser Hyle. He furrowed his brow in her direction, yet his expression revealed no hint of recognition. Next, a sailor from a 2-masted ship stepped forward. Accused by a bowman in Lord Mutton's employ, his hand bandaged and a salmon draped across his chest. "My lord, this scoundrel stabbed my hand with a dagger. He claims I cheated while playing dice." Lord Tully diverted his gaze from Brienne and scrutinized the accuser. "Did you cheat?" "No, my lord. I would never." "Stealing, a finger. Lying, the gallows. Show me the dice." "The dice?" The bowman glanced at Lord Mutton, but the lord was fixated on the fishing boat. The bowman swallowed hard. "Perhaps those were my lucky dice. Indeed, Tully had heard enough. Sever his little finger. He may choose which hand. Drive a nail through the palm of the other." He stood, declaring, "This ends here. The rest of you are to be escorted back to the dungeon. I shall deal with matters come morning." He turned and waved for Ser Hyle, with Brienne trailing behind. "My lord," she approached, feeling once again like an 8-year-old girl. "Miss, what brings you here?" "I was sent to seek you." She hesitated, uncertain whether to speak. "Do you not know how to find a name? Did you slay Lord Renly?" "No." Tully weighed her words, judging her as he had others. "No," he finally stated, "you merely allowed him to die. He perished in my arms, his lifeblood soaking my garments." Brienne was momentarily stunned. "It is witchcraft. I would never." "You would never?" His voice cracked like a whip. "Indeed, you should never have donned armor. Never have borne a long sword. Never have left your father's hall. This is war, not a harvest festival ball. By the gods, I should send you back to Tarth. Should you dare to do so, prepare to face the king's inquiry." Each time she sought to project courage, her voice slipped into that of a frightened little girl. "Podrick, I have a parchment in my satchel. Bring it to my lord." Tully took the letter, furrowing his brow as he unfolded it. He read, while moving his lips. "For the king's business." "What business?" "Lying, the gallows. Sansa Stark. If the Stark girl were here, I would have found her by now. I wager she has fled back to the north, seeking refuge with one of her father's vassals. Well, she had better choose wisely. She may go to the Vale." Brienne blurted out, seeking her aunt. Lord Mutton cast her a disdainful glance. "Lady Lisa is dead, pushed from the mountain by some minstrel. Now Littlefinger controls the Eyrie. But not for long. The lords of the Vale will not bend the knee to a buffoon who can only count coppers." He returned the letter to her. "Go where you will, do as you please, but if you are assaulted, do not come to me for justice. That will be due to your own folly." He shot a glance at Ser Hyle. "And you, Ser, you ought to guard the gates. I placed you in charge there, did I not?" "Indeed, my lord." Hale Hunter remarked, "But I fear you may be overthinking matters." Tully strode away with purpose. Lisa Tully had perished. Brienne stood beneath the gallows, clutching that precious parchment. The crowd dispersed, and the crows returned to revel in their feast, having been cast down by some minstrel. Did the crows also consider Lady Catelyn's sister as part of their banquet? "You mentioned the Stinking Goose Tavern, my lady," Sir Hale said. "If you wish for me to escort you back to your city gate." A flicker of irritation crossed his face, an ordinary visage, devoid of sincerity. "If that is genuinely your belief, then so be it," he continued. "It is merely a pastime. We harbor no malice." He hesitated. "You see, Ben was slain. Cut down on the banks of the Blackwater. Both Farlow and Stork will have also met their demise. Make Mullendole's injury cost him half an arm. Very well. Brienne thought to herself, he deserves his fate. She recalled Mullendole seated outside the tent, his monkey perched upon his shoulder, both exchanging playful grimaces. That evening at the Bitter Bridge, what had Catelyn Stark referred to them as? The nights of summer. Now that autumn had arrived, they were withering like leaves. She turned her back to hail Hunter and called out, Podrick, come here. The boy trotted behind them, leading their horses. Shall we seek that place? The Stinking Goose Tavern? I shall find it. You head to the stables by the east gate and inquire with the stableman if there is an inn where we might spend the night. Very well, my lord. Mississippi Podrick walked along, gazing at the ground, occasionally kicking a stone. Do you know where it is? The Goose Tavern? I mean, the Stinking Goose Tavern. I do not know, he replied. He said he would take us there. That night, Sir Cale. Hail, hail. What has he done to you? My lord? Oh no, my lady. The boy may be somewhat inarticulate, but he is not foolish. When King Renly gathered his vassals at Highgarden, some jested with me, including Sir Hale. It was a cruel game, quite hurtful, lacking any chivalric grace. She paused. The east gate is over there. Wait for me there. At your command. My lady. The Stinking Goose Tavern bore no sign, and it took her nearly an hour to locate it. It was situated beneath a decrepit barn housing a slaughtered horse, requiring descent down a rickety wooden staircase. The cellar was dimly lit, with a low ceiling, and Brienne bumped her head against a beam upon entering. Inside, there were no geese, only several scattered stools, and a long bench leaning against the earthen wall. The tables were old, gray wine barrels riddled with wormholes. As expected, a foul stench permeated the air. Her nose discerned a blend of red wine, dampness, and mildew, with hints of latrines and graveyards. In one corner, 3 sailors from Tyrosh were drinking, each sporting bifurcated beards of green and red, conversing in low tones. They cast her a few glances, one of them uttering something that prompted the others to erupt in laughter. A wooden plank spanned 2 barrels, behind which stood the tavern keeper. She was a woman of ample form, her pale skin contrasting starkly with her bald head, while her generous bosom hung softly beneath a soiled, loose-fitting coat. She appeared as if sculpted from raw flour by the hands of the divine. In this place, Brienne dared not ask for water. Instead, she purchased a glass of red wine, all the while in search of a man known as Clever Dick. It must be Dick Crabe, who frequented the establishment nearly every night. The woman cast a glance at Brienne's sword and armor. If you intend to kill him, take your business elsewhere. We do not wish to provoke Lord Tarley. I only wish to converse with him. Why do you assume I seek his demise? The woman shrugged. If he happens to enter, a nod from you would be appreciated. How so? Brienne placed a copper star coin upon the wooden board before her, and then settled into a dim corner where she could observe the staircase clearly. She sampled her wine, greasy and marred by a stray hair. The hope of finding Sansa was as tenuous as that strand, and as she pondered, she plucked it out. The lead provided by Ser Tontos had proven a fruitless endeavor. Where are you, Lady Sansa? Have you returned to Winterfell? Or are you with your husband? Podrick seemed to believe she was with her spouse, yet Brienne had no intention of venturing across the narrow sea, where the language barrier would render her a mere spectacle. There, she would be reduced to gesticulating like a fool, drawing ridicule akin to her experiences at the Eyrie. As memories flooded back, a blush crept onto her cheeks. After the coronation of Joffrey, the Maiden of Tarth had journeyed far across the frontier to join the army. The king himself welcomed her with grand ceremony. Yet the lords and knights under his command were far less gracious. Brienne had not anticipated a warm reception. She was prepared to face indifference, mockery, and hostility, an experience she had endured all too often. Yet what perplexed her this time was not the scorn of the majority, but the kindness of the few. The Maiden of Tarth had been betrothed thrice, yet no suitor had ever pursued her until her arrival at the Eyrie. The towering Ben Husher was the 10th, one of the few in the Blue Guard taller than she. Not only did he send his squire to polish her armor, but he also gifted her a silver-horned cup. Sir Edmund Ambrose went further, presenting her with flowers and inviting her to ride with him. Sir Hal Hent was even more fervent, bestowing upon her a beautifully illustrated book filled with tales of gallant knights, feeding her horse apples and carrots, and gifting her a blue silk plume to adorn her helmet. He regaled her with camp gossip, charmingly eliciting smiles from her. On one occasion, he even trained with her, an act that held more significance for her than any other. She believed it was his influence that made others more courteous, not merely polite. At the dining table, people vied for the opportunity to sit beside her, pouring her wine and offering sweetbread. Sir Rickard Farlow strummed love songs on his 6-string guitar outside her tent. Sir Chevy Bisberry presented her with a jar of honey, its label proclaiming sweetness akin to that of the daughter of Tarth. Mark Mullendall entertained her with his whimsical monkey, a black and white creature hailing from the Summer Isles. A mercenary knight named Will the Stork offered to massage her shoulders. Brienne, however, rebuffed him and all others. One fateful night, she retaliated against Ser Island for forcing a kiss upon her, sending him tumbling into the fire with a decisive kick. In the aftermath, she gazed into her reflection. Her visage remained as broad and freckled as ever, with prominent teeth, thick lips, and a stout chin, rendering her decidedly unattractive. Her aspiration was to become a knight in service to King Renly, yet she was not the only woman in the camp. Even the most lowly camp followers surpassed her in beauty, while Lord Tarly hosted nightly feasts for King Renly in the castle, where lovely noble maidens danced gracefully to the melodies of flutes, harps, and horns. "Why do you treat me so kindly?" Whenever a stranger knight paid her court, she felt an urge to scream, "What do you desire?" Lord Tarly unraveled the mystery, dispatching 2 of his trusted men to summon her to his tent. Previously, his youngest son, Dickon, had overheard 4 knights laughing as they saddled their horses and reported their words to his father. They had set a wager. The gamble was initiated by 3 young knights, Ambrose, Bushy, and Hale Hunter, all vassals of Tarly. As news spread throughout the camp, others joined the fray. Each participant was required to present a gold dragon to enter the contest. Whoever claimed her virtue would be the sole beneficiary of the amassed fortune. "I put an end to their game," Tarly informed her, as some challengers lacked the honor of others, and with the stakes rising, it was merely a matter of time before force would be employed. "They are all knights," she was astonished, "knights anointed with holy oil, and they are deserving of respect. The fault lies with you." His accusation made her flinch. "I have never, my lord, I have never incited them. Remaining here is tantamount to encouraging them. A woman who behaves like a camp follower cannot fault others for viewing her as such. A military camp is no place for a maiden. If you still hold concern for your virtue or family honor, you ought to don your armor and return home to beseech your father to find you a husband." "I am here to fight," she insisted. "I wish to be a knight." "The gods ordain men to battle and women to bear children," Lord Tarly retorted. "The battlefield for women lies in the birthing chamber." Someone descended the cellar stairs. Brienne pushed aside her wine cup and observed a ragged, skeletal figure enter the Stinking Goose Tavern, his face sharp and thin, with filthy brown hair. He quickly scanned the Tarth sailors before fixing his gaze upon Brienne for an extended moment, ultimately approaching the bar. "Red wine," he requested. "Do not mix it with horse urine. Thank you." The woman glanced at Brienne and nodded. "I offer you a drink," she called out, "in exchange for a piece of news." He regarded her warily. "A piece of news? I possess many tidings." He seated himself upon the stool across from her. "Pray tell, my lady, which tale dost thou desire to hear? Clever Dick shall regale thee with it. I have heard whispers that you have beguiled a jester." The ragged man took a thoughtful sip of his drink. Perhaps, or perhaps not. The insignia that once adorned his tattered, faded coat had been torn away. "What brings you here?" "King Robert." She placed a silver stag upon the barrel that lay between them. One side of the coin bore Robert's likeness, while the other displayed the crowned stag. "Is that so?" The man smiled as he flicked the coin, and it began to spin. "I do relish watching the king dance." Hey ho, hey ho. "Indeed, I may have encountered the jester you speak of. Was there a girl accompanying him?" "2 girls, he replied without hesitation. "2 girls? One of them is Arya?" "Well," he said, "to be frank, I have not seen both sweethearts in person. I only know he wishes to embark with 3. Where to?" "Across the sea, if memory serves." "Do you recall what he looks like?" "A jester." The coin spin began to wane, and he swiftly snatched it, concealing it within his grasp. A jester, gripped by fear. "Why fear?" He shrugged. He spoke not of it, but old pal Clever Dick can scent the aroma of fear. He visits nearly every night, treating sailors to drinks, sharing jests, and singing little tunes. Yet one fateful evening, some fellows adorned with hunters' motifs barged in, and your jester's countenance turned as pale as milk. He fell silent, not uttering a word until they departed. He inched his stool closer. The Tully soldiers patrol the docks, scrutinizing every vessel that passes. If you seek stags, venture into the woods. If you desire to board a ship, ascend the dock. Your jester fears to approach the dock. Hence I proposed assistance. Assistance? The price for such aid is not merely 1 silver stag. Inform me, and I shall bestow upon you another. First, allow me a glimpse," he said. Thus, she placed another silver coin upon the barrel. He set the coin spinning once more, then seized it with a grin. "One who cannot seek a ship must summon the ship to him." I informed him that I knew where such a circumstance could transpire, an obscure locale. Brienne felt a shiver run down her spine. "The smuggler's cave? Dost thou send the jester to seek smugglers? With those 2 girls," he chuckled. "Well, I merely sent them to a place that has seen no ships for quite some time, perhaps 3 decades. He scratched his nose. "What connection do you have with this jester?" "Those 2 girls are my sisters." Oh, is that so? The poor little things. I once had a sister, frail as a wisp, her knees protruding. Yet she blossomed into womanhood, and then a night sun suddenly found her quite alluring. The last I beheld her, she was en route to King's Landing to seek her fortune. Where did you send them? He shrugged once more. Well, I cannot recall. Where? Brienne placed another silver stag upon the wooden planks. He flicked the coin back to her with his fingertip. A place where a stag cannot be found. Perchance a dragon might. Silver cannot purchase information. She realized that the golden dragon might be reliable or perhaps not. Steel is far more dependable. Brienne touched the dagger. And ultimately, she reached into her coin pouch, retrieving a gold coin and placing it atop the barrel. Where to? A ragged figure seized the coin and bit into it. Excellent. Now I remember, the Crabclaw Peninsula. North from here lies a vast expanse of desolate hills and marshes. Fortuitously, that is where I was born and raised. My true name is Dick Claybor, though most refer to me as Clever Dick. She did not disclose her name to him. What part of the Crabclaw Peninsula? Whispering Keep. You must have heard of Sir Clarence Claybor? No. This seemed to astonish him. I speak of Sir Clarence Claybor. Did you know? I am of his lineage. He stands 8 feet tall, robust enough to uproot a pine tree with one hand and hurl it a half-mile away. No horse could bear his weight. Thus he rides a bison. What does this have to do with the smuggler's cave? His wife is a forest witch. For every man Sir Clarence slays, he would bring the head home and ask his wife to kiss the lips of the severed head in order to revive it. These individuals are lords, wizards, renowned knights, and pirates, one of whom is even the king of the Vale City. They all served old Claybor as advisors, and since they were merely heads, their voices could hardly be loud, yet they never ceased to chatter. Imagine, if you were just a head, your only pastime would be to converse. Thus, Claybor's castle is known as Whispering Keep, and it remains so even though it has been in ruins for 1,000 years. It is a lonely place, Whispering Keep. Clever Dick deftly rolled the gold coin between his knuckles. A solitary dragon. If there were 10 of them, 10 gold dragons would amount to a fortune. Do you take me for a fool? No, but I can take you to find the jester. The gold coin rolled back and forth. I will lead you to Whispering Keep, miss. Brienne disapproved of the way he toyed with the coin. However, should you find my sister, 6 gold dragons. Find a jester. 2. Find nothing, and you shall have nothing. Claybor shrugged. 6 is decent. 6 will do. Too hasty. Before he could conceal the coin, she seized him. No tricks. I am not one to be trifled with. After she released him, Claybor rubbed his wrist. Damn it, he muttered, you hurt me. I apologize. My sister is a 13-year-old maiden. I must locate her, lest some knight take advantage of her. All right, I understand. She will surely be fine. For Clever Dick is on your side. Meet me at dawn by the eastern gate. Procure a horse for me. Chapter 16. Samwell the sea made Samwell Tarly feel nauseated. He was not only afraid of drowning, but also despised the swaying of the ship, the deck undulating beneath his feet. I often suffer from stomach issues. He confessed to Dylan as they set sail from the eastern sea. The bard patted his back. With a belly like yours, it's no wonder. Yet Samwell endeavored to maintain a brave facade, not for himself, but at least for Gilly. After all, she had never beheld the ocean. Following their escape from Castle Castamere, they struggled across the snowfields, and the few lakes they encountered appeared to her as mere phantoms. Now, as the blackbird set sail from the shore, the girl began to tremble, large, salty tears cascading down her cheeks. May the gods protect her, Sam heard her whisper in prayer. The eastern sea gradually faded from view, the distant great wall shrinking until it vanished completely. A fierce wind howled. The sails, crafted from a once black cloak that had been washed countless times, were now a muted gray, yet Gilly's complexion was even more pallid, marked by sheer terror. This is a fine ship, Sam attempted to reassure her, urging her to relax. But she merely cast a fleeting glance at him, clutching the baby tighter before retreating below deck. Sam instinctively grasped the ship's railing. His gaze fixated on the rhythmic motion of the oars. At least their synchronized strokes possessed a certain beauty. A welcome distraction from the water's surface that only conjured thoughts of drowning. In his youth, his father had unceremoniously tossed him into a pool near Castle Casterly to teach him to swim. Water flooded his nose and mouth, filling his lungs. Though Sir Harlan eventually pulled him out, he had coughed and gasped for hours afterward, vowing never to venture into water deeper than his waist. The Seal Bay was far deeper than that, far less forgiving than the small fish pond beneath his father's castle. The gray-green sea surged and roiled the coastline, cloaked in trees, strewn with chaotic boulders and whirlpools. Even if he could manage to swim with kicks and strokes, he might still be swept against the rocks, suffering a fatal blow to his head. Are you searching for mermaids, killer? Dalian remarked, noticing Sam's gaze fixed upon the bay. The singer, who had joined them from the eastern sea, was youthful and handsome, boasting golden hair and light brown eyes, appearing more like a mysterious prince than a brother in black. No, Sam replied, uncertain of what he was seeking, even bewildered as to why he had boarded this vessel. You are to learn the art of chain forging, to become a scholar, and serve the Night's Watch, he reminded himself, yet this thought only deepened his turmoil. He did not wish to become a scholar, nor to wear the heavy, cold chain around his neck. He also did not want to part from his brothers, the only friends he had. Above all, he dreaded the prospect of returning to confront the father who had sent him to the wall to await death. This journey held a vastly different significance for others. For them, it represented a happy ending. Gilly would find safety in Castle Casterly, the vast expanse of Westeros separating her from the terrifying haunted forest. She would serve as a maid in his father's castle, well-fed and warmly clothed, living in a corner of a grand world. A world she could scarcely have imagined while being the wife of a Castamere. She would witness her son grow strong, perhaps becoming a hunter, a stable boy, or a blacksmith. If the boy possessed extraordinary talent, he might even attract the attention of a knight seeking a squire. Maester Aemon was destined for a fine place as well. He would bask in the warm breezes of Old Town, enjoying his remaining days, sharing wisdom with fellow scholars, and imparting knowledge to assistant scholars and apprentices. But the right to rest was earned through a lifetime of toil, and Sam genuinely felt joy for him. Even Dalian would find greater happiness. He was sent to the wall due to charges of rape, a claim he vehemently denied. He fancied himself deserving of becoming a retainer to some lord, to accompany him and showcase his talents. Now, an opportunity presented itself. Jon appointed him as a ranger to replace the long-missing Euron, who was likely dead, tasked with traversing the Seven Kingdoms to extol the bravery of the Night's Watch, occasionally returning to the wall with newly recruited members. Indeed, this voyage was long and arduous. Yet for all others, there was at least a glimmer of hope, a joyful conclusion awaiting them. Sam could only silently offer his blessings for their journey. I go for them, he reassured himself, for the Night's Watch, for the happiness of others. However, the longer he gazed at the sea, the colder and more profound it felt. It was even worse not being outside to see the water, crammed within the confined quarters of the shared cabin. Sam's stomach could hardly bear it. He had attempted to uplift Gilly, who was nursing her son. This ship will take us to Braavos, he said, where we can find another vessel to Old Town. He recalled a book he had read in his youth about Braavos, said to be constructed around a lagoon, comprising hundreds of islands, with the Titan of Braavos at the mouth, a stone giant hundreds of feet tall. They used boats instead of horses, and the performers there presented intricate scripts rather than the foolish improvisations commonly seen. The cuisine was delightful, especially the fish, alongside an array of clams, eels, and oysters harvested fresh from the lagoon. During our layover, we should have a few days free. I'll take you to see a play and enjoy some oysters. He thought would please her, but he was gravely mistaken. Gilly's dull, vacant eyes glanced through a few strands of dirty hair at him. If you wish, my lord. What do you desire? Sam inquired. Nothing, she replied, turning away to switch her son from one breast to the other. The ship rocked, stirring the food in his stomach. He had just eaten eggs, bacon, and fried bread before departing. Suddenly, he could no longer tolerate staying in the cabin. He stood up, climbed the ladder, and relinquished his breakfast to the sea. Sam was so seasick that he scarcely noticed the wind direction, resulting in his unfortunate choice of side as he vomited, splattering himself in the process. Nevertheless, he felt considerably better, albeit briefly. This vessel, named the Blackbird, was the largest rowboat of the Night's Watch. While gazing towards the eastern sea, Cartpike informed Maester Aemon that the Vulture and the Talon were swifter, yet they were slender warships, agile raptors. With rowers exposed on the open deck, and given the treacherous waters beyond Skagos, the Blackbird was the more prudent choice. The narrow sea was fraught with storms. Pike warned them, with winter gales being the most fierce, though autumn storms were more frequent. The initial 10 days were relatively calm. The Blackbird sailed through Seal Bay, never allowing land to vanish from view. When the wind picked up, it grew cold, but the air was imbued with a refreshing briny scent. Sam could hardly consume anything. Even when he forced himself to swallow, the food lingered not long in his belly, yet aside from that, he felt not too dreadful. He made repeated efforts to encourage Gilly, striving to bring her joy, a task that proved to be quite challenging. Regardless of his entreaties, she steadfastly refused to ascend to the deck, preferring to remain cloaked in darkness, cradling her son. The infant, much like his mother, seemed to harbor an aversion to the vessel. During the journey, he would either wail incessantly or regurgitate his mother's milk, suffering from frequent bouts of diarrhea, which soiled the fur that Gilly had wrapped around him for warmth, creating an unbearable stench within the cabin. No matter how many tallow candles Sam lit, the foul odor lingered. Outside, However, the atmosphere was considerably more pleasant, particularly when Dylan sang. The singer was well received by the crew of the Blackbird. As he would perform while they rode, he sang all the songs they cherished, mournful ballads such as The Day Black Robin Was Hanged, The Mermaid's Lament, and My Autumn, alongside stirring anthems like Iron Gun and Seven Sons, Seven Swords, as well as more sentimental tunes like The Noblewoman's Dinner, Her Little Flower, and Joyful Maiden Margaret. Whenever he sang The Bear and The Beautiful Maiden, all the rowers would join in, and the Blackbird seemed to soar atop the water. Long before, during his training under Alyssa Thorne, Sam had discerned that Dylan lacked martial prowess, yet he possessed a splendid singing voice, which the scholar Iman described as honeyed thunder. He also played the harp and the violin, and even composed his own songs, though Sam was not particularly enamored with them. Nonetheless, sitting and listening to the music was the finest diversion aboard the ship, despite the hard, splintered boxes that made Sam grateful for his ample posterior. The advantage of being stout, he mused, is that one always carries their own cushion wherever they go. Iman also enjoyed spending his days on the deck, bundled in furs. Gazing at the water, what could he possibly be observing? One day, Dylan inquired, for to him, the surface appeared as dark as the cabin below. The old man heard his words. Though Iman's vision was obscured, his hearing remained keen. I was not born blind, he reminded them. I recall the last time we passed this way, every rock, every tree, and every wave, the gray gulls soaring behind the ship's wake. I was 35 then, and I have borne this collar for 16 years. Igo wished to retain me by his side to aid in ruling the realm, yet I understood my place was here. Ultimately, he could not prevail against my resolve and dispatched the Golden Dragon to carry me north, with his friend, Sir Duncan, personally escorting me to Eastwatch. Historically, Nymeria had once shackled 6 kings in golden chains and sent them to the Great Wall, a spectacle not witnessed since. Igo also cleared the dungeons, so I need not swear my oath in solitude. He said they were my honor guard, one of whom was a noble from the Brynden River, later chosen as the commander-in-chief. Are you referring to Bloodcrow? Dylan asked. I know a song about him, 1001 Eyes, but I thought he belonged to a century past. Are we not all the same? I too was once young like you, he replied, a tinge of sorrow evident in his voice. He began to cough, then closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, swaying within his furs as the waves rocked the ship. They sailed beneath a gray sky, first eastward, then southward, and again eastward, as Seal Bay gradually opened before them. The captain was a gray-haired man clad in black, his belly resembling a beer barrel. His faded black attire earned him the moniker Old Rags among the crew. He seldom spoke, yet the first mate would fill in the silence with his own words. Whenever the wind diminished or the oarsmen lacked vigor, he would curse the briny air. Each morning, the crew consumed oatmeal porridge, followed by pea soup in the afternoon. And in the evening, they feasted on pickled beef, pickled cod, and pickled lamb accompanied by ale. Dylan sang, Sam retched, Gilly either wept or tended to the infant, and bachelor Aemon trembled in his slumber. Such was the monotony of daily life, while the cold winds grew ever stronger. Nevertheless, it was far superior to Sam's last voyage. At that time, he was not yet 10 years old, sailing aboard Lord Redwyn's grand 3-masted vessel, the Queen of the Green Pavilion. She was 5 times larger than the Blackbird, magnificent in her splendor, with 3 crimson sails, and her oars glimmered like gold and silver beneath the sun. As they departed from the old town, the sight of those oars rising and falling left Sam breathless, yet it was the last beautiful memory of the Redwyn Strait. Like now, the sea made him queasy, which displeased his father greatly. Upon reaching Green Pavilion Island, matters worsened. Lord Redwyn's twins took an immediate disdain towards Sam. Each morning in the training ground, they devised new ways to humiliate him. On the 30th day, Horace Redwyn forced him to squeal like a pig while he begged for mercy, and on the 50th day, his brother Hobart had a kitchen maid don his armor and strike Sam with a wooden sword until he wept. When her true nature was revealed, all the attendants, cupbearers, and grooms burst into laughter. The boy merely required a bit of seasoning in his life, his father remarked to Lord Redwyn that evening. Yet the jester from the Redwyn household jingled his bells in response, saying, indeed, a pinch of pepper, a touch of fine cloves, and stuff an apple in his mouth. From that day forth, Lord Blando forbade Sam from eating apples beneath the roof of the Redwyns of Paxtor. On the return journey, he continued to suffer from seasickness. Yet leaving Green Pavilion Island allowed him a moment of respite. Even the taste of bile in his throat became more bearable. It was not until he returned home that his mother quietly revealed to him that his father had never intended for him to come back. Horace will take your place, and you shall remain on Green Pavilion Island as Lord Paxtor's cupbearer. If you please him, you may wed his daughter. Sam still recalled his mother's gentle touch. as she used a small, saliva-drenched lace handkerchief to wipe away his tears. "My poor Sam," she murmured, "poor Sam. How wonderful it was to see his mother again," he thought while gripping the railing of the Blackbird, gazing at the splashing waves against the rocky shore. If she saw me in black, perhaps she would feel a sense of pride. "I have grown up, Mother," he could proclaim to her. "I have become an officer, a man of the watch." Sometimes, the brothers even called him Killer Sam. He longed to reunite with his brother Deacon and his sisters. "Look," he could tell them, "see, I am finally of some use." But his father awaited him in Corner City. The mere thought of his father made him nauseous once again. Sam leaned over the ship's side and vomited. Thankfully, this time the wind was not against him. He had finally set his course correctly. Nevertheless, his propensity for vomiting had escalated considerably, or so he believed, until the Blackbird distanced itself from the shore, traversing the bay in an easterly direction towards Skaggs Island. This island, situated at the mouth of Seal Bay, was astonishingly vast, adorned with towering peaks, and represented a wild expanse inhabited solely by uncivilized savages. Sam had read in books that they resided in caves and desolate, foreboding mountains, engaging in battle while riding on their shaggy unicorns. In ancient tongue, Skaggs signified rock, thus the Skaggs people referred to themselves as the Rockborn. Yet other denizens of the north disparagingly labeled them the Skaggos, harboring a distinct aversion towards them. Merely a century prior, Skaggs Island had mounted a rebellion, which took many years to quell, resulting in the demise of the Duke of Winterfell and hundreds of his knights. Some ballads claimed that the Skaggos were cannibals, asserting that their warriors would consume the hearts and livers of their slain foes. A renowned tale spoke of the ancient Skaggs sailing to the nearby Sky Island, abducting women, slaughtering men, and subsequently feasting on their flesh for a fortnight upon the pebble-strewn beach. Regardless of its veracity, Sky Island remains uninhabited to this day. Dailin could sing those songs. As the desolate gray peaks of Skaggs Island rose from the sea, he approached the bow of the ship, standing alongside Sam, pondering that if the gods were generous, they might glimpse a unicorn. If the captain were sufficiently skilled, we would not be so perilously close. The waters surrounding Skaggs Island were treacherous, with reefs capable of shattering the hull like an eggshell. "Oh, do not mention this to Gilly. She is already quite frightened." She and her wailing little one are equally vexatious. I cannot determine which is louder. Only when Gilly thrusts a nipple into his mouth does he cease his cries, only for Gilly's sobs to ensue thereafter. Sam had noticed this as well. "Perhaps the child is causing her discomfort," he remarked weakly. "Or perhaps he is beginning to teeth." Dailin plucked a string on the lute, producing a mocking note, stating that she had heard wildlings were notably brave. "Indeed, she is quite courageous," Sam insisted, though he had to concede he had never witnessed Gilly so listless. Although she often concealed her face and cloaked the cabin in darkness, Sam could discern her eyes were perpetually reddened, her cheeks stained with tears. When he inquired about her troubles, she merely shook her head, leaving him to speculate. She feared the sea, that was all, he confided to Dailin, for prior to arriving at the wall, she had only glimpsed Castle's fortress and the surrounding woods. To his knowledge, Gilly had never ventured more than half a mile from her birthplace. She had seen streams and rivers, yet had never encountered lakes. Until we passed one that led to the ocean, a sight that instilled dread. "Do not be foolish. One can still see land, can't one? One day, it will be out of sight altogether." Sam brooded over this. "Just a bit of water, surely it cannot terrify a killer." "Yes," Sam lied, "it does not frighten me." "But Gilly, perhaps you ought to sing lullabies to them, to soothe the baby to sleep." Dailin grimaced. "Unless she plugs her son's bottom with a cork. I cannot endure that stench." On the 20th day, the rain began to fall, causing the sea to become increasingly tumultuous. "It would be prudent for us to seek refuge in a drier location below deck," Sam informed Master Eamon, who merely smiled, remarking, "The raindrops upon my face feel delightful." Sam, akin to tears, "Pray, allow me to linger a while longer. It has been an eternity since I last wept." Master Eamon, frail and aged, could not be left alone on the deck, and thus Sam remained by his side. He stayed near the old man for nearly an hour, wrapping his cloak tightly around himself. The incessant drizzle seeped through his skin, yet Eamon appeared utterly oblivious to it. He simply sighed and closed his eyes, while Sam moved closer, shielding him from the worst of the wind and rain. "He will soon require my assistance to return to the cabin," Sam thought to himself. "He surely will." However, Eamon did not call for him, and soon, a distant rumble of thunder echoed from the far east. "We must descend," Sam trembled. Yet Eamon said nothing. It was then that Sam realized the old man had fallen asleep. "Master," he gently said, shaking Eamon's shoulder, "wake up." Eamon opened his milky, unseeing eyes. "I go," he responded, as rainwater trickled down his cheek. I dreamt that I had grown old. Sam was at a loss for what to do. He knelt to lift the old man, carrying him below deck. No one had ever praised his strength, and the rain-soaked garments of Master Aemon weighed him down considerably. Yet the man felt as light as a child in his arms. Upon entering the cabin, he discovered Gilly had exhausted all the candles. The infant was asleep, while Gilly huddled in a corner, softly weeping, wrapped in the large black cloak Sam had given her. "Help me," he urged desperately. "Assist me in drying and warming him." She immediately sprang to her feet, and together they removed the old scholar's wet clothing, enveloping him in a pile of furs. His skin was cold and damp, sticky to the touch. "You must lie beside him," Sam instructed Gilly. "Hold him close. We must restore his warmth." She complied without uttering a word, though her nose remained in a perpetual sniffle. "Where's Dalian?" Sam inquired. "It would be warmer if we were all together. I must find him." Just as he was about to ascend in search of the singer, the floor beneath him suddenly heaved. Gilly screamed, and Sam fell heavily to the ground, awakening the infant, who cried out loudly. He struggled to rise, but the ship swayed once more, throwing Gilly into his arms, and the wild girl clung tightly to him, making it hard for him to breathe. "Do not be afraid," he reassured her. "This is merely an adventure. One day, you shall recount it to your son." Yet she merely dug her nails into his arm, trembling violently, sobbing deeply. No matter what he said, it only seemed to exacerbate her distress. He held her tightly, awkwardly aware of her body pressed against his. Though fear coursed through him, it was enough to stir a reaction within him. She will feel it, he thought shamefully. Yet even if she did, she showed no sign, only gripping him tighter. The days that followed were largely indistinguishable. They saw no sun. The days were gray. The nights pitch black, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning that revealed the peaks of Skaggs Island. They were all hungry, yet none could muster the appetite to eat. The captain uncorked a barrel of firewater to invigorate the oarsmen. Sam took a sip, feeling the fiery serpents slither down his throat, coursing through his chest, prompting a deep exhale. Dylan also grew fond of the drink, finding himself rarely sober thereafter. The sails billowed and flapped, and one day, a piece tore from the mast, soaring away like a great gray bird. The blackbird navigated around the southern shore of Skaggs Island, where the remnants of a rowboat lay among the rocks. Its crew washed ashore, becoming a feast for the magpies and crabs. "Damn, we're too close," the old wreck muttered. "One big wave could send us crashing upon them." The oarsmen, utterly exhausted, bent their backs and strained to paddle upon seeing the scene, as the vessel slowly sailed toward the narrow sea to the south. Skaggs Island shrinking in the distance, its silhouette resembling dark clouds or black peaks, or perhaps a blend of both. For the following 8 days and 7 nights, the weather remained clear and the sea tranquil. Then came the storm again, fiercer than before. Was it 3 storms, or 1? And did any moment of respite exist? Sam had no idea, despite his desperate attempts to comprehend the situation. But what did it matter? They all huddled in the cabin, Dylan shouting loudly. It certainly didn't matter, Sam wished to tell him. But as long as he pondered this question, he could avoid thoughts of drowning, of retching, or the tremors of Aemon the scholar. "It doesn't matter," he screamed in response, the thunder drowning out the rest of his words as the deck suddenly tilted, throwing him down. Gilly was sobbing. A baby wailed piercingly. The old wreck was above, shouting at the crew, this tattered captain who had never spoken before. "I hate the sea," Sam thought. "I hate the sea. I hate the sea. I hate the sea." A blinding flash of lightning illuminated the cabin through the cracks in the overhead planks, brighter than the sun at midday. This was a sturdy ship, a good ship. A fine vessel, he reassured himself. It would not sink. "I am not afraid." In the lull of the storm, Sam felt a strong urge to vomit but could not, gripping the railing until his knuckles turned white. He overheard some crew members muttering about the consequences of bringing women aboard, especially a wild woman. "She sleeps with her father." And as the winds howled again, Sam heard one say that it was worse than whoring, an abomination. "We will all drown unless we rid ourselves of her and the little monster she bore." Sam dared not confront them. They were larger, stronger, their years of rowing having forged broad shoulders and powerful arms. Yet he sharpened his dagger daily, and each time Gilly left the cabin to relieve herself, he followed closely. Even Dylan spoke harshly to the wild girl. Once, at Sam's urging, the singer crooned a lullaby to soothe the baby, but after just a few lines, Gilly wept inconsolably. "For heaven's sake," Dylan scolded, "can't you pause first? Let her hear a song before crying?" "Keep singing," Sam implored, "just sing for her." "She doesn't need a song," Dylan replied. "She just needs a good slap or a good raping. Get lost, kill her." He pushed Sam aside and stepped out of the cabin to procure some strong drink, seeking solace among the rugged oarsmen. Sam had exhausted all his remedies. He had nearly grown accustomed to that flavor, yet amidst the storm and Gilly's weeping, he found himself unable to sleep for several days. "Can you offer her anything?" Sam whispered, noticing Maester Aemon stirring. "Herbs or potions, anything to quell her fear?" "She is not afraid," the old man replied. "Her cries are solely of sorrow. A malady beyond the reach of medicine. Let her weep freely. Sam, you cannot dam this relentless tide." Sam did not grasp the gravity of her plight. She was journeying towards safety, a warm haven. "Why lament?" "Sam," the elder murmured, "you possess keen sight, yet remain blind." "She is a mother, mourning for her child." "That child is merely seasick," Sam protested. "We are all seasick. When we reach Braavos, that infant will remain Dina's son, not Gilly's flesh and blood." It took Sam a while to comprehend Aemon's implication. It could not be true. There was no way she would abandon her child. Gilly would never have left the wall without her son. She loved him. "She nurses 2 children, both beloved," Aemon stated, "but the depth of love is not uniform. No mother can bestow equal affection upon all her offspring, not even the Virgin Mother in the heavens." I am certain Gilly did not willingly forsake her son. Regardless of the threats and promises made by the Lord Commander, what they were, I cannot fathom, but they must have existed. No, that is not right. Jon would never, Jon would not. But Lord Snow might. Oftentimes, there are no pleasant choices, Sam. Just one that is slightly less sorrowful than the others. No pleasant choices. Sam recalled all the tribulations he had faced alongside Gilly, the fortress of Castle Black, the death of Old Bear, the ice and the biting wind. Day after day traversing the snowfields, the whites of White Tree Village, the cold hands and the crows in the trees, the wall, and the black gate beneath it. Why must it all be this way? No pleasant choices, no happy endings. He yearned to scream, to howl in despair, to curl up and weep. Jon had switched the infants, he reminded himself. Jon had exchanged the babies to protect the little prince, to shield him from Melisandre's flames. From her red god. If she were to burn Gilly's child, who would care? No one but Gilly. He was merely a wretched spawn of Castle, born of incest. Far less significant than the son of a king beyond the wall. He could neither serve as a hostage nor as a sacrifice. He was of no use. Not even possessing a name. Sam staggered silently onto the deck to retch, but there was nothing within him to expel. Night had fallen, and the calm of this evening was strikingly unusual. Many days had passed since such tranquility graced them. The dark ocean lay still as glass. The oarsmen resting at their stations, some having succumbed to slumber. The wind billowed the sails, and Sam beheld the distant stars of the north, along with the red wandering star known among the free folk as the Thief Star. "That star signifies me," Sam lamented, "for I aided Jon in becoming the Lord Commander, and I brought Gilly and the infant to him. There is no happy ending." The assassin, Dylan, appeared beside Sam, utterly oblivious to his despair. It was a delightful night. A rare occurrence indeed. "Look, the stars have all emerged. We may even glimpse the moon. Perhaps the worst phase has passed." "No." Sam wiped his nose and pointed with his pudgy fingers towards the cloud-laden southern horizon, indicating the gathering darkness. "Look there," he uttered. No sooner had the words left his lips than a silent flash of lightning illuminated the distance, dazzlingly bright, as the clouds flickered momentarily, presenting a tapestry of purple, red, and yellow, towering high at the world's end. The worst has yet to come. The worst has only just begun. There shall never be a happy ending. Gods preserve us. Dylan chuckled. "Assassin, you are truly a coward." Chapter 17. When Duke Tywin Lannister entered the city, he rode a grand warhorse, proud and imposing. Clad in polished red steel armor adorned with precious gems and golden swirls, upon his exit, he sat within a tall four-wheeled carriage, draped in crimson banners, escorted by 6 silent sisters bearing the remains. The funeral procession departed from the gates of the gods, as this venue surpassed the Lioness Gate in both grandeur and expanse. Yet, to Jaime, this choice seemed a grave error. No one could deny that his father was a lion, but even the Duke himself would not dare to consider himself a deity. Accompanying Duke Tywin's carriage were 50 noble knights, their lances adorned with crimson, triangular flags. Behind these 50 knights followed the lords of the Westerlands. As the gusty winds whipped their banners into a chaotic dance, a multitude of standards swirling in the air. Jaime rode past the Boar banner, the Badger banner, the Beetle banner, the Green Arrow and Red Bull banner, the Crossed Polearms banner, the Crossed Spears banner, the Tree Cap banner, the Strawberry banner, the Thornflower banner, and the Four-Pointed Sun banner, among various other heraldic emblems. Earl Brackens wore a light gray coat with silver threading, embroidered with a purple unicorn upon his chest. Earl Juster donned black armor, with 3 golden lion heads embedded in his breastplate, lending credence to the rumors of his death in battle. As injuries and prolonged imprisonment had reduced him to a mere skeleton, Earl Baneford appeared to be in better condition, seemingly prepared to rejoin the fray. Lord Pullen clad in purple, Lord Prester in fur, and Morland adorned in a blend of yellow, brown, and green, yet all were draped in crimson silk cloaks. Signifying their reverence for the lord, they escorted back to his homeland. Trailing behind the lords were 100 crossbowmen and 300 heavy infantry, their crimson cloaks billowing upon their shoulders. Clad in white robes and armor, Jaime felt distinctly uncomfortable amidst this river of red. His uncle had not treated him kindly either. "My lord," when Jaime finally reached the rear of the procession, riding alongside Ser Kevin, the latter inquired, "Has His Majesty sent you to convey the final orders?" "I am not here for Cersei." Behind them, a drummer began to beat a slow, steady, sorrowful rhythm. "Dead," it seems to whisper, "dead, dead. I have come to bid farewell, for my father. This is also her father. Unlike Cersei, I bear a beard, while she possesses breasts. If you still cannot discern. Dear uncle, you may count our hands. The one with two is Cersei." "Both of them delight in their cleverness," the uncle remarked. "Enough, spare me your wit, Ser. I hold no interest." "Very well. It appears that matters are unlikely to unfold in the manner I had hoped. Cersei yearns to say goodbye in person. Yet pressing matters prevent her presence." Ser Kevin snorted. "Likewise, do we not all have our affairs? Why do you not attend to your king?" His tone bore a hint of reproach. "He is safe and sound," Jaime defensively replied. "Baron Swyfd is on duty this morning. He is a valiant knight." In days gone by, merely mentioning the White Knight rendered the notion of valor superfluous. This band of brothers was not of my choosing, Jaime mused. If I had the power to select, the Kingsguard would undoubtedly regain its former glory. Alas, such musings are impotent, after all. Who would believe the grandiose rhetoric of a regicide? A man who regards honor as naught. "Let it be," Jaime resolved. "I am not here to debate with my uncle." "My lord," he said with solemnity, "you must reconcile with Cersei. Have we waged war upon one another? How was I unaware?" Jaime disregarded the jibe. The disputes within House Lannister would only serve to benefit our enemies. Even if there were a dispute, it is not my fault. Cersei desires dominion over all. Well, I wholeheartedly agree. I shall entrust all matters of state to her, wishing only to lay down my arms and enjoy tranquility. I seek to reside in Derry with my son, for his castle requires rebuilding, and his lands need replanting and protection. He suddenly let out a bitter laugh. "Your sister has left me no work for these old bones, has she? Rather than squander time here, it would be more prudent to attend Lancel's wedding. His bride can hardly wait." The widow provided by his twin, Lancel, now appeared older than Lord Gerald, his eyes sunken, hair gray and dry. Observing him, Jaime felt the phantom fingers twitch once more. Her and Lancel, Osmond Kettleblack, even Moon Boy in bed. He had attempted countless times to approach Lancel, yet never found him unaccompanied. His cousin was either with his father or in the company of a septon. He is indeed Kevin's son, but fundamentally weak and ineffectual. Tyrion lies. His sole aim is to inflict harm. Thus, Jaime ceased to dwell on his cousin and continued to persuade his uncle. "After the wedding, will you remain in Derry? At least for a time, I suppose. It is said that Sandor Clegane has taken to the hills and the riverlands. Your sister desires his head. I suspect he may have joined the band of Tundrell." Jaime had already heard of the events at Saltpans. Now, much of the realm is aware. That raid was exceptionally brutal, with women raped and then killed, infants slaughtered in their mother's arms, and half the town reduced to ashes. With the presence of Ser Balon Tarly guarding the city of Maidenpool, it should pose no issue for him to handle the bandits and brigands. "Uncle, you should proceed to Riverrun. The command there is unified under Sir Davin, the newly appointed Guardian of the West, and he will not require my assistance. While House Lannister needs me." "Very well, uncle." Listening to the rhythmic beating of the drums, a throbbing pain surged through Jaime's head. "Dead, dead, dead. Exercise caution and instruct your knights to enhance their patrols and defenses." His uncle shot him a cold glance. "Are you threatening me, sir?" "Threatening?" He was momentarily taken aback. "I am merely reminding you. What I mean is, Sandor is quite perilous. When I was hanging countless brigands and knightly outlaws, you were still a mere infant in swaddling clothes. Sir, if you are concerned that I would personally confront Sandor or Ser Tarly in a duel, there is no need for such apprehension. Not every Lannister is driven by vanity." "What is it?" "Uncle, have I offended you? Adam Marbrand would suffice for the task of clearing the countryside. If not him, then send Brackens, Banefort, or Prine. They all are capable. Yet, only you can occupy the high office of Prime Minister and orchestrate matters on a grand scale. Your sister is aware of my terms. Inform her that the conditions remain unchanged and should be conveyed to her by her bedside." Ser Kevin spurred his horse and rode away, ceasing further discourse with Jaime. Jaime remained silent, watching as the phantom of his right hand twitched erratically. He had once held a glimmer of hope. Believing that Cersei's excessive stubbornness had led to the current predicament, it now appeared that the error lay with him. He knew her secrets, understood the intricacies of Tommen and Myrcella, and Cersei was aware that he knew. On the other hand, Ser Kevan, being the legitimate Lannister of Casterly Rock, did not believe Cersei would turn against him. Yet, might I have misjudged Tyrion, and in turn, misjudged Cersei as well? It is not strange for a son to slay his father, nor for a niece to execute her uncle. Moreover, this uncle harbors malevolent intentions. Possessing far too much inside knowledge, his continued presence could lead to endless calamity. Perhaps Cersei covertly entrusted this vile task to the Hound. Once Sandor Clegane eliminates Ser Kevan, she would remain untainted by blood. Sandor possesses such capability. Kevan Lannister was once a valiant swordsman, yet he has aged, and the Hound's entourage soon caught up. Jaime called out to his cousin, who was flanked by two brothers of the faith. Lancel, dear cousin, I would have loved to attend your wedding, but alas, duty calls and prevents me from traveling afar. You must safeguard the king. I shall. However, it is regrettable that I cannot disrupt your nuptial chamber. By the way, do not fret. This is your first marriage, yet it is her 20th. I trust your bride will gladly instruct you on how to proceed. This lewd remark elicited hearty laughter from several lords around them, while Lancel's companions cast him stern looks. The cousin himself squirmed uneasily in his saddle. I understand how to fulfill the responsibilities of a husband, Sir Excellent, for the bride on her wedding night will require just that, Jaime replied. A man who knows how to shoulder his responsibilities. A flush crept upon Lancel's cheeks. I shall pray for you, cousin, and also for her grace the queen. May the old crone grant her wisdom, and may the warrior watch over her. What need does Cersei have of a warrior? She has me. Jaime turned his horse, his white cloak billowing in the wind. The little demon lied. Cersei would sooner consort with the corpse of Robert than cast her gaze upon the foolish Lancel, whose mouth overflowed with pious platitudes. Tyrion, you wretched cur, even your attempts at deceit lack sophistication, rendering you utterly vulnerable. After bidding farewell to his father's funeral cart for the final time, he galloped back to the distant capital. On his return to the Red Keep atop Aegon's Hill, Jaime Lannister realized that the streets of King's Landing had become nearly desolate. The soldiers who once overcrowded the gambling halls and taverns had now all but departed. The valiant Garland led half of House Tyrell's forces back to Highgarden, accompanied by his mother and grandmother. The remaining half advanced southward under the command of Mace Tyrell, preparing to besiege Sunspear once more. As for the Lannisters, only 2,000 seasoned veterans remained outside the city, awaiting the arrival of the fleet from Pike to ferry them across Blackwater Bay to assault Dragonstone. Intelligence indicated that Lord Stannis had left behind only a small garrison as he marched north, hence Cersei deemed 2,000 men sufficient. The rest of the Westerlanders were dismissed to return home, to their wives and children, to rebuild their lives, to sow the fields, striving for one last harvest before winter's arrival. On the day they embarked on their journey home, Cersei arrived at the camp with Tommen to review the soldiers, urging them to cheer for their young king. She looked resplendent that day. He could not forget the smile upon her lips, nor the autumn sun illuminating her golden curls. Regardless of the whispers about her behind her back, with true conviction, she could easily win the adoration of the masses. As Jaime passed through the city gates, he observed over 20 knights practicing with lance and targets in the courtyard. This was yet another activity he would never again partake in, he mused. The lance was heavier than the sword, more challenging to wield, and he struggled even with the latter. He envisioned himself holding the lance in his left hand, binding his shield to his right, only to have opponents charging from the left. The shield affixed to his right would be as ornamental as a breastplate's nipple. No, my days of jousting are behind me, he reminded himself as he dismounted. Nonetheless, he could not resist pausing to watch. The tall Ser Loras was struck on the head by a sandbag, tumbling from his mount. The force of the blow was so great that it pierced the target shield, after which Kinlows from Ketch's Town thoroughly collected the remnants of the shield. By the time Ser Demott from Rainwood took to the field, a new shield had been affixed, and soon thereafter, the lance of Lancelot barely grazed its mark. However, the aim of John Bentley, Henflin Swift, and Ellen Stark was impeccable, with Red Roland of Crington even shattering a lance perfectly. In the end, the Knights of Flowers left all others in the dust. Jaime had long believed that the decisive factor in mounted combat was horsemanship. He watched as Loras charged forward with an effortless grace, as if the lance were an extension of his very being. No wonder his mother wore a perpetual grimace. Jests aside, he could strike precisely where he desired, his balance surpassing that of a cat. Perhaps the last time he unseated me was not mere chance. Jaime suddenly felt a profound regret at the thought of never having the opportunity to confront that young man. Thus he departed from the group engaged in training. Cersei was in the study of the Red Keep, accompanied by Tommen and the dark-haired Lady Marys. The three were sharing a hearty laugh at the expense of Maester Pycelle. "Did I miss some jest?" Jaime inquired as he pushed the door open. "Oh, look who's here." Marys gasped for breath. "Your valiant brother has returned, your grace." "Most of him has returned," Jaime observed, noting that the Queen Regent had been indulging in wine once more. Of late, Cersei seemed to always have a flagon of wine nearby, despite her previous disdain for Robert Baratheon's drunken habits. He found this unsettling. It seemed he disapproved of everything his elder sister had done in recent days. "Maester," Cersei commanded, "please relay the news once more to Lord Captain." Pycelle appeared exceedingly flustered. "A raven has arrived," he finally managed to say, "from the castle of Stokeworth. Lady Tanda has announced the birth of a robust and healthy son to her daughter, Loras. You could scarcely guess the name they have bestowed upon this little bastard, brother. I recall they wished to name him Tywin. Indeed, but I promptly dissuaded them. I informed Larys that I would not permit my father's esteemed name to be sullied by the spawn of swineherds." Lady Stokeworth insisted that the naming was not done according to her wishes, interjected Maester Pycelle, beads of sweat glistening on his wrinkled forehead. "She claims it was her husband who chose the name." "That boar, he seems to have named the child Tyrion," Jaime interjected. The old man nodded tremulously, wiping his brow with the sleeve of his robe. Jaime chuckled. "Well, dear sister, you've been searching high and low for Tyrion, and lo and behold, he has been hiding within Loras all along. Fools. Both you and that boar are fools. Undoubtedly, at this very moment." The bastard was suckling at the foolish Loras's breast, while the mercenary watched, smug in his rudeness. "Perhaps the child bears some resemblance to your brother, hence the name," Lady Mary suggested. "He may very well be born deformed, lacking a nose or some such," she added with a giggle. "We ought to present this dear child with a gift," Cersei declared. "What do you think, Tommen? Perhaps a kitten." "A little lion would be more suitable," Lady Marys proposed, her smile conveying a clear implication of malice. "I wish to offer him a different kind of gift," Cersei stated. "Presumably, it would be a new stepfather." Jaime discerned the meaning in his sister's gaze. He had witnessed such an expression before, on Tommen's wedding night, when she incinerated the hand of the king. In those moments, the green flames bathed the onlookers, their faces resembling pale, rotting corpses, akin to a horde of ravenous zombies, yet amidst the grotesque, there lay a beauty illuminated by that vile light. Cersei, breathtakingly terrifying, her hand resting upon her chest, lips slightly parted, her azure eyes shimmering with intensity. She was weeping. Jaime realized, though whether from sorrow or ecstasy, he could not discern. Gazing at his sister, he was engulfed by concern, for she reminded him of Aerys Targaryen, the former king, who was equally consumed by the flames of obsession. The king held no secrets before the Kingsguard. During the twilight of Aerys's reign, the relationship between him and the queen had grown exceedingly strained. They not only lived apart, but also sought to avoid each other during the day as much as possible. Yet, whenever Aerys indulged in his pyromaniac tendencies, the queen's chamber was never tranquil at night. On the day, he burned the hand of the king and his dagger-wielding counterpart. Jaime and Jon were on duty guarding the queen's quarters, while the king indulged inside. "Stop! You are hurting me." Through the oak door, they heard the queen's cries. "You are hurting me." To him, that sound was more unbearable than the screams of Lord Chester. "We swore to protect her from harm," Jaime finally spoke. "Indeed," admitted Darry. "But she is the exception." After that day, Jaime saw the queen only once, on the morning she departed for Dragonstone. Cloaked and hooded, she hastily entered the royal barge, descending from Aegon's high hill to board the vessel by the riverbank. He had no opportunity to speak with her, yet he overheard the whispers of her handmaidens, who remarked that the queen appeared as if ravaged by beasts, her thighs marred with claw marks, her breasts bitten and bruised. Beasts, crowned beasts, Jaime mused silently. The mad king, in his paranoia, forbade anyone from bearing arms in his presence, save for the Kingsguard. He was disheveled, his beard tangled and filthy, his long silver-golden hair cascading down to his waist, and his yellowed nails twisted and grown to 9 inches long. Yet, the instruments of power continued to torment him, those upon the Iron Throne, from which he could not escape. His arms and legs were riddled with blood scabs and half-healed scars. "Let me rule over charred bones and roasted flesh," Jaime thought, looking at his sister's smiling face, burdened with thoughts of becoming the King of Ashes. "Your Majesty," he said gravely, "may we speak privately?" "Very well. Tommen, you are due for your lessons today. Please accompany the maester to the classroom." "Yes, mother. We are studying the blessed King Baelor." Lady Meryn discreetly took her leave, kissing the queen's cheeks before departing. Will you join me for dinner tonight, Your Majesty? If you do not come, I shall be quite displeased. Jaime could not help but notice the sway of Meryn's hips as she walked. Each step was a temptation. Once the door closed, he cleared his throat and began. First it was Cat Black, then Coburn, and now this woman. Dear sister, are you planning to host a circus? I like Lady Tanya. She amuses me. She is a retainer of Margaery Tyrell, Jaime reminded Cersei. She will divulge your secrets to our little queen. Of course she will. Cersei replied, filling her wine cup. When I proposed to take Tanya in, Margaery trembled with excitement. Look at what she said. She will be your sister, just as she is mine. I shall certainly give her to you. Your Majesty, I already have my cousin and numerous ladies. Humph. Our little queen cannot bear to see me alone. You know full well she is a spy. Why keep her? Margaery, in her self-assuredness, has miscalculated. Unaware that this cunning serpent, Cersei, conceals a venomous heart beneath her honeyed words. At present, I have instructed Tanya to relay the meticulously curated intelligence back to our little queen, some of which is indeed authentic. A mischievous glint sparkled in Cersei's eyes. Meanwhile, Tanya is providing me with a detailed report on the status of the maiden Margaery. Will she? How well do you truly know her? I know she is a mother, with a son she desires to see succeed in this world, willing to go to any lengths for his sake. Such is the nature of all mothers. Lady Margaery may be a viper, yet she is not foolish. She recognizes that I am capable of achieving far more than Margaery could ever dream, and thus, she prefers to align herself with me. The information she has shared is abundant, beyond your wildest conjectures. What sort of information? Cersei settled by the window. For instance, did you know that within the Thorn Queen's treasury lies a substantial hoard of coins? These are gold pieces minted before the Conquest War. Whenever a merchant dares to propose trade in gold, she readily opts to utilize the gold of Highgarden for payment, as each gold coin weighs but half of the current golden dragon. Which merchant would dare to accuse the mother of Mace Tyrell of fraud? She took a sip of wine. Did you find your ride enjoyable today? Your uncle is rather concerned about your absence. Your uncle's opinions are of no concern to me. They certainly should be. You ought to leverage him wisely. Even if not stationed in Riverrun or Casterly Rock, he should be dispatched to confront Lord Stannis, should he not? Better to employ Kevin than to allow Roose Bolton to become the new Warden of the North. He will manage Stannis. Do not forget, Lord Bolton is trapped beyond the Neck, while the Ironborn hold the crucial route at the Weeping Bay. They cannot maintain their position for long. Bolton's bastard will soon eliminate this minor obstacle and clear the path. Moreover, Lord Bolton has received reinforcements of 2,000 Frey soldiers, led by Hotine and Emmon. Their combined might sufficient to overwhelm Stannis and the few remaining stragglers. Sir Kevin will be preoccupied with governing Derry and teaching Lancel how to clean up after himself. Pay him no mind. The death of our father has rendered him as ineffective as a eunuch, a useless old man. Darren and Damy are of greater utility to us. They are capable, and Jaime has always been on good terms with these two cousins. But you require a prime minister. If not the uncle, then whom? My sister smiled. Rest assured, it shall not be you. I intend to appoint Tanya's husband, whose grandfather once served as the prime minister to Aerys. A notable prime minister. Jaime recalled Owen Margery, amiable yet ineffectual in action, if memory serves. His grandfather was exiled by Aerys and had his lands confiscated. Robert restored his family's fortunes, at least in part. Should I reclaim all of his lands for Otten? Tanya would be most grateful. After all this, are you merely seeking to satisfy this Margaery's demands? I believed we were discussing who should govern the realm. The realm is under my governance. May the Seven bless us all. My sister always fancies herself as a female version of Lord Tywin, yet she falls woefully short. Without further ado, the father has always been as unyielding and composed as a great glacier, while Cersei's emotions flare like wildfires. Upon hearing of Stannis' abandonment of Dragonstone, she leaped with joy like a young girl, believing he had renounced his claim to the throne and exiled himself. Yet, when news arrived from the north that Stannis had taken the wall, she erupted in fury, leaving everyone hesitant to interject. She is not lacking in intelligence, but rather in judgment and patience. A strong prime minister is required to assist her. A feeble ruler necessitates a formidable aid, just as Aerys needed his father, whereas a powerful sovereign merely requires a loyal emissary. She swirled her wine goblet. What of Lord Harlan? Surely he is not the first sorcerer to wield the king's hand. Certainly not. The last one met his demise at my hands. Rumor has it you intend to appoint Oren Waters as the Minister of Maritime Affairs. Have you been prying into my affairs? Seeing his silence, Cersei tossed her hair behind her, declaring that Waters is quite suitable for the position. He has spent half his life at sea. Half his life? He is not yet 20. He is 22. Besides, does this even matter? Father became Aerys' hand before he turned 21. It is time for change. Tommen should be surrounded by vigorous young men, not merely wrinkled old bones. Oren is fitting. He is full of vitality. He is indeed vigorous and handsome, Jaime mused, considering her dalliances with Lancel, Osmond, and even the Moon Boy. Paxter Redwine would be far more appropriate. After all, he commands the largest fleet in Westeros. This Oren Waters could manage a small boat if you were to procure one as a toy for him. You truly are a child, Jaime. Redwine is a vassal of House Tyrell, or rather the nephew of that loathsome mother of the Highgarden Duke. I shall not permit Tyrell's minions to infiltrate my privy council. You mean Tommen's privy council, do you not? You know precisely what I mean. I am well aware. I consider Oren Waters utterly deplorable, and Harlan is even worse. As for Coburn, gods above, he follows Vargo Hoat and has been stripped of his collar by the Citadel. It is the work of those gray-cloaked sheep. In any case, Coburn is quite useful to me, and loyal, a trait my own blood relatives have failed to exhibit. Dear sister, if we continue down this path, we shall one day become a feast for crows. Cersei, heed my words. You can now see the shadow of the dwarf everywhere, turning our friends into foes one by one. At the very least, Uncle Kevin is not your enemy, nor am I. Her face contorted with rage. I have begged you, pleaded for your assistance. I knelt before you, and you rejected me. My oath did not prevent you from murdering Aerys. Words are but wind. You could have had me. Yet you chose this robe instead. Leave. Sister, get out. Are you deaf? I loathe the sight of your wretched form. Out. To drive him away. She splashed wine at him. Of course, she missed, but Jaime understood the implication behind her actions. As he sat alone in the conference room of the White Sword Tower, cradling a glass of Dornish red wine and leafing through the white book with his severed hand, twilight descended. The Knight of Flowers entered, unfastening his white cloak and sword belt, hanging them beside Jaime's belongings on the wall. I observed your performance in the courtyard. Jaime, you rode quite well. Indeed, not merely well. Ser Loras poured himself a glass of wine and took a seat across the crescent-shaped table. A humble man might respond, My lord, you flatter me. I appreciate your kindness, or perhaps it is my steed that deserves the praise. Well, my steed will suffice, and your lordship's kindness mirrors my modesty. Loras waved a hand towards the white book. Lord Renly often says that reading is the work of scholars. At least this tome is left to us. It chronicles the history of everyone who once donned the white cloak. I've glanced through it. The heraldry is quite beautifully illustrated. I enjoy looking at the pictures. The exquisite volumes collected by Lord Renly would leave those monks feeling quite inadequate. Jaime couldn't help but chuckle. Unfortunately, they are not here. My lord. The purpose of history is to broaden one's perspective. One should understand the lives of those who came before and learn from them. I know these individuals. What of the Dragon Knight, Prince Aemon, Ser Leanne Redwine, the audacious, fearless Balon Swan, Ellen Clinton, the Devil's Dairy? Ah, you are acquainted with the strong Lucamore, are you not? The lecherous Ser Lucamore? Is he not the one with 3 wives and 30 children? They ultimately severed his manhood. There is a song about him. Would you like me to sing it for you, my lord? And what of Ser Terence Toyne? He lay with the king's mistress and met a tragic end. The lesson is that those who wear white breeches must tighten their belts. Greycloak Gales, generous Olivar? The former was a traitor, and the latter a coward, both bringing shame to the white cloak. My lord, what exactly are you trying to convey? Nothing of consequence. Do not be so sensitive, Ser. Are you familiar with the ancient Cothoin? Loras shook his head. He served as a Kingsguard for 60 years. When? I have never heard of him. Do you know Ser Donner of Duskendale? The name seems familiar, but what of Andros Hightower? The White Eagle, Maegor the Mighty? Joffrey Nokos? Renowned as the unyielding Robert Baratheon? What do you know of them? Baratheon is a surname of bastards, as is Hightower. Yet both became captains of the Kingsguard. Their tales chronicled within this very book. This volume also recounts the deeds of Ser Roland Darklyn, the youngest Kingsguard before me, who earned his white cloak on the battlefield and perished draped in it an hour later. That indicates a lack of skill. He was formidable. He sacrificed himself to save the king. You see, so many warriors have donned the white cloak, yet their deeds are nearly forgotten. What ought to be forgotten will naturally fade. People remember only heroes, only the strong. Heroes and villains. Thus, among you and me, at least one shall be immortalized in song, alongside a select few who embody both. For instance, him. He taps the page he is reading. Who? Loras turns to look. 10 black orbs against a vivid crimson background. I do not recognize them. They belong to Criston Cole, the Iron Guard of Aegon II and Viserys I, known as the Kingmaker. Chapter 18. Cersei 3 fools carry a leather sack, and the queen observes them kneeling before her, derision swirling within her mind. She looks down on these 3 simpletons. Yet, perhaps there might be an unexpected reward? Your Grace, Coburn whispers, the council meeting will commence only upon my arrival. Consider, I may bear the good tidings of the traitor's demise. At the far end of the city, the bells of the great September toll in mourning. The death knell shall not ring for you. Tyrion, Cersei thinks with satisfaction, I shall immerse your head in tar and feed your grotesque frame to the dogs. Rise. She commands the 3 future lords, show me what you have. They obey and stand. Oh, these 3 are hideously disheveled. Having gone at least half a year without a bath, one bears a large boil upon his neck. How amusing it is to appoint them as lords. She decides to seat them beside Marjorie at the feast. The leaders of these simpletons untie the strings and plunge their hands into the sack, a stench of decay flooding the receiving room, reminiscent of withered roses. He extracts a gray-green head, teeming with maggots. The scent is akin to that of her father's corpse. Dorca gasps for air, while Jocelyn stifles a gag. The queen inspects the trophy, her eyes unblinking. You have slain the wrong dwarf, she utters slowly. We have not erred. One fool dares to retort, it must be him, your grace. Behold, he is a dwarf, albeit his visage is obscured by decay. Not merely decayed, but with a new nose sprouted, Cersei remarks, a large, round nose. Fool. Tyrion's nose was severed long ago in battle. The 3 fools exchange glances. No one informed us. One claims, for he swaggered boldly along the road, an unsightly dwarf, hence we assumed. Oh, he claimed to be a sparrow, adds the one with the boil. It is you who said he lied, argues the 3rd simpleton. The queen, incensed, realizes she has abandoned the council meeting, all for this farce. You waste my time and slay the innocent. I ought to sever your heads. If she were to take their lives, others would recoil, allowing the imp to escape undetected. Rather than mistakenly execute thousands, she would not permit a situation where Tyrion's head could pile high. Enough, begone. Yes, your grace, the one with the boil replies. We beseech your forgiveness. Do you still desire this head? The bearer of the severed head inquires. Hand it to Sir Marlon. No, place it in the sack first. You fool. Sir Osmond, take them away. Trant retrieves the head, and Kate Black drives away the simpletons, leaving only Miss Jocelyn's breakfast behind. Hurry and clean this up. The queen commands her. This marks the 30th severed head offered as tribute. Fortunately, this one belongs to a dwarf. The previous offering was merely that of an unsightly child. Fear not. Someone will inevitably locate the little demon, Sir Osmond reassured her, yet once discovered, he would meet an inescapable demise. Is that so? Last night, Cersei dreamt once more of the old crone, with her uneven chin and hoarse voice. In Lannisport, she was dubbed the Toad Witch. If my father were to learn of her words, he would surely have her tongue severed. Yet Cersei had confided in no one, not even Jaime. Malia insisted that as long as we refrained from mentioning the prophecy, it would fade into oblivion, never to materialize. My spies are diligently gathering information, Your Majesty, Coburn stated. His robe resembled that of a scholar, though not in gray, but in the immaculate white of the Kingsguard, adorned with golden swirls along the hem, sleeves, and stiff collar. Cinched at the waist with a golden belt. Old Town, Seagull Town, Dorne, even the free cities, no matter where he flees, my men will unearth him. Your premise rests on the assumption that he has departed from King's Landing. In truth, he is likely concealed within the Great September of Baelor, perhaps even pulling the bell rope to create a cacophony at this very moment. Cersei maintained a stern countenance, allowing Dalcasa to assist her in rising. Come, my lord. The small council awaits us. As they descended the stairs, she linked her arm with Coburn's. How did you fare with that little task? It has been accomplished, Your Majesty. I apologize for the delay. It was quite a substantial head, and my beetle took considerable time to clean the flesh. As an apology, I crafted a box from ebony and silver to house the skull. A cloth sack would suffice. Prince Daelon only cares for the contents. A tattered bag would suffice as long as the head remains intact. Upon entering the courtyard, the tolling of the bell grew even more jarring. Was it truly necessary to make such a commotion for a mere archbishop? How long must we endure this? Certainly. The funeral toll is far more melodious than the dismal wails of the mountain, yet Coburn appeared to perceive her thoughts. The bells shall cease at sunset, Your Majesty. That is splendid news. How do you know? My duty is to gather intelligence. Varys has led everyone to believe he is indispensable. How foolish we have been. After the Queen Regent announced Coburn's appointment as the new eunuch, the vermin hastily sought his favor, peddling various bits of information for mere coins. Winning hearts relies on gold and silver, not on the 8-legged spider. Coburn is more than capable of this task. She eagerly anticipated the expression on Pycelle's face when Coburn first took his seat at the small council. During the council sessions, a member of the Kingsguard always stands sentinel at the door of the chamber. Today, it was the turn of Ser Boros Blunt. Ser Boros, the Queen Regent called kindly. You do not seem well this morning. Have you encountered any troubles with your food? Jaime had appointed him as the king's taste tester, a precaution against poison. It was a delectable task, yet for a night, it bore the weight of shame. Blunt despised this aspect. As he opened the door, his fleshy chin quivered slightly. Upon her arrival, the lords ceased their discussions. Lord Giles welcomed the Queen Regent with a cough, one powerful enough to rouse Pycelle. The others stood with beaming smiles. Rising in unison, Cersei allowed herself a faint smile. Ladies and gentlemen, please forgive my tardiness. Not at all. We are all servants in the service of your majesty. Sir Harris Swift replied, It is an honor for us to await your arrival. I trust everyone is acquainted with Count Coburn. The Archmaester Pycelle did not disappoint her. Count Coburn? His face flushed a deep purple, stammering, Your Majesty, this scholar has taken a sacred oath, and thus is not entitled to the title as your academy has stripped him of his chain. Cersei reminded him that he was no longer a scholar and was no longer bound by such vows. If memory serves, we have also referred to the eunuchs as my Lord Count. Pycelle, spitting with indignation, retorted, But this man is unfit. Dare you utter such a word before me? Is it not you who so carelessly sullied my father's remains, subjecting him to mockery? The king, you cannot possibly think. He raised a mottled hand as if to strike. While the silent sisters removed Lord Tywin's entrails and organs, meticulously draining his blood, filling his belly with salt and herbs. Oh, spare me the ghastly details. I can smell your meticulous care. Lord Coburn's medical expertise saved my brother's life. I deem him undoubtedly more suited to serve his majesty than that insincere eunuch. My lord, do you even know your colleagues? I do not recognize them, yet I am to act as the master of whisperers, your majesty. Coburn spoke as he seated himself between Oton Marwise and Giles Rosby. Now, this is my counsel. Cersei dismissed every rose and loyalist to her uncle and two brothers, replacing them with those utterly devoted to her. She even abolished the title of minister, for she reigned supreme in the court, introducing the titles of free trade city-states. For instance, Oton Marwise was called the Justice, Giles Rosby the Treasurer, while Orrin Waters, the dashing young bastard of Driftmark, was her admiral. Her chief minister was Sir Harris Swift. Swift, soft-bodied and bald, excelled in sycophancy. He possessed no chin, only a comically short white beard, and his extravagant yellow coat was adorned with glass beads forming his family crest, a blue cockerel, while his azure velvet cloak was embellished with 100 golden hands. Harris was left dizzy by his new position, oblivious that rather than being a mark of favor, it rendered him a hostage. His daughter was wed to Cersei's uncle, and Kevin had a fondness for that chinless, flat-chested woman who bore him two knock-kneed children. As long as they held Sir Harris captive, Kevin Lannister would think twice before confronting her. Naturally, a father-in-law is not the most effective hostage, but better than none at all. Will His Majesty be attending? Oton Marwise inquired. My son is currently engaged in a game of house with his little queen. For now, he perceives kingship merely as sealing royal decrees. He is too young to grasp the matters of state. What of our valiant Lord Commander of the Kingsguard? Sir Jaime has sought out the blacksmith to craft a new hand, for it is evident that everyone has grown weary of his unsightly stump. I would venture to assert that he is even more impatient with meetings than is Lord Tywin. A chuckle escaped from Orrin Hightower. Excellent, Cersei thought. Let them laugh. For the louder their mirth, the less of a threat he becomes. Is there wine? Coming right up, your grace. The nose of Oton Martell is rather large, and his unruly orange-red hair does little to enhance his average looks. Yet, despite his plain appearance, he possesses a commendable politeness. Here we have Dornish red wine and the golden wine from the arbor, along with fine spiced sweet wine from Highgarden. The golden wine, I believe, reflects the temperament of the Dornish folk, sour and irritable. Martell filled her cup, and Cersei continued, Let us begin with the Dornish. The lips of Maester Pycelle quivered, almost as if he might swallow his own tongue. At your command, Prince Doran has confined his brother's rowdy bastards, yet the unrest in Sunspear remains unabated. According to the prince's letter, without justice, he cannot hope to maintain control. Soon, this prince is not only foolish but also tiresome. Results will come swiftly. I have dispatched Ser Barristan to Sunspear to present the head of Gregor Clegane. Of course, Ser Barristan has another duty on this journey, but it is unnecessary for them to be aware of it. Oh, Sir Harris Swift twirled his ridiculous short beard between his thumb and forefinger. Is he dead, Gregor? He is indeed dead, my lord, Orrin Hightower replied flatly. As far as I know, a severed head is a fatal injury. Cersei bestowed upon him an approving smile. She relished sarcasm as long as the target was not herself. As predicted by Maester Pycelle, Sir Gregor succumbed to his grievous wounds. Pycelle huffed, casting a wicked glance at Qyburn, whose spear was coated in deadly poison, with no antidote in sight. Yes, I recall your words. The Queen Mother turned to the hand. What were you saying when I entered, Sir Harris? About the sparrows, your grace. According to Brother Lannard's estimates, there are now over 2,000 sparrows within the city, with new arrivals each day. Their leader preaches doomsday and denounces the cult of the devil. Cersei sipped her wine. Delightful. Is it not rather natural, do you not think? That red god worshipped by Stannis, what do they call the devil? The church ought to combat evil, after all. It was a reminder from Qyburn. He is quite astute. It appears our late archbishop neglected his duties, allowing time to erode his insight and weaken his power, rendering him oblivious to such an evident truth. He had long been a man on the brink of death, your grace, Qyburn remarked with a smile directed at Pycelle. His passing was to be expected. He departed peacefully in his sleep, enjoying a long life, a blessing few in this world can claim. Indeed, Cersei conceded, we now require a vigorous successor. My friends in the Vicenia Hills have informed me that either Tobler or Lannard will be elected. Maester Pycelle cleared his throat. I too have friends within the order. And they leaned towards Brother Alitter. Do not forget Lu Chun, Cobain added. Last night, he hosted the 30th bishop with a feast of suckling pig and golden wine from Qingting Island, and during the day, he distributed hard bread to win over the impoverished. Regarding matters of faith, Oren Waishui appeared as impatient as Cersei. Upon closer inspection, his hair resembled silver rather than gold, and his eyes were a gray-green, unlike Prince Rhaegar's violet gaze. Nevertheless, their similarities were manifold. It is uncertain whether he had shaved his beard specifically for her. He was a decade her junior. Yet his desire for her was evident in the way he looked at her. Cersei could easily decipher that since her bosom had developed, 9 out of 10 men regarded her in such a manner. You are simply too beautiful, they would say. Yet Jaime and I share a resemblance, and have never been treated thus. In her childhood, she often donned her brother's garments. And the difference in attitudes when she was mistaken for Jaime was stark. Even Lord Tywin's allies, Pycelle and Meryn Trant, were still embroiled in a dispute over the next archbishop. Anyone may don the crystal crown, the queen interrupted brusquely. As long as he is willing to expel Tyrion from the church. It was clear that the former archbishop was in league with Tyrion. As for that flock of wingless sparrows, let them contend with the church. It is not a rebellion against the crown, and what concern is it of ours? Lord Otton and Sir Harris murmured their agreement, while the support from Giles Rosby was drowned in a fit of cough. Cersei turned her head in disgust at the moment he spat blood. Master, have you brought the message from the Vale? Indeed, your grace, Pycelle replied, retrieving a letter from the pile before him and smoothing it out. To be precise, it was a declaration rather than a letter. Jointly signed by Bronze Yohn Royce of the Eyrie, Lady Waywood, Lord Belmore, Lord Redwine, Lord Hunter, and the Knight Ser Monty of 9 Stars. All 6 had sealed it. The declaration proclaimed nothing of substance. The lords were literate and must have read it. Royce and his allies had amassed a formidable force beneath the Eyrie, attempting to usurp the position of the guardians of Littlefinger Glen, willing to employ violence to achieve their aims. The pressing question was, should we permit this? Is Lord Baelish seeking our assistance? Sir Harris SWYFT inquired. Not at present. He seems indifferent to the unfolding events. His last correspondence merely hinted at rebellion and primarily requested that I ship him the old tapestries left by Robert. Sir Harris stroked his short beard. Has this so-called just alliance sought the king's aid? No. Then let us remain inactive. Shall we allow war to erupt in the Vale, leading to tragedy? Pycelle suggested. War? Otton Meryn Trant laughed. Lord Baelish is the most humorous person in existence, but mere words cannot wage war. I seriously doubt a drop of blood will be shed. Besides, as long as the Vale pays its taxes punctually, does it truly matter who acts as the guardian of young Lord Robert? Indeed, it does not matter, Cersei resolved. Littlefinger's South return to court could prove beneficial. He possesses an uncanny ability to conjure wealth and rarely coughs. Lord Otton's words have convinced me. Archmaester Pycelle has instructed that the just alliance must not harm Peter. Furthermore, during Lord Robert Arryn's guardianship, the king shall refrain from intervening in the politics of the Vale. Your Majesty is indeed wise. May we discuss the fleet? Asked Orn Waters. Only a little more than a dozen ships survived the inferno of Blackwater, and we are in dire need of rebuilding our navy. The navy is of utmost importance. Otton Murray Weiss nodded in agreement. Can we enlist the Ironborn? The enemy's enemy is our friend? What is the cost of an alliance with House Greyjoy? They seek the north, Archmaester Pycelle noted. Yet the north has been granted to House Bolton by the late Queen's father. Ah, how inconvenient, Murray Weiss remarked. However, it seems to me that the north is vast enough to be divided. Moreover, there is no need for a permanent agreement. We could discreetly assure Bolton that once he eliminates Stannis, the king will fully support his claims. I have heard that Balon Greyjoy is dead, Sir Horace Swift stated. Who now rules the Iron Islands? Does Balon have a son? Reek? Lord Gales coughed. Theon? Theon Greyjoy grew up in Winterfell as a ward of Eddard Stark, Coburn commented, indicating he is likely not our ally. I have heard he too has been slain, Murray Weiss replied. Is he the only son? Sir Horace Swift tugged at his short beard. What of his brothers? Does he have none? If only Varys were here, he would know everything, Cersei thought irritably. I shall not conspire with those birds of prey. Once Stannis is vanquished, they shall be next. Hence, we require a fleet. I propose the construction of large ships. Oren Waters suggested, starting with 10 vessels. Where shall the funds come from? Pycelle inquired. Lord Gales took this as a cue for another bout of coughing, expelling more pink sputum, which he dabbed away with a red silk handkerchief. Before he was overwhelmed by another coughing fit, he managed to utter a few words. We have not. At least this time, Sir Horace understood the meaning behind the cough. The budget is exceedingly tight. He protested. Sir Kevin has informed me of this. The costs of the gold cloaks. Lord Gales continued to cough incessantly. Such objections are mere platitudes to Cersei. Our treasury manager believes there are too many gold cloaks and too little gold in the treasury. Rosby's coughing began to irritate her. Perhaps the rotund Gales is not so detestable after all. Despite substantial revenues, they cannot offset the enormous debts incurred by Robert. In light of this, I have decided to suspend payments to the Church and the Iron Bank of Braavos until the war concludes. The new High Septon will surely be bewildered as he wrings his holy hands, and the Braavosi will come time and again to lament and bicker. Let them be. The saved funds shall be allocated to the reconstruction of the Navy. Your Majesty is indeed wise, Lord Murray Weiss praised, with a stroke of brilliance. He has resolved a significant challenge for the realm. This is a necessary and rational course of action during wartime. I fully concur. I too concur, Sir Horace Swift added. Your Majesty, the voice of Pycelle trembled with astonishment, fearing it would bring you unforeseen troubles. The Iron Bank resides in Braavos, across the vast oceans. They must be repaid their gold, my lord. The Lannisters have debts that must be settled. The Braavosi have a saying. The jeweled necklace of Pycelle whispers softly. For the Iron Bank does not tolerate delays. Humph, whether to delay or not is for me to decide. Until then, let the Braavosi await with due respect. My lord, let us commence the grand shipbuilding project, Lord Varys interjected. Excellent, your Majesty. Sir Harroway rummaged through the pile of papers. The next item on our agenda is a letter from Lord Fry, in which he presents new demands. How much more land and honor does this old man desire? The Queen Mother exclaimed. His mother must have had 3 breasts. What you do not know, my lords, said Coburn, is that in the taverns and eateries of the capital, the common folk are abuzz with speculation. Many believe the king aided Lord Walder in his nefarious deeds. The highborn regarded him with suspicion. Are you referring to the Red Wedding? Lord Oren Varys inquired. A crime? Sir Harroway echoed. Pycelle cleared his throat violently, while Lord Gales resumed his coughing. The Sparrows openly proclaimed Coburn's warning. The Red Wedding violated the sacred rites of hospitality, inciting divine wrath. Those who participated would be cursed for eternity. Cersei understood the implication. Indeed, Lord Walder would soon face the judgment of the Father above. Let the Sparrows cast their scorn upon him. After all, the tragedy was of no concern to us. It is of no concern to us, Harroway affirmed. Indeed, it is not our affair, Lord Marwyn conceded. Yes, it bears no relation to us, Pycelle declared. Lord Gales continued to cough. Spitting upon Lord Walder's grave would hardly drown the maggots, Coburn agreed. But would it not be more prudent for the crown to publicly address the Red Wedding? Finding a cheap scapegoat. A few heads from the phrase might help win the people's favor and stabilize the North. Lord Walder would never sacrifice a member of his family, Pycelle asserted. He would not, Cersei speculated, but his heir may not be so resolute. Thank the gods, Lord Walder shall soon meet his end. The new Lord of the Riverlands will undoubtedly exile numerous half-brothers, detestable cousins, and ill-intentioned sisters, and from them, he may find a few criminals to satisfy his needs. While we await Lord Walder's demise, another matter arises, Oren Varys proposed. The Golden Company has unilaterally cancelled its contract with the Myrish. Rumors abound in King's Landing that they have been handsomely hired by Stannis and are about to set sail to assist him. How can he afford such a hefty commission? Lord Marwyn questioned skeptically. Do they intend to use ice blocks as currency? This band calls themselves the Golden Company. How much gold can Stannis truly possess? Cersei assured him. And Coburn has communicated with the oarsmen of the Myrish galleys in the bay. The Golden Company is headed to Volantis, precisely in the opposite direction of Westeros. Perhaps they wish to avoid fighting for the losing side, hence their change of employer, unrelated to the domestic situation, Lord Marwyn suggested. Indeed, the Empress is in accord. Only a fool would fail to recognize our resounding triumph. Lord Tyrell is poised to encircle Wind's Breath Fortress, while my cousin, the newly appointed Guardian of the West, has joined forces with Lord Fry to besiege the town of Riverrun. Lord Redwine's fleet has traversed the Tarth Strait and is making its way northward along the coast. Day and night, the few remaining fishing vessels of Dragonstone will be utterly incapable of thwarting his landing. Once we sever all ties between Dragonstone and the outside world, in due time, the castle shall inevitably fall. Thus, the only remaining nuisance will be Stannis himself. If Lord Genos speaks the truth, Stannis is covertly attempting to ally with the wildlings. Master Pycelle has cautioned, mere beasts clad in human skins. Lord Meryn claims that seeking them as allies is a sign of Stannis' utter desperation. Desperate and utterly foolish, the Empress remarks. He is oblivious to the deep-seated animosity the Northerners harbor towards the wildlings. Such a course of action would only drive the North into the arms of Roose Bolton. In fact, certain lords have already pledged their allegiance to that bastard, aiding him in his campaign against the Ironborn to clear the path for Bolton's advance, including the Amber and Lannister families, though I cannot recall the names of others. Even White Harbor is in a state of flux. Its lord has consented to marry off both his granddaughters to the Freys, while simultaneously opening the port to us. Do we possess ships? Sir Horace inquired, perplexed. Wyman Manderley is one of Eddard Stark's most trusted allies, Master Pycelle remarked. Can he be trusted? Trust is a rare commodity. He is a frightened, corpulent man, holding steadfast to one point. White Harbor shall not kneel until his heir is released. Do we hold his heir? Sir Horace asked. Indeed, if this individual still lives. He is likely imprisoned in Harrenhal, captured by Gregor Clegane. However, the mountain is not known for his courtesy towards captives, nor does he concern himself with the amount of ransom. Even if the heir is deceased, I shall ensure that the heads of those responsible are delivered to Lord Manderley, accompanied by my sincerest apologies. One head might appease Prince Doran, while a bag of heads should suffice for the old northern lord clad in sealskin. Has Stannis never considered an alliance with White Harbor? Master Pycelle pointed out. Oh, he has certainly attempted, yet all his proposals have been rebuffed by Lord Manderley, redirected to King's Landing, where he received nothing but evasive excuses in response. It is hardly surprising. Stannis seeks the military might and silver of White Harbor, yet offers, well, in truth, nothing at all. She suddenly felt an urge to light a candle for the stranger, grateful that he had taken away Balon Greyjoy, leaving Stannis behind. Otherwise, the Lannisters would surely have faced far greater difficulties. Just this morning, a raven arrived bearing news that Stannis has dispatched a smuggler known as Onion to negotiate with White Harbor, a man who is now imprisoned by Manderley, who seeks our guidance on how to proceed. It would be prudent to send him to the capital for a thorough interrogation, Lord Meryn suggested. He may possess valuable insights. Execute him, Coben interjected, as a lesson for the North, demonstrating our methods of dealing with traitors. I concur, the Empress declared. I have instructed Lord Manderley to promptly behead him in public view. This would decisively eliminate the possibility of an alliance between White Harbor and Stannis. Huh. Stannis must find a new prime minister, Oren Vejui chuckled. What will it be this time? The Turnip Knight? The Turnip Knight? Sir Harris Swyft inquired, perplexed. Who is he? I have never heard of this knight. Vejui rolled his eyes, offering no reply. What if Lord Manderley refuses? Mary Weiss continued. He dares to refuse. Humph. The Onion Knight's head is the price for his son's life, Cersei laughed. That old fool may be loyal to House Stark. But now the wolves of Winterfell are all dead. Your Grace, you have forgotten Lady Sansa, Pycelle reminded. At this, the Queen Mother erupted. I have not forgotten that little she-wolf. Cersei scarcely wished to utter her name. She is the daughter of a traitor. I should have cast her into the black cells. Yet instead, I nurtured a wolf in my home. She shares my hearth and hall, plays with my children. I not only provided for her, but also taught her, hoping to rid her of her ignorance about this world. And what was my reward? Assisting in the murder of my children. When we find the imp, we shall surely find Sansa as well. She may yet live, but I swear by the heavens, she will weep and sing to the stranger, begging for the kiss of death. An awkward silence ensued. Have you all swallowed your tongues? Cersei thought angrily. She couldn't help but question the purpose of holding this council. Furthermore, the Queen Mother added, Lord Eddard's youngest daughter is currently at the side of the Duke of Bolton, and once the Dreadfort falls, she will wed his son Ramsay. As long as this girl supports House Bolton's claims to Winterfell, they will not care that she was merely a gift from Littlefinger, the daughter of some steward. Even if the Northerners favor the Starks, we have graciously offered one of our own. She filled Mary Weiss's cup. The wall poses some trouble. The Night's Watch has lost its wits, choosing Ned Stark's bastard as their commander. Jon Snow, that boy is a Snow. What else can Pycelle say besides idle chatter? I saw him once in Winterfell, the Queen Mother remarked, at a time when House Stark was keen to keep him hidden. Well, he bears a striking resemblance to his father, just as Robert's bastards resemble him, though Robert never allowed them at court. He mentioned them only once. After the unfortunate incident with the cat, mumbling something about bringing a certain bastard daughter to his side. Do as you wish, she warned him on the spot. But I remind you, you will be responsible for that little harlot's well-being. This remark left a bruise on Jaime that he could not conceal, effectively preventing the arrival of the bastard daughter. Catelyn Tully is truly a weak mouse. How could she allow others to rest while she lay beside the bed? She could not act, and in the end, she left this dirty task to me. Jon Snow harbors ill intentions, just like Lord Eddard, disloyal to the realm, Cersei asserted. As the father offers the throne to Stannis, the son delivers land and castles. The Night's Watch has sworn never to interfere in the disputes of the Seven Kingdoms. Pycelle reminded everyone, for thousands of years, the Night's Watch has upheld this tradition. The current situation has been shattered. Cersei interfaces, as that wildling boldly claims to abstain from the civil war. However, actions speak louder than words, and his deeds reveal everything. On one hand, he provides supplies and protection to Stannis, while on the other, he arrogantly demands soldiers and weapons from us. Audacious indeed. Lord Meryn insists that we cannot allow the Night's Watch to side with Lord Stannis. We must publicly declare this Lord Snow to be a traitor. Sir Harroway has decided to cast aside the Blackclad brothers. The Maester Pycelle gravely nodded, suggesting that we inform the Black Castle that no reinforcements shall be granted until a new commander is appointed. Our newly constructed ship requires oarsmen, stated Lord Oren, suggesting we deal with poachers and thieves from across the realm, rather than send them to the wall. Coburn leaned forward with a smile, proclaiming that the Night's Watch defends the realm, my lords, and I propose we must aid the brave brothers in black. Cersei shot him a sharp glance, inquiring about his meaning. Quite simply, Coburn elucidated, for years the Night's Watch has requested reinforcements. Now that Lord Stannis has offered assistance, does King Tommen remain indifferent? Perhaps we should send 100 elite, donning black cloaks, and then remove Jon Snow. Cersei joyfully completed his thought, declaring that selecting him for the small council was indeed a wise decision. Let it be so, she clapped her hands in laughter. If this wildling truly is Lord Eddard's progeny, he will accept all who come without question, and perhaps even pen me a letter of gratitude before his demise. Of course, this matter requires meticulous arrangements. Leave the details to me, my lords. Action, not words, is the way to confront our enemies. Today, I am quite satisfied. I thank you all for your counsel. Is there any other business? Only one matter remains. Your Grace, Lord Oren replied apologetically. It may not be entirely appropriate to bring rumors to the small council, but the recent uproar at the docks primarily stems from sailors claiming the dragon from the east has appeared. And where is the Sphinx? Oh, and the specter? Cersei chuckled, advising them to return when they spoke of the dwarf. She rose, signaling the conclusion of the meeting. As Cersei departed the council chamber, a fierce autumn wind swept through, while the blessed bell tower at the city's edge continued to toll in mourning. In the courtyard, over 40 knights engaged in a sword and shield tournament, clanging merrily. Ser Boros Blunt escorted the Queen Mother back to her residence, where Lady Meryn was inside, laughing with Jocelyn and Dorcas. What brings such merriment? Explained Tanya. The twins from House Redwine have hopelessly fallen for Lady Marjorie. Previously, they often dueled to determine who would be the next Earl of Highgarden. Now they both aspire to become the Kingsguard, merely to be near the young queen. The Redwine twins' freckles surely surpass their knowledge. This information proves useful to her. Should she catch the smitten or the terrifying lord in Marjorie's bed, Cersei wonders if the young queen would appreciate the freckles. Summon Sir Osney Kettleblack. A flush crept across her cheeks as she complied. Once the maid had departed, Tanya Murray Weiss cast a curious glance towards the Queen Mother, wondering why she had turned crimson. It is love, Cersei chuckled, for she was quite taken with our Sir Osney. He was the youngest of the Kettleblacks, impeccably clean-shaven, sharing the same dark hair and hooked nose as his brother Osmond, always sporting a broad smile. However, his face bore 3 long scars from a certain courtesan of Tyrion's. I suspect she is quite enamored with those very scars. A mischievous glint sparkled in Mrs. Murray Weiss's dark eyes. Indeed, scars lend a man an air of danger. And therein lies the thrill. How can you utter such words, my dear lady? The Queen Mother teased. If danger is where the thrill lies, then why did you marry Lord Otten? We all hold him dear. Yet Peter once remarked that the Murray Weiss family crest, emblematic of abundance, was seemingly crafted for Lord Otten, with hair like cabbage and a nose akin to a beet, his mind filled mostly with pea porridge. Tanya laughed melodically. My husband is a generous soul, hardly a figure of danger. However, I do hope your majesty does not underestimate me. When I climbed into Lord Otten's bed, I was no gentle maiden. You folk from the free trade cities are nothing but brazen harlots, are you not? Yet, perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. One day, she will make good use of this information. Oh, dear lady, you simply must tell me, who was that dangerous first love of yours? Tanya's olive skin darkened further as she blushed. Alas, I should not have spoken. Your majesty, allow me to keep my little secret, if you please. Men have their scars, and women have their mysteries. Cersei kissed her cheek, pondering how soon she would unearth the truth. When Dakisha brought forth Sir Osney Kettleblack, the Queen Mother dismissed the women. Come, sit by the window with me, Sir Osney. Would you care for a drink? She poured wine for both of them. Your cloak is quite worn. I wish to provide you with a new one. A new one? A white cloak. Who has died? Not yet, the Queen Mother replied. Are you so eager to join your brother Osmond's ranks? The King's Guard? No. As long as I can please your majesty, I would gladly serve as your Queen's Guard. Osney grinned, his scars turning a bright red. Cersei reached out, brushing her fingers over the scar. You are quite bold, sir, nearly rendering me unable to contain myself. And you are exceedingly kind, he replied, grasping her hand and roughly kissing her fingers. My lovely queen, do you know? You are a rogue. The queen whispered conspiratorially in his ear, not a true knight. She allowed him to caress her through the silk of her gown. Enough. No, not enough. I desire you. You want me. Only once. He seized her left breast again, the rough squeeze reminding her of Robert. A night of passion rewards a good night. You have served me splendidly, and shall thus be rewarded. Cersei's hand grazed between his thighs, feeling him stir through his breeches. Were you playing with your new steed in the yard yesterday morning? The black mare? Indeed, that was a gift from my brother, Osfley. I named her Midnight. What a fool. A war horse may carry one into battle, but for the pleasures of the flesh, one must ride a spirited little mare. She smiled, giving a gentle squeeze. Now, tell me the truth. Have you taken a fancy to our little queen? Sir Osney cautiously withdrew. She is beautiful, but still a child. I would prefer a woman. Why not have both? The queen murmured. Retrieve that little rose for me, and you shall be generously rewarded. Little Marjorie? You mean Marjorie? Osney's enthusiasm waned. She is the king's wife. Isn't it said that even the king's guard would be beheaded for sleeping with the king's wife? That is a tale of the past. Moreover, it was the king's mistress, not his wife, and the only part of the lover that remained intact was his head. Aegon III dismembered him before the mistress. Yet at this moment, Cersei did not wish to terrify Osney with such ghastly historical accounts. Tommen is not a feeble king like Aegon. Fear not. He will do as I command, no more, no less. I desire Marjorie's head, not yours. He was taken aback. You mean her virtue, right? Virtue indeed. If she still possesses it, Cersei caressed his scars once more. Will Marjorie remain blind to your charm? Osney cast her a wounded glance. She likes me. Her cousins often mock my nose, saying it is too large, but the last time Meryn made such a jest, Marjorie stopped her and praised my face as quite charming. See, my judgment proves correct. Yes, your grace, the man replied uncertainly, but what if I were to commit an indiscretion with her? To share a bed with the queen would be a treasonous act. Tommen would have no choice but to send you to the wall. The wall? He exclaimed in despair. It was difficult to suppress laughter. Do not jest, do not jest. Men despise being ridiculed. The black cloak suits your eyes and hair well. No one returns from the wall. I shall bring you back, provided you kill a boy for me. Which boy? The bastard allied with Stannis. Fear not. He is young and tender, and I shall additionally grant you 100 elite soldiers. Kate Black sensed his apprehension, but his pride forbade him from expressing it. Men. Oh men, they are all the same. I have killed countless boys, he boasted, and once this child is dead, will the king pardon me? Not only pardon you, but elevate you to lordship, as long as you do not hang Jon Snow's brothers. You see, the queen requires a companion. She needs a fearless man to protect her. Count Kate Black? A smile slowly spread across his face, his scars burning with excitement. Oh, I adore this notion. A noble lord is indeed worthy of sharing the queen's bed. He suddenly furrowed his brow and remarked, but the wall is quite frigid. I am warm, Cersei said, wrapping her arms around his neck. If I merely sleep with one girl and kill one boy, I shall become yours. Do you possess the courage? Osney pondered for a moment before nodding in affirmation. I am also yours, and will heed your every command. Excellent, my lord, she kissed him, allowing him a fleeting taste of her tongue before withdrawing. That is enough for now. We can await the rest. Will you dream of me tonight? Indeed, he rasped in reply. And when you lie with our maiden Marjorie, will you think of me? She teased him, Will you think of me when you enter her? Yes, I shall, Osney Kettleblack swore. Very well, go now. After he departed, Cersei instructed Jocelyn to style her hair while she slipped off her shoes, stretching her body like a cat. Every talent has its purpose, she reassured herself, reveling in her cunning schemes. If the scandal of her precious daughter's dalliance with the lowly Osney Kettleblack were to be uncovered, Maester Luwin would find himself at a loss for words. And Stannis Baratheon and Jon Snow would not question the reason for Osney's exile to the Wall. Oh, let us arrange for Ser Osmond to catch the brother and the young queen in the act, ensuring the loyalty of the other two Kettleblacks. Father, do you see? Would you still wish to hasten my marriage? It is a pity that you, Robert, Jon Arryn, Ned Stark, and Renly Baratheon are all dead, leaving only me. Of course, I have not forgotten Tyrion, but he will not last much longer. That night, the queen summoned Lady Meryn Trant to her chambers for company. Would you care for some wine? She inquired. My lady, Lady Meryn giggled, the great night. Enough of that. Tomorrow, I wish for you to meet my daughter-in-law. The queen commanded as she changed into her nightgown with the help of Doria. Lady Marjorie is always delighted to receive me. I understand. The queen did not overlook the other's reference to Tommen's young wife. Tell her I shall be gifting the great September of Baelor's 7 beeswax candles in memory of our dearly departed Grand Maester. Tanya chuckled lightly. You are so clear in your words. She shall send 77 candles, signifying her deeper mourning. One must respect the piety of others, the queen smiled. In addition, you must discreetly reveal to her that there is someone who secretly admires her, a certain gallant knight who, enamored by her, finds no rest at night. Your Majesty, may I inquire as to which knight? Tanya's large dark eyes sparkled with mischief. Could it be our dear Ser Osney? Perhaps, the queen replied. But you must never speak the name directly before her. Allow her to discover it gradually, to seek you out, understand? As long as it pleases your Majesty. I shall do anything. Outside, the cold wind howled, while inside, they sipped golden wine from the arbor and conversed until dawn. Tanya, intoxicated, inadvertently revealed her lover's name. He was a captain of the Iron Islands, or perhaps a pirate, with flowing black hair and a scar that traversed his cheek from his ear to his chin. I rejected him 100 times, yet he remained undeterred. The woman of Mill spoke to the Empress, and eventually, I found myself inexplicably agreeing to his request. I pondered that such individuals are impossible to refuse. I understand this type of person. The Empress smiled faintly. Really? Your Majesty, have you encountered such a person? For instance, Robert. She voiced this, while her thoughts lingered on James. However, as she closed her eyes, another brother appeared, alongside the trio of fools from the previous morning. Yet this time, what was contained within their bags was, indeed, the severed head of Tyrion. She coated it in tar and cast it into the chamber pot of her bedroom. Chapter 19. The Iron Captain. The north wind blew as the invincible iron-born vessel navigated around the cape, entering the cradle bay of St. Naga. Victarion approached the barber Newt, who stood at the bow of the ship. In the distance, the sacred coastline of Old Wyke became faintly discernible with the rugged hills above, while the ribs of Naga emerged from the earth, resembling enormous white trunks, as thick as the masts of grand ships and twice their height. The skeletal remains of the Grey King's Hall radiated a palpable magic. Victarion recalled that it was beneath these bones that Balon proclaimed himself king for the 10th time, vowing to reclaim our freedom, as the drowned men crowned him with a crown of driftwood. Balon. The Ironborn shouted, Balon. King Balon. They called your name with equal fervor. Newt remarked. Victarion nodded, though he was not as certain as the barber. After all, Balon had 3 sons and a greatly cherished daughter. He had conveyed this to his captains in the Bay of Crabs, who urged him to seize the Seastone chair without delay. Balon's sons are all dead, argued Redluff Freestone, and Asha is a woman. You are your brother's capable aide. It is your duty to take up his sword. Victarion reminded them that Balon had commanded him to guard the Bay of Crabs against the northern onslaught. The wolves have sustained numerous defeats and pose little threat now. My lord, said Lafkening, what significance is there in remaining entrenched in this marsh while allowing the Iron Islands to fall into another's grasp? Added the hobbled laugh. Euron Greyjoy is an outsider. He knows nothing of us. Euron, king of the Iron Islands and the North. Just the thought of him could awaken the embers of old fury within them. Yet words are as fleeting as the wind, Victarion reminded them. It is the billowing sails that yield results. Do you wish for me to wage war against Euron? Brother against brother, Ironborn against Ironborn? No matter the grievances between them. Euron is still his brother. A fratricide shall suffer eternal damnation. However, once the call of the Kingsmoot echoed through the damp air, everything changed. Euron is the mouthpiece of the drowned god, Victarion reminded himself. If the drowned god desires me to ascend the seastone chair, the news would arrive on the 20th day, at which point he would entrust command of the Bay of Crabs to Lafkening and hasten to the River of Hot Waves, where the Iron Islands fleet lay anchored amidst the reeds and willows by the riverbank. The tumultuous sea and capricious winds delayed his return, yet upon arriving home, he had lost only one ship. The Sadness and the Vengeance, closely followed by the Invincible, navigated past the land promontory, with the formidable ship, the Strongman, the Iron Wind, the Grey Spirit, the King of Colin, the King of Viken, the King of Darren, and others trailing behind. These grand vessels constituted 1/10 of the Iron Islands fleet, while smaller ships took advantage of the evening tide, forming an uneven line that extended for several miles. As he gazed upon the sails, Victarion Greyjoy felt a surge of pride. The fleet commander loved his armada more than a man loves his wife. The longships that had already arrived were lined up along the sacred shores of Old Wyke, stretching to the limits of vision, their masts rising like a forest of spears. In the deeper waters lay the spoils of war, flat-bottomed cargo ships, broad-beamed sailboats, and grand vessels, all won through plunder or battle. Too deep in the water and too large to approach the shore. Familiar flags fluttered from the bows, sterns, and masts of each ship. The barber, Newt, squinted his eyes. Was that Lord Harlaw's sea song? He was a robust man, with bow legs and long arms, though his eyesight was not as sharp as in his youth. In his prime, his throwing axe was remarkably precise. It was said he could shave a man with an axe. Yes, it was the sea song. It seemed even the learned Roderick had abandoned his books to join the fray. There were also Old Trogg's Roarer and Blacktide's Nightwalker. Victarion's eyes remained as keen as ever. He was the supreme commander of the Iron Islands fleet, and even when the enemy lowered their sails and flags, he could recognize them all. Among them was the Silverfin, belonging to a relative of shaven Portly. Victarion had heard that Crow's Eye had drowned the leader of Portly, and his heir had perished in the Bay of Carlin. Yet he still had brothers and other sons. How many? 4? No, 5, and none of them had reason to favor Crow's Eye. Then he spotted the single-masted warship. Its dark red hull sleek and low, with sails as black as a starless night, now furled. Even at anchor, the Quietus exuded an air of ruthlessness, cruelty, and speed. At the bow stood a statue of a black Iron Maiden, one arm extended outward. Her waist was slender, her chest proudly thrust forward, with long, proportionate thighs, and thick, flowing black iron hair cascading down her back. Her eyes were crafted from mother of pearl, yet she bore no mouth. Victarion clenched his fists. He had used these hands to slay 4 men and 1 wife. Though speckled with white hair, he remained robust, with a chest as broad as a bull and the flat belly of a youth. The kinslayer would face an eternal curse from both gods and men. As Balon had warned him the day he banished Crow's Eye. He has arrived, Victarion informed the barber. Lower the sails, row. He commanded that the Sadness and the Vengeance take position, blocking the Quietus's passage to the sea. The remainder of the fleet would seal the bay. Without my permission, neither man nor crow shall depart. On shore, the spectators caught sight of their sails, friends and family calling out to one another across the water. Yet on the deck of the Quietus, a motley crew of mute and mixed-blood men remained silent. The Invincible drew closer, revealing not only dark-skinned men as dark as pitch, but also short, hairy figures reminiscent of Sithorio's apes. A congregation of monsters, Victarion mused. They anchored at the 20th buoy from the Serenity, lowering a small boat. I wish to disembark. As the rowers prepared, he fastened his sword belt. A long sword hung at his side, accompanied by a dagger. The barber, Newt, tightened the commander's cloak, woven from 9 layers of golden thread. Fashioned into the shape of the Greyjoy family sea beast, its arms draping down to the boots. Beneath the cloak, he wore heavy gray chain mail, lined with black leather armor. In the waters of the Bay of Carlin, he had to don his armor day and night. The aches in his back and loins were far preferable to the torment of the swamp devils. Deep within the marshes lurked demons. A mere scratch from their poisoned arrows would lead to a howling demise, accompanied by an uncontrollable torrent of crimson and brown excrement. Regardless of who ascended to the seastone chair, I must return to confront those swamp fiends. Victarion donned a towering black helm, forged in the shape of the sea beast, with its arms encircling his cheeks, connecting beneath his chin. The small boat was ready. I entrust these boxes to your care. He instructed Newt as he stepped over the boat's edge. There must be no mistakes. These boxes are of great import. As you command, your grace. Victarion frowned at this. I am not yet a king. He climbed into the small boat. Euron, with wet hair, awaited him in the waves, a water skin nestled under one arm. The priest was tall and gaunt, though slightly shorter than Victarion, with a nose resembling a shark's fin jutting from his bony face. His eyes were like steel, and his beard cascaded to his waist, while strands of rope-like hair whipped against his thighs in the wind. "Brother," he called. As the icy white waves crashed against their ankles, "the dead do not perish. They shall rise again, with greater fury." Victarion removed his helm and knelt, seawater filling his boots and soaking through his trousers. Euron poured salt water over his brow. They continued their prayers. Afterward, the commander inquired of the wet-haired Euron. "Where is our brother, Crow's Eye?" "He resides within the grand golden tent, amidst a raucous crowd. He is surrounded by irreverent souls and monstrous beings from foreign lands. Worse than before. The blood of our father has soured within him, as has our motheress, standing beneath the ribs of Naga and the hall of the Grey King." Victarion hesitated to broach the subject of fratricide, yet many nights he dreamt of striking Euron's smiling face with an iron fist, smashing flesh, causing his tainted blood to spurt forth. "No, I have sworn an oath to Balon. Are all present?" he asked his priestly brother. "Those of stature have all arrived. All the captains and leaders." In the Iron Islands, captains and leaders were synonymous. Every captain must be king of his ship, and every leader must be a captain. "Have you come to claim your brother's crown?" Victarion envisioned himself upon the seastone chair, should it be the will of the drowned god. The waves would convey the drowned god's intent. Wet-haired Euron turned to listen intently to the voice of the sea. "Brother?" "Yes." He imagined how his name would be whispered by the waves, and how it would sound when called by the captains. "Should the cup pass into my hands, I shall not refuse it." The crowd gathered around him, wishing him luck, attempting to win his favor. People from every island were present: Blakethies, Tawn, Oakwood, Stonethrow, Winch, and many other families. The ancient Goobler from Old Wyke, the Goobler from Great Wyke, and the Goobler from Oak Island all convened. Even the Cod family was there. Despite the disdain of every respectable individual, the lesser families of Shamuth, Vifong, innately mingled shoulder to shoulder with the proud members of the ancient houses. And among the throng were the humble Hambalai, descendants of laborers and salt concubines. A member of the Warmack family patted him on the shoulder, while two from the Spa family pressed a sack of wine into his hand. He took a deep swig, wiped his mouth, and allowed the people to gather around the bonfire, discussing war, crowns, and spoils, speaking of the glory and freedom under his reign. That evening, the Iron Fleet set up a canvas tent along the shoreline so that Victarion could host dozens of renowned captains with roasted lamb, pickled cod, and lobster. Euron also attended, though he dined on fish and water, while the ale consumed by the captains seemed sufficient to keep the Iron Fleet afloat. Many readily pledged their support: the robust Vlarleg, the astute Avon Sharp, and the hunchbacked Hosol who proposed marrying his daughter to him as queen. "I am unfortunate in marriage," Victarion replied. His first wife had died in childbirth, leaving behind a stillborn daughter. His second wife had contracted measles, and the 31st king must have heirs, Hosol insisted. For his raven-eyed daughter had produced 3 sons, ready to present themselves at the king's election. A group of half-breeds, Victarion thought. "How old is your daughter?" 12, Hosol replied. "Beautiful and bountiful, just reached her first moon, with hair the color of honey. Her bosom is still small, but her hips are ample. She resembles her mother, not me." Victarion understood that he meant the girl was not hunchbacked. Yet, when he envisioned her, he saw only the image of his wife, whom he had killed with his own hands. He had struck her with his fists while weeping, later carrying her down the beach and laying her between the rocks, surrendering her to the crabs. "I would be pleased to meet that girl after my coronation," he said. Hosol could only hope for such a response and walked away, content. Baelor Blakethies was less easily satisfied. He sat beside Victarion, clad in a black and green lambswool coat, his smooth face appearing somewhat handsome, adorned with a silver 7-pointed star on his sable cloak. Having spent 8 years as a hostage in the old town, he returned as a follower of the 7 gods of the Greenlands. "Balon is a madman, Euron is too, and Yoren is even more insane," Baelor remarked. "What of you, Grand Commander? If I call your name, will you bring an end to this madness?" Victarion frowned. "Do you wish for me to kneel?" "If necessary. Listen, we cannot stand against all of Westeros. King Robert has proven that it would be disastrous. Balon was willing to pay the iron price for freedom, but what was the outcome? Our women exchanged empty beds for Balon's crown. My mother was one of the victims. Face the truth, the old ways have vanished and will not return. The departed do not truly perish. They shall inevitably rise again, and with greater fervor. A century hence, the brave Balon shall be celebrated. It would be more fitting to call him the Widowmaker. I would gladly exchange his freedom for the return of my father. Can you grant me this?" Seeing that Victarion offered no response, Blacktide snorted and took his leave. The temperature within the tent steadily ascended, thick with smoke. The two sons of Godkar were engaged in a scuffle that overturned a table. Willem was forced to consume his own boot after losing a wager. Young Luwin began to play the violin, while Romney sang ancient ballads of raiders such as Blood Cup and Iron Rain. The maiden Corell and Edric Codd engaged in a finger dance, and when one of Edric's fingers landed in the cup of the limping laugh, the crowd erupted in laughter. Among the laughter was a woman's voice. Victarion abruptly rose, observing her by the tense fabric, whispering conspiratorially into Corell's ear, prompting her to laugh as well. He had initially hoped she would refrain from foolishly intruding into his grand tent, yet upon seeing her, he could not suppress a faint smile. "Asha," he called out in a commanding tone. "Niece." She responded and approached him, her lean, agile form clad in high, salt-soaked leather boots, green wool trousers, and a brown padded jacket, her sleeveless fitted vest half unfastened. "Uncle, it pleases me greatly to see you at my Queen's gathering." "Queen's gathering?" Victarion laughed heartily. "Have you imbibed too much, niece? Sit down. I did not see your black wind on the beach. I left her anchored beneath the castle of New Glover, then rowed across the island." She took a seat on the bench, unceremoniously seizing the barber Newt's drink without so much as a question. Newt offered no protest. He was already inebriated and asleep. "Who did you leave to guard the Bay of Crabs?" laughed Kenning. "After the death of the young wolf lord, only the swamp devils remain to trouble us. The Stark family is not the only northern folk. The Iron Throne has appointed the Lord of Harrenhal as the protector of the North. Will you teach me the art of war? I was on the battlefield when you were still suckling, and I lost." Asha took a swig of her drink. Victarion had little fondness for discussions surrounding the Isle of Tears. Everyone ought to experience defeat in youth to avoid failing in old age. "I trust you are not here to contest the throne?" She teased him with a smile. "What if I were? Many still remember you swimming naked in the sea as a child, playing with dolls. I also played with axes." Indeed, he conceded, though he believed a woman's place was at her husband's side, not upon the crown. "Once I ascend the throne, I shall find you a suitable match. Uncle, you are so kind to me, and when I become queen, shall I find you a beautiful wife? I am fated to remain unwed." "How long have you been back in the Isles?" "Quite a while, enough to realize that the awakening of the wet-haired uncle has exceeded his initial expectations. Did you know? The Targaryens are attempting to seize the throne, and some claim that Maelon Warmack is the true heir of the Blackheart King." "Nonsense. The king must arise from the family of sea monsters. The Crow's Eye belongs to the family of sea monsters, and the elder brother takes precedence over the younger." Asha leaned in closer. "But I am the flesh and blood of King Balon, and thus I stand before you both." Silence suddenly enveloped the gathering. The melody ceased, and young Luwin Tully set down his violin as all heads turned. Even the clinking of daggers and plates fell silent. A dozen newcomers entered the banquet tent. Victarion beheld the long-faced John Meyer, the brown-toothed Tord, the left-handed Lucas Cotter, and Gaiman D. Portley. His arms crossed before his gilded breastplate, an armor stripped from a Lannister captain during Balon's 10th rebellion, stood beside him. Behind were Stonehand, Corlin Hembly, the red-haired oarsman with braids, the shepherd Laugher of King's Harbor, and the thrall Cole. And there was the Crow's Eye, Euron Greyjoy. Victarion mused that he appeared unchanged, exactly as he had on the day he mocked him and departed. Among the sons of King Corlin, Euron was the most handsome, a quality untouched by 3 years of exile. His hair remained as dark as the midnight sea, devoid of any silver strands, and his face was still smooth and pale, adorned with a neatly trimmed black beard. A patch of black leather obscured Euron's left eye, yet his right eye shone as blue as the summer sky. That smiling eye, Victarion thought. "The Crow's Eye," he beckoned. "It is King Crow's Eye, dear brother," Euron replied, his lips appearing dark and blue under the light, resembling bruises. "The kingship can only be determined by a council. The wet-haired shall rise, and the irreverent shall never sit upon the stone chair." "Well said." Euron surveyed the tent. "By chance, I have been seated upon the stone chair daily, yet no one has dared to dispute it." His smiling eye sparkled. "Look, who knows the gods better than I? The horse god, the fire god, the golden god with gem-studded eyes, the god carved from cedar, the god etched into the mountains. The formless god, I am well acquainted with them all. I have witnessed people offering flowers to them, sacrificing goats, bulls, and children in their names. I have heard prayers in dozens of tongues. Heal my withered leg. Let that maiden fall in love with me. Grant me a healthy son. Protect me. Shield me from the harm of enemies. Guard me against the encroachment of darkness. Protect me before the horse lords, mercenaries, slavers, and the crabs in my belly. Protect me from the plunder of the silence." He laughed maniacally. "Irreverent? Good heavens, Euron, I am the most devout sailor in the world. You serve but one god, wet-haired, while I serve thousands. From Ibn to Ass High, whoever glimpses my sails will pray. The priest extended a bony finger, and they prayed to trees, idols of gold. And goat-headed monsters. Those are false gods, Euron declared. For this sin of irreverence, I have slain them all. I let their blood spill into the sea, and then sowed my seed within the bodies of their wailing women. You are right. Their trivial, hypocritical gods cannot hinder me. You see, I am more pious than you. Euron, perhaps you ought to kneel and offer your prayers to me. The red-paddled hand laughed heartily, and others joined in the mirth. Fools, the priest declared. A band of fools, wretched servants, and blind men. Can you not perceive what stands before you? It is the king, Colunhan boldly asserted, spitting contemptuously and striding into the night. Once he departed, Raven Eye turned his smiling gaze toward Victarion. My lord, aren't you to greet your long-lost brother? And you, Asha? How fares your mother? Not well, Asha replied. Someone has made her a widow. Euron shrugged. I have only heard that the storm god swept away Balon. Who was his murderer? Tell me, niece, and I shall exact vengeance myself. Asha rose as well. You know this man's name as well as I do. You have been gone for 3 years, yet my father passed away just yesterday, and the silence has returned. Are you accusing me? Euron inquired amiably. Must I accuse you? Asha's sharp tone caused Victarion to frown. It was perilous to speak to Raven Eye in such a manner, even though his eyes still sparkled with interest and mirth. Can I command the winds? Raven Eye asked his followers. Not at all, your majesty, Oakwood of Oak Island replied. No one can control the winds, Gaiman de Portly added. How I wish you could, the red-paddled hand remarked. To go wherever you please, ceaselessly sailing. You heard that, did you not? This is the testimony of 3 brave souls. Euron interjected. When Balon perished, the silence was at sea. If you do not trust your uncle's words, he permits you to inquire among the crew. Inquire of a gaggle of mute men? Goodness, how utterly useful. You ought to find a capable husband. Euron turned again to his followers. Tord, I forgot. Do you have a wife? Only one, brown-toothed Tord grinned, revealing the origin of his moniker. I am not married, left-handed Lucas called announced. There is reason for that. Asha replied. Women also scorn the called family. Do not look at me so sorrowfully, Lucas, you still have one hand. Her fingers coiled and wriggled in a tubular fashion. Called cursed, and Raven Eye pressed a hand against his chest. Is this your idea of civility, Asha? To mock Lucas's deficiency? Deficiency? It is my fault. I could not sever his little manhood to assist him once and for all. When it comes to throwing axes, I am no less skilled than any man. But the target is so small. This girl has utterly forgotten her station, long-faced John Mary roared. Balon allowed her to believe she is a man. Your father erred in the same way. Hand her over to me. Euron, the red-paddled hand suggested. Let me give her a few spankings, as red as my hair. Come and try, Asha challenged, if you are not afraid of being a red eunuch. Then give it a go. Suddenly, an axe appeared in her hand. She tossed it into the air and deftly caught it. This is my husband, uncle. Whoever wishes to have me must first pass through him. Victarion slammed his fist upon the table. I will not permit bloodshed to occur here. Euron, take your band of ruffians and depart. I had anticipated a more fervent welcome, dear brother. I am your elder, and soon I shall assume my rightful title as king. Victarion's countenance darkened. After the election of the king, we shall see who will don the driftwood crown. On this matter, we are in accord. Euron touched the eye patch over his left eye with 2 fingers and took his leave. The others followed him like a pack of mongrel hounds. Silence enveloped the space following their exit, until little Loudwood Tony resumed playing the violin, prompting the guests to indulge once more in wine and ale. Though many had already lost their appetites, Edred called, clutching his bloodied hand, was the first to slip away, followed by Wilhan Boley, Hassahar Low, and several others from the Goobler clan. Uncle, Asha placed a hand upon his shoulder. Walk with me, if you will. A breeze stirred outside the tent. Clouds swept across the pale visage of the moon, akin to warships racing to achieve ramming speed. The stars were few and dim. Countless longships rested along the shore, their masts towering like a forest at the water's edge. Victarion heard the hulls resting on the beach creaking, the ropes aboard moaning in the wind, and the flags fluttering. In the distant deep-water bay, anchored ships bobbed up and down, their silhouettes barely visible through the swirling mist. They walked along the coast, near the tide line, away from the camp and the bonfire. Speak the truth to me, uncle, Asha inquired. Why did Euron depart so abruptly? The Crow's Eye often ventures out to plunder, yet he has never been gone for such an extended period. He sailed the Serenity eastward, a long journey indeed. I inquired as to why he left. Not where he has gone. Noticing his silence, Asha continued. I was not present when Serenity set sail. I took the Black Wind around the Green Haven Isle to contest with the Reek pirates at the Stony Steps. Upon my return, Euron had already departed, and your new bride had perished. She was merely a salt wife. However, since he entrusted her to the crab, he has not touched another woman. Once I ascend to kingship, I must marry a true rock wife to be my queen and bear my heirs. A king must have progeny. My father refuses to speak of her, Asha remarked. It is futile to broach the irretrievable. He is weary of the topic. I discerned it in the scholar's longship. I exerted all my efforts to draw him from the Tower of Tomes, at the very least. She garnered the support of the Harlows. Victalion's brow furrowed ever deeper. You cannot rule the Iron Islands. You are a woman. Is it true that the king of the Iron Islands is determined by a contest of urination? Asha laughed heartily. Uncle, it saddens me to hear you say that. Though you may be correct. I drank for 4 days and nights with the captains and leaders, listening to their words and the truths they hesitated to reveal. My men steadfastly support me, along with many of the Harlows, and I have also secured the backing of Trisportly and a few others. Yet, it is insufficient, far from enough. She kicked a stone, splashing it into the water between 2 longships. I contemplated calling out my uncle's name. Which one? He queried. You have 3 uncles, including my uncle. There are 4 of us in total. Uncle, listen to me. I shall personally place the crown of driftwood upon your brow, provided you consent to rule alongside me. Rule alongside you? How could that be possible? What does this woman mean? Does she aspire to be my queen? Victarion found himself regarding Asha in an unprecedented manner, and his desire surged forth. She is the daughter of Balon, he reminded himself, recalling her as a child, hurling axes at a door. Thus, he crossed his arms over his chest. Only one may occupy the seat of the sea stone. Then let my uncle sit, Asha declared. I shall stand behind you, guarding your back, whispering counsel into your ear. No king can reign alone. Even the dragon king upon the Iron Throne requires assistance. Appoint me as your hand of the king, uncle. The king of the Iron Islands never requires a hand, let alone a woman. The captains and chieftains would laugh me to scorn when intoxicated. As your hand of the king, what do you intend? To end this war, lest we be undone by it. We have already secured all that can be won. If we do not withdraw gracefully, all spoils may evaporate in an instant. I have treated Lady Glover with the utmost courtesy. She swore her husband would seek peace with us if we returned Deepwood Motte, Torrens Square, and the Bay of Claws. She guarantees that the Northmen will cede the Hornwood and the entire stony shore. Though vast and sparsely populated, it is tenfold larger than the Iron Islands combined. When the treaty is forged, hostages shall be exchanged, creating a bulwark against any interference from the Iron Throne. Victarion chuckled in disbelief. This Lady Glover takes you for a fool, niece. The Hornwood and Stony Shore are already in our possession. What is there to trade? Winterfell burns, reduced to ashes, and the young wolf has lost his head, rotting into the mire. We are poised to claim the entirety of the North, just as your father envisioned. Until the day longships can sail through the forests, your words remain mere fantasy. Listen, a fisherman might catch a gray sea monster, but if he does not sever the line, he shall be dragged into the depths. The North is far too vast, filled with those who harbor hatred towards us. We cannot hope to control it. Return to your dolls, niece, and let the warriors secure victory. Victarion displayed his fists. My hands are intact, neither more nor less. A man requires the Harlaw family. The hunchback Hossar proposed marrying his daughter to me as queen. Should I agree, I would possess the Harlaw lineage. This revelation seemed to astonish the girl. The Harlaws belong to Lord Roderick. Roderick has no daughter, only Tomes. Hossar shall become his heir, and I will ascend as king. To utter such words aloud gives them an air of reality. The Crow-eyed has been absent for far too long. Those who distance themselves often seem more formidable, Asha warned. If you have the courage, venture to the bonfire and listen. The tales told by the people neither extol your might nor praise my beauty. They spoke solely of the raven-eyed man, of the distant lands he had traversed, of the women he had violated, of the men he had slain, of the cities he had pillaged, and of his methods employed to incinerate Lord Tywin's fleet at Lannisport. It was I who set fire to the Lion's fleet, Victarion asserted. I personally hurled the 10th torch onto his flagship. Yet, the entire scheme was orchestrated by the raven-eyed one. Asha placed her hand upon his arm. He killed your wife, did he not? Balon had strictly forbidden the mention of this matter, but Balon was now deceased. He left her with child. I had no choice but to act. I too wished to slay him, yet Balon forbade any fratricide within his own hall. He exiled Euron, never to return as long as Balon drew breath. Victarion gazed at his clenched fist. She cuckolded at me. I had no alternative. If word got out, I would be the subject of mockery, just as I was ridiculed by the raven-eyed man during our confrontation. She was willing. She was utterly drenched, he boasted. It seems our Victarion is robust in every aspect, but the most essential. Yet, he could not reveal such truths to her. I mourn for you, Asha said. and even more for her. Alas, you leave me no choice but to seize the seastone chair by my own strength. You cannot, he retorted. If you wish to squander your breath, that is your affair, woman. We shall see, she replied, before departing from him.